This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Outside the hospital, a huge crowd of people stood, many blood-red banners unfurled, and people were marching and shouting something. Police cars circled the hospital entrance. A man in a hospital gown slowly descended the steps. Silver-threaded electronic shackles adorned his wrists and ankles, the silver color accentuating his skin's cold, pale appearance. This man had an androgynous face, standing out from the crowd. Faced with countless cries of disgust, he simply narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced around, exuding a condescending, arrogant air. The people around him froze for a moment, then erupted in even more furious curses. "People like you deserve to go to hell. Go to hell." The man's face was expressionless, as if he hadn't heard anything. He strode forward and got into the police car. "It's been so long since I've seen sunlight. It's so blinding," Xiaoxi thought as she stepped out of the hospital. Xiaoxi was nervous now. The handcuffs were cold, and her hands, resting on her lap, were shaking slightly. As a model student, she had never imagined she'd ever find herself in a police car again. She couldn't quite hear what the people were shouting, but she could see it from the banners nearby. For the murder of over 40,000 people, Xiaoxi must pay with his life. Without justice, federal law exists in name only. The dark words were piercing. So, she'd been transformed into a murderer? Xiaoxi's breath hitched. Then, she was likely facing death. No, if it was a case this serious, she would definitely die. Xiaoxi could feel the cold inside of the shackles around her feet, a ring of steel. She had no doubt they would sever her legs in an instant if she tried to escape. Surrounded by a throng of protesters, and surrounded by more than a dozen police cars, there was no way she could escape. Xiaoxi was on the verge of tears. Could anyone be more unlucky than her? She had finally made it through 3 years of high school and gotten into university. Her father, who worked abroad and whom she had rarely seen, finally had time to arrange for her to go on his graduation trip. But then she got into a plane crash. She had thought her time travel would save her life, but she was about to die the moment she crossed over. Her eyes were sore and dry. She felt like tears should have flowed down her face, but not a single drop fell. Xiaoxi looked up at the person in the rearview mirror, and was startled by the person in the mirror. The person in the mirror was looking at her, with his eyelids raised. His peach blossom eyes were not affectionate, nor charming. His dark brown pupils were set high in the air, revealing a large area of white beneath them, making him look both heartless and deranged. So fierce, she leaned back in fear, then saw the person in the rearview mirror perform the same movement. The star police officer next to him silently tightened his grip on the ion gun, his upper body tense, ready to kill her at any moment. Xiaoxi knew she was the one who looked unlike a good person. Her eyes grew even more drowsy, and she sat rigidly, not daring to move. Xiaoxi was taken to the star police station. Along the way, she saw many criminals being escorted in by police cars, like her. One criminal, walking too slowly, had his leg broken by a kick. There were wails and cries, and a strong man cried loudly. The star police officer thrust the stun gun into his vest, causing him to convulse violently, and a muddy yellow fluid splattered from beneath him. Suddenly, everything quieted down. Xiaoxi wanted to cry too, but her voice was suppressed in her throat, a faint whisper. "Hey, young Master Shi, what are you humming?" Xiaoxi immediately stopped. The star police officer showed no sign of letting her go. She saw his hand resting on the gun at his waist, his thumb rubbing the trigger. "Come with me." Xiaoxi trembled internally, but she had no other choice. The elevator reached the top floor of the star police station. A tightly closed dark wood door appeared before her. The star police officer motioned her in. Just as Xiaoxi was about to push it opened on its own. Dark curtains obscured the windows, blocking out any light. Behind the large desk facing the door sat a person, a woman, to be more precise. She leaned back in her chair, a somewhat lazy expression on her face. She was beautiful, with dark hair, fair skin, and extremely luxurious clothing. She propped her chin up with one hand. Awake? Xiaoxi had no memories of the original owner. She could only judge the original owner's general character based on how others treated her after she woke up. She couldn't let the cat out of the bag. She knew she couldn't afford the consequences. This world was far more dangerous than the one she come from. She looked up at her for a moment. Xiaoxi stood frozen in place, her scalp tingling under the stare. Finally, the woman withdrew her gaze, lowering her eyes. "You still hate me, don't you?" Xiaoxi didn't answer. She looked up. "Why aren't you talking?" "Heh." Xiaoxi sneered, a flicker of disgust crossing her face. What's the matter? The woman suddenly laughed. You saw that day, and you don't have anything to ask me? That day? Which day? Zhao, she suddenly remembered a month ago, when she had just arrived in this world. That day, she woke up amidst a sea of blood and corpses. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a pale face leaning against her shoulder. It was a very young girl, a silver butterfly hairpin hanging loose from her temple. The girl's eyes were open, swollen and bulging, their entire eyeballs black. Then Zhao, she saw pitch-black tentacles squeeze out of the girl's eye sockets and trickle down her face like black water, flowing towards her shoulders. All around her were people screaming in agony, and thick black water, mixed with red blood, flowed all over the street. Later, someone poured oil all over the ground, turning it into a sea of fire. Zhao, she was lucky. Just as the black water dripped onto her face, someone from a starship descended from the sky and somehow stopped it. At the same time, Zhao Xi's internal organs shook, and she fainted. When she woke up again, she was in the hospital. If the woman before her hadn't mentioned it, Zhao, she might have thought it was a nightmare. You saw it. 2-star police officers approached, one suddenly restraining her, completely immobilizing her. The other, with quick eyes and hands, had already injected a vial of unknown liquid into her veins. Forget all this. Before Zhao, she completely lost consciousness, she heard the woman whisper in her ear, "Sheer, being a playboy is good." The sky was a deep black swirling vortex, covered in madly growing white, withered branches. A dead silence reigned. Countless pairs of bony branches surrounded her, the pressure suddenly tightening her heart. Zhao, she suddenly opened her eyes, staring at the pristine white ceiling before her, and breathed a sigh of relief. She really shouldn't watch too many sci-fi disaster movies. It kept giving her nightmares. Ding ding ding. Good morning, little master. Zhao, she glared at the blue, teardrop-shaped robot floating before her, clutching the corner of the quilt tightly. A vibrant day begins with joyful singing. Unless otherwise instructed, I will automatically play music. La 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 la. The stars in the sky are shining, I'm on them. It seemed she had truly reached the interstellar world, and the terrifying monster she saw that day was real too. Wait, didn't that woman give her amnesiacs? Why did she still remember? Shut up. Get out. She chased the robot out of the room. It might have a recording function, and she couldn't let anyone else notice anything unusual about her. Zhao, she searched for information in the original owner's room, and sure enough, she found a photo at the bottom of a cabinet. Then she realized the woman she'd seen before was actually the original owner's mother. The photo had been folded and hidden. The original owner had a troubled relationship with her mother, but she didn't know the specific reason. Zhao, she activated the light computer on her wrist, desperate to gather information while she still had time. What had happened when she traveled through time? Why did those people accuse her of being the murderer? News headline: Official investigation results of the western suburbs explosion. According to the investigation, the public airship driver suffered a sudden heart attack, deviated from the planned route, and collided with a normally traveling motorcycle in the air, causing the explosion. Aging underground energy pipelines affected key nodes, causing a chain reaction of explosions due to the explosion of the public airship. Netizen comments: the aging pipeline has caused such a serious problem. What are the mayor and the higher-ups in the west suburbs doing? What a way to excuse Zhao Xi. It was clearly her reckless driving that caused the bus to hit the pipeline junction. Now the bus driver is dead, and there's no evidence, so you can just make up stories. And what about those 2 OS on Zhao Xi's scooter? How will responsibility be determined? Rich people really know how to have fun. Taking OS for a ride. 2 for 1, double the fun. I'm so envious. Zhao Xi read the comments, and a question mark popped up in his mind. What OS? OS soaked in fruit milk? 2 bottles? Netizens almost unanimously disagreed with the official results, believing the Galactic Federation Council was shielding Zhao Xi. The online debate was raging. No one knew the true cause of the accident, and all the criticism was focused on her. Of course, she wasn't a good person to begin with, referring to the original owner. Buzz. The computer vibrated twice. The note displayed that woman, Dr. Fu, has arrived, come down to check on her. Zhao Xi glanced at her hospital gown. She'd been in a coma for a month, so these clothes, hadn't they been worn for a month? She decided to change before going back down to see the people. Then, after a quick look in the cloakroom, she realized there was absolutely nothing to wear. Not a single normal piece of clothing. It was all punk and some kind of blindingly bright style, incredibly exaggerated. Many pants were covered in nails, and there was even a shirt with daggers hanging from the hem. She reached out and touched it, It was cold and sharpened. It was covered in real daggers. She picked the 2 least exaggerated ones and began to change. While changing, she discovered the original owner's shocking secret. She actually had breasts on top and a bust underneath, and they were maxi-sized. Xiaoxi's pupils trembled. She touched her breasts, and with a bang, her hand slammed against the wall. She gritted her teeth in pain, feeling the force of the blast could kill someone. The texture felt like a cross between breasts and pectoral muscles, dense muscle tissue, or perhaps fake? Is it made of rubber? Xiaoxi's mind was in a state of panic. She knew the original owner wasn't normal, but she hadn't expected it to be this abnormal. She had actually transformed into a transvestite. No wonder she called a private doctor. So that's how it was. Ah, you've killed me. Young master, are you all right? The little blue robot outside gently knocked on the door. Xiaoxi remembered that Rian and the doctor were still waiting for her downstairs. She quickly put on a pair of pants with minimal rivets. What she didn't notice was that the rivets circled the front of her crotch, their gleaming, sharp silver light as if touting something. Then she casually grabbed a minimalist black t-shirt and slipped it on, then headed downstairs in a daze. In the first-floor living room, Rian sat on the sofa facing her. A refined man in a white lab coat and silver-rimmed glasses sat on the sofa to the side. Rian, this is Dr. Fu. Xiaoxi raised an eyebrow in greeting. This is my dog girl. Fu Ling smiled. I've long heard of you. Rian and Fu Ling exchanged glances, and Rian said, let's begin. Xiaoxi understood that they were going to give her a physical examination. She also felt a little sympathetic towards Rian. It must be quite difficult to deal with such a troubled child. Fu Ling sat down on the sofa next to her. Did you see anything strange on July 27th? Strange things? Xiaoxi thought for a moment. For example, my motorcycle? It's the only one of its kind in the world, and it's incredibly handsome and beautiful. Is it strange, weird? Fu Ling, then I definitely see it if I get the chance. Xiaoxi shook her finger. You don't have the chance. A used motorcycle is like a worn-out shoe. I never use it again. Fu Ling had long heard of Xiaoxi's character and said calmly, please close your eyes. I'm going to use an instrument to check your condition. Just relax. Xiaoxi clearly didn't see the doctor carrying any instruments, but she obeyed anyway. Of course, she did so with a reluctant air of pride. In the darkness, she seemed to sense an invisible ripple, gentle and sweeping across her like water. After a moment, Fu Ling said, okay, you can open your eyes now. Rian tilted her head. How is it? No problem, recovery is going well. Fu Ling took a sip from the teacup on the table. Xiaoxi, are you still feeling unwell? If not, then No. Xiaoxi, with a straight face, asked matter-of-factly, so the test is passed? Then when can I have the sex change surgery? Fu Ling spit out a mouthful of tea. Cough. Cough cough. Rian stood up abruptly. You? Say it again? Chapter 2. I said, I want to have sex reassignment surgery. Xiaoxi leaned back on the sofa, crossed her long legs, and looked directly at Rian. Didn't you ask this doctor to do the preoperative examination? I don't feel any discomfort. It would be best if we could do it today. She thought for a moment. Since the original owner had chosen to become a transsexual, she must have also wanted to have a sex change. And since Rian had specifically invited the doctor to her home, she must have agreed beforehand. But Rian's almond-shaped eyes curved dangerously, as if brewing an unknown storm. Great. That's great. Xiaoxi's heart skipped a beat. Damn, had she said something wrong? Was the surgery expensive? But this family didn't seem to be short of money. Or was Rian feeling that time was passing too quickly? Couldn't she accept her son suddenly becoming a daughter? But transsexuals have a short lifespan, and she still wanted to live a few more years. I think this needs to be resolved quickly. Xiaoxi bent his head, measuring at his waist, and said seriously, this thing just gets in the way. It's unnecessary. Rian's water cup cracked. Dr. Fu, in her case. Does she need a craniotomy? Her eyebrows arched. I want to see what's going on in this rebellious girl's head. Fu Ling awkwardly pushed his glasses up. I'm not a psychiatrist, and craniotomies aren't my area of expertise. He glanced at his laptop. I have something else to do, so I'd be leaving now. Even a fool could tell a fight was about to break out here, and he left the scene at lightning speed. You don't want to be an alpha? Rian glanced sideways, her tone cold. You're threatening me with something like this. What else can't you do? Alpha? That word sounded familiar, like it's often used in math problems. Xiaoxi knew she made a mistake, but she was already in a difficult situation. She could only lean back on the sofa with her arms outstretched, a dead pig fearing no more scalding water, looking up nonchalantly at Shi Ruiyan's terrifying gaze. Is it good that you know? Shi Ruiyan sneered. Just because I busted your secret den of mistresses? Don't you see what kind of shady people you're looking for? Xiaoxi held up a finger and shook it. You don't understand. They're all my sweethearts. What's the point of living without them? She looked down and slapped her thigh. Its existence is meaningless. Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief. Great. She finally had a reason for her unreasonable request. Shi Ruiyan's forehead was throbbing with anger. She took a deep breath and pondered for a moment, as if finally making up her mind. She raised her wrist. I can find you something else, as compensation. Xiaoxi, huh? She frantically tried to find a way to stop her, but Shi Ruiyan moved with remarkable speed, seemingly already ordering some special home service on her computer. Xiaoxi, it doesn't matter. There's still time. Think of a way to refuse now. Then, the next second, the doorbell rang. Xiaoxi, did you arrive by rocket? Shi Ruiyan, Xiaolan, opened the door. Yes, master. The blue, teardrop-shaped robot flew to open the door. A minute later, Xiaoxi stared in amazement at the long line of men and women of all styles before him. Why? So many? They were some slender and tall, some voluptuous and voluptuous, all with impeccable faces. Hello, young lady. They stood in unison, their 8 perfectly white teeth perfectly bared, smiling sweetly at Xiaoxi. As they bent and bowed, Xiaoxi clearly saw a flash of silver from someone's sleeve, the powerful, muscular legs clad beneath their suit pants, the narrow scars at their necklines, the indeterminate long strips of shape beneath their skirts. Are these really not trained agents, assassins, or something like that? Xiaoxi, help. Okay, I won't change my gender. Shi Ruiyan's response was expected. After all, with so many beautiful women in the family, her daughter had no reason not to be an alpha. But I don't need these people. Xiaoxi's expression was deliberately cold. None of them are my type. Get out of here. Shi Ruiyan waved her hand, signaling them to leave. They walked in unison, at a fast and even pace. She crossed her arms. I'd like to hear what type you prefer. Xiaoxi pretended to be thoughtful. It must be. The moment I see him, I think of soft white jade, snow-capped pines, and the warm sunshine on a mountain stream. He possesses world-renowned talent and refinement, a blend of literary and martial prowess, capable of both battle and the kitchen. He's a ruthless, decisive, yet tender-hearted, peerless beauty. She was making this up. How could such a perfect, yet contradictory, person exist in real life? He's more like a paper figure than anything else. Please don't find her another man. Shi Ruiyan lowered her eyes as she listened, her red lips pursed as she said, okay. What good is that? Could they really find such a person? She didn't believe it anyway. At that moment, Shi Ruiyan's computer suddenly vibrated. She raised her wrist, glanced, and her expression turned cold. She stood up and walked out. A floating black business car had already parked at the door. Without even a greeting, before Xiaoxi could react, Shi Ruiyan's car had already sped away. In the blink of an eye, she was the only one left in the huge house. Xiaoxi didn't feel the slightest bit of disappointment at being left out. She breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally, she didn't have to put on such a tiring act. She immediately returned to her room and searched the computer for the information she needed. The first thing she needed was the alpha she had heard Shi Ruiyan mention earlier. After entering the search, she realized that it was actually a gender. In her previous life, she had only occasionally heard her roommate mention a novel set in an AVO setting. From the computer search, she learned that this world has 3 primary genders, alpha, omega, and beta. Each primary gender has its own secondary gender, male and female. However, for alphas and omegas, secondary genders aren't really genders anymore, just differences in outward appearance. Secondary genders are primarily used to distinguish betas, who are similar to the humans in Xiaoxi's previous life, with average performance and no glands. According to interstellar history, alphas and omegas originally evolved from betas. Xiaoxi finally realized she wasn't a transsexual, which had truly frightened her. But suddenly there was this eagle. Well, she had no choice. It was a life saved, and being alive was more important than anything else. Next, she searched the interstellar internet for information about Shi Ruiyan, and she realized her mother was this world's Mary Sue. Shi Ruiyan had affairs with several powerful figures, including high-ranking business and political figures and leaders of underground organizations. She eventually married the Supreme Chancellor of the Federation Galaxy Council. But the Chancellor later died under mysterious circumstances, and it's said those powerful figures still harbored feelings for her, leading to a flood of gossip online. There are countless fan fictions about people running away with their babies, and Zhao Shi is the baby in them. And a complete jerk at that. Even in fan fiction, she's a terrible character. As for Zhao Shi, a quick search of her name brings up a barrage of insults online. They all say the son is inferior to the father, and that she deserves to die. Some say she's the most useless S-class ever, a hidden S-class piece of trash who's worse than a B-class. They say she can be retrained, leaving behind a few more S-class offspring who can express themselves, and then she can just die. At the same time, others say there's no way an S-class Omega could ever be interested in her, and therefore she couldn't possibly produce S-class offspring. So she's a scumbag who threatens society and wastes resources. Zhao Shi angrily turned off her laptop. What do you mean by breeding or not? How can you describe someone like that? Zhao Shi collapsed on the bed, staring at the ceiling. The original owner had already fallen into this state. She might as well never leave the house again. She was already familiar with the route back to her room. She remembered there was an arcade at home. Having games to play wouldn't be bad either. Congratulations to Sunset Red Square Girls Group C position for successfully completing the Abyssal Swamp Dungeon in 2 minutes and 35 seconds, breaking the server record. Heroic presence, like a god descending. Congratulations to Sunset Red Square Girls Group C position for reaching 7th place on the ladder. Slay gods and slay Buddhas. One man holds the fort, 10,000 cannot. Congratulations to Sunset Red Square Girls Group C position for topping the ladder. The entire StarNet was abuzz. A player with the Idaho Sunset Red Square Girls Group C position had, in just 3 days, blasted through Star Abyss, The Other Shore, Zerg Wars, and several other games, reaching the top of the server. The game forums were filled with this ID, and the forum servers crashed several times due to the sheer volume of discussion. This is insane! This god-level grinder is playing dungeons at this pace, and playing multiple games at the same time. Isn't he really going to die from playing himself? It can't be the same person. It must be a studio. This is a new hype trick. If it's the same person, only an S-level alpha can achieve this level of mental strength and stamina. An S-level alpha playing games? That's hilarious. Those at the top of the elite class spend their days either busy with school, handling military and political duties, or directly on the battlefield. Why would they need to fight monsters in games? Since then, the gaming world has been rife with speculation and rumors about the center position of the Sunset Red Square Girl group. Zhao Shi climbed out of the holographic chamber. She almost lost her balance. She had been playing games for 3 days straight, without food or water. Why on earth? Why isn't there an anti-addiction system? Time flows differently in the holographic game than in reality. She had no idea how long she had been playing. Fortunately, she's an alpha, with far superior physical strength and endurance. Otherwise, she would have been the first person in StarCraft history to die of starvation while playing games. That would have been incredibly embarrassing. Zhao Shi first went downstairs to eat. The kitchen downstairs was large, and someone cooked for them every day. The food was placed on the table at mealtime, but if no one ate, it would be thrown away, and no one would come to invite her to dinner. The original owner had such a bad temper that the cleaners, cooks, gardeners, and others who worked at her house avoided her whenever possible. Zhao Shi had originally thought she was alone in this massive, 5-story, retro-style villa. She was so frightened she couldn't sleep. Recently, Zhao Shi had received calls from the original owner's friends asking her out, seemingly to car races, bars, casinos, and other shady destinations, but she had declined, citing illness. In her previous life, she had been a homebody, spending her days lying around watching TV series and playing games after finishing her homework. Furthermore, she had a bad reputation, and she was afraid someone would put a sack on her and beat her up if she wasn't careful. Young master, there's a package for you downstairs. It's been a month since you picked it up. Would you like me to bring it up? The little blue robot smiled. Okay, thank you. Ah! Its expression suddenly changed from a smile to a shy one. This is the first time you've said thank you to Xiaolin. It seems you're in a good mood today, and Xiaolin is happy too. Zhao Shi watched the robot happily go to help her pick up the package and chuckled. The robots in this world were quite cute, much cuter than humans. A moment later, Xiaolin was followed by a white scooter, loaded with a bunch of packages. One of the packages was a document, wrapped in a red envelope. Xiaoxi pulled it out from the pile, and saw the words admission letter written on it. She was indeed old enough to go to college. Xiaoxi remembered that in her previous life, she had died in an accident before she even received her acceptance letter. She was about to open the acceptance letter when her eye caught a pure black box, standing out from the pile. Xiaoxi, for some unknown reason, put down the notice and chose the box instead. The box was completely blank, with no text or logos on it, and no indication of the shipper. She opened the box. Inside was a black silicon wafer the size of a fingernail. Xiaoxi was familiar with this item. It was a game card, inserted into the optical computer and used with the holographic storage. However, all game cards had their company logo printed on them, but this one was completely blank. This, in turn, piqued her curiosity. She was just about to find a new game to play. She had lost interest in the previous top-ranked games. She had also noticed that the clarity of those games degraded after a while, to the point where she could even see pixelation. To be precise, it wasn't that the game quality had deteriorated, but rather that as she played more, she discovered more flaws, and the experience wasn't as good as it had been at the beginning. She hoped this rather unique game wouldn't disappoint her. Xiaoxi inserted the card into the optical computer on her wrist. The computer went black, then remained unresponsive, no matter how Xiaoxi clicked. She felt a little annoyed. She'd been careless. Could it be a virus? Then, like ripples on water, the black screen flickered, and words slowly emerged. White lines on a black background, a few simple words. Kill the black hole. Chapter 3. The interface lacked any design sense, just 4 random words slapped on a black background. The game company felt completely perfunctory. Xiaoxi clicked on the interface again, but found it wouldn't work. Although the holographic game card required the holographic chamber to be used, after inserting it into the optical computer, you could generally view game-related information on the computer, such as the game background and some basic settings. This game company was so willful, they didn't play by the rules. So Xiaoxi went to the game room and obediently laid down in the holographic chamber. She connected the optical computer to the holographic chamber. This time, she didn't forget to set an alarm. She didn't want to accidentally turn the holographic chamber into her coffin. What Xiaoxi didn't know was that the moment she closed her eyes, many transparent, spider-like threads suddenly extended from under the optical computer on her wrist, burrowing into her pores, and flowing densely into her blood vessels. The threads weave beneath the skin, creating a gentle bulge in the skin, creating a surging pattern. They flowed along the blood vessels toward the heart, finally flowing through the carotid artery to the brain. All before her eyes was pitch black. Xiaoxi was growing impatient. This game seemed to be taking too long to start. Just as she thought, the game had frozen, and was searching for the exit button. A piece of paper floated out of thin air before her. The paper bore words, the title in large, blood-red letters, so red it looked as if it were dripping blood. Life and death warrant. In the Kill Black Hole project, communication and numerical representation will follow the common settings of conventional holographic games, using game and player as the designations for the project and its participants. Once the game begins, you will enter the Kill Black Hole base as a player. The paper continued, please protect your body's heart. If damaged, you will lose the base's protection and be infected. The game terminal will initiate a mind-wiping procedure. Everything in this game is top secret. Discussions with non-players outside the game are prohibited. Friendly reminder, it is recommended that you keep your true identity secret within the game. If you decide to join the game, please use your mind to place your mark in the lower right corner. Xiaoxi, I understand. The game has begun. Now we're following the story. Xiaoxi, without hesitation, poked the lower right corner of the paper. Then she saw a blood-red fingerprint appear on the paper. Happy game. A cold, mechanical voice echoed from the void. Then, her vision lit up, and a cylindrical glass container appeared before her. It contained a person. It resembled a human, yet it was clearly not human, with a cold, machine-like quality. This person stood still in the water, eyes closed, like a god. She possessed a remarkably tall figure, taller than Xiaoxi in real life, probably over 2 meters tall. Yet, she didn't appear overweight, her proportions impeccably perfect, unbelievably human. Her hair, dense as seaweed, flowed behind her, reaching down to her ankles. It was silvery white, with a cold, metallic sheen. Her face was deep and cold, with a black, armor-like substance clinging to her cheeks, extending from behind her ears to the corners of her eyes and down her jaw. Her entire body was inlaid with dark silver metal and black armor, serving as joints and protective shields. And in the center of her chest, a shimmering white bead, seemingly containing something. Zhao Shi leaned closer and instantly felt an extremely strong suction, nearly getting sucked in. Is this the heart mentioned in the death warrant? The one that absolutely cannot be damaged? Please name your cyborg. Zhao Shi, I know, it's the game ID. Center of the Sunset Red Square Dance Girls Group. Name failed, too many characters. Center of the Sunset Red Girls Group. Name failed, too many characters. Uncle Shi is your uncle. Name failed, too many characters. Big-eyed cool girl Shi. Name failed, too many characters. Even 5 characters won't work. Just Zhao Shi, for example. Oh no, the game says you can't reveal your true identity. And if she uses her real name, she'd be attacked by other players, right? Name failed, too many characters. Zhao Shi said one word, playing the fool. Name successful Zhao. She watched the word Shi slowly appear on the white bead at the cyborg's heart. Then, she felt herself being squeezed into a tiny ball, and sucked inward with a thud. Zhao Shi moved her fingers, and felt herself being immersed in icy water. She opened her eyes, and saw her current self in the reflection of the glass. She had indeed become Shi the cyborg. Would the next plot involve escaping from Dr. Monster's laboratory? And she, a kindly cyborg created to be used for some illicit purpose. Thinking of this, Zhao Shi clenched her fist, and slammed the glass in front of her. With a loud bang, the glass jar shattered instantly. Zhao Shi had only intended to test it by knocking on it, but she hadn't expected the glass to be so brittle. She glanced around. The place was densely packed with cylindrical glass vessels similar to hers, but the frosted glass made it impossible to see what was inside. Just as she was debating which way to run, a cyborg dressed in a white lab coat and dressed like a doctor yawned and walked slowly towards her, seemingly in no hurry for her escape. Dr. Monster, I will not surrender to you. Zhao Shi shouted the line she had just composed in her mind. The man uttered a huh? The man's eyes were a transparent, icy color, like crystal. You don't think you can offset your debt by acting crazy here, do you? This culture tank costs 10 million black coins. 10 million. Black coins? What are black coins? The man was a little surprised. Your organization didn't tell you anything? Organization? So I have an organization. Zhao Shi secretly took note. This should be related to the content of the game later. Luckily you met me. As an official, I'm allowed to work at the spawn point. If you met anyone else, who knows what they do to you? Of course, violence generally doesn't occur in the yellow base. Outside you never know. Yellow base? Zhao Shi assumed the person before her was the NPC who explained the game's background and assigned quests. Here, this is the base's instruction manual. The person handed over a small booklet. Zhao Shi thought to herself, as expected, and reached out to take it. The person didn't let go, saying, 1,000 black coins, thank you for your patronage. Giving an item to an NPC triggers the next plot point. She was familiar with this. Zhao Shi did as he instructed and transferred the money. The booklet, a mere few pages long, described the threat posed by monsters at the border of the galaxy where humanity currently resides. These creatures, unknown beings from a higher dimension, are descending upon this world through a black hole. While they bring danger, they also bring with them matter and energy not belonging to this world, a vast, unknown treasure trove. So, humanity has established a star belt defense line along the border, consisting of 12 major planets, plus 4 planets outside the belt as transit bases, to challenge the monsters. Zhao Shi asked, so what should I do next? What else can I do? The man gave her an idiotic look. Get out. You can't stay at your spawn point forever, can you? What then? How should I know? The man looked at her in confusion. Didn't your organization assign you a mission? Yes, I have. I be leaving now. Zhao Shi thought, the NPC's prompt was clear enough. Once outside, they could begin the next mission. Not far ahead, there was a curved starry archway that looked like a teleportation point to the next destination. Zhao Shi stepped through it. The doctor watched her leave and reached out to pick up the broken glass. You can actually shatter high crystal glass to this extent. After Zhao Shi passed through the door, he found himself in a large hall. In front of him was a large floating screen, which listed a lot of information about monsters and the price of hunting different monsters. On the other side was a golden panel. It seemed to be the player's ID. Zhao Shi heard a discussion nearby. Hengxing Huiyan has only been here for a short time, and he's already in the top 10 of the gold list. I guess some faction is training some elite, using this game to gain experience. It's not uncommon for this to happen. But someone with his skill is too terrifying. I wonder if he's backed by the military or... Who cares? Those people are definitely different from mercenaries, like us, who just want to make a living playing games. Their voices mingled in the hall, making it hard to hear clearly, but Zhao could make out they were referring to someone who was a skilled gamer. And then, sure enough, at the bottom of the glittering golden panel, she saw Hongxing Wuyin. Zhao thought, it's only 10th place, her goal is 1st place. After getting her feet wet, she start with Hongxing Wuyin and fight her way to the top. Even with her hand speed, even after 18 years of being single, she'd never been afraid of anyone. Thinking of this, she decided she should first do some dungeons to upgrade her equipment before challenging the players on the gold list. So she pulled out the instruction manual she just bought with 1,000 black coins. The manual states that the 12 planetary belts are dangerous areas where monsters roam, while the 4 independent planets serve as war bases established by humans. These 16 planets are named by combining heaven, earth, Xian, Huang and Yu, Zhou, Hong, Huang in pairs. Huang Yu, Huang Zhou, Huang Hong, and Huang Huang, those beginning with the character Huang, are collectively referred to as Huangzi bases. Zhao is currently on Huang Huang planet, the spawn point for new players, and the lowest of the 4 Huangzi bases, offering only basic equipment and materials. To reach higher level bases, more black coins are needed. There are 2 ways to obtain black coins: hunting monsters and selling them to the bases, or robbing players. As a new player, she could only go to Xianwang Star, the least dangerous, so she decided to go there to fight monsters later. Zhao looked at the booklet in her hand and sighed that the information was still somewhat useful, though 1,000 black coins was a bit expensive. Then, she saw many people coming and going, many holding the same booklet as hers. Then she noticed that the lobby was lined with shelves, like the ones in banks that display brochures, ready for anyone to take. Zhao she'd been scammed. Zhao immediately checked the transfer history. The 1,000 black coins she just transferred were actually a system-issue beginner's gift. Current balance, 0 black coins. The person had simply emptied her out, leaving her nothing. He's not an NPC, he's a jerk. Zhao fists hardened, ready to strike someone down. He pulled someone over from the side of the road and asked, "Do you know how to get to the spawn point? Newbie? But you wouldn't ask such a stupid question, would you?" The man turned around and froze for a moment. The figure before him had long, silver-white hair cascading down like a waterfall, and her dark brown eyes, tinged with rosy red, completely stunned him. And beauty, here, is synonymous with power. Hey, don't you know? Once you leave your spawn point, you can't go back. The man circled Zhao several times. "Boss, your mech is gorgeous. That whole set of accessories must be expensive, right? But there's nothing at the spawn point. What are we even going there for?" Just then, the people in the hall began to rush out. What happened? Big news. The top 9 on the gold list are brawling together. Unbelievable. Why are they beating him up? Zhao asked. There shouldn't be such bullying in the rankings, right? And it's just the 10th place. Then he heard the person next to him sigh. Those 9 people are from the same organization. They've been lurking outside the base lately, specifically targeting newcomers. Zhao had no intention of watching the fun, but was squeezed out by the surging crowd. As they left the hall, everyone was stunned. The vast Milky Way in the sky suddenly overturned, and meteors poured out, filling the sky with starlight. The man stood in the air, stepping on the light. His hair was pure black, like inky black, and his eyes were a pair of light green, like jade. His expression was pure and indifferent, almost cruel. The starlight, wrapped in a milky white light, was the light from the shattered white beads of the 9 people's hearts. There was also a golden list outside the hall. The names of the first 9 suddenly turned gray, and then disappeared into thin air. The last person suddenly rose to the top of the ranking. The golden list was empty, bearing only that single name. Hongxing Wuyin. He killed them. Many of the onlookers showed signs of panic. Oh no! They're dead? The release of their consciousness will attract powerful monsters. It's okay. The base has a protective layer. Monsters can't get in. Looking up, he saw a shimmering white membrane above the sky, shrouding the entire planet like a bubble. Sure enough, several massive black shadows flashed past the membrane, devouring the remaining organic bodies of the 9 men in a flash. A corner of a gigantic black object emerged. Hongxing Wuyin dodged a massive tentacle and flashed into the protective layer. Behind him, huge, ferocious black monsters clung to the membrane, staring inside with their crimson eyes the size of cars. Countless terrifying, spiked tentacles danced through the air. These monsters, swirling around in the sky, stood guard outside, like they were guarding a delicacy. Jiaoxi clearly saw that the level above rampant and speechless had risen from LV19 to LV20. It turned out that killing people could level up. Players could freely choose whether to display their level. No one else here had disclosed theirs, only him. From this, Jiaoxi felt that this person was a bit arrogant, but he seemed to have the capital to do so. This kind of monster probably came from the nearby Xianzhou star. That's a planet you could only visit at level 20. Boss, have you ever been to Xianzhou star? The man who had just answered her question was still beside her. Jiaoxi was about to reply when her view suddenly shook violently. She clicked on the red dot indicating her balance, and watched as the white number suddenly turned red. Minus 10 million black coins. Jiaoxi, shock. The value of your damaged culture tank has been automatically deducted from your balance. Warm reminder. Staying at a yellow base requires a minimum of 80 black coins per hour. Because your balance is negative and below the system's minimum threshold, you will be ejected from the base in 1 minute. Please be prepared. Hey buddy, let me ask you one more thing. What does eject from the base mean? Chun-Li raised his hand and pointed upwards. Here. As the name suggests, it means throwing it outside the protective barrier. Jiaoxi's mouth twitched. I feel like owing money isn't a capital crime, right? As long as you don't owe more than 10 million, it's fine. You have to be a very evil person to owe 10 million. Destroying someone's heart costs 1 million. You have to kill 10 people to get 10 million. He added, surely, no one so poor would dare to kill 10 people, right? As if something had struck him, Chun-Li's face suddenly changed. He was about to clutch his heart. You owe 10 million? But it was too late. Jiaoxi grabbed his chest. You won't eject if it's less than 10 million? Give me a black coin. I don't have any money, he said aggrievedly, then flipped his balance screen to show her. Minus 13,068. Jiaoxi was shocked. Actually, in this novice base, there are quite a few people with positive black coins. Many people are afraid to go out and fight monsters. Jiaoxi, it's over. She looked up at the sky. A huge eye with bloodshot veins stared down, slowly turning. Could this be her novice quest? I'm afraid it's impossible. Looking at her level 1 panel, the monsters outside were so powerful that even a level 20 expert wouldn't dare to face them head-on. Time countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Chapter 4. Jiaoxi listened to the system's cold countdown and looked up at the sky. Up there was the top player on the gold list, freshly slaughtered and filled with rage. Beyond that was the terrifying, indescribable, gigantic monster. And suddenly, her expression became unusually resolute and calm. Instantly, the people around her were stunned. She was calm and beautiful, standing silently before the approaching storm, only her cascading hair dancing wildly behind her. True, she had the demeanor of a great god. Are you going to rob Hung Xing Wuyen? Chun-Li asked. At that moment, Hung Xing Wuyen was passing through the sky's protective layer, descending to the ground like an ethereal yet sharp butterfly-winged flower. To reach the top of the gold list, he must have killed many monsters. He was arguably the richest person in the novice base. Chun-Li confirmed his thoughts. She was indeed a big shot. She actually dared to confront a ruthless man who had just killed 9 people. Not at all. Jiaoxi stretched out a finger and shook it. So, after you fly out of the base, you're going to single-handedly take on that group of terrifying and powerful monsters? Chun-Li suddenly felt his blood boiling again, as if he were witnessing a god of war fighting bloody battles. Jiaoxi smiled faintly. 3, 2, 1. The countdown was up. Jiaoxi felt a powerful and irresistible repulsive force arise from nowhere, blasting her into the sky. A massive cyclonic current unfolded around her like invisible wings. Though the people around had never witnessed this, they had all heard of it. This was the exile torture inflicted by the base only on those who had committed serious crimes. Such individuals would be unable to land at a safe base, and would be forced to remain in the 12 stars danger zone until they had atonement for their sins. Furthermore, until atonement is complete, one cannot exit the game. This process could be lengthy. Once the main body dies from prolonged inactivity and lack of food, the consciousness will forever remain at the kill black hole border, locked in an endless battle with the monsters until its consciousness dies. The crowd that had been watching the excitement dispersed, moving away from her position, fearing that the criminal might harbor resentment before leaving and go on a killing spree, making them unwarranted victims. Jiaoxi opened her arms, letting the air flow rapidly through her sides and through her fingers. The wind was cold and sharp. The feeling here was incredibly real, both the scenery and the senses, incredibly immersive, far superior to the holographic games she had played before. And the degree of freedom seemed incredibly high, like a real world. Two figures crossed in the air, and Zhao Shi even greeted Heng Xingwuyan, "Hi." However, Zhao Shi had no idea how the syllables were distorted by the high-speed wind. Heng Xingwuyan heard her say this. Heng Xingwuyan, question mark detached as soon as it crossed paths. Both of them flew away like meteors, one above and one below, moving in opposite directions. Zhao Shi waved goodbye to the crowd below, saying domineeringly, "When I return as the king, I will annihilate all those on the golden list and ascend to the top." The wind carried her voice throughout the base below, and everyone gasped. This person was 10 times more arrogant than Heng Xingwuyan. At least Heng Xingwuyan was a ruthless man with few words, but she was ruthless and talkative. Looking up, he gazed at the approaching white protective layer and the huge, terrifying monster guarding it. Zhao Shi curled his lips into a smile. What a joke. She just entered the game, and it was so awful, and she hadn't started out so well. What's a new player most afraid of? Sunk costs. So of course, she delete her account and start over. And the reason she yelled that Unibia line before leaving was, of course, because she wanted to start over. No one would know who she was before, so she might as well show off. That's the fun of the game. Zhao Shi hadn't been able to find the exit button, but there was another way to exit the holographic game. That was the mind exit method. All you had to do was strongly think about waking up. Zhao Shi had used this method frequently during her previous life sleep paralysis, and it had become so familiar with it. She already started thinking about it, and she could already feel her fingers touching the holographic wall. She concentrated, but she was always just short of hitting it. Suddenly she heard a tick-tick-tick sound. It was the alarm she set. Zhao Shi could feel her heavy eyelids flutter. But now, she had already reached the protective layer. The white light felt soft and warm, and there was also the fishy air exhaled from the monster's gaping maw. Was she about to experience the sensation of being crushed to pieces by the maw this time? The next moment, Zhao Shi's eyes snapped open. Her clenched fingers suddenly loosened, her knuckles turning white. She was sweating profusely, feeling exhausted. Success? Playing this game was surprisingly tiring. But she could sense that the moment she finally detached herself from the game was the moment that consumed the most energy. Compared to other holographic games, it was indeed unique. Zhao Shi stood up from the holographic chamber and wiped her sweat with a towel. She mentally reviewed the game Kill Black Hole, noting its high level of freedom and polish. She imagined the subsequent dungeons would be impressive. But her start was truly hellish. Who could stand being saddled with 10 million in debt right out of nowhere? She even wondered if this was some hidden storyline exclusive to players. Was the person she first met an NPC or a player? Zhao Shi searched Starnet for guides, only to discover that the term Kill Black Hole didn't exist. The search yielded nothing. She couldn't help but marvel at the game's excellent confidentiality. Zhao Shi left the game room, ready to eat something to replenish her energy before returning to the game. On returning to her room, she noticed she still had an unopened acceptance letter. Going to college was a significant undertaking. Zhao Shi thought she should prepare in advance, learning about the university and her upcoming major. But when she opened the admission letter, she was completely stunned. The registration date was today, and it was the last day, thinking of how she had finally gotten into university in her previous life, only to fail before even starting. If she missed the chance to start university again after this time travel, she would never forgive herself. She had to go to university. Zhao Shi saw that it was already 3 in the afternoon, and the admissions office closed at 5, leaving her with 2 hours. There was still time, but her home was far from the school in the high-altitude villa area, so she had to hurry. So Zhao Shi took the elevator to the underground parking lot, picked out a cool motorcycle that looked fast, slung her long legs over it, and headed out in her minimally riveted pants. As the motorcycle sped along, she thought to herself, I must buy some clothes I could wear some time. She was conspicuous and ostentatious, which wasn't a good thing for her now. Besides, she hated being in the spotlight. Zhao Shi chose to forget her own high-profile exploits in those holographic games. After all, she never considered virtual games and reality to be the same thing. She considered herself just an ordinary, reserved girl with a touch of social anxiety. Luckily, the afternoon sun was bright and the temperature was high, so the streets were sparse. Otherwise, Zhao Shi, who had never ridden a motorcycle before, wouldn't dare even move a step, fearing she might accidentally hit someone. Zhao Shi, concentrating on driving, stared at the map on her laptop, following the route. Suddenly, her eye twitched, and she noticed several cars following her in the rearview mirror. She had been subjected to a lot of criticism online, becoming a galaxy-wide public enemy. A chill ran down her spine. So, was she being targeted? Chapter 5. Zhao Shi immediately tried changing routes several times, only to find that the cars were still following her, and their speed was increasing. She still remembered waking up in the hospital. There were crowds outside, everyone yelling for her to go to hell. So, there were no shortage of extremists who would actually attack her. Even though she hadn't caused the deaths of tens of thousands of people, the people's anger was still focused on her. So Zhao Shi slammed on the accelerator, suddenly accelerating, performing a series of difficult drifts and detoring attempts to lose them. But those people were no pushovers either. Their driving skills were impressive, and they were in hot pursuit. The group was even larger, with more and more cars behind them. Gradually, it formed a long line, with cars speeding one after another, like a long train. Zhao Shi looked in the rearview mirror, and saw a huge convoy behind her. Her eyes narrowed slightly. No way. Is it necessary to mobilize so many people to hunt her down? Zhao, she gripped the handlebars tightly. She knew she couldn't drive directly to school right now. It would disturb her teachers and classmates. She didn't want them to see her in a bad light. She simply hoped her university life could be peaceful and harmonious. So she circled with the group, heading in another direction. Buzz! 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 The roar of the vast fleet of motorcycles was deafening, like the furious roars of wild beasts. Pedestrians ducked into the shops along the street, and the street was suddenly empty. In her panic, Zhao Shi chose the road with the fewest people and cars, minimizing the impact and accelerating to get away from them. The sky gradually darkened, as if a dark cloud was looming over the city. Until he saw an incredibly majestic building, its deep black walls gleaming with purple lightning. It was like a city rising from the ground, a separate city within the city. People and vehicles vanished completely. It seemed as if even the sky had turned a bluish-gray hue with a shimmering blue light, exuding a heavy sense of technology, a world apart from the bustling street seen before. Zhao Shi felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. Then, a few large, dark golden characters came into view. Galaxy Federation Military University. The legendary Star Alliance Military Academy. The gathering place for dangerous individuals and high-ranking alphas with violent genes. The road ahead was blocked, high barricades erected. Men in Star Alliance uniforms stood upright, as if awaiting the arrival of some important figure. Then, the air above rippled with vibrations, and a massive starship slowly emerged from the sky. Zhao Shi realized that the blue-gray light she had sensed had come from a starship. The road was blocked, but Zhao Shi had no intention of turning back. Unexpectedly, she had stumbled upon the military academy. And just as the Star Alliance was there, they wouldn't sit idly by. Her life was saved. Help! Before Zhao Shi could finish her words, a Star Alliance soldier shouted, "Stop! You can't pass here." Zhao Shi could only signal him with her eyes to look back. The vast procession behind her also stopped. But one of the motorcycles continued forward, drawing a beautiful arc before stopping right in front of Zhao Shi. The man stroked his emerald green slick-back hair, wiped the sweat off his face, and shook it off. "Young Master Shi, you're incredible. Even after such a major incident, you're still so high-spirited and even faster than before." What? Someone who knew the original owner. Zhao Shi was stunned. And Ishi patted the front of Zhao Shi's motorcycle and raised an eyebrow. "Young Master Shi, are you guys being considerate? What do you mean by?" As soon as he said that, Zhao Shi realized how wrong he had been. "You said you couldn't come to race day today, and now you're secretly driving your Racing King Flying General down the street. Want to cause trouble? Just tell us." And Ishi patted his chest. Young Master Shi raises his hand and calls, "How can we disobey?" "Really?" He turned to the large group behind him. "That's right." They answered in unison. "Didn't you come here specifically to give him a warning? How can one person do that? Of course we need a group. We have to scare him to death." "He? What he?" Zhao Shi followed the crowd's gaze, turning towards the massive, hovering starship. At that moment, a man descended from the slowly descending starship's gangway. Just standing there was enough to capture everyone's attention. Clad in a black military uniform, he stood like a majestic bamboo or pine tree. Half of his face was hidden by the shadow of his military cap, revealing a perfect jaw, as if sculpted from jade. His aura wasn't sharp, but it made him even more fearful. It was an indescribable feeling of distantness. He carried a lingering bloodiness, a restrained killing intent, and a distant, indifferent gaze. He was someone who had truly experienced life and death. and Ishu nudged her with his elbow. Hey, it's Lin Tanyan after all. Lin Tanyan. Xiaoxi remembered the name. The original owner had posted numerous insulting comments about him on Starnet. So she casually searched for it. The only Super S-Class Alpha in the entire galaxy. The youngest participant in the war, at the young age of 13, he began participating in the campaign to eliminate the remaining Zerg and underground forces. Even more outrageously, he had received perfect scores in every subject from childhood to adulthood, from academics to combat, even in the arts. He was so perfect he seemed almost non-existent, a paper-thin figure. Xiaoxi was stunned when she first saw this information on Starnet. Undoubtedly, his reputation and Xiaoxi's were polar opposites. One was the dream lover of countless Omegas and Batas, the other was a hated person whose online abuse could bring down the server. And Lin Tanyan was voted the most handsome boy in the department every year. Xiaoxi initially thought he was the most handsome boy in the department during college, but it turned out to be the most handsome boy in the entire galaxy. Could this be the legendary Jack Su? She glanced at the motorcycles blocking the entire street behind her, and at the large group of brothers and sisters with dazzling hair and cool expressions. What on earth are we, a bunch of energetic young men, doing here? Are we here to serve as a control group for the Jack Su of the Sons of the Stars? She was furious. Wasn't I going to register for school? She turned around and saw the faces of the Star Alliance soldiers growing colder and colder, the pressure dropping to freezing. Cold sweat broke out on her back. If they came to a place like this, would they be shot for disturbing order? She was so nervous that she couldn't say a word, her teeth clenched tightly. Damn, her social anxiety was back. And now, I'm afraid all explanations are meaningless. The murder weapon was right next to her, a massive one. Xiaoxi's face, already as pale as a vampire's, turned even paler. She leaned on her scooter, wanting only to burrow into the ground. No, she better get on her bike and run. However, the group behind her had completely blocked her escape route. Young Master Shi, what should we do next? Someone asked Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi pursed his lips, his face aloof and cool, his eyes like the coldness of death as he gazed coldly at Lin Tanyan and the Star Alliance troops. I understand. And Ishu suddenly shouted, let's kill him with our eyes. The power of the crowd is immense. Give him the pressure that makes his scalp tingle. Then, a large group of people glared fiercely in that direction, dividing them into two camps with the Star Alliance troops, one in black and the other in color. The scene was quite shocking and spectacular. Xiaoxi swayed, clinging to the motorcycle tightly to prevent herself from falling. Help! If she's guilty, a black hole would appear beneath her feet and suck her in. I'd rather not be fooling around here with a bunch of delinquents. This is too embarrassing. Because of Xiaoxi's special status, these teenagers didn't do anything out of line, and the Star Alliance didn't take any further action without receiving orders from their superiors. Who doesn't know that the Zhao family's playboy is mentally ill? At this moment, the camera flashed suddenly. Hello everyone, this is Star Line. Xiaoxi and his accomplices raced around the city 3 times, and their final destination is the Star Alliance Military Academy. I'm sure everyone knows that Lin Tanyan has returned victorious today, and will be attending the Star Alliance Military Academy. What exactly is Xiaoxi's intention in surrounding us with his men? The reporter, holding the microphone, spoke with great emotion. Frontline reporters bring you live coverage. At some point, dozens of reporters appeared, camera robots hovering in the air. Xiaoxi shielded her face with her hands. How could this happen? She just wanted to go to school. Xiaoxi made a move. She raised her hand. Is she finally going to take action? But as an S-class with a gene that doesn't express dominantly, she's not even as good as an ordinary B-class. How can she last even a second against a Super S-class Alpha? Let's see for ourselves what it means to try to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. It's asking for trouble. Xiaoxi wiped his sweat and lowered his hand. After disembarking from the starship, Lin Tanyan nodded to the surrounding Star Alliance troops and walked straight towards a discreet black hovercraft that had been parked nearby. Even as he passed Xiaoxi, he gave her a polite nod. As expected, there was nothing wrong with him. But his eyes held no trace of anything else, not even anyone here. This was perhaps a more ironic expression than contempt. Hey, he doesn't even dare to speak. And Ishu, standing beside him, raised his eyebrows with a hint of pride. We had a great success today. Xiaoxi, thank you. At this moment, Xiaoxi's brain buzzed. It was Shirigan. For 30, be at the floating hotel. What? A blind date. I've secured the opportunity for you. The rest is up to you. Shi Ruiyan seemed busy and hung up with a click. Blind date? Is interstellar life that complicated? Blind dates at 18? Zhao Shi glanced at the time. It was 4:15. She had to hurry to the blind date location, immediately reject him, and then rush to school. She still had time. She could do it. Zhao Shi said hello to an issue. I have something urgent to do. I be leaving first. An issue gave an okay sign, and the convoy parted, clearing a path for her like a tidal wave. Elsewhere, Lin Tanyan, looking at the light-up computer on his wrist, got into the business car with an expressionless face. Zhao Shi climbed onto the motorcycle, her silver rivets gleaming in the light. Her bold short black hair shone, with a few strands of dazzling blue. Above, the sky was a deep blue that almost looked black. A massive starship, emitting a pale blue glow, set sail, bound for the next battlefield. Amidst the halo of light and shadow, on one side stood the Star Alliance troops, clad in dark uniforms, their posture solemn and menacing. On the other, a dazzling array of young, unrestrained youths, dazzlingly colorful and carefree, appeared. Like a blooming summer flower, suddenly blossoming on one side of the deep black sea. These were two worlds, divided by Zhao Shi. Reporters captured this absurd scene and the pantomime-like exit. A press release accompanied the image. What is the gap? Both parents hold high positions, defending the galaxy and leading humanity forward. A gifted son. One displayed extraordinary talent from a young age, marching into battle for humanity. The other, a useless, dissolute young man, unstoppable in his rebellion and evil deeds. The gap between people can be like the difference between a shining star and the mud beneath the earth. It is a distance that can never be bridged. Chapter 6. Zhao Shi typed floating hotel into the map and rode her scooter towards the location. Arriving at the place, Zhao Shi was stunned. This was actually a hotel built in midair, the entire building appearing suspended like a hanging garden. It was clearly extremely expensive. When Zhao Shi entered, a waiter with a sweet smile bowed to her and said, "Hello, young Master Shi. How much do you want to spend here?" Zhao Shi glanced at the decor, and worried that she might not have enough money in her account. She planned to pay the bill in advance, then explain everything to him when someone arrived and leave. Madam has already arranged everything. This floor is cleared. How expensive is this? Zhao Shi muttered softly. She felt like she had truly let Shi Ruiyan down. But she didn't understand why she was going on blind dates at only 18. She still wanted to study hard. These are all your family's assets, young Master Shi. It's true that the income will be lower today, but I'm sure Madam won't mind. The waiter smiled. Zhao Shi was shocked. Her family was so wealthy. She glanced at her laptop and saw it was only a minute until 4:30, so she quickly sat down at the prepared table. The setting was beautifully decorated. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, a blend of bamboo, plum blossoms, and lingering sandalwood. The most expensive cultural heritage these days is what's known as ancient Chinese culture. Anything even remotely related to it is considered aristocratic. On the table sat a round bottle of wine. It was a pale blue liquid with blue light streaks suspended within it. In 1988-era ancient Earth, one bottle could buy a house in the city center. The sound of a guzheng zither filled the air, though the piece Zhao she had never heard before still possessed a touch of ancient charm. She had learned the guzheng in her past life, and if she hadn't been so busy, she would have at least tried to touch the strings. Just then, at exactly 4:30, a man appeared at the door. He wore a simple white shirt and looked like a young college student. He had a cardboard box on his head, completely covering his head. It was a cardboard box shaped like a cat's head, likely for cat food, with two upright paper ears. There were no holes in the box, and Zhao she was curious about how he could see the road. Could this be her blind date? After entering, the man glanced around, realizing that this was the only table occupied, and walked straight over. Hello. It was a young, boyish voice, seemingly immature, yet strangely calm and composed beyond his age. Hello, are you here for a blind date? Zhao Shi asked. Yes. Zhao Shi thought, since she seemed to be an alpha, her blind date would be an omega? Zhao Shi's expression faltered for a moment. So a man who could give birth? Wow, how amazing. Are you an omega? The man seemed unprepared for the question. After a few seconds, he replied yes. The two sat down at opposite ends of the table. Zhao Shi checked the time. She was in a hurry to report to school and couldn't waste any more time. How long would this conversation last? She assumed this young man was also arranged by his family. She was actually quite reluctant. Otherwise, why would he show up with a cardboard box on his head, Not even wanting to show his face? Zhao Shi understood perfectly well. This must be his way of silently protesting the blind date. She was about to directly state that she had no intention of going on a blind date either, but she quickly noticed the waiters staring intently at the situation. Seeing she caught them, they pretended to look elsewhere. These waiters were Shirian's people. So, she couldn't just say it directly. What should she do? Zhao Shi lowered her eyes, thinking for a moment, then, with a flick of her eyelids, had an idea. She raised her head, winked at the person before her, then lifted her long legs and began to sway. With one hand supporting her head, she leaned lazily against the table, gazing at him with a naked gaze. Are you still in college? The other person nodded. Yes. School's about to start. School's about to start, too. Zhao Shi sighed, then added, but for an Omega to go to college is such a waste of time. Isn't it enough for an Omega to just have children? You should have more children while you're still young. Luckily, when Zhao Shi was browsing Starnet, he's seen a lot of posts where Omegas thought Alphas were confusing their posts. He'd just been looking at them for fun, but now he come up with something useful. She's got a decent figure. She should be a good fertile girl. Zhao Shi commented, stroking his chin. Why aren't you saying anything? Don't you agree? Let me tell you, my family's financially well off, and you won't be working, so why would you want to study? You've heard the old saying, an Omega's virtue lies in his lack of talent, right? It makes so much sense. Just serve me well from now on. Zhao Shi winked, hinting that he could get angry and just leave. Then, they could both explain their disagreement to their elders. But the man in front of her just listened quietly, not moving a muscle. Did he think her acting wasn't up to par? So Zhao Shi began to push food towards him. Eat more. I like big butts. The boy gripped the cup, his jade-like fingers tightening. Then, while picking up food, Zhao Shi touched his hand. It was delicate and warm, and she could feel the raised knuckles, and a few thin calluses at the base of his thumb. Zhao Shi was puzzled for a moment. It seemed that student calluses weren't left in this area. Then, the blue ancient earth was splashed in her face. Zhao Shi inhaled sharply, and cold water dripped down her cheek. She raised her hand to wipe the water from her eyelashes, feeling a chill. Then she looked up at the boy, a flicker of admiration in her eyes. His acting was quite good. Little O, you have a bit of a temper. She shook her hair. It's okay. I just like spicy food. Heh. The boy sneered, stood up, and walked away. What's going on? Zhao Shi held out her hand. No. Don't go. She stood up and raised her head. If you walk out this door today, you never be worthy of entering my home, Zhao Batian Cheese. Watching the man disappear through the doorway, Zhao Shi wiped her hair. TSK, what a discerning Omega. He can't even look down on an alpha like my Shishao? I'm afraid he never get married. No, he must be feeling low, right? He knows he's not good enough for me. Zhao Shi raised her voice again, her peripheral vision catching sight of the waiters. With her behavior like this, Shirian probably wouldn't be so obsessed with finding her a partner anymore. Even finding one would be a miracle. Very good. Zhao Shi glanced at the time, feigning an angry expression as she strode out of the hotel, and quickly hopped on her scooter. Only 15 minutes left. After just a few dozen minutes of intense training, Zhao Shi had already mastered her riding skills to perfection. She started the scooter and shot off like a rocket. Go! She had to go to school. The car window rolled up, revealing a young man with a grim expression in the back seat. Drive faster. What's wrong, Xiaoyan? Are you feeling unwell? The driver was a retired Star Alliance soldier, severely wounded in the battlefield and unable to operate a mecha. A long, hideous scar on his face made him look intimidating, but he was a kind-hearted man. It's okay, just an old injury. The driver's expression changed upon hearing this. Then I take you to the hospital right away. No need. Come to my house. I can handle it myself, Lin Tanyan said. The driver trusted his judgment. He always handled things with a steady hand. So they sped up, and soon arrived at his house. You go back. I go to school by myself tomorrow. Lin Tanyan said this, and got out of the car. Entering the yard and making sure no one else was around, Lin Tanyan's upright and stable posture instantly relaxed, and he practically stumbled all the way into the house. Once inside, he could no longer hold on, and fell to the ground. A blush streamed down the corners of his eyes, a hazy, watery glow. Lin Tanyan gritted his teeth, trying not to make a sound. He wouldn't be hurt at all. Few things could hurt him. He was simply in the heat of passion. But why was it so early? And it came without any warning. This had never happened before. Lin Tanyan remembered that he had only touched one person today, and that glass of wine. His eyes darkened. She drugged it. It's possible, but ordinary drugs wouldn't have any effect on him. Zhao Shi. This was the first time Lin Tanyan had met this person today, this famous playboy. As expected, alphas are not good people, he thought. But he quickly put all distracting thoughts aside. Insignificant people didn't deserve even a moment in his thoughts. Lin Tanyan struggled to stand, feeling every blood vessel in his body cramp. He went to the refrigerator to get the inhibitor. After opening it, a trace of regret crossed his face. There was only one inhibitor left. Because the passion period hadn't yet ended, the inhibitor's effective period was short, and he hadn't had time to refill it. But he hadn't expected the passion period to be so strange. He immediately withdrew the syringe, raised his hand, and injected the inhibitor into the gland with his backhand. But his discomfort didn't ease much. While one injection for others lasted 3 days, he had to take 3 at a time, and 3 times a day. And with each period of passion, his dosage had to be increased as his resistance to the drug grew. And as the only Super S-Class, there would never be anyone else who could match him. He would have to rely on these inhibitors for the rest of his life, until his death. At these moments, he felt like an uncontrollable beast, his will as a human being completely sapped. Who could have known that the only Super S-Class Alpha in the galaxy was actually an Omega? And yet, even the strongest S-Class Alpha succumbed to his pheromones. What a irony. Even himself. No, absolutely impossible. Lin Tanyan's whole body was trembling, his fingers clenched on the table, until their knuckles turned white. He ripped open the drawer, but lost control of his strength, and the contents spilled out. In a panic, he grasped the knife precisely from the pile of falling objects. He couldn't wait any longer. The blade instantly deflected. It was a cold, snow-white knife, but the edge was tinged with a purple edge. It was made from the spine of the purple steel beetle, the hardest of the Zerg, and it was the sharpest knife currently made. Lin Tanyan raised his hand to pull back the collar that was covering his neck. The pale pink, rounded hole at the back of his neck seemed to be breathing, contracting like a jellyfish. His finger accidentally touched the gland, causing it to suddenly contract. He lowered his eyelids, and a breath escaped his throat. He raised his arm, and placed the tip of the knife against the gland with his backhand. The cold tip made him shudder. He tightened his fingers and slashed down hard. Bright red blood trickled down the hilt of the knife, and the corners of his lips trembled as he curled his lips. His recovery was remarkable. The glands he had opened rapidly sprouted new cells from the wound, granulation tissue pressing against the blade, trying to force the heretic out. Veins bulged on the back of his hand, and he pushed down hard. The blade half buried the back of his neck, sinking deeply into the flesh. Blood surged down his arm. The blood stained the white carpet, spreading, and soaking the ground. Lin Tanyan fell face down, his eyelids drooping slightly, his thin shirt rumpled. Golden sunlight filtered through the leaves and windowsill onto him, a shimmering, mottled light that seemed to drape him like a thin golden blanket. The combination of blood and sunlight evoked a strange sense of fragmentation. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the glaring light. Everything in this world felt so disgusting. He hated glands. If he had a choice, he would rather live as an ordinary person. Not a Super S-Class being controlled by glands. Chapter 7. Zhao Shi drove as fast as she could in her life, and finally arrived at the school at 4:55. Seeing the large characters Galaxy Federation Media University before her, Zhao Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. But it wasn't over yet. She still had to find her department, and complete her registration within the last 5 minutes. A security guard stopped her. Wait! Zhao Shi quickly pulled out her wrinkled admissions letter, the word so wrinkled it was barely legible. She smoothed the paper and placed it in front of the security guard. She gave what she thought was a sweet smile. I'm a student reporting. Another security guard stepped forward, nervously blocking the first one behind him. Oh, student, you can come in. Thank you. Zhao Shi shoved the letter back in and rushed into the school. Captain Huang, I seem to remember motorcycles not being allowed into the school during school hours. The security guard asked the captain beside him, puzzled. Captain Huang glanced at him. Didn't you notice the name on the notice? She's Zhao Shi. Director Shi's daughter? The Zhao Shi who's been getting a lot of flack online lately. What else? Captain Huang continued, if I hadn't stopped you, the wheels might have run you over. That's true. After I stopped her, that sinister smile she gave me clearly indicated she was about to attack. Thinking about it now, it gives me a chill. Oh, the tragic situation in the western suburbs. TSK, what kind of person is she capable of? Captain Huang spoke with the tone of someone who's experienced it. Yes, you've heard that saying, right? Gentlemen can be provoked, but villains can't. And the kind you can't mess with the most are those arrogant, disregarding human life, and yet possessing power and influence. The security guard nearby nodded in agreement. It was summer, and the sun was a bit glaring. The campus was planted with various trees and flowers, providing some shade to mitigate the heat. After entering the school, Zhao Shi asked for directions along the way, and finally found the location for her professional report. Zhao Shi's eyes never left the time on the laptop. It was now 4:59. She panted as she reached the office door. Hello, teacher. I'm a student reporting in. Sorry, I had something to do today, so I'm a little late. The teacher seemed to be looking at something on the desktop laptop. Zhao Shi waited quietly, then saw the office clock hit 5 o'clock. It's past the reporting time. How come you have no sense of time? The teacher suddenly spoke. His voice was a little shrill and unfriendly, as he lowered his head to fiddle with the laptop. We're off duty now, so we won't be handling enrollment. Then should I come tomorrow? Zhao Shi asked cautiously. Tomorrow? Do you know what kind of school our Xinglian Media University is? It's on par with Xinglian Military Academy. Is that how you treat a school? He slammed the documents on the desk. What kind of student are you? What time do you say? Why don't you just be the teacher? Li Fanqing looked up, and was met with that sharp, yet slightly sinister face. It inexplicably unnerved him. He paused for a moment, then continued, no waiting. I take the exam next year. What? Zhao Shi's voice was deep and cold, and to others it sounded like a threatening question. Li Fanqing shuddered at her words. He now carefully observed the person before him. He seemed familiar. Then his gaze flickered back and forth between Zhao Shi's face and the laptop screen on his desk, finally settling on the admission letter in her hand. The light in Zhao Shi's eyes dimmed. She had once again missed her chance to go to college. She was truly useless. Okay. She put away the admission letter. Never mind. At worst, I have to wait another year, just enough to get a feel for what the Interstellar college entrance exam was like. Interstellar script was a bit like a variation of script from her past life. She had already learned most of it, and there was still room for her to learn more and understand more about this world. Thinking of this, she felt energized again and was about to leave the office. Zhao Shi? Li Fanqing suddenly called out to her. Directing and screenwriting, right? Yes. Zhao Shi turned around. Oh, the reason I said you can't register is because I already registered for you. I was just kidding, I hope you don't mind. Li Fanqing had stood up without him noticing, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to her with a friendly smile. Zhao Shi looked down at the Omega teacher, who was over a head shorter than her, unsure whether she should accept the tea. Why did you come to register in person? Have you seen the dorm yet? His tone was completely different from before. As he served the tea, he invited Zhao Shi to sit on the sofa nearby. No. This sudden change of attitude left Zhao Shi bewildered. Of course, if you don't want to live on campus, that's fine. The dorm conditions aren't as good as yours. No, I'd rather live on campus, Zhao Shi said immediately. That way, she could interact more with her peers, and maybe even make some friends. Then I show you around the school? No, I won't bother you getting off work. Why are you so polite? Here you go. The teacher handed her a booklet. The new student orientation guide has a map and some arrangements, as well as a 4D electronic map. I uploaded to your laptop. How do I pay tuition? You actually still remember to pay tuition. You really care about the school. Li Fanqing's face practically broke with laughter. He patiently explained, the school Star Network ID is on the guide. Just follow it and pay online. Zhao Shi thanked him and left the office. After she left, Li Fanqing stared at her departure direction, patted his chest, and let out a long sigh. I was so short-sighted. I almost offended this great Buddha. Li Fanqing slumped back into his chair, his gaze shifting to the screen before him. A picture on the screen was rapidly gaining popularity online, having been shared over 100 million times in just a few minutes. It was an aerial view, a truly stunning sight. The image, half black and half colorful, depicted the tit-for-tat confrontation between the two factions, a situation of irreconcilable incompatibility. And at the very center, the instigator of this entire incident, was Zhao Shi. What had gotten into this idiot? He actually went directly to the Star Alliance Military Academy to challenge Lin Tanyin. He was the son of a star, the only Super S-Class Alpha in the entire galaxy. Which faction wasn't fawning over him now? Only the Zhao family dared to so brazenly oppose the Lin family. This high-definition image perfectly depicts the Intergalactic Federation's forces confronting the complex and powerful aristocratic families behind the dandies of the capital, Blue Dream Star. What turning point will this incident lead to in history? After thanking her, Zhao Shi took the map and left the classroom, heading for her dorm. Downstairs, she discovered the betting office was closed. She sighed. It looked like she'd have to sleep on the slats tonight. She took the elevator upstairs and found room 666, the dorm assigned to her by the school. Arriving at the door, Zhao Shi checked her face on her laptop, composed her friendliest smile, mentally practiced her greetings to her roommates, took a few deep breaths, and opened the door. The dorm was empty. It was a single room. Zhao Shi's smile suddenly softened, and she realized how exhausting it was to maintain a smile. This dorm didn't feel like a dorm at all. It felt more like a luxury hotel. Then she discovered that even the bed was made, the sheets and quilt neatly spread, and all the toiletries were there. Tired after a long day, Zhao Shi collapsed on the bed, staring at the ceiling and lost in thought. Ever since she traveled to this world, she was still a little uncomfortable. One reason was the environment, and another was her identity as an alpha. She always felt awkward going to the bathroom and showering, so every time she wiped it, she just closed her eyes and swiped past it, never really knowing if it was clean. And what about the brain-eating monster she seen when she first woke up? What on earth was that? It could have killed tens of thousands of people in such a short time, and the Star Alliance officials had concealed the true information. Could it be some alien race invading? Lin Tanyan returned victorious. Could it be these monsters he fought? If the matter had been resolved, that would be wonderful. Zhao Shi sighed, missing the old days so much. In this world, humanity's survival is constantly threatened by various threats. The galaxy is less stable than before, with frequent magnetic storms sweeping through it, and there are also threats of contamination, mutants, and underground organizations. Zhao Shi discovered through a search on the Star Network that humanity had been under the tyrannical rule of the Zerg for hundreds of years, and that it was only after great sacrifices that they finally achieved victory. In the battles with non-human races, human gender gradually evolved into the ABO classification. Alphas and Omegas can somehow use pheromones as powerful weapons in combat, but they make up a relatively small proportion of the human population, only about 2 or 3 in 10. Zhao Shi knew that she carried strong S-level alpha genes, but for some unknown reason, they couldn't express them outwardly. She didn't even have pheromones. This seemed to be a genetic disease, but her S-level genes could be passed on to the next generation. Given the Federation's current policy of encouraging alphas and omegas to have more children for the benefit of society, if war broke out, an S-class creature like her, with recessive genes, would likely be locked up in a laboratory and bred to death. Zhao Shi shuddered at the thought. This was simply terrifying. She knew she wasn't being overly concerned. During the war between humans and the Zerg, such laboratories truly existed. She could only pray that a war of that scale wouldn't happen again, or else a weakling like her would be slaughtered and slain. Fortunately, there were powerful Super S levels like Lin Tanyan. She suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Even if the sky fell, there were tall people to hold it up. She knew she wasn't the tall one, but there was always someone who would be. Just then, Zhao Shi saw a notice in the college's professional group chat about a freshman party at 6 p.m. This was the group Professor Li Fengxing had just invited her to. Someone in the group saw her join, and sent a welcoming emoji. Zhao Shi quickly replied with a thank you and a shy emoji, then kept an eye out for anyone else in the group welcoming her. She had to maintain good relationships with her classmates. After waiting for a few minutes, she found no results, so she started searching star.net for what are the things to keep in mind when attending the freshman party. Freshmen should be discreet. Freshman parties are ostensibly for freshmen, but they're actually a comprehensive assessment of their abilities before admission. All your actions will be recorded. Remember, don't be too ostentatious. Otherwise, you'll be put on high alert. Too many points deducted could even result in you being disqualified from admission. Zhao Shi remembered. She must keep a low profile and not offend anyone. Ideally, she could make 1 or 2 friends who shared her social anxiety and a love for gaming. She wanted to introduce Kill the Black Hole to her new friends. Then, when she wasn't in class, she could stay in her dorm and play with them. Of course, fun games are more fun with friends. But she hadn't anticipated that today would be another day of her fame. Chapter 8. Zhao Shi headed for the location the group had mentioned. She figured the party would be a performance by the school singing and dancing club, with everyone sitting and watching, and then the school leaders would chat a bit at the end. She would just huddle in the far corner, taking the opportunity to strike up a conversation with the new students also sitting there, and then she could make friends. She didn't have a single friend in this world yet. She still didn't consider the playboys the original owner knew to be her friends, and if she got too close to them, she'd be exposed quickly, right? She also wanted to avoid risk as much as possible and keep a low profile in this world. But when she arrived, she realized it was completely different. The lobby was resplendent with gold and brilliance, and people in formal attire were chatting and laughing. At first glance, she thought she stepped into one of those high society social dances you see on TV. And she was standing there in a punk dark outfit, looking like an idiot. It wasn't her fault. Her closet truly had no other clothes, and she hadn't had time to buy any. Will the school ever give out uniforms? It seems. University doesn't have uniforms. She walked in, braving the wind. Someone seemed to be looking at her, and she lowered her head. Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. The lights in the hall suddenly dimmed, and everyone began to dance. Figures swayed in the middle of the dance floor, and everyone's attention was focused on the dance floor. She breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced around and headed straight for the buffet area on the other side. A conveyor belt constantly rotated, offering different types of food, as well as luminous wine and various juices. She chose a drink with tiny, shimmering white beads in it. She thought it resembled the popping pearl fruit tea she often drank in her previous life. She took a big sip, and when she bit into the bead, a thick, fragrant juice suddenly gushed out, carrying a strange milky aroma. It felt quite good, and she downed 3 glasses in a row. After eating and drinking, she sat there feeling a little bored. Seeing all those people gathered in groups, seemingly familiar with each other, she admitted to feeling a little envious. Will she find her friends today? After looking around for a while, she finally spotted a girl in the corner of the conveyor belt, just like her, alone and seemingly bored. The girl was wearing a loose sweatshirt and lying on the stage. She walked over and saw her playing a game on a screen the size of a tablet, projecting the computer screen onto a tablet. The game interface was actually the game she had played before, Zerg Conquest, which could be played directly on the computer, away from the holographic cabin. Is that great player not playing the game today? Sigh, what a shame. The girl was chatting online with a friend. Yes, it's the center of the Sunset Red Square girl group. Her playstyle is incredible. So cool. If only I could meet her. I love to play games with her. Dungeon crawls with her are like winning without any effort, haha. She had been slowly moving over, but when she saw her playing with her friends, she was about to back off. But then she heard her ID and faltered. She took a few deep breaths and walked over to the girl. She gently poked her on the back and offered a friendly smile. Hello, classmate. Are you playing Zerg Wars too? Want to join us? I'm Sunset. Before she could finish her words, she felt a sudden gust of wind whistling from her back. She instinctively jerked her head to the side, and a fist as big as a sandbag grazed her neck. Accustomed to playing holographic games, she unleashed a backhand combo, twisting her arm backward and forward, instantly knocking the massive attacker to the ground. A burst of gasps erupted from the crowd, and she finally realized what she had done. She was about to apologize when the massive male alpha stood up and approached, his hands clenched in anticipation. I've been watching you for a long time. You've been spying on my girlfriend for ages, and now you've even dared to attack her directly. You're truly tired of living. He shouted, where are you, fellow journalism students? Come and beat up this perverted alpha who's coveting someone else's girlfriend. What the heck? This shout instantly caught everyone's attention, and the noise on the dance floor stopped. Someone flicked on the lights, revealing a bewildered young girl at the buffet table, looking up tremblingly. Next to her stood a tall, slender female alpha with a cold, pale complexion and gloomy eyes. She had a pair of fierce eyes, dark brown that looked a bit like crimson at first glance, their corners slightly upturned and tinged with a faint black shadow. She looked down at the crowd with a cold gaze, her lips pursed, and she said nothing. She had acquiesced. And her eyes seemed to tell them all, come on, if you dare. A dozen people in the crowd stepped forward, looking at each other, feeling guilty and afraid to step forward. She thought to herself, help! Damn it! Why are so many people looking at her? Is she going to get beaten? She knew she shouldn't go out, but who doesn't go out to school? Explain quickly. She forced herself to open her mouth. I just want to play games with your girlfriend? She suddenly remembered her identity. She was an alpha, and this girl was an omega. Just playing games? Or at a party? What kind of games? What kind of games? You're kidding. Who would believe that? What's wrong with stealing your girlfriend? Who our young master she sets his sights on, he get. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. A dashing man in a white suit emerged. His hair was slicked back and adorned with silver glitter, making him look incredibly fashionable. And Ishu leaned against the counter, one leg raised, looking nonchalant. You know what? Today's party is for young master she's matriculation. Otherwise, how could you, a bunch of mediocre commoners, even be allowed in? Zhao Shi, why is this idiot here again? You're Zhao Shi? The male alpha instantly deflated upon hearing her name. Everyone knew Zhao. She was the most notorious playboy in the interstellar world. She was known for her untold evil and vindictive nature. Even after recently killing so many people, she was still able to attend school. Plus, the shareholders behind Star Alliance Media University were already powerful families. The male alpha thought, since he still had to go to school here and survive on Blue Dream Star, Zhao, she was someone he couldn't afford to offend. The male alpha turned to his girlfriend and said, then you should stay with her. She'd definitely be happier than with me. He hurriedly backed away. Young master I absolutely have no intention of competing with you for your child. I'm out. I'm leaving right now. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the scene. The girl playing games stared blankly at Zhao Shi. What do you want to do? Zhao Shi hurriedly explained, I just wanted to ask you about the game. I don't have any other thoughts. Don't overthink it. And Ishu smiled knowingly at her. Right. Love games, playing with the feelings of young women. You're the best at it. Can you shut up if you can't talk? Zhao Shi glanced at Ishu. Okay, I won't say any more. And Ishu smiled ambiguously, making a zipper-zipping gesture. The girl seemed startled, and with the crowds of people watching, she stood up with her head down, her shoulders shaking, as if she were crying. Zhao Shi was at a loss for what to do. He reached out to comfort her. I really didn't mean to. Fearing he'd be mistaken for a groper again, Zhao Shi stopped mid-stretch and tried to pull his hand back, only to be suddenly grabbed by a pair of cool, small hands. The girl slowly raised her head. They all say you're the most dissolute playboy in the galaxy, with the worst character imaginable, a scumbag who loves to toy with Omega's feelings. Her face suddenly flushed. But I'm different from them. I don't care about what's inside, I only care about the face. The girl looked up at her and blinked. Sister, I can do it. Zhao Shi, huh? The girl shyly extended her other hand. Isn't it time to go to the dance floor? Zhao Shi abruptly took 2 steps back. Misunderstanding. It really is a misunderstanding. This time, she finally spoke without getting tongue-tied. If she kept this up, she was going to get into big trouble. Do you have a dance partner? The girl's eyes dimmed. Then why did you ask me? Yes, I have a partner. Zhao Shi pulled an Ishu over to him. Come on, Angu. We agreed we give a dance on behalf of the freshmen. And Ishu's cool, broken eyebrow arched. When did you say? Zhao Shi quickly covered an Ishu's mouth and dragged him away. However, Zhao Shi had no idea how to dance, and an Ishu was a complete novice either. As a result, they kept stepping on each other's feet, until they both got so angry that they danced harder and harder, kicking each other back and forth, accidentally stepping on others' feet. Oh my god, who kicked me like a pig's hoof? Who is the pig's hoof scolding? Who should scold who? Who kicked me in the ass? The fight escalated. The dark hall was ablaze with colorful lights. Someone had secretly changed the music, and now the song The Most Dazzling Interstellar Wind filled the room, its dynamic lighting and powerful rhythm perfectly complementing it. What a restless night. In the latter part of the night, moonlight permeated the night sky. 2 bright moons hung in the sky, one on the left and one on the right. This was a characteristic of Blue Dream Planet, a planet with 2 natural satellites that resembled the moon. Zhao Shi dragged her unconscious feet back to her dorm. She lived in a separate campus, designated for alphas. Since there were so few alphas attending Communication University, most of them were wealthy kids, who were just trying to get by. They didn't like living on campus, so the result was, Zhao Shi was the only one in the entire building. It was also today that Zhao Shi finally understood the significance of her alpha status. It meant she no longer had a precious child with whom she could eat, drink, play games, and gossip. Zhao Shi glanced at the moon in the sky. There were now 2 moons. She returned to her dorm room and shivered alone on the ultra-luxurious Star Dream bed the school had specially provided for her. It was scorching hot, yet she wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, leaving only her eyes exposed. For no other reason than she was a bit afraid of ghosts. Alone in her own building, the night was as quiet as if she had lost her hearing. Looking out the window at the dim moonlight, she felt like something was lurking on the windowsill, staring at her. She kept glancing at the windowsill, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. How about playing Kill the Black Hole? When she had some free time, she could pick a few lucky netizens and give them a beating. Even without a holographic chamber, perhaps she could still play in tablet mode. She tried to open the game on her computer, and it actually opened. Then, her vision went black, her consciousness seemed to be squeezed out, and she was moving through a distant tunnel. After a while, she opened her eyes. She felt a very real touch, and the smell of blood permeated the air, so strong and overwhelming that it was nauseating. She was shocked. It was actually holographic mode. But she clearly didn't use a holographic chamber. Why was that? Furthermore, she didn't enter the restarted game interface. So where was she now? Chapter 9. She was now trapped in a pool of black water, thick and viscous, resembling both blood and mud. What was going on? Logically, after being ejected from the base, she should have been eaten by the giant monster and died, which should have led to her entering the character reset screen. Most of her body was submerged in the water, making movement difficult, and she could feel a burning pain as if from boiling water. It seemed to be an acidic substance. She tried to pull herself out of the pool, but was unable to move. At that moment, she suddenly noticed a number of dark red vines resembling blood vessels growing nearby, extending from the pool. So she grabbed hold of one of them, and inched herself towards shore. The vine felt sticky and elastic. She examined it, and wondered if it was actually a blood vessel. As soon as this thought occurred to her, the object in her hand began to move like a snake scorching hot. Blood vessels surged from all directions, whipping towards her. She quickly grabbed one and followed its movement, bouncing from the mire and landing on the ground. At the same moment, she heard the monster's roar, and the entire ground shook. She was in the monster's belly. She wasn't dead. Densely packed with blood vessels, emitting a foul odor, they squirmed like worms, and if stepped on, they would immediately wrap around like snakes. With the blood vessels hot on her heels, she ran in the direction of the sound. Her vocal cords were near the monster's mouth. She had to get out of here. But how could prey once it was in the monster's belly be let go so easily? Blood vessels blocked her path from all sides, and then she smelled a stench so strong it nearly pierced her nostrils. She gagged. She had never smelled anything so foul in her life. This game was too honest. The sensory experience wasn't compromised at all. The intense stench was accompanied by a gush of black digestive fluid, surging like a torrential wave from behind. She reacted quickly, stepping onto the cave wall and leaping upward, grabbing the blood vessels and swinging forward. At the same time, she opened the system panel to check her skills, only to discover that her character had none. What kind of crappy game was this? How was she supposed to play? Where were her weapons? She didn't even have one. OMG, were they supposed to use her hands? She glanced around, her little brain stirring. It wasn't impossible. She grabbed a vein and tried to dig at it a few times, but finding it wouldn't budge, she twisted it a few times in her hand, then yanked it downwards. Then, running up the cave wall, and using her weight for leverage, she finally pulled one out with a bang. She repeated the same process, weaving several more together to create a whip. It looked incredibly resilient, and would deliver a painful blow. Her actions completely enraged the monster, and its veins sprouted, sprouting red thorns. One of them struck Xiaoxi's body, leaving a red mark, oozing clear tissue fluid. Xiaoxi felt the pain of the wound tearing open. Wasn't her character a cyborg? Xiaoxi had originally thought it was similar to a robot, but she hadn't expected it to be injured and painful. So, the cyborg seemed to be a combination of a machine and some kind of living thing. Xiaoxi raised her hand and swung her newly named blood whip. It swung like the wind, sweeping away the obstructing blood vessels and spiky spikes, clearing a path for her. A faint glimmer of light shone ahead, and the slope suddenly steepened. With a flicker of her arm, she swung the blood whip firmly into the light. Xiaoxi knew it was a monster's tooth. Xiaoxi pulled her arm back with all her might, flipping upward. It was indeed a massive mouth. The hole lay before her, its jagged teeth standing like sharp rocks. Through the teeth, Xiaoxi unexpectedly caught sight of a beam of brilliant starlight, but she had no time to marvel at its beauty. For, like a falling meteor, it pierced her forehead. Facing the light, Xiaoxi felt a powerful pressure, as if she were about to be annihilated from this world. Like facing a star, in that instant, she seemed to understand the feeling of coercion described in fairy tales. The meteor barely streaked past her, like a brush with death. The next moment, the monster let out a heart-wrenching roar, nearly causing her to vomit blood. The world flipped, and Zhao Shi fell back, dazed and disoriented. The monster's internal organs were ripped open, a mess, and all sorts of bodily fluids and blood gushed out like a fountain. Who the hell is this? What bastard? Zhao Shi couldn't help but curse. She had almost escaped, but now she was thrown back to where she was, and her head was drenched in an unknown substance. At that moment, a gleaming light shone from above, and Zhao Shi immediately climbed up. Clad in blood, she crawled out from the rip in the giant monster's back, and the meteor-like blade of light had actually split it in two. Zhao Shi shook her hair, shaking off the blood. From the laceration near the spine, she plucked a thin, pure-colored tendon from the monster and pulled it out. It was incredibly elastic, a deep red with a lingering black aura, and it was still bouncing like a fish. She pinched it hard a few times, and it stopped moving. She raised her hand and gathered her snow-silver hair, using the tendon to tie it into a high ponytail and a bow. Then she looked up and saw a godlike figure standing before her. The starlight extinguished at his fingertips, dreamlike, like a fading silver firework. His cold, pale blue eyes held nothing in them. Rampant and speechless. Zhao Shi recognized him instantly. Those eyes shifted towards her, almost inorganically. A gaze as if nothing existed. That gaze suddenly reminded Zhao Shi of someone she had met not long ago. Then Zhao Shi saw a scene resembling hell on earth. Corpses were strewn everywhere. Huge black monsters were tossed carelessly on the ground like garbage, their black blood flowing everywhere, forming small lakes and staining the ground black. Then, Hengxing Huiyan slaughtered another one with a backhand. The ground shook, and the monster collapsed with a thud. Why did the monsters feel a little pitiful? Aside from the earth-shaking roars of the various monsters before their deaths, the entire area was utterly silent. But in reality, quite a few people were hiding here, watching the excitement. And now, Zhao Shi was one of them. What the hell? Has Hengxing Huiyan gone dark and crazy? Zhao Shi asked the player squatting in the grass nearby. Then Zhao Shi realized there was something wrong with his question. He hadn't been through anything, hadn't he? You don't know. A nearby player named Kai Gobuko said, I remember when he first joined the game. Not long after, back then, he was still on Xianwang Star. Suddenly, for 2 days, he went crazy, killing monsters everywhere. He almost wiped out the entire area. He's so fierce. Player Musei, could it be that someone in your family was killed by a monster, and these days are their death anniversary? Lu, your family's death anniversary is once every 1 or 2 months. Musei squinted and smiled. Oh, I see. It must be the Alpha's passion phase, but they don't have an Omega of their own. How pitiful. With nowhere else to vent, they can only release their energy in games. Makes sense. 7 or 8 people were squatting in the grass pile, looking at each other and nodding. How pitiful. Poor lonely widower. Then, a familiar flash of light struck, so fast that almost no one had time to react. Then, the head of the player named Musei flew off. The 8 Diagrass squad scattered in an instant. An Alpha in the passion phase, unsatisfied, is truly terrifying. Zhao Shi thought to herself. Thank goodness, she won't be like that. Chapter 10. Player Musei lost his head, but Hengxing Huiyan had actually shown mercy. Given his strength, that blow could easily have gone for his heart. After all, in this game, the heart is the most important thing. The powerful impact knocked Musei to the ground, and his head flew out like a watermelon, but was quickly caught by someone else. The wound in his neck continuously oozed a green liquid, which looked disgusting and reminded him of some kind of green cabbage worm. Zhao Shi thought the person who received the head would bring it back to him, and was about to watch the reattachment. Instead, he saw the person holding his head, wiping it, then clicking on the interface. A white dot appeared next to the person, and he threw the head into the white dot. He actually put someone else's head in his backpack. Zhao Shi felt a chill. Then, the headless Musei struggled to his feet. Zhao Shi walked over. Are you okay? Musei suddenly moved aside, as if he had seen a ghost, to prevent her from approaching. He couldn't see, and even running was impossible. He stumbled and fell back to the ground. At that moment, the other men suddenly rushed over. Zhao Shi figured that since this man had lost his head, he should be taken to the base for repair. To his surprise, they began to dismantle his legs and arms. The limbs were still trembling, the veins inside seemed warm, and an unknown fluid was oozing everywhere. The men were wary of Zhao Shi, but when they realized she had no intention of stealing anything, they ignored her. This piece of silver iron is still usable. Another man said, this arm can be reassembled with a little steel beetle gene. Last time, I was stung by a poisonous sting, and my left leg was completely ripped apart. This time, I can probably use a replacement. They moved quickly, as if they were snatching some treasure. Soon, only the middle body remained. Is this called a human stick? She was stunned. But in the end, they didn't even spare this human stick. Someone pulled out a set of tools resembling screwdrivers, but clearly made of much higher quality material. The wooden body was dismantled piece by piece, leaving only the white bead that had been embedded in the center of the body, lying alone on the ground. So, she had witnessed a grab for equipment? She only then realized that everything in the body was replaceable. After they left, she walked over and picked up the bead. Why didn't they want it? So, was this character considered dead? Probably, after all, it was dismembered. Just as he touched the bead, she heard a sound. To be more precise, it wasn't heard so much as felt. Please, help me get back to base. I give you black coins, lots and lots of them. Xiaoxi's eyes lit up when she heard the word black coins. That's what she needed. Are you this bead? Don't you know? Isn't consciousness stored in the consciousness bead? I don't mind taking one of your beads, but I can't go back to base. I've been exiled. The voice was almost pleading. Then, can you put me in your backpack? If you leave me here alone, if the consciousness bead is destroyed by a monster or someone else, I really die here. Okay. Xiaoxi thought it was just a matter of convenience. She clicked the backpack button on the game interface, and a white light appeared beside her. She tossed the consciousness bead into it. Xiaoxi looked around. The planet she was on was extremely lush with vegetation, with trees everywhere that blocked out the sun. However, these trees were a strange gray-black color. The system displayed her current location on Xianzhou's star. This was because Xianzhou's star was ranked 10th in the dangerous zone of the 12-star chain, also known as the 10th zone. This area was only accessible to players at level 20 or above. Xiaoxi glanced at the level 1 above her head. She hadn't expected that she had skipped 2 dungeons by being eaten by a strange monster and carried here. Next to her was the monster that had swallowed her. Xiaoxi stared at its crimson, death-defying eyes and massive body. Suddenly, a small dialogue box popped up next to it. Do you want to collect? Xiaoxi tentatively clicked yes, and then saw the small white dot she had seen before appear beside her. With a whoosh, it sucked the monster in. She vaguely remembered seeing an introduction in the novice hall that these monsters could be exchanged for black coins. Xiaoxi looked around, and a sudden surge of excitement welled up in her heart. This mountain was filled with monsters that Hengxing Huiyan had slaughtered to vent his anger. If she collected them all, wouldn't that bring her one step closer to paying off her 10 million debt? Hengxing Huiyan, do you still want these corpses? Xiaoxi shouted, turning around, but he was nowhere to be seen. He must have gone somewhere else to go crazy again. It wouldn't be a waste to kill them all. I help you clean up the scene and restore this planet to its beautiful blue skies. So Xiaoxi collected corpses as she saw them, constantly clicking collect. She discovered that the system could adjust its collection field of view. By simply widening her field of view, the system could directly identify and collect a large number of strange corpses. Following these corpses, Xiaoxi could vaguely determine Hengxing Huiyan's current location, so she headed in that direction. She began to formulate a plan. Since there were no guides for this game on StarNet, and Hengxing Huiyan was the most skilled player she had ever met in the game, she might as well learn from him and ask him how he got his weapons and skills. So, Hengxing Huiyan killed and Xiaoxi collected as he went. She felt incredibly clever. If Hengxing Huiyan asked for these monsters, she would return them to him, taking the opportunity to collect some labor fees for his help and also get a chance to ask him for game tips. Xiaoxi followed the silent trail, leaving no grass or corpse anywhere. It was a clean, tidy place. Looking at the pristine forest, free of any strange filth, she felt like a true guardian of the environment. The ground suddenly shook slightly, and dust from the leaves on one side rustled down. In a place like this, a small earthquake wouldn't be a big deal. But Xiaoxi had a foreboding premonition. She reacted quickly, wielding her blood whip and wrapping it around a nearby tree trunk to propel her upward. Almost instantly, her steel-like legs sprang out from where she had been, accompanied by a massive, black maw. What the hell is this? Xiaoxi felt a cold sweat break out on her back as she clung to the branch. It looked a bit like the thing she feared most, the thing that made her scalp tingle and her limbs go limp at the mere sight of it. The ground shook, and the other 4 steel legs suddenly popped out. A massive spider with 16 legs emerged from the ground. Its 8 lower legs scurried along the ground at high speed, and its back also had 8 legs, each covered in tiny mouthparts. Xiaoxi, shock. She almost lost her grip on the tree. She had never seen such a lousy spider in her life. This is absolutely amazing, Game Planner. If there were a game review, I give you 5 stars. Each of its legs moved with great speed. A large mass of rich, milky-colored silk spurted from its head, and all 8 legs extended from its head, all coming towards them, blocking its prey's escape route. Zhao Shi didn't dare descend from the tree. The ground was completely covered with its massive body, and the tree was already smeared with its silk. She didn't dare gamble on the silk stickiness. Getting stuck would likely put her in a completely vulnerable position. Then, there was only one option. She faced the challenge head-on, stepping on the tree trunk and swinging towards one of the incredibly sharp steel spider legs. The spider's legs danced wildly. The blood whip made contact for a split second, and Zhao Shi flicked her wrist, causing the blood whip to suddenly stiffen. The recoil sent Zhao Shi careening into the spider's self-created containment zone. You have a big body, but a small brain. There's nothing you can do. Zhao Shi held the blood whip in one hand, and waved goodbye with the other. Goodbye? The spider's eyes on top of its body glowed red, as if angered by her. The next moment, it suddenly shot up from the ground at incredible speed, spraying out layers of silk, blocking all escape routes. Zhao Shi just remembered that spiders can actually jump. Just as it was about to be devoured by the silk and its dark mouthparts, the spider suddenly stopped dead in its tracks. A complex white light emerged from in front of Zhao Shi, radiating forward from her like a cage, and pinned the spider upside down on the ground. Its mouthparts rubbed against each other, making an extremely piercing sound. What was this? Then, a silver beam pierced through it. The 16 legs thrashed wildly for a moment before falling completely silent, curling up into a ball. Standing nearby was a familiar figure, the one she had thought she had lost. Zhao Shi's gaze shifted to the spider, and its description popped up next to her. Its name was simply and unassumingly the 16-legged spider. Traits: cowardly, adept at hiding, and only attacks prey much weaker than itself. Zhao Shi suddenly understood something. Are you using me as bait? Of course, he didn't answer her. After all, Hung Xing Wuyan lived up to his name. He was a tyrant, and never uttered a word. But even his battery seemed to run low. Later on, he gradually moved away from his previous brutal, unleashing meteor beam-like, devastating tactics, adopting a strategy that minimized the use of skills or reduced their range. This was evidently not just noticed by Zhao Shi. Just as Zhao Shi was about to capture the spider, several men who looked almost identical appeared. Tall, muscular, and resembling transformers. Hey, you move aside. One of them pointed a finger at Zhao Shi. We only deal with Hung Xing Wuyan. Zhao Shi nodded. Okay. She stepped aside to watch the fun. The men clearly didn't take her seriously, not even giving her a glance. The men surrounded Hung Xing Wuyan from all 4 directions. One of the leaders said, if you tell us about the forces behind you, we consider leaving your bead. Hung Xing Wuyan sneered, raised his hand, and gestured, come on, all together. Zhao Shi couldn't help but sigh. So pretentious? How could anyone be prettier than me? He felt a little annoyed. They blocked his retreat from all sides, hammering down fists as big as cars. Hung Xing Wuyan was surrounded by starlight, like a swirling star belt. The fists were momentarily blocked from striking him. He used this moment to duck backwards, and slide to avoid the 4 incoming fists. But the starlight seemed to be more effective against monsters, less effective against humans. Furthermore, after slaughtering countless monsters, Hung Xing Wuyan was finally showing signs of exhaustion. These men had anticipated this, and were prepared. Then, their fists, missing their target, erupted with fiery red rays. The 4 men fired intensively, sometimes fire, sometimes powerful wind blades, and sometimes fists burst into blades, whirring like razors. The display was so dazzling that Zhao Shi exclaimed, wow! This was the true power of a paid player. Finally, they seized their opportunity, and Hung Xing Wuyan was suddenly sent flying by the wind blades attacking from behind. That direction had already been set up for a trap. There was a swirling array of wind and layers of blades. Once they passed, they would be shredded by thousands of blades. The opportunity had arrived. Good teammates needed the perfect combination. For example, lending a hand when he was most in need would earn the greatest gratitude, which was why Zhao Shi watched from the sidelines. In a flash, Zhao Shi swung the blood whip in his hand, swirling it long and wrapping it around Hung Xing Wuyan's waist. With a flick of his wrist, the blood whip tightened. She pulled him closer, stepped onto 3 or 4 nearby maple trees, and using the momentum to launch herself into a few leaps, she executed a magnificent mid-air turn and caught him. In that instant, black maple leaves fluttered across the field like butterflies, eerie and beautiful, reminiscent of those lingering, strange dreams one might have at midnight. Zhao Shi lowered her eyes, her snow-silver hair flowing behind her. She gazed at those jade-like eyes so close, the corners of her lips curling up slightly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. This princess hug was a good one. Zhao Shi commented on herself. The timing and the image were perfect. It was absolutely perfect. Zhao Shi suddenly noticed the skin and armor around Hung Xingyian's waist. The material had a slightly matte texture, seemingly different from her own. What exactly was this material? Was the waist a replaceable accessory? She moved her fingers, carefully feeling the texture, but the area outside the armor was smooth and still had a hint of human warmth. Hung Xingyian's light emerald eyes suddenly turned dark green, gleaming with a cold, poisonous light. You're courting death. These were Hung Xingyian's first words in the game. Chapter 11. Zhao Shi was holding someone in midair, about to fall to the ground. Black maple leaves danced around them, the wind rustling. It was a beautiful scene, a beautiful woman in her arms. But she clearly heard those 3 words he uttered, the cold, emotionless syllables, and the sudden change of color in his eyes. As soon as the words left her mouth, Zhao Shi suddenly threw the person aside. To quickly distance herself, she launched a lightning-fast kick at Hung Xingyian. Then a streak of stars brushed past her neck. Zhao Shi and Hung Xingyian kicked simultaneously, connecting in midair before tumbling and landing simultaneously on the ground. This sudden change stunned the 4 transformers nearby. Are you 2 together? No, why are you fighting? They exchanged bewilderment, their actions completely bewildering. But the 4 had clearly heard she say, don't be afraid, I'm here. They exchanged glances and nodded, preferring to kill the innocent rather than let him go. Furthermore, she was most likely on the same side as Hung Xingyian. Why else would she suddenly come to his aid when he was under attack and at a disadvantage? This action essentially put them on the same side as him. Hung Xingyian was the one who had to be taken down, so taking down this fellow from the same faction would count as double the merit. When did she enter the game? Have you heard of this person before? Asked one of the Transformers. The other red Transformer said, no, she's new, but there's no doubt about it. Judging by her erratic behavior, she's definitely from the same camp as Hung Xingyian. Then kill them all together. Our superiors ordered us to fight Hung Xingyian, 4 against a group. Now is she? Can we handle it? That's still 4 against 2, and we still have the upper hand. One is at the end of his strength, and the other is a fresh-faced rookie. Don't be afraid. We attack. With that, the men repeated their old tactics, fully utilizing all their fancy skills, attacking the 2 from all 4 directions. At that moment, a stream of meteoric light circled around, trapping the 2 men inside, blocking them with a blazing murderous intent. A stream of stars shot out like lightning, simultaneously striking the center of each of the 4 men's chests. Beneath that outer shell lay the consciousness beads that carried their consciousness. One more step forward, and you die, Hung Xingyian said coldly. At the same time, the stream of stars on one of the men's chests advanced a fraction, and the man's chest shattered, revealing a crack in the consciousness beads. The man immediately panicked, his voice trembling. He dared not move, and hurriedly said, okay. We won't move. People in anger are incredibly terrifying. Their strength can return instantly, and their precise control seems even greater than before. Or was his previous state of exhaustion a feign? Zhao, she had no idea how she had offended Hung Xingyian. She could only assume he suddenly lost his mind. Is this how you treat your savior? If it weren't for me, you'd be dead, right? She dodged the attack while muttering, people should be grateful, understand? If I were you, and someone had rescued me in that dire situation, I would have immediately sung thank you to him. Zhao Shi hadn't yet developed her character skills, and while she possessed no other special abilities, her dodging speed was truly exceptional. When playing other holographic games, her strength was one thing, but her agility was a major advantage. Let me teach you how to sing it. Zhao Shi cleared her throat. Listen to me, thank you. Because of you, the 4 seasons are warm. Did I seem to sing it wrong? Who cares? It's almost right. As soon as she finished the line, a fist shadow swiftly attacked, accelerating. Zhao Shi had no choice but to concentrate and counter it. The 2 engaged in pure hand-to-hand combat, the sounds of fists clashing and piercing the air continuous. The speed was so fast that it bewildered the nearby players, and the fight was a close call. Zhao Shi secretly thanked herself for using her skill to distract the 4 men and not directly against her. Otherwise, the battle would have been over in seconds. Excellent. Well done. Left, yes. Hit him in the ribs. Counterattack. Beautiful. Up, up, up. She's coming down from above. Attacking from below. Attacking from below. The 4 Transformers were watching the fight with rapt interest. Suddenly realizing something, they looked at each other in bewilderment. What the hell are we doing here? They were just ignoring the 4 of them, practicing their moves for fun. The 4 of them discussed it, and decided they were no match for Hung Xing Wuyan and she, and that they were clearly in the thick of the action. Interfering at this moment would likely lead to bad consequences. It's mainly because the target for this mission has suddenly increased from 1 to 2, increasing the difficulty. We should report this to our superiors. The yellow Transformer nodded. That makes sense, that's it. His voice abruptly stopped, leaving the other 3 in bewilderment. Looking back, they realized someone was missing. The next moment, Blue King Kong felt something beneath his feet. Just as he was about to speak, he vanished from the ground, leaving only a faint, muffled cry. In front of the other 2, something seemed to entangle his feet, dragging him down in an instant. The ground instantly closed, as if it were a single, unbroken entity. The remaining 2 exclaimed in horror, "What the hell?" Planes belonging to the dangerous zone of the 12 zodiac signs harbor hidden dangers everywhere, and many unrecorded monstrosities exist. They immediately activated hover mode, air currents rising from beneath their feet, and they leaped off the ground. Jiaoshi dodged a punch with a sudden twist of his neck, his body arching backward. He then rolled over and struck Hung Xing Wuyan's temple from the other side. The 2 fists connected, a clang of impact, and the 2 men distanced themselves. It had all been a barehanded fight. The next moment, Jiaoshi lashed out with her blood whip, swift as a snake, charging straight at Hung Xing Wuyan. At the same moment, a stream of arcing stars instantly reached her. The stream severed the milky white silk thread at Jiaoshi's ankle, and the blood whip swiftly pulled Hung Xing Wuyan toward Jiaoshi. Simultaneously, a pitch-black thorn, densely covered with proboscises, pierced from where Hung Xing Wuyan had been. The 2 exchanged a glance, both surprised. Jiaoshi suddenly smiled and extended her fist. Happy cooperation. Hung Xing Wuyan paused for a moment, then bumped his fist with hers. Happy cooperation. The earth trembled violently, and white silk thread suddenly gushed out like a spring. 2 Transformers in midair were entangled by the attacking silk threads and dragged underground. They immediately extended their spiral-bladed fists and struck the threads. A sharp sizzling sound erupted, sparks flew everywhere, but the threads remained undamaged, not even slowing down. They could only watch as the threads dragged them down to the ground. Help! Help me! They cried out in panic, looking towards them for help. Even those who had been enemies before, clutching at straws, desperately hoping for a lifeline, were on their deathbed. As Jiaoshi desperately ran, silk threads erupted around her. She only had time to glance in their direction, but the threads were so fast that their voices were quickly buried in the lush, inaudible. The earth shook, and the dark yellow ground began to sink. The soil fell away, revealing deep, black caverns, about the size of manhole covers. Countless silk threads sprang out from them, remarkably similar to the silk of the 16-legged spider Zhao she had encountered earlier. But its speed was incredibly fast, and the silk's strength far surpassed anything it had previously achieved. This strange creature was incredibly powerful, and the 2 quickly reached a tacit understanding. Star Stream cleared the way, while Blood Whip aided them in reaching their next stop. Then, the ground shook even more violently, and Jiaoshi stepped into a large, soft, elastic pit. Looking down, she saw it was black, covered in a gray, raised membrane. It seemed to be filled with a gelatinous substance. Looking around, there were several more similar pits not far away, each measuring several dozen meters in diameter. Jiaoshi suddenly jumped out of the pit. What do you think? This pit. Hung Xing Wuyan said bluntly, eyes. Jiaoshi's face paled, his scalp numb. If its eyes were this big, how big could this thing's entire body be? A circle of dark, round objects in the pit swirled in their direction. Moving spider silk ravaged the ground, shaking off the dark yellow soil above, revealing a dark, hairy crust beneath. It turned out the entire surface they were standing on was its body. The spider silk, harder than steel yet possessing immense resilience, was everywhere. Hung Xing Wuyan manipulated the stream of stars to clear a path, but he couldn't cut through it all. Soon, new spider silk began to pierce from the ground, and more of it continued to grow. Jiaoshi wiped her sweat. What the hell is this? The 16-legged spider queen. Hung Xing Wuyan said, her strength is probably comparable to that of the Xianzhou star's boss, the most powerful monster on the planet. Kill her, and my level will be high enough to advance to the next dungeon. Are you here just for her? I hadn't planned on that. Hung Xinghuiyan said, since we've met her, we can give it a try. You say that so easily. Hung Xinghuiyan glanced at her. Are you scared? Jiaoshi chuckled. What a joke. Absolutely impossible. She suddenly understood. Oh. Provocation. No. But ahem. Risking my life for a gentleman. Her rosy eyes glanced back, a faint smile emanating from her. She extended her hand, saying, Come on, team up and take her down. The two high-fived, and the system prompted please confirm teaming. She clicked confirm. Can you tell me how to deal with such a large creature? Hung Xinghuiyan, her shell is incredibly hard. I can't penetrate it. Jiaoshi, so we can only conquer it from the inside? Exactly. Jiaoshi glanced at the swirling spider webs and the pitch-black holes around them. The massive spider's legs, densely packed with mouthparts, emitted a harsh sound like chewing metal. So, they had to be eaten by this thing first. Jiaoshi's biggest aversion in this life, and in her previous one, was spiders. Remember, when she encountered a giant spider with long legs at home, her routine was always jump, scream, and ask the neighbor to borrow a cat to deal with it. What did you say? Hung Xinghuiyan realized it was a pronunciation he had never heard before. Waku waku, Jiaoshi smiled, tilting her head. This is the dialect from the village next to mine. It means happy. You're also the first friend I've met here. I mean, I'm so happy to be able to fight monsters with you. Friend. Hung Xinghuiyan lowered his eyes, his thoughts unclear. He suddenly looked up. You clearly said fake just now. Jiaoshi smiled awkwardly. It means the same thing. Yeah, me too. Hung Xinghuiyan turned to look at her, and said seriously, F***K. Jiaoshi, His pronunciation is really standard. Chapter 12. Her weakness is her heart. Hung Xinghuiyan said. The two planned their angles. Jiaoshi hung the blood whip from the tree, and the other two aimed at one of the holes emitting spider silk and descended. This hole, they had calculated based on the position of the 16-legged spider queen's eyes, was the opening closest to her heart. Hung Xinghuiyan first used Star Stream to clear the spider silk near the hole. Then, Jiaoshi held the blood whip in one hand and, with the other, led Hung Xinghuiyan, lowering him down. Below lay a deep black hole, seemingly bottomless, waiting for them to jump in. At that moment, Jiaoshi suddenly heard a familiar voice, as if from far away. It was a sharp, distant call to her. What's wrong? Hung Xinghuiyan's voice pulled her back. No, it's fine, Jiaoshi replied, lowering him slowly. But the voice calling her grew louder and clearer. Jiaoshi finally shuddered, remembering it was her alarm clock. Jiaoshi suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She had actually played games all night. The scenes were so realistic that she had completely forgotten she was in a game and had classes today. Jiaoshi forced herself to open her eyes, but this time it was more difficult than before. Her consciousness felt as if it were in a distant, ethereal place, entangled in a deep, black mire, unable to move. After a long time, they had successfully descended into the 16-legged spider queen's body, and she finally felt the presence of her own fingers. But she felt like she was experiencing sleep paralysis, unable to breathe, as if 1,000 pounds of weight were pressing down on her. This game, despite not having a holographic chamber, could still use holographic mode. Jiaoshi thought it must be because the game company had upgraded their chips. After all, this was the Interstellar age. What high-tech couldn't be invented, but not having an exit button was outrageous. They were trying to force me to become a hardcore gamer, weren't they? I have to file a complaint with the relevant authorities later. Unscrupulous game developers. After persistent effort, Jiaoshi suddenly felt her eyeballs move again, and her fingers could twitch slightly, but her eyelids still wouldn't open. She continued to try to lift her eyelids, the sound of the alarm in her ear growing clearer. Finally, her eyelids cracked open, and she vaguely caught a glimpse of white above. She knew it was the dormitory ceiling. Jiaoshi's body suddenly tensed, and she felt a tingling sensation. She looked down and saw that her entire body was wrapped in white spider silk, and the silk contained tiny spikes that pierced her skin, paralyzing her nerves. A stream of stars traced a beautiful arc around her body, loosening the spider silk. Jiaoshi's numb body hadn't yet recovered, and she suddenly fell to her knees. Hung Xinghuiyan cut through the layers of spider silk in front of him. It's reversed. Her heart isn't here. Jiaoshi's main body was awake now, and she felt she should get up and go to class immediately. Seeing her lack of movement, Hung Xinghuiyan turned back to check. Did the spider venom seep into her system? No. Jiaoshi switched back to the game and stood up. So she tricked us. 16-legged spiders have 8 legs on their abdomen and back, and the spider's heart is located near the back. Unexpectedly, the 16-legged spider queen did the opposite, turning her abdomen towards the ground and flipping herself over. It's like standing upside down. Wouldn't she feel dizzy? Jiaoxi thought. Chuckles, chuckles. Then, a sound like a woman's laughter came from all directions, eerie and terrifying. Hengxing Wuyan. Yes, monsters of this level have intelligence. Although not much. But she won't let us find her weakness. So, there's a tough battle ahead. It seems she let us in on purpose. Jiaoxi's scalp tingled again at his words and the eerie, ghostly laughter. She was truly terrified of spiders. Especially one that was nearly a spirit. I'd better quit the game now, Jiaoxi thought. She had been a model student in her previous life, and now she was determined to maintain her good character in college. How could she be late? How could she skip classes? Although she enjoyed playing games, neglecting her studies for them simply wasn't her style. Jiaoxi was torn. She glanced at Hengxing Wuyan, who was diligently exploring the path ahead of her. This was her first friend in this world. If she quit the game now, it would be a huge letdown for her teammates. And especially during the crucial moment of a boss fight. And according to her previous understanding, once a character died in this game, especially if the consciousness pearl in their heart was destroyed, they could not be revived. This meant that all their accumulated equipment, including their character levels, were lost, forcing them to start all over again. As a complete newcomer with nothing and a mountain of debt, she wasn't afraid of starting over. But Hengxing Wuyan was different. So, after a brief moment of reflection, Jiaoxi jumped out of bed. Only children make choices. Adults, of course, want both. She decided to play games while attending class. Jiaoxi controlled her consciousness, maintaining a balanced focus on both. She jumped out of bed and quickly washed up. She checked the time. Class was almost over. Jiaoxi ran furiously around the school, and also furiously around the game. Can anyone explain to her why the 16-legged spider queen has such a large swarm of spiders in her stomach? A black tide of tiny spiders surged towards the two of them. Go down the road, the heart is down there. The so-called tiny spiders weren't actually small. They were only smaller compared to the spider queen. In reality, each one was the size of a car. Jiaoxi's scalp was numb beyond belief. After this experience, she feared she would never again fear any spider she encountered, draping them in silk and swinging them around like windmills. Jiaoxi clicked on the group message and saw that this class was taught by their department's renowned Professor Yin. Normally, university classes weren't too strict, but Professor Yin was different. He was incredibly strict. Being late or absent would affect your grade. A single mistake could result in a failing grade and a retake next year. To avoid having to retake, Jiaoxi desperately sprinted towards the teaching building, which was surprisingly far from her dorm. Jiaoxi couldn't help but marvel at the alpha stamina. Otherwise, she would have died running out long ago. As she ran, she saw someone else sprinting around the school like her. Jiaoxi had never been to a teaching building before. Looking at the Sixing, Xinxing, and Qixing buildings before her, she couldn't tell which was the second teaching building. It looked completely different from what was written on the schedule. Classmate, where is the second teaching building? I'm going there too. Do you have a class with Teacher Yin? Yes, yes. Hurry up, we're already 8 minutes late. Zhang Jiqing said hurriedly, if you're 10 minutes late, your final grade will be deducted. The two of them skipped the elevator and sprinted down the hallway. They reached the 5th floor. Hey, hey, hey! You've outrun me. Zhang Jiqing called out to Jiaoxi, who had sprinted down the hallway. How long until we get to the heart? Jiaoxi was on the verge of collapse. Spiders crawled everywhere around them, trapping them in the middle. The creaking, grinding sound of countless mouth parts was incredibly painful. Hengxing Wuyan manipulated the star stream to clear a short, narrow passage. According to the information I looked up, it should be this way. Jiaoxi immediately ran back, heading for the classroom. Hengxing turned back, stunned. She suddenly walked in the opposite direction, as if ready to face the overwhelming wave of spiders behind him alone. What a warrior! He admired her. Since you're planning to stay behind to cover our retreat, I leave it to you. At the podium, Teacher Yin adjusted his glasses and said, Zhang Jiqing, you're 9 minutes late, just barely. Go stand at the back, and your final grade won't be deducted. He glanced at the roll call in his hand. There's one student missing. Jiaoxi. Yin Deegan pointed her name on the roll call, his lips curled in a serious tone. She's just not the type to study hard. Yin Deegan was considered a veteran academic in the media field. He disliked those who were lazy, who didn't take their studies seriously, and who only cared about getting a degree. Zhang Jiqing, go close the door. I saw you outside. Close the door. Yan Deegan's tone was serious. The classroom door was a security door. Once locked, it couldn't be opened from the outside. Zhang Jiqing had no choice but to close the door and obediently walked to the back of the classroom. The next moment, bang! With a loud bang, the entire classroom shook violently as if by an earthquake, the force of a giant's fist hitting the wall. Screams echoed through the classroom, and Yan Deegan sat down on the ground. Then, the security door, along with its frame and several bricks, collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. The sunlight scattered the dust, revealing a pale golden curtain at the doorway. A slender figure emerged from the glow. Her pale hand rested on the frameless wall, her eyes cold and terrifying, 100 times more terrifying than any they had seen before. She seemed to have just killed someone, and her whole body was filled with a strong murderous aura. Everyone who had met Zhao Shi before knew she was a tough crowd. After last night's dance, Zhao Shi's reputation had spread throughout the school and even beyond via the Star Network, with stories of her exploits being reposted like crazy online. First, Zhao Shi stole someone's girlfriend, not only beating her up, but also dumping her the same day after getting her. Then, she openly danced with another alpha, publicly flirting with her, bringing the entire dance to a chaotic state. This was simply too much, too outrageous, and now, her eyes were as sharp as a knife, staring straight ahead, as if she was about to devour the teacher in one gulp. Yan Deegan sat on the ground, not daring to move, and the entire class was as quiet as a chicken. Zhao Shi stomped on a giant spider, sending it splatter all over her. She could only stare wide-eyed, stifling a scream and straining to suppress the surging sensation in her stomach. Otherwise, she'd be utterly humiliated, doubly so in front of her gaming friends and the entire class. So, Zhao Shi's nervousness had caused her two thoughts to become entangled. It was like being able to draw a circle with one hand and a square with the other, but without a clear mind, neither could be perfectly drawn. But how could she calm down in a moment like this? On one side was the terrifying, extremely strict teacher who was about to make her fail the course and retake it, and on the other was the terrifying Spider Queen who could endlessly reproduce spiderlings. Zhao Shi felt utterly terrified. Both were the most terrifying of creatures. Zhao Shi forced herself to steady herself and quickly walked to the front row of the classroom, taking a seat. She paid no attention to anyone else, not even noticing the classroom door she had knocked down by kicking the spider. She pulled the wrinkled book from the waistband of her pants while, with a trembling hand, she reached for a pen from her collar. Then, following the lecture routine of her past life, she sat upright, obediently staring at the blackboard, smiling at the teacher, and waited for the lecture to begin. Her smile made Yan Deegan and the students around him shudder. Yan Deegan stood frozen in place at the podium, completely afraid to move, and hesitated to begin his lecture. Zhao Shi, seemingly growing impatient, suddenly let out a beastly roar and kicked the table. Hurry! Yan Deegan flinched, dropping the book in his hands to the ground. The students gasped. This is too bad. Zhao Shi was speechless. The pain in this game was incredibly realistic, and it couldn't be adjusted. Other games only maintain a 1:1 to 3:3 level of pain, but this one actually allowed for 10%. I've never encountered such a crappy game in my life. 3 steely spider claws pierced her body, and transparent tissue fluid, tinged with dark red, oozed continuously from her wounds. The blood whip had broken, shredded by the spiders, and Zhao Shi could only rely on her fists and feet to fight the spiders head-on. Just as she kicked away a few spiders, one leaped down from above, its black maw opening towards her head. Zhao Shi pried its jaws open, while urging Hongxing Wuyin. Okay. The teacher trembled as he reached for the book, which fell not far from Zhao Shi. Reflexively, she rushed forward to help pick it up, then handed the book to the teacher with both hands. Before her was a long, pulsating artery, a massive thump, thump, thump throbbing. This was the spider's heart, and above it, a round eye with thick lashes, wide open in terror. Zhao Shi scooped up the 16-legged Spider Queen's child, which she had just crushed, from the ground and held it before her. Green spider blood trickled down Zhao Shi's face. She smiled faintly, but the blood flowing from her eyes and hands made her look sinister and evil. Just as Yan Deegan reached out to take the book, flattered, Zhao Shi suddenly revealed a look of disgust and threw the book out the window. Dazzling starlight flashed, slicing through the Spider Queen's heart. Blue-green blood gushed out, and the woman's piercing screams of pain echoed in all directions. Zhao Shi thrust the claws she torn from the spiders one by one deep into the Spider Queen's heart, bowing to the crushed spiders and the screaming Spider Queen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was so heartfelt. The Spider Queen listened to Jiaoxi's apology while watching her stab herself in the heart. How could humans be so despicable? The Spider Queen let out a shrill, humiliating scream, her eyes wide open. What kind of weird new form of humiliation is this? Hung Xinghuiyan commented, it works well. Chapter 13. Pale golden sunlight streamed through the window, falling onto the windowsill and casting a shadow on the pages of the book, giving the yellowed paper a touch of warmth. Lin Tanyan slowly closed the book in his hands. Paper books were rarely used these days. This was a very old book with a green cover, titled The Origin of the Zerg. He stood up and put the book back on the shelf. Then he went to the refrigerator and took out a white box containing 2 rows of transparent glass tubes, inhibitors. He skillfully raised his hand and injected the inhibitors into the glands with a syringe, using 4 in a row. He had taken a week off due to his passion, and was staying home. At such times, he would always avoid going out. Because his pheromone level was too high, even with his strong control, he would still release a small amount, which would cause great pain to those around him. Those with lower levels could even go into shock. Lin Tanyan sat at his desk, first reading some battle reports from the front lines, then clicking on the screen above and opening the e-book United Front outline he was scheduled to study next year. Lin Tanyan watched intently, taking notes in a paper notebook beside him. The pen in his hand rustled against the paper, and neat, beautiful handwriting flowed from the tip. At the same time, his left hand danced on the electronic drawing screen beside him, his fingers flying like playing the piano. A 3D war zone plan gradually took shape, and was still being further refined. With a slight tilt of his wrist, the optical computer seemed to light up, faintly revealing 4 words on a black background in white. Kill black hole. At this moment, he controlled his spirit body, and slashed open the heart of the 16-legged Spider Queen before him. Pheromone S-level alphas and omegas are genetic geniuses. Strong mental power requires sufficiently strong genes to support it. But psychic power is something far more ethereal and mysterious than genetics. And splitting consciousness is a required course for high-level psychics. Downstairs, Jiaoxi found the teacher's book she had just discarded. She carefully carried it upstairs, as if it were a treasure. At the same time, tears were streaming down her face. Damn, she was definitely failing this course. She was finished. Her entire college career, along with the low-key, good student image she hadn't even had time to cultivate, were shattered. She wanted to leave this planet so badly. Jiaoxi covered her face with her hands. Help! How was she going to explain this to them when we got back to the classroom? I have ADHD, and my hands and feet fly around uncontrollably when I'm nervous. I have a prosthetic leg and arm, and it suddenly leaked electricity today. I have split personality disorder. Jiaoxi felt split personality disorder was more convincing. ADHD and prosthetic limbs were both testable, but she could fake split personality disorder. Jiaoxi reached the 4th floor and walked a little further up to the classroom. She began practicing what she was going to say. I confess, I have schizophrenia. That was just my violent side. My main personality is actually good. I swear, I will do my best to suppress my evil side. Please believe me, I take my medicine on time. Okay, that's all. But when Jiaoxi returned to the classroom, she found it deserted. It was completely empty. Where had the teacher and classmates gone? Jiaoxi opened her laptop to check the group messages, and saw that she had been made the group owner. She was stunned. Was they going to elect her as class monitor, or some other class committee member? I was so embarrassed to suddenly shoulder this heavy responsibility. Classmates, have we moved to a new classroom? After waiting for a while, no one in the group chat replied. Jiaoxi opened the group members to privately message a classmate to ask about the situation, but then discovered she was the only one in the group. What was going on? Jiaoxi suddenly realized that all her classmates had left the group she was in, and that the group owner had actually made her the group owner in order to leave, and then ran away. She let out a wistful smile. Ah, what a wonderful world. She glanced at her schedule, and saw she had no other classes that morning. So Jiaoxi returned to her dorm alone, preparing to eat something before meeting the counselor to discuss fixing the door and apologizing to Teacher Yin. She sat on her bed, leaning against the wall, nibbling on a piece of cake while she and Xinghuiyan collected the loot scattered across the floor in the game. By the way, I've collected all those monsters you killed earlier, Jiaoxi said, opening her backpack to find it completely empty. Jiaoxi panicked. Where are the items I collected? Xinghuiyan said, if the balance is negative, the system will automatically convert the items you put into your backpack into black coins. But Zhao Shi was still panicking, because she still had someone in her backpack. That consciousness bead that contained the player's consciousness had actually been sold by the system. So, was Musei's game account useless? You still owe money? Then you can keep the rest. Hung Xingwuyan was referring to the monsters they had hunted together this time. Because they needed to return to base to repair the damaged units, Zhao Shi had to pay off her debts before returning to base. So, she didn't refuse, expanding the system's scan range and collecting all the remaining monster corpses. Her balance finally stopped being red, showing 9. But the 10 million she owed the system was a scam, and no matter how she thought about it, she felt like she'd been ripped off by the game company. She had to figure out what was going on. Yin Yin, you've been so helpful this time. I declare you my best friend. After all, that much black currency was a significant sum. Zhao Shi was deeply moved and rushed over to give him a bear hug. Heng Xingwuyan, seeing her rushing towards him, dodged to the side, leaving Zhao Shi empty-handed. She could only pat his arm with the back of her hand. Hey, why are you being so shy? We've been together for a lifetime. We're friends now, aren't we? You're covered in spider blood, and it's stained my body. Heng Xingwuyan said coldly, you have to pay back the black coins. Zhao Shi said nonchalantly, it's just a game character. It won't really stain you. Hey, how much do I owe you now? The 16-legged spider, if we split it evenly, plus the creep I killed solo earlier, you owe me 6,897,600 black coins. Zhao Shi crossed his arms, pointing, you calculate it so clearly. What about my labor fee for picking up your trash? 2 cents. No way. That's too stingy. I want 10 points. Zhao Shi bargained, if I don't help you collect it, and someone else picks it up, you won't get a cent. Hung Xingwuyan said casually, no one dares to touch my prey. What? You're calling me inhuman? Zhao Shi held out his hand. You're making a personal attack. Give me 18 points for emotional damage. If there's no emotional damage, I hug you. A wounded heart needs soothing. Hung Xingwuyan was stunned. This was the first time he'd seen such a scoundrel. She at this point, due to her injuries, her body was cracked in many places, still oozing tissue fluid mixed with spider blood. She looked rather miserable, but she let it be, not using any repair or cleaning agents. She seemed very poor, relying on the game to make money to survive. The exchange rate for black coins to star coins was 110, and to make money, she endured the pain without even using any recovery potions. She seemed to be going crazy with poverty. Okay. Zhao Shi was surprised. She was just bored and wanted to chat with her online friends for fun. To her surprise, Heng Xingwuyan actually agreed. At this moment, she received a system transfer notification. Player Heng Xingwuyan transferred you 5 million black coins. Zhao Shi, shock. Are you transferring so much money to support me? Lin Tanyan, far away on Blue Dream Star, paused, his voice trailing off. A commanding voice came from the other end of the line. What's wrong? Nothing. He quickly changed the subject. Grandfather, we might have a lead on the defector. In the game, Zhao Shi smiled, not that it's impossible. It's true, my sister's worth is quite high, so I have to pay her double. If you don't want it, return it to me, he said coldly. Yes, of course. Yin Yin, you're so kind. Heng Xingwuyan was startled by her strange tone, and goosebumps actually appeared on his skin. Don't call me that. Yin Yin. Yin Yin. Heng Xingwuyan, if you keep calling me that, pay me back. Zhao Shi laughed heartily, while her real-life self pounded the bed with laughter. Little brat, I can't fix you. She still remembered how Heng Xingwuyan had caused her to be hunted by spiders, and how she had saved him despite past grudges, only to have him repay her kindness with vengeance, leading to a fight between the two of them. Hey, as long as you're embarrassed, I'm happy. Zhao Shi glanced up at herself and realized she reached level 30 without realizing it. Oh my god, am I that awesome? 30 levels in one day? Hung Xingwuyan, levels are shared when you team up. There's actually a system like that? It seems unfair. Wouldn't it be better if everyone just leaned on someone else? Zhao Shi raised her hand and glanced at her mech. Does leveling up do anything? I don't see any changes. No, it doesn't. Hung Xingwuyan said, it just shows you the level of monsters you killed. Oh! Then there's a purpose. What purpose? Zhao Shi revealed her level, the golden level symbol gleaming above her head. She said slowly, it's for showing off. Hung Xingwuyan, Chapter 14. Then, the two of them headed to the teleportation point on Xianzhou's star. It was a massive, hexagonal black platform, surprisingly suspended in midair, incredibly high. Zhao Shi, How do we get up there? Hengxing Huiyan tapped a few times on the interface, paid in black coins, and saw a large black eagle with an electronically controlled lock on its head fly over. The two of them rode the eagle to the teleportation point above. A number of people at the teleportation point were observing the movements in the distance. Someone retracted their goggles and said, "The 16-legged Spider Queen has been captured." Who did it? Who else could it be? Rampage Huiyan, the madman who's been frantically killing bosses since entering the game. Someone said dissatisfiedly, he's just taking advantage of his high spiritual level to do whatever he wants. He's offended quite a few people now. So he's heading to Xuanyu Star next? Who knows, but the person sneered. The higher the level of the planet, the more difficult it is to defeat the boss with force alone. Besides, several organizations are already targeting him. That's right. So what if he has strong spiritual power? One person can't fight for. To be a lone ranger in this game, and still want to steal the show, is bound to end in disaster sooner or later. The shadow of a large black eagle emerged from the corner of the platform, casting a shadow. Everyone's eyes on the teleport point turned towards it. He's coming up. Wait, he's not alone. What? As soon as she jumped off the eagle, she felt the familiar gaze of someone watching her. She's seen that look many times in other games, when she dominated the entire game and reached the top of the ladder. I get it. They're all here to watch the masters. In the past, when she broken records and completed a dungeon, many players would gather at the dungeon exit, asking for her secrets. She nodded expertly. Unexpectedly, those people retreated as if facing a formidable enemy, avoiding her sight. Some even turned and posted on the internal forum of Kill the Black Hole. Arrogant! Extremely arrogant. After defeating the Spider Queen boss, she simultaneously challenged all players at the teleport point. This person seems to be part of the same organization as Hengxing Huiyan. Someone immediately replied, "Isn't Hengxing Huiyan a retail investor? Does he have an organization?" As a platform for obtaining special items, Kill the Black Hole has a significant number of players who are backed by various interest groups. They hunt monsters, but don't exchange them for black coins, instead transporting them directly for use by the organizations behind them. These people enter the game with a mission in mind. Some players enter the game through underground channels, earning black coins by hunting monsters, then exchanging the black coins for star coins, the universal currency used in the game, to make money from the game. These players, without any organization behind them, are called retail investors. With no backing and working alone, retail investors are naturally marginalized by organized groups. They must survive in the cracks, keeping a low profile, and even endure being robbed of their prey. However, some retail investors, through their considerable strength, manage to gain a position within these organizations. These retail investors often receive offers of support from many organizations, ultimately becoming part of the interest groups. The remaining retail investors are either too weak to be accepted or too strong to be constrained. Retail investors, who refuse to accept the olive branch, will be targeted by the group. Hengxing Huiyan is one of them, and his actions are particularly aggressive. As soon as the post was published, the forum erupted in heated discussion. I've never heard of she before. A new player? This ID sounds familiar. Isn't this the player who was exiled from the Huangwang Star Novice base, and then devoured by a black tentacled monster? And she didn't die? She's really a new player? A new player gets exiled? This person is no pushover. Not only is she no pushover, but when she was exiled, she threatened to kill everyone on the gold list. Holy crap, is she crazy? The newbie gold list or the overall list? Of course, it had to be the overall list. At the time, Hengxing Huiyan was the only one on the newbie gold list. She obviously knew Hengxing Huiyan, so why would she kill him? She was with Hengxing Huiyan? No wonder she's so arrogant. They really are like-minded. Haha, evildoers will be punished. Those who do evil will eventually perish. They both seem to be retail investors. Just wait and see. The bigwigs in the organization will make a move soon. 2 new retail investors. No matter how strong they are, can they defeat these veterans of the Black Foundation? I've got the melons ready, just waiting for the feast. Hee. What melons? A feast. The teleportation array activates at a fixed time, and Zhao Shi and the others arrived at the point just in time for the opening. A white light enveloped them, and in that instant, Zhao Shi felt his consciousness completely return to reality, ejected from the terminal, like a computer that had suddenly frozen while he was playing games. But only for a moment before it automatically powered on again. Zhao Shi opened his eyes, and discovered that everyone had arrived at the teleportation point outside Huangwang Star. At their current level, they could only reach Huangwang Star, the lowest of the 4 safe planets. The teleportation point on Huangwang Star was a space station that slowly orbited the planet, and everyone had to pass through a large instrumented door for inspection. Jiaoxi, what's this inspection for? Hengxing Huiyin, to eliminate uncanny creatures. Jiaoxi was confused. Everyone here was a cyborg with human consciousness. How could they be uncanny creatures? They looked nothing like them at all. It was completely unnecessary. After the inspection, a temporary marking would be placed on the body, allowing them to penetrate Huangwang Star's protective layer and enter the base. Without the marking, they would be intercepted. The 12 dangerous planets were surrounded by large uncanny creatures, who would occasionally wander in. When injured people returned to the base for supplies from the dangerous planets, they were at their most exhausted. Thus, the journey from the space station to the landing planet was often when the most violent incidents occurred. Hengxing Huiyin booked a hang glider, and the two of them glided toward the earthy yellow planet below. The surroundings were a boundless black background, dotted with a dazzling galaxy. Each glimmering star in the distance was a galaxy, gleaming with the brilliance of an unknown civilization. Jiaoxi and Hengxing Huiyin stood side by side, the wind rustling past their faces, their silver-white and inky black hair swaying in the breeze, their ends occasionally brushing against each other. The stars in this galaxy radiated a golden-red hue, forming a halo of light from the horizon. She tilted her head back to admire her surroundings, her eyes filled with a small galaxy. This was the first time she had ever seen such a view. She just felt a constant sense of being watched from behind, which made her a little uncomfortable. But there was nothing she could do. After all, experts always attract attention wherever they go. Jiaoxi turned around and waved in a few random directions in a friendly gesture. Hengxing Huiyin remained motionless with his eyes closed the entire time, standing like a Buddha. Isn't this a stealth fighter? How did she see it? And she knew the positions of all 3 of our fighters perfectly. The voice was filled with shock and panic. There must be a detection-type spirit among them, otherwise we would never have been detected. Still attacking? Retreat. The man's eyes darkened. They're so calm and composed, they must have been prepared. At this moment, the intercom beside his ear flickered, and he paused. Okay, I understand. I've received instructions to try to win over Shi. But didn't the organization's previous attempt to win over Hengxing Huiyin fail? She is different. The man said, she seems to be very short of money. The corners of his mouth curled up. That makes things easier. Chapter 15. Only after returning to the base did She discover that there was a dedicated area for storing mobile suits before logging off. So, her previous attempt to log off was actually against the rules. No wonder it felt so difficult. The storage areas on Huangwang Star were also divided into different cost tiers. After landing, Hengxing Huiyin went directly to the highest cost area. Jiaoxi saw that it was charging 10,000 black coins per minute. Isn't that a slap on the wrist? They're deducting so much money even after logging off. Only a fool would pay. Jiaoxi thought, even if she had a full 5 million black coins in her savings, she wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Besides, it was all borrowed money. So she went directly to the lowest tier storage area, where it only cost 200 black coins per hour. Sorry, your level is 30. Mobile suits cannot be stored in lower tier areas, the silver robot at the base's information desk said to her. Okay, then, how much is the cheapest storage area I can go to? 8,000 black coins an hour. Why don't you just go and grab it? Honey, I don't have a setting for grabbing it in my program. The robot smiled. Jiaoxi finally went, reluctantly. Then she realized that this expense was just the beginning. Jiaoxi stared at the purple pool of medicine before her. Some of her body was damaged, requiring repair fluid to help it heal, and this repair fluid was 3 million black coins. It was an exorbitant price. And the robot just said that with her injuries, she would need at least 2 soaks. She felt dizzy. No wonder Hengxing Huiyin had suddenly lent her so much money. But unexpectedly, that money wasn't enough. She had always assumed that the lost health would slowly regenerate after the dungeon ended, just like in other games. So, she endured the pain, stuffing her wounds with numbing spider silk, and managed to get through it. She hadn't expected to have to spend money to replenish her health. Jiaoxi, with a look of displeasure on her face, dove into the medicinal pool, just like she'd take a bath. But the next moment, her expression changed. What a strange feeling. It felt like a strange energy seeped through her skin, and then she felt a sense of spiritual well-being, creeping from her toes to her hair. It was completely different from the hot spring she experienced in real life. It was so comfortable, almost addictive. She pulled the spider silk from her body, letting the purple potion seep into her body. The wound was visibly healing under the effects of the purple potion. She could feel the tingling sensation of growing granulations, and her limbs felt lighter and more powerful in the spring water. She almost collapsed into the water, suddenly understanding why so many people wanted to stay at the base even if they weren't out on missions. It was truly enjoyable. For a moment, she lost track of where she was, even lost in where she was, and even had trouble distinguishing between the game and reality. She felt like she wanted to merge with the water, never to be separated again. Then she shuddered. She had classes in the afternoon, so she should log off immediately. So what was she doing? Soaking in a hot spring in the game? What kind of bath was that? Wasn't that just a complete waste of time? However, when she tried to stand up, she found herself unable to move at all. It was as if the nerves that activated her body had been severed, unable to sense her commands at all. It was at this moment that she felt a tightness and discomfort in her chest. The chest of the machine was a patch of snow-white skin, with a slightly curved, bulging, pearly white light peeked out from the center. This was the consciousness bead embedded within the machine. Only then could she clearly see the structure of the consciousness bead. It was more than just a bead. More accurately, it was more like a neuron with numerous synapses. Purple white lines radiated from the chest, centered on the consciousness bead. Deep within these lines were many transparent white threads, connecting the consciousness bead to the machine's body. She couldn't help but sigh at the meticulous attention to detail in this game. Even insignificant details were carefully crafted to ensure logical integrity, making the experience more engaging. This was one of the reasons she was so optimistic about this game. For the machine, the consciousness bead clearly controlled the central nervous system, much like the human brain. But now, the trouble was, her body had two brains. In addition to her own consciousness bead, another one clung tightly to her chest, its light so bright it overshadowed her own. Dense white tentacles extended from that bead, piercing her chest and rapidly spreading, intent on devouring and replacing the original bead. She could no longer control her body's speech, and spoke directly to the bead through her mind. "Are you Musei? What are you doing?" Then, she felt her body's mouth suddenly move uncontrollably. "It's too late to realize now. Your body is mine." "Ha ha." Musei laughed heartily. The feeling of hearing herself suddenly burst into a strange laughter was absurd, and it truly sounded like a Chunibaku villain from anime. She was utterly shocked. This game could actually be hacked? The game planner's creativity was truly incredible, completely unconventional. "Why? How did you do it?" she asked. "Stupid newbie, it seems you know nothing about games. You make such a mistake." Musei's voice was filled with disdain. "Current microwormhole technology is still unstable. Only unconscious, inanimate objects can be placed in the backpack. Living ones will automatically eject. You dare touch the consciousness bead, the carrier of consciousness? Don't you know how easy it is for a high-level psychic to possess another's body?" She couldn't help but sigh inwardly at his words. Wow, words from cultivation literature actually appear in StarCraft. Musei continued, "I've actually been attached to you, waiting for this opportunity. If Hongxing Wuyan hadn't been here, I would have taken action long ago. Did you spend a fortune on this body?" Musei raised his hand, moving a few fingers back and forth like a fan. "It feels just like a real body, even better than the ones our organization provides. Let me guess your identity. You must be a rich kid who knows nothing, right? TSK, you're a flower in a hothouse. You pay the price for your ignorance. And the price will be death. Soon, your consciousness will vanish in this distant base." As he spoke, Musei raised his hand and moved towards her heart. She felt herself lower her head as long, powerful fingers reached out to her chest, violently parting the skin covering the consciousness bead. The fingers then pushed the consciousness bead, which had only been halfway inserted, further in. She heard a gasp of pain. At the same time, thread sprouted from the wooden consciousness bead, entwining itself around her. The consciousness bead expanded like bubble wrap, threatening to devour hers. "How can I be so lucky? Hongxing Wuyan actually teamed up with you? Perfect. I use your identity for revenge. I crush his consciousness bead with my own hands. As for your frail consciousness, it will become my nourishment." Ha ha. She hadn't expected anyone to be more talkative than she was. She felt she had never spoken so much since she started playing this game. "Excuse me, how can your consciousness bead replace mine? Doesn't the machine have the ability to recognize players?" she asked, her doubts lingering. Musei sneered. "Huh? You still think you have any chance of resistance? Give up. It's because your mental power isn't as strong as mine that I easily invade it. But there's no need to feel inferior. My mental power is far superior to that of ordinary people. It's normal for a rich, second-generation kid like you to be incomparable. Musei's fingers dug deeper into the machine, about to touch the consciousness bead within. His expression was ferocious, with a hint of smug glee. Hurry, crush her. But then, a powerful force gripped his wrist, preventing him from advancing even a fraction. It was the she-machine's other hand. Why can you move? Musei panicked. Impossible. This shouldn't be possible. Not only can I move, I can jump. With that, Xiaoxi leaped out of the pool, shook her wet hair, and pulled it back, first tying it up. My doubts have been resolved. Now, it's your turn. Chapter 16. Then Xiaoxi slowly lowered his head, looking at the new consciousness bead on his chest. Musei. You can also ask me questions, like what I'm going to do with you. I don't believe it. This isn't true. Your mental strength is clearly weaker than mine. His voice suddenly changed. No, you're... Why? Why is this happening? Xi's consciousness bead's radiance had already overshadowed him, and his mind trembled uncontrollably. Isn't this simple? I just need to focus on playing the game. You're not focusing on playing? Musei asked. What do you mean? Aren't you completely focused on the game? Oh, just play and read at the same time. It's not a dungeon, so a little distraction doesn't matter, Xiaoxi said, closing her copy of Directing Theory. Feeling guilty because she hadn't attended class today, she found a video course on her laptop while reading. She turned off the video and stood up, ready for lunch. You can actually discern? Are you? Impossible. How could it be? Musei didn't finish his words for a long time. Xiaoxi, growing impatient, didn't give him a chance to continue. Just as he had done before, Xiaoxi extended many transparent threads from her consciousness bead, severing the synapses on Musei's bead and then, in turn, wrapping his bead with silk threads. Then, as if possessing a sense of their own, her silk threads expertly drilled into Musei's bead like an electric drill. Soon, the bead was riddled with tiny holes. The transparent threads pierced his consciousness bead, and Musei screamed in fear. Ah! No! No! It was as if he were enduring some excruciating pain. Without the synaptic attachments that held him to his body, his consciousness bead fell out, but it was held in place by the thread of Xiaoxi's consciousness bead, preventing it from falling directly into the pool below. Xiaoxi felt a little uneasy about this scene, so she cut off the thread and took Musei's consciousness bead in her hand. Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Musei's consciousness screamed. Then throw it in the water. She stretched out her hand. No! Please don't! Musei's voice grew even more terrified, as if the water were some kind of monstrous flood. Okay. Xiaoxi withdrew his hand. The consciousness bead in his hand dimmed, and the words Musei were engraved on it. Suddenly, with a click, cracks spread from the center of the two words. Xiaoxi crushed the consciousness bead. Didn't Musei want to do the same to her just now? Then just give it back to him. All the noises stopped abruptly when the consciousness pearl shattered. The moment the pearl shattered, some white light seemed to escape. That light caught the water droplets on her hand, instantly transforming into a black mist. Xiaoxi leaned in, ready to take a closer look, when a sudden ding sounded beside her ear. Player destroyed consciousness pearl detected. 1 million black coins deducted. Balance: 984,009. Xiaoxi felt a surge of regret. She had forgotten that killing someone in the game would result in a $1 million deduction. It was such a waste. Musei had lost his body, and he would have had to deactivate his account and start over anyway. Whether the consciousness pearl was broken or not didn't seem to make much difference. But she'd been deducted an extra million because of it. Such a loss. She was a complete idiot. Xiaoxi calculated that the remaining black coins were only enough for her mech to operate for 5 days. In those 5 days, she had to quickly go to dungeons and kill monsters to earn black coins, otherwise she'd be back in debt. The biggest difference between this game maker and other games is, others force players to spend money, but this one forces players to spend time. Xiaoxi looked back at the fragment of the consciousness bead in her hand and realized it had vanished at some point. She simply assumed the game was automatically refreshing its viewport and didn't take it seriously. As for why she was stronger than Musei in mental power, that was obvious. It was probably similar to game control awareness. She had always been a great gamer, so wouldn't beating Musei a piece of cake? Xiaoxi emerged from the medicine pool and entered the storage area of the mech center. She lay down in a metal capsule and watched the lid slowly close. She couldn't help but feel like she was lying in a holographic chamber. Then her vision went dark, and an exit button appeared. She lamented that the flow of this game was completely opposite to other games. It was as if this side was real, while the so-called reality over there was actually a game. Thousands of light years away, on the 9th planet within the Galactic Federation. Inside a glass medical bed chamber lay a person, its walls lined with feeding tubes connected to the body inside. This type of medical chamber is typically used for vegetative or paralyzed patients, providing nutrition and preventing muscle necrosis while they remain in bed for long periods of time. Of course, if someone wanted to lie in bed without food or water and play games without affecting their normal body functions, this type of medical chamber could also be used to achieve this goal. The man in the medical bay suddenly opened his eyes, a look of terror, but it was fleeting, quickly replaced by a look of sated ecstasy. Then, darkness gradually filled his eyes, and a bone-grinding creaking sound emanated from his throat. I want revenge. I want you dead. At the same moment, his computer screen lit up with a black background and white text. Something seemed to flash in the back of his head, and then his body twitched violently, and the darkness in his eyes faded before it could even emerge. He lay calmly, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes, as if something was there. The medical bay flashed red, and a rapid, sharp beeping sound echoed. The sun was scorching, almost melting. To protect her fair complexion from the sun, she went to the supermarket downstairs, and bought a small green lace umbrella. It looked cute and refreshing. Then she checked the map on her computer and, holding the umbrella, went to the cafeteria for lunch. Having played games all night and not slept, she shouldn't have been feeling particularly energetic. But strangely, she felt more energetic than ever, completely refreshed. Even the gloom of missing classes that morning had vanished. She happily gazed at the top of the umbrella and spun around with it. She had never been to the cafeteria at Star Era School, and was very excited. At noon, with the melodious ring of the bell signaling the end of get out of class, many students began to walk in that direction. The students chatted and laughed as they walked, and the school was filled with a youthful atmosphere. 2 Omegas, a boy and a girl, walked arm in arm, holding a parasol together, discussing what to have for lunch. Suddenly, the female Omega's eyes lit up, and she gestured to her friend to look to the left and front. Look at that person. She's so tall, and her figure is amazing. Even from behind, she looks so beautiful. The male Omega scoffed. That's not necessarily true. She might be ugly from the front. Aren't those things common? Want to make a bet? Forget it. Look, she's holding an umbrella on a sunny day just like us. She's definitely either an Omega or a Beta. There's nothing to see. When we Omegas find a partner, of course we have to look for a strong and powerful Alpha. The female Omega was unhappy. What does this have to do with being an Alpha? I'm a beauty lover. I'm satisfied just to have a beautiful woman looking at me. Besides, she desperately wanted to prove her point. So, she deliberately made a detour, pretending to pass in front of the person casually. The male Omega pretended to be indifferent, but he was actually quite excited. As she passed by the person, he watched his friend's expression from behind. Then, he saw the female Omega's eyes widen, her entire body frozen in a daze. After the man passed by, he hurriedly approached and asked, "How is it? Does it look good? Does it look good?" "Good, it looks good, but..." The female Omega was clearly still in shock. "But what?" She took a long time to finish, and the male Omega was getting anxious. "Hurry up and tell me." The female Omega's face flushed crimson. She's Zhao Shi." The male Omega's face changed. That fierce and terrifying Zhao Shi, the school's top dog before school even officially started. This road leads to the cafeteria. Why would she be eating there? It's definitely her. The female Omega nodded vigorously, patting her chest in fear. As expected of the school bully, that aura is incredible. I was so scared just now when I saw her. I was so afraid she noticed. Hey, have you heard? She seems to have it all. After flirting with an Omega at the freshman party yesterday, she immediately went off to have sex with another Alpha. Ah, that's pretty fun. Then the two looked at each other and whispered, "Hey, who do you think is on top and who is on bottom?" I originally thought she was definitely on top, but when I saw her with that cute little parasol just now, I didn't recognize her from the back. It seems like she's becoming a bit of an Omega. Haven't you heard the saying? The pinker the dress, the more brutal the fuck. No. And she wasn't wearing pink. Pink is just a metaphor, describing this sudden change in personality. She's hiding her inner cruelty. Just then, 2 more people squeezed in. They obviously knew each other. Fuck, have you seen the school forum? Zhao Shi, on her first day of class today, beat up the teacher and the whole class, then took over the entire classroom. Is that even possible? Doesn't the school care? A classroom? Why would she take up an entire classroom? She doesn't look like someone who studies seriously. One of them slapped his thigh. I get it. Everyone looked at him. What? Just that, classroom drama, you know. Didn't they just reveal she was dancing with that guy yesterday? Oh my god, that couldn't be more plausible. As expected of a school bully, she loves excitement. As the man spoke, he turned and posted on the forum, adding yet another bombshell to the campus gossip. Chapter 17. The building before me resembled a giant blue conch, spiraling upside down on the water. It was unknown how this floating structure was created, but it looked magical. Combined with the surrounding white sand path, it felt very much like the ocean. Zhao Shi folded her umbrella and walked into the cafeteria. She saw that the tables and chairs were all shaped like conch shells. There were doors on all four sides of the cafeteria, and in the center was a food delivery station with 4 levels of conveyor belts. Standard-sized dishes in glass boxes were transported along the conveyor belts. Students simply took the dishes they wanted from the conveyor belts, which automatically detected and charged their accounts. The cafeteria wasn't crowded yet, but Zhao Shi was already hungry. Alpha had a big appetite, so she followed the conveyor belts to select her dishes. She looked at the dazzling array of dishes and desserts, many of which she had never seen before. She craved everything, and before she knew it, the boxes piled up like a mountain. After making her selection, Zhao Shi noticed the cafeteria suddenly became noisy. It turned out that a large number of students had arrived after lunch. She was about to find a corner seat to eat when, as she turned, she was suddenly struck by a powerful force. A figure moved at breakneck speed, crashing directly into the pile of plates in front of her. Zhao Shi reacted quickly, first taking a half step back to steady the plates. With her other hand, she placed her hand on the man's shoulder, pinning him down. With a sweeping kick, she kicked the stainless steel soup bowl from under his feet, preventing him from causing further damage to the rest of the cafeteria. But even with her quick reaction, the upper half of the plate was inevitably sent flying due to inertia. An estimated 10 or so glass boxes landed on the ground, and the crisp sound of shattering glass immediately attracted everyone's attention. The food from the lunch boxes flew everywhere, impairing several nearby students. They were carrying emerald bok choy, chocolate cake, red oil beef tenderloin, and other things on their heads and bodies, and they looked over in panic and anger. Hiss. It hurts. Zhao Shi quickly let go of her hand. In the urgency of the situation, she hadn't controlled her strength well enough. She reached out to help the man up from the ground. Sorry, I spilled your food. They both muttered a silent apology. The man looked up, and when he saw Zhao Shi's face, his body suddenly slumped, and he sat back down, his expression instantly darkening. You're the school bully, Zhao Shi. What the hell? School bully? When did that happen? Zhao Shi was stunned by what he said. How was she a bully? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk without permission. Then everyone around saw the tall, fierce-looking Alpha's eyes darken. Her brows furrowed, sharpening even more, and her eyes shone with a murderous gleam. By then, the cafeteria was already packed. The food pickup area was surrounded by a wall of people, but a wide space was left in the middle, so no one dared approach. Someone began quietly raising their laptops to film Zhao Shi's direction. Zhao Shi looked up and saw the dense crowd around her. Suddenly, she felt a little nervous, unsure what to do. Why were so many people staring at her? Although she reacted quickly and helped someone, she didn't need so many people watching her do a good deed. It was so embarrassing. You should get up first. Zhao Shi reached out to help him. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. The man suddenly began to apologize frantically, sitting on the ground and backing away. He had witnessed what happened at the freshman party firsthand, and had just read online about Zhao Shi bullying his entire class and teachers. What a terrifying person. He was completely devastated. Shock. Zhao Shi was openly bullying in the cafeteria. He kicked someone to the ground. Zhao Shi threw dozens of lunch boxes, shattering glass all over the floor, and many students in the cafeteria were innocently affected. The post on the campus forum exploded again. Was such a big reaction necessary? Before Zhao Shi could grasp the situation, a phone call came in. A glance at the note on the laptop revealed it was in Go. Young master, she is awesome. How long has it taken to become a school bully? I admire you. And Ishiu's voice came from the laptop. Zhao, she didn't want to talk to this middle school boy and was about to hang up. Are you in the cafeteria now? Zhao, she paused mid-stretch, curious. How do you know? I just saw a post about you bullying a classmate. When did I bully a classmate? Now? Zhao, she looked around and realized that the way everyone was looking at her was a little strange. It wasn't the kind of admiration one gets when someone does good things, but rather fear, disgust, and a look of excitement. Her words weren't convincing, so Zhao, she approached the classmate who had bumped into her, hoping to ask for his help in explaining. As soon as he saw her approach, his face turned pale as paper. Don't come over here. I've already apologized. I really didn't mean it. Then he suddenly jumped up from the ground and scrambled away. With the man's departure, the crowd quickly dispersed. Anger filled everyone's eyes. If looks could kill, Zhao, she would have died countless times. But despite their fury, no one stood up to seek justice. They all knew Zhao, she was someone they couldn't afford to offend. So, they channeled their grief and anger into a tirade online, quickly spreading the story. They felt brimming with righteousness. Even if they didn't offer a helping hand physically, they were fighting for justice online, contributing their voices to the underdog. Zhao, she looked at the spilled food on the floor. Could that person have run away because they didn't want to compensate her? Today was another day of being the victim. She carried the rest of her food to a corner. Despite this unfortunate incident, she still had to eat. After all this commotion, the cafeteria returned to its usual deserted state. That was just as well. Hey, the bullying's over so soon? A cool green-haired guy swaggered in from the doorway, one hand in his pocket. I said I come see Master Shi's heroic presence. Aren't you bored? Zhao, she found a seat by the window, sat down, and prepared to eat. What are you eating? And Ishu peeked at her plate. No, isn't it? Is this pig food? Zhao, she looked up, feeling as if she'd been scolded. Ahem. And Ishu looked away. I mean, how could you possibly eat something like this, machine-made in the cafeteria? Are you ready to experience the life of ordinary people? Zhao, she glared at him unhappily. Tired of the old stuff? Want a change of pace? Then I give it a try. Since I'm here, I try it too. And Ishu then brought over a few food boxes and placed them in front of him. He then opened a box of what looked like instant noodles. The noodles were a nice color, coated in a golden chili oil. He struggled for a long time, finally, with a look of disdain, grudgingly picking up a small handful and putting it in his mouth. And Ishu's expression changed. It's okay, not that hard to swallow. And Zhu, pig food tastes pretty good? Zhao, she looked at him with amusement. TSK. And Ishu raised his head. Actually, I saw you were getting lonely eating alone, so I wanted to keep you company. Oh, then if you can, don't show off 3 bowls in one go. Chapter 18. In the afternoon, Zhao, she went to the office to look for the counselor. Before entering the office, Zhao, she politely knocked 3 times. At the door, she saw a middle-aged woman with a fair complexion and a slightly plump figure, with kind eyes, sitting behind the desk opposite. A student next to her was saying something to her with a gloomy face. Zhao, she was about to ask the teacher next to her, which teacher was their class counselor, when she saw the teacher across the door suddenly stand up. The student next to her followed her gaze, and looked at Zhao, she standing in the doorway, and then the color drained from her face. Zhao, she is here. The teacher walked over and said to her with a smile, Is this our first meeting? I'm Luo and I. Hello, Teacher Luo. This teacher was the class counselor. Zhao, she, thinking about her own mistakes, felt a little embarrassed. Her face was tense, and she looked serious and cold. Luo and I, and the student exchanged glances. A pleading look flashed in the student's eyes. She wondered if Zhao, she had heard the complaints, and the negative things she had said. Go back first, Luo and I said to the student. The student nodded and tiptoed past Zhao Shi, as if afraid of breaking anything. She practically brushed her feet against the wall to create distance between them. Luo and I led her to the reception room next to the office. Sit down. I heard everything about this morning. Zhao, she listened cautiously, already mentally preparing 1,000-word self-reflection, insisting on a proper attitude in admitting her mistakes. Since you don't like Teacher Yin, I can transfer you to a different teacher's class. Is that okay? Luo and I smiled, her eyes curved into crescents. This was unexpected, and Zhao, she quickly said, No. I was definitely wrong in this matter. I should apologize to Teacher Yin in person. A hint of surprise flashed in Luo Ni's eyes. Do you really think so? Yes. Zhao, she nodded. Then could you please wait here for a moment? I contact Teacher Yin. With that, Luo and I entered another office, closed the door, and called Yen Deegan. It was a three-way call. Besides the two of them, the other person was the principal. She said she wanted to apologize to teacher Yen in person. Look at this. Yen Deegan. No, 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 my old bones can't bear that apology. Don't you know what kind of person she is? Will she apologize? She's just holding a grudge against me for locking her out, and she's using this opportunity to trick me again. I absolutely don't want to see her again. Principal, old Yen, this is indeed a difficult matter. Director, she is our school's largest shareholder, and she has the power to dismiss all faculty and staff. But in this case, I think we can do this. After a while, Ronnie returned. Well, teacher Yan's old illness has suddenly come back, so she's on sick leave this semester. I'm afraid she won't be able to return to school for a while. Is that so? Zhao, she was a little worried that she might have gotten sick from being so angry. Is teacher Yan's illness serious? It's nothing. It's a chronic illness. She just needs some time to recuperate. The school will assign another teacher to your class during this time. Luo and I was very kind and easy to put people at ease. Zhao Shi, if you encounter anything upsetting at school, could you try to talk to a teacher first? She was advising Zhao Shi not to act so impulsively and violently. As soon as she said this, Roni felt a cold sweat break out on her back. Would this demon king suddenly lose his temper at her sermon? Okay, I will. Zhao Shi smiled, a rare smile. Thank you, teacher. After Zhao Shi left, Roni stared blankly at the door, unsure of what to think. Summer is a vibrant season. The scorching sun falls on the campus, casting fine shadows of leaves among the clusters of flowers and branches. The students in their prime walking across campus are a beautiful sight. Star Alliance Media University is recognized as the place with the most handsome men and beautiful women of all types. After all, it is the cradle of the stars of the universe. The number of alphas is the lowest at Media University. Alphas generally have a bellicose gene. Fighting activates their dopamine more easily than others. They are not good at capturing emotions, and are generally not as accomplished in the arts and humanities. There are few good singers or actors who are alphas. Of course, they disdain anything that relies on establishing a persona or polishing their appearance to please others. Naturally, Zhao Shi, an alpha, stands out on campus. Furthermore, she's been known for her fierceness since the start of the school year. Wherever she goes, no one is within 10 meters. Of course, in the classroom, that distance is shortened to about 2 or 3 meters. Friday afternoon, the last class, like Monday's first, was directing theory. This time, a younger teacher was in charge, and he seemed quite nervous. Zhao Shi, bored, counted the number of times he stuttered and uttered the catchphrase, and then, after the long take, now, it's time to talk about the flashback, which is often used to tell a story in reverse order. Zhao Shi propped her head up to look out the window at the sky. It was a clear azure blue, with snow-white clouds drifting across it like smoke. She suddenly remembered what she had seen that day, the dark blue sky, the black walls, and the school standing solemnly like a fortified city. They were clearly under the same sky, yet it was a world away from here. What would it be like in there? She suddenly felt curious. Was it like a prison? Making up blankets, running drills, and getting beaten every day? It seemed like there was constant war outside. Zhao Shi had read interstellar history, and periods of chaos and war accounted for 80% of interstellar history. Do military academy students also go to the battlefield during their time in school? The bell rang, and the teacher wiped the sweat from his face, feeling relieved. He glanced discreetly in Zhao Shi's direction. Fortunately, he wasn't being targeted. After everyone had left, Zhao Shi slowly rose from her seat. This way, the teaching building would be less crowded, and she wouldn't cause panic among the other students. Shi Xiao, why are you still so unenthusiastic after school? Zhao Shi turned around and saw someone standing at the back of the classroom. And Ishu smiled brightly. You're actually still here for class. I was just trying to find your class schedule, and came to see you, but I actually found you. Why didn't you reply to my message? Zhao Shi glanced at her laptop. Oh, I muted it. I was really listening. Did I hear you wrong? You really were listening. And Ishu nodded. That's true. After all, you said you wanted to be a great director. If you become a big-name director, you have all the pretty girls you want, right? They all flock to you like butterflies for acting opportunities. The original owner's dream was to be a director? Zhao Shi thought about it. She herself didn't seem to have much ambition, even worse than the original owner. And go, what's your major? You really forgot what I chose. Master Shi, you don't care about me at all. And Ishu clutched his chest, acting like he was hurt. Actor. And Ishu tilted his head back and tossed his hair. A handsome guy like me is suited to being an actor. I can act in any scene from now on and charm a bunch of little OS. Director Zhao, please ask me to act more often in the future. I give you a friendly price. Zhao Shi walked out of the classroom. Okay, just bring the money with you. Otherwise, I'm afraid I lose everything. Hey, that's really too much. As they left the building, an Ishu suddenly said mysteriously, hey, since we don't have classes tomorrow, let's go somewhere nice tonight and have some fun. No. Zhao Shi thought she might as well spend her free time playing games at home. I went through so much trouble to get the pass. That place isn't easy to get to. I guarantee you, young Master Shi will love it. Let's go! Will you die if you don't use wavy hair? Zhao Shi reached out and pushed his face away. Yes. If you keep talking like that, I won't go. You mean you agreed? And Ishu's eyes lit up. Then let's go now. Zhao Shi thought, since she had nothing better to do, she might as well go out and see this completely unfamiliar world, just like playing a game. The two of them went to the underground garage. An Ishu's sports car was parked below. They got in and drove out of the garage. At the same time, another sports car pulled out from the other side, and the two cars drove side by side. Young Master and, what a coincidence. In the car were two betas dressed in a very nightclub-like Aquaman style. Hi. And Ishu held the steering wheel and raised an eyebrow. Hey, young Masterin, let me ask you something. Is that rumor circulating on the Starnet that young Master Shi is gay true? What kind of gossip is that? And Ishu was puzzled. Where did it come from? Look, it's trending. The beta had his computer screen on full display, facing this way. Surprise! Zhao Shi and that guy are gay and in love. And Ishu read the title again. Zhao Shi and that guy are gay? Who's that guy? The two exchanged strange glances. Young Masterin, I heard. It's you. An Ishu? Question mark. Fuck. Am I an Ishu, not even worthy of a name? Zhao Shi, isn't the point that we're not gay? Chapter 19. The two men only then noticed that the real owner was in the passenger seat. Oh, Master Shi is here too. I knew what was said online was fake. Everyone knows Master Shi's style. He's known for his coolness among the crowd, hasn't he? Master Shi has been a big name on Starnet lately. He's been trending on the internet for a while now. Zhao Shi didn't know these two people, nor did he know the original owner's relationship with them, so he simply pretended to be aloof and kept silent. I'm afraid only those with high-profile celebrity status can barely compare to this kind of treatment. Has Master Shi considered entering the entertainment industry? Not interested. The cold alpha leaned back in his seat, expressionless, only raising his eyelids to glance at them. The two baits smiled awkwardly. The rumors were indeed true. Zhao Shi was arrogant and irritable, not to be trifled with. And Ishu waved his hand. We're busy today. We have a drink together next time. And Ishu might be unreliable, but he was a very steady driver. Zhao Shi gazed at the streets along the way, bored and beginning to feel sleepy. By then, the sky had darkened, and the night was deepening. The surrounding streets had changed from a bustling, technologically advanced city to dilapidated bungalows. But it seemed no one lived here. Fallen leaves lay piled along the street. Why haven't we arrived yet? Zhao Shi couldn't help but ask, are you going to drive to some mountain ridge and sell me off? And Ishu laughed heartily. I dare to sell, but who dares to buy? He gestured for Zhao Shi to look ahead. We're almost there. Zhao Shi looked at the rusted, leaning sign not far away. Red Sun Landfill. Are you serious? And Ishu curled his lips into a smile. You know, in a moment. Zhao Shi suddenly felt a sense of regret for agreeing to this unreliable offer so rashly. The car turned a corner and drove into a garbage dump. Mountains of garbage piled up all around, and there was no accessible path. And Ishu took out a green card and waved it in front of the car window. A beeping sound was heard. A square, dark hole appeared in the open space ahead, just wide enough for a car to enter. Entering the passage, it was completely dark. The two of them got out of the car and walked for a while. And Ishu suddenly squatted down. We're here. He slapped the green card on the ground. It turned out to be a manhole cover. The card fit neatly into the square groove in the center of the manhole cover, and the cover slowly moved aside, revealing a pitch-black hole. Jump? Are you sure? This is a manhole. This is the entrance to the underground toy factory. And Ishu rubbed his hands. Come on, open the door to a new world. What's an underground toy factory? Wow. And Ishu had already jumped. Zhao Shi stared at the dark, monster-like sewage well. Why did it seem to be emitting a strange, foul odor? Zhao Shi hesitated. She really shouldn't have followed others out so casually. What if she was kidnapped? It was too dangerous for an 18-year-old girl to be out alone in the middle of the night. She was simply walking into a wolf's den. She looked around anxiously and realized she couldn't even remember how to get back. And in the darkness, something seemed to be staring at her. Eerie cold. Could it be a ghost? She felt a chill run down her spine. She could only bite the bullet, pinching her nose and leaping. After jumping, they first fell a meter before entering a long tunnel, like a slide. The tunnel twisted and turned, and was very steep. She felt like she was descending in circles at a rapid speed, the excitement making her heart almost beat out of her chest and her head feel dizzy. After an unknown amount of time, she felt as if she were being carried by a gust of air, slowly descending, finally landing smoothly on a soft cushion. She looked around, and saw that they were in a tunnel emitting a faint blue light. They were now in an unmanned hover car. This place was like a maze, with countless such tunnels. As the car drove on, the tunnel widened at the back, and vehicles from other tunnels gradually joined in. She couldn't help but marvel at the scene below, like an underground city. And the manhole cover they had entered, she reasonably suspected, might be found in many places on this planet, all leading to this one place. The car drove for a while, stopped, dropped them off, and then drove away. Before him stood a massive, spiraling structure. She dared to admit he had never seen anything like it before. Its shape was rather strange, resembling a gigantic tree. Above it stood layers upon layers of tall buildings, like each of its leaves. I had never imagined such a vast complex of buildings could exist underground. The two entered the entrance at the tree's roots. She looked up and felt a sense of oppression. It was simply too tall. The building towered before him like a towering mountain, making him seem infinitely smaller. Young master, illuminate the terminal. Question mark. An issue, balance screen. She raised her wrist, and the dense string of zeros nearly dropped in Ishu's jaw. She had long been accustomed to it. The balance in her terminal was more than the gold and black coins she had in the game. It was so large that it almost felt unreal, and instead seemed like just numbers. Young master, I knew you had a lot of pocket money, but I never expected it to be this much. Rich woman, please support me. Okay, if you undergo sex reassignment surgery to become an Omega, I might consider it. Wouldn't you consider the thrill of a split-alone relationship? No. Forget it, I just continue to live a carefree life as an alpha. The silver robot waiter before them, initially indifferent, suddenly glowed green when he saw Xiaoxi's balance. A robot waiter stepped forward, its humanoid face sporting a fawning smile. It said enthusiastically, "Dear VIP guest, please follow me to the VIP lounge. I introduce you to the various attractions at the underground toy factory." In this day and age, robots can even choose their dishes carefully. Xiaoxi and the others boarded the ultra-luxurious VIP elevator. Through the glass, they could see a long line of people waiting below to register their information and enter the factory. Xiaoxi, so, that's why you insisted on bringing me along? Right. No, of course not. And Ishu said seriously, I was thinking you'd been cooped up in the hospital for a month, and were about to get sick. You needed to get out, and release some of that alpha's untended energy. He winked at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, She went to the lounge, and drank the drink the waiter brought her. Inside were tiny, shimmering silver beads. It was the same popping pearl milk tea she had at the freshman party, and it tasted even better than the one she had at school, with a richer milky flavor. And Ishu sipped her drink. The milk-infused insect egg tea here is the most authentic. The perfect temperature prevents it from becoming overly inactivated and losing its elasticity. What is this? She suddenly set down the half-empty cup as if it were a hot potato and pushed it away. Are these beads insect eggs? Yes. And Ishu nodded, then took several long gulps. Xiaoxi's face paled. Help. Starfolk have such strong tastes, and Ishu panicked. What's wrong? I didn't hear you were allergic to this before. A silver robot came over and stopped in front of her. Guest, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Xiaoxi tried to calm her expression and control her tone. Do you think if I drink this, the eggs might turn into worms in my stomach? What makes you think that? And Ishu asked curiously. Aren't all the eggs inactivated? Humanity defeated the Zerg long ago. These are made by preserving their genetic material pool. Speaking of the Zerg genetics industry, Anshi's company is still the leader. It's really profitable. No wonder you have so much pocket money. And Ishu's expression was a little sour. I'm so envious. This. People these days are so creative. They even capture Zerd to eat. From widespread consumption to extinction, and then to artificial cultivation. Why does this feel so familiar? But I brought you here today mainly for the fully lifelike robot the AG company is about to release. Jiaoxi was uninterested. What's so fun about robots? And Ishi bumped her shoulder and gave her a sideways smile. It's those robots. The kind that even alphas understand. Jiaoxi, ? I don't understand, so don't talk nonsense. Chapter 20. This is the internal testing phase, so it's only being conducted underground. No word has been released to the public yet. Before him stood 2 helmets and 2 transparent cabinets. Inside the cabinets were 2 white human skeletons, surrounded by numerous tiny, spider-like webs of wire connecting the skeletons. Jiaoxi's scalp tingled. It looked like real human bones. The project manager nearby explained, this new material will give you an absolutely authentic experience. All you have to do is put on the helmet and input your imaginary dream lover into the computer, and then you truly possess them. And Ishi rubbed his hands together and eagerly donned the helmet. Young Master Shi, hurry up. Having a lover who perfectly matches your dreams is no less impressive than those out there. Jiaoxi put on the helmet and, following the system's prompts, gradually imagined the appearance of the non-existent person in her mind. Jiaoxi actually felt that this robot couldn't possibly simulate the person she had in mind. As a single woman who had never considered such a thing, it was impossible for her to have a dream lover. When the electronic chime signaled the input was complete, she removed her helmet. A floating light screen appeared above the glass case before her. The screen displays simulated digital information based on your input. You can manipulate the screen to further refine the data. Jiaoxi's breath paused as she watched the virtual person appear on the screen. The scattered sunlight fell on him, reflecting a shimmer like gold foil. His flawless jade-like skin and his slender figure, like a bamboo or pine tree, loomed in the light and shadow. She couldn't help but think of the word, celestial being. On second thought, that made sense. Aren't AI simulated dummies the non-existent celestial beings? Jiaoxi's mind suddenly skipped a beat. Shit, this person looks familiar. A head slid over from the side. Let me see, what's your ideal type? Jiaoxi panicked and instinctively reached out to block it, but it was too late. Damn! This isn't Lin. Jiaoxi quickly covered his mouth. There must be something wrong with this system. You know, I only like Omegas. There were a lot of people outside the store, and there was a project manager nearby. If she told anyone about this, she'd probably be hacked to death. There must be something wrong with the system. She and Lin Tanyan had clearly only met once. If she had any impression, it was probably that he was quite good-looking, like a particularly good-looking celebrity she'd seen in real life in her previous life. She simply lamented the unfairness of Mua's creation, and didn't have any other thoughts. The same was true for Lin Tanyan. They weren't from the same world to begin with. Of course I know. You must be imagining the person you hate the most in your life, right? And Ishu stroked hee chin and said, hee. Is there anything more satisfying than pinning your nemesis down and making him cry for mercy? Jiaoxi's scalp throbbed. Oh my god, what kind of lewd language is this? Lin Tanyan is an alpha at the top of his genetics. His pheromones can make even an S-level alpha weak in the knees. Since he can't do that in real life, can't he just vent his feelings in private? Jiaoxi's forehead bulged. Will you shut up? Am I the kind of person who would do such a beastly thing? Oh, I don't know you. But you're really wasting this expensive, sophisticated custom robot by using it as a punching bag. Jiaoxi was stunned. Huh? So that's what you meant. And it doesn't take very long to get hit. If you practice boxing, it might break after a few hits. But it's okay. You're rich, so you can just buy a new one if it breaks. And Ishi whispered, but just use it at home. Don't show it off. If it gets out, you could go to jail for violating your portrait rights. He patted the project manager next to him. Don't worry, Manager Lee's a close friend. He won't tell anyone. The project manager smiled. It'd take an hour to fill it with material. Please be patient. He pressed a button, and the transparent threads in the glass turned flesh-colored and began to grow muscle tissue around the bones. Jiaoxi's eyelids twitched, finding it a bit strange. Forget it. I suddenly feel like looking at that face is ruining my mood. I don't need it anymore. Jiaoxi and Lin Tanyan weren't close, let alone disliked each other. Besides, using someone else's face to create a robot was just weird. And go, have fun by yourself. I go look somewhere else. And Ishi was watching his robot take shape in the glass with great anticipation. He paid no attention to anything else, and simply waved his hand. Okay. After Zhao, she walked out the door, and Ishu suddenly remembered something and stood up to watch her leave. No, she wasn't like this before. Could it be? And Ishu stroked his chin, with a worried look on his face. Could it be that, as the rumor said, young master she had been playing too much and his kidneys were failing? Was he just making up an excuse? He thought about it again, and realized Zhao, she had indeed changed quite a bit recently. An S-rank alpha with recessive gene expression was actually worse than even the most common alpha? Yes, she didn't even have pheromones. Zhao, she didn't know one of her friends was grieving for her. What should I do if I have kidney deficiency? I have a friend with kidney deficiency. Is there any way to treat it? Several posts asking for help appeared on the Star Network. Who's your friend? Could it be you? Not me. I'm telling you, but don't tell anyone else. The news quickly spread throughout the Blue Dream Star Alpha Night chat group. From then on, Zhao Shi's kidney deficiency became a secret known to everyone, yet unknown to her. Elsewhere, Zhao Shi wandered aimlessly. Many people wore silver masks, and their figures seemed similar. There were all sorts of strange shops, like 3D puzzles made from Zerg corpses, and necklaces made from deep-sea excrement. There were also tech experience stores. Besides the robot store an Ishu had taken her to earlier, there was also a holographic gaming experience store. Zhao Shi had been thinking about trying one, but after turning a corner, she saw a building-sized advertising screen in the center of the lobby. Floating in midair, it had a black background and silver lettering. The beginning of every adventure is the end of a sin. Pushing aside the dense forest of sin, another adventure ends. Underground auction. Do you dare to come? Zhao Shi glanced at the long list of numbers on her laptop's balance, and suddenly changed her mind. The best way to understand a world, of course, is to shop. She noticed the location marked on the billboard and took the elevator to the 10th floor below ground. She hadn't imagined that a building already deep underground could continue to dig deeper. Following the sign, she arrived at a closed dark red wooden door in Zhao Shi's building. The sign indicated that this was the auction room. She knocked on the door, and a pair of eyes suddenly opened, startling her and making her jump back. What the hell is this? I'm not a thing. The simulated mechanical eyes blinked. Okay. You're not a thing. Zhao Shi said, I want to attend the auction. Let me in. The eyes said, the auction has begun. No one is allowed. So Zhao Shi raised her wrist to glance at it. The mechanical eyes glared at it, as if counting the zeros. Then the door slammed open. Ah, why didn't you tell me earlier? Distinguished VIP guest, please come in. The moment the door opened, a man in a retro butler's uniform was already waiting respectfully beside it. Zhao Shi knew that at a large auction like this, the majority of people were likely just spectators, and people with strong purchasing power like her might not be common. VIPs have exclusive seating. Please follow me. After entering the main entrance, one could see a large circular hall. The exhibition stand was a huge platform suspended in midair, and the customer seats were arranged in a C-shaped pattern, one floor at a time. It turned out that the auction hall was located from basement level 1 to basement level 10. The first 5 floors were filled with adjacent seats. Above that, there were curtains, private rooms, and finally, on the top 3 floors, private rooms. The entire hall was arranged in a bamboo chute-shaped pattern, with the exhibition booths positioned slightly above the center. Clearly, the best spots to see the exhibits firsthand were the private rooms on the 3rd floor. Other floors, due to limited viewing angles, could only see the exhibits projected from the large screens on either side. Zhao Shi boarded the dedicated elevator, ascending from basement level 10 to basement level 1, overlooking the entire venue. This was her prestigious VIP seat. The coffee table in the private room was set with a variety of fruits, desserts, wine, and the same milk-infused insect egg drink from earlier. Take this away. I want juice, without any additives. Okay, I bring it over later. The waiter brought a red cloth-covered wooden tray with a silver mask on it. This is the anonymous mask given by the auction house. What is this? What's it for? Zhao Shi picked up the mask. Is this your first time here? Some items at the auction aren't easily visible, so to protect our customers' personal information, we be providing masks for VIP guests in the private rooms. They conceal your true identity when bidding and picking up items. The mask produces light to influence your figure and appearance, and it also has a voice changer, allowing you to freely choose your voice. Zhao Shi immediately tried it on and asked, will this change my height? She then noticed her voice had transformed into that of a seasoned, older man. It's just a visual effect. The essence remains the same. Zhao Shi then looked through the glass and saw herself, now slender and slender. That's quite interesting. Zhao Shi had a blast, stretching herself out and out, widening and narrowing, back and forth against the glass. The waiter brought her fresh juice, and closed the door for her. Zhao Shi reclined on the sofa, sipping juice through a straw through her mask. She stared at the display booth below her, where a new lot had just been presented. It was a mermaid. The booth was almost within reach. The mermaid was encased in a transparent, square glass tank, a bit cramped, and curled up inside. She could see her fine, shimmering scales, and her dark blue hair, flowing like lush seaweed. She gently swayed her tail, a multicolored, translucent tip, a breathtaking beauty. The auction seats in the lower and middle tiers saw occasional bids, but the seats in the upper 3 tiers were empty. The mermaid's drooping eyelids suddenly lifted, her lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, and she gazed at her with a pitiful expression. At this moment, if she simply bought the mermaid, as the novel clichés go, saving her would immediately usher in a love story for Nian Yang Jiang Jiang. The mermaid, sensing her gaze, leaned in slightly, waving its large, beautiful tail as it moved closer. The next moment, the mermaid opened its bloody maw and lunged at her. It happened so suddenly that Zhao Shi had no time to react. Then, with a loud thud, the mermaid collided with the seemingly non-existent, high-transparency tempered glass before her. The recoil sent the mermaid slamming back, a sharp, piercing cry like a wild animal. Then, a nearby staff member pressed a button, and the mermaid instantly quieted down, returning to her previous, adorable appearance. For these aggressive pets, we have implanted controllers in them. You can use a remote to make them docile, cuddly, and affectionate. Zhao Shi was slow to react. It wasn't until the mermaid was photographed and carried off the display that her face paled and her heart nearly jumped. Oh my god, I'm so scared. Based on what she read on Starnet, if she remembered correctly, mermaids are known to eat people. They were being sold as pets, and people were buying them? What if the controller malfunctioned? Then, there were all sorts of captive Zerg and contaminated mutants. Just the most terrifying thing ever. It's absolutely safe. We include a matching hypnotic and custom chains. Don't worry. Zhao Shi wasn't even interested in taking a look. She simply didn't dare look. She truly wasn't as curious as these interstellar people. They were simply too heavy-handed. Finally, something less frightening was carefully brought up. This magnificent vase draws inspiration from the distant past of ancient Earth. It's said that in that era, only the upper class could display such a piece in their homes, a treasure worthy of being a family heirloom. Master Seth's work, the only one of its kind in the entire galaxy. Starting price, 80 million. Someone immediately raised the bid, 85 million. 90 million. I give you 100 million. 200 million. The price quickly surpassed the previous high for an item auctioned. After seeing so many bizarre, inhuman creatures, Zhao Shi wished he could finally rest his eyes. There it was, a white object with a red surface, painted with large, magnificent peonies. Zhao Shi was stunned. Ah! Isn't this a spittoon? Chapter 21. Ha ha! A burst of rough laughter echoed throughout the room. Isn't that a spittoon? Zhao Shi had just realized that the VIP seats had built-in speakers that could play audio out loud. Then, she felt everyone's gaze fixed on her. Who is that? How dare they openly insult Master Seth's work? I don't know, but anyone who can sit in the upper seats is no ordinary person. They must be big names in some field. Someone on the 3rd floor said, TSK, you're just trying to drive down the price. I raise it. 300 million. I raise it too. 400 million. Zhao Shi breathed a sigh of relief. She was suddenly fascinated by the sight of something from a bygone era. Thankfully, the mask could change her voice, so no one could guess who she was. None of the previous auction items had moved the people on the 3rd floor, but now, the spittoon was being bid up like crazy. Technology has a price, art is priceless. The peony flower vase was successfully auctioned by guest number 207 for 630 million. Congratulations. Zhao Shi, I don't understand. She spent some time at the auction, but didn't find anything useful. While those ferocious creatures were somewhat interesting, she didn't dare keep them at home. Zhao Shi looked at her long balance. Alas, having money but nowhere to spend it is a frustrating experience. When she left, she opened the door, and saw a man wearing a silver mask leaning against the doorway. But his mask was different from the one the auction house had just given her. It only showed the top half of his face. It revealed a perfect jawline, and a smile, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. This man didn't look like an auctioneer. His attire was completely different. He was probably a customer attending the auction. Zhao Shi ignored him and walked past, but he suddenly followed her. Dear VVIP guest, are there any items in this auction that you're interested in? It turned out he was an auctioneer. Xiaoxi nodded. Absolutely. She thought she'd go home early. Maybe she'd have time to play some games. The man smiled in an official manner. So do you have any suggestions for us? For example, what kind of products do you like? What kind of service would you like? We do our best to improve it. Any suggestions for the auction house? Xiaoxi thought for a moment. No, I don't like going out much, and I probably won't be here anymore. I shop more online. Anything related to underground toy factories is fine. Of course, suggestions for me personally are also welcome. He smiled. I've received your suggestion. It's a good one. The auction house will launch an online auction system later, but only on the dark web. You know, the Galactic Federation isn't very welcoming of us. Then I'd be leaving. Xiaoxi was a little worried that if she stayed any longer, someone would try to sell her all sorts of weird stuff. She had taken 2 steps when a voice behind her called out. Please wait. Xiaoxi managed to turn around. Anything else? Your total spending is 10 million star coins. Please settle the bill. The lower half of his face, beneath his silver mask, smiled warmly. Xiaoxi was filled with confusion. Is this a mistake? I didn't buy anything. VIP seats are charged, and yours is the highest ranking seat. Please look, there's a price list at the entrance. Clearly marked, no cheating. Xiaoxi took a look, and it was indeed true. She had only sat down on that sofa, and it was so expensive. No wonder the top floor was so sparsely populated, so that's why. Alright. Xiaoxi raised her hand and swiped her laptop. She could only console herself with the fact that this trip wasn't in vain. Even if she didn't buy anything, at least she spent her money. The auction house has special protections for VVIP customers who shop here. After all, because the auction items are so valuable, there are occasional robberies and murders. Don't worry, we definitely give you excellent value for your money. Xiaoxi thought about it, thinking it was like spending 10 million on a mask. This mask, which concealed her identity, was quite useful. She walked out of the auction hall and down the long corridor. It was spacious and quiet, the clean, dark-patterned floor reflecting her figure. Because the auction hadn't ended yet, the hall outside was empty, but the silence inside was eerie. She could even hear her own heartbeat. Xiaoxi unconsciously walked faster, crossing the corridor to press the elevator button. As she reached a corner, her back suddenly tightened, and a cold, deathly aura crept up from her neck. She subconsciously tilted her body slightly. At the same moment, something brushed past her temple, a muffled sound like it pierced through steel, instantly exploding beside her ear. Hiss. She covered her stinging ear. Glancing sideways, she saw a charred, dented, smoking mark on the side of the elevator wall. It was a bullet hole. This was followed by the quiet crack of several bullets piercing the air, the sound coming from a silent sniper. This time, the bullets completely blocked her escape route, yet there was no sound of impact. A wall of air appeared before her, trapping the bullets within. There was a grinding sound, sparks flying. Then, 2 people, a man and a woman, stood on either side of her, seemingly appearing out of thin air. They were dressed in black, their expressions stern, their attire reminiscent of the secret agents she had seen in movies in her past life. Xiaoxi could sense the powerful aura emanating from them, which repelled her somewhat, making her feel uncomfortable. She instinctively sensed that they were also alphas, currently emitting pheromones. They exchanged glances, and the female alpha pursued the direction of the gunfire, while the other remained at her side. Xiaoxi realized that she was always accompanied by bodyguards. She had never known this. So, that feeling she sometimes had of being watched was actually because of them. You guys. Let's go! At the elevator door, Xiaoxi was pushed in, filled with doubt. My name is Du Xing, and her name is Lu Qian. We were assigned by President Xi to stay by your side. We won't appear unless your life is in danger. Xiaoxi had a rough idea. She really must have been acting this way because the original owner had been in a terrible situation and nearly died. But to be precise, the original owner wasn't nearly dead. She was already dead. Xiaoxi felt a little guilty for a moment, as if she had picked up someone else's property for nothing. Compared to that, the rumors she'd been subjected to paled in comparison. After all, she was the one who was still alive. The elevator was ascending, as they were now on the -10th floor, the lowest level. Just as they were about to reach the first floor, the elevator suddenly jolted and plunged downward. Then, due to the emergency brakes, it abruptly stopped, but it remained motionless, stuck in the middle, neither moving up nor down. Du Xing's face grimaced, his eyes fixed warily above him. At that moment, Zhao Shi faintly caught a whiff of something cool, like icy leaves, very cold, as if the heat of summer had suddenly turned to winter. It was my fault for not taking the elevator. As if to confirm his thoughts, the elevator began to shake. Du Xing pulled out a dark silver cylinder, about half a meter long, from his side. He pressed a button at the top, and a red laser beam appeared in the center of the cylinder. He quickly used the laser to carve a circular hole in the elevator ceiling. We have to get up quickly, or they might crash the elevator to the bottom. Do you smell that icy odor? Zhao Shi found the smell quite abrupt. Du Xing had just reached up to the elevator ceiling, preparing to climb out. What? He was startled, and instantly deployed his wind shield. At that moment, a steel bar pierced his head, blocked for a moment by his windscreen. He ducked his head in fear, and the bar plunged straight into the elevator's base with a bang. Du Xing hadn't expected that he escaped death thanks to Zhao Shi. But why hadn't he felt anything? Why had she? We've fallen for a trick. The man had deliberately tricked him into opening the elevator roof. Now, the two of them were completely trapped, caught in a siege. A barrage of bullets rained down from above, but there was no sound of gunfire. Du Xing manipulated the windscreen to block the incoming fire. A few bullets escaped, slipping sideways and instantly punching a fist-sized hole into the ground. The hole continued to expand. It was a substance laced with a strong acidic poison. These weren't bullets, and they weren't fired with a gun. Clearly, the person above was manipulating the airflow using a similar method to Du Xing's. Zhao Shi looked up. The objects blocked outside the windscreen resembled icicles, encased in black patterns. They grew more numerous and denser, practically filling the entire area above. Du Xing half knelt on the ground, his support becoming increasingly strained. He looked up, his face pale as paper. There are too many. Besides, he's stronger than me. The windscreen under Du Xing's control was shrinking. Already, many of the poisonous icicles had fallen into the elevator, creating large, dark craters. Hold on, you can escape from below. Zhao Shi glanced down at the pitch-black elevator shaft below, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. If she remembered correctly, this position was nearly 10 stories below the ground floor. She'd probably fall to her death. Du Xing saw she didn't move, then, as if remembering something, retracted his gaze. I almost forgot, you're different from us. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse don't need much. A large enough umbrella can shield them from the wind, rain, and sun. But it's best if such flowers never leave the greenhouse. And it's best if that umbrella never folds up, never falls. It's a decoy. Lucan might have been held captive. Du Xing's face grew increasingly grim. He reached out to control the barrier above him, veins bulging on his forehead and arms. His other hand pressed against his temple, aching from the intense mental exertion. I can't get through to the outside world. The signal here is intermittent. It must be jammed. The signal can only reach the underground toy factory at best, but the underground has always been at odds with the Star Alliance. They don't care even though the fighting has gotten this bad on their territory. Aren't they afraid their own things will be damaged? No. This kind of thing happens all the time here. They just let the fighting go on, and then demand compensation from the winner. They call it freedom. Du Xing suddenly bowed his head to the corner above him. His lifeless face held a tragic expression. Though exhausted, his eyes held the gleam of a willingness to die. I'm sorry, I couldn't complete the task you assigned me. Then he glanced at Zhao Shi. I won't let you die before me. The barrier under Du Xing's control shrank, splitting into two, to reduce the area under his control. The larger barrier was above Zhao Shi's head, while the one above him was shrinking. Zhao Shi pursed his lips and said nothing. In his arms was the mask given by the auction house. She had already sent a distress message after entering the elevator. This unscrupulous businessman better not be a scammer. Chapter 22. Seeing Du Xing about to remove the barrier above his head, Zhao Shi pulled him to his side and hoisted him onto his shoulders. Even if you die, I can't protect the barrier above my head. Du Xing was shocked, his whole body stiffening. He hadn't expected such a method. But even if the barrier was reduced in size, it couldn't hold out for long. Some of the black ice cones had already grazed their sides. Where they were touched, the fabric of their clothes quickly carbonized, turning to ash with the slightest movement. The skin touched by the ash immediately festered. Additionally, the elevator beneath them was severely corroded, and now the two of them remained frozen in this position, unable to move. Young Master Shi, I know you mean well, but I don't want to die in this position. Du Xing's dying voice came from behind. I'm afraid Lucan will misunderstand. Zhao Shi rolled her eyes. He was actually feeding her some dog food at this moment? Are you so sure we die today? Du Xing's voice trailed off, even speaking with difficulty. Why not? At that moment, his head tilted and he fainted. The impossibly thin wind layer above him suddenly shattered, and countless dense black poisonous ice cones fell like a dense rain of arrows. Just as the two were about to be engulfed by the rain of poisonous cones, corroding into a pool of black water, the wall beside them, along with the elevator wall, suddenly tore apart, brittle as paper. A net, shimmering with water, spread out simultaneously, scooping up the countless black poisonous cones above. Zhao Shi carried Du Xing out of the elevator, and landed right at someone's feet. Zhao Shi covered the festering wound that was contaminated by the poison cone. Only after he relaxed did he feel the severe pain. For a moment, he felt like he was going to faint from the pain. She tossed Du Xing to the man, turned her back, and hissed, tears welling in her eyes. Do you have medicine? Yes. Zhao Shi reached for it. The man paused mid-stretch. Strong painkiller and recovery potion, 5 million a bottle. Zhao Shi snatched the bottle. I've already given you 10 million, and you're still short of this? The lips beneath the silver mask curled. Of course, distinguished VIP guest. Zhao Shi poured the medicine onto the wound, and it took effect immediately. The pain disappeared almost instantly, and even the toxins in the festering flesh vanished with it, the wound healing visibly. She was astonished. Such a miraculous medicine existed. She looked up. It was the staff member she had met at the auction house. Your efficiency needs to improve. I take your advice to heart and speed things up next time. The staff member smiled. No, please don't let it happen again. Zhao Shi gave the remaining medicine to Du Xing, but he looked pale and weak, and he never opened his eyes. Is he poisoned? Do you have any antidote? He's just exhausted his mental energy. A good night's sleep will be fine. At this moment, Lucan leaped down from the ceiling. What happened to Du Xing? She quickly realized what had happened to them. They had just been through a dangerous situation. Lucan looked warily at the person next to Zhao Shi, and subtly placed himself in front of him, his muscles tense, ready for action. What could be your purpose, you underground toy factory man? What could it be? This is a VVIP customer who spent a significant amount of money in our store. Ensuring their safety is our responsibility. As far as I know, you're not so kind. As a renowned commercial destination in the interstellar world, we improve our service too. That way, we can maintain sustainable business, right? Lucan stopped talking, grabbed Du Xing, and pinched him hard. Du Xing was forced to open his eyes. Seeing he was awake, Lucan dragged him to his feet. This isn't a good place to rest. Let's go. Zhao Shi paid for the medicine and left the underground toy factory with the two bodyguards. Of course, she didn't walk. She also tried the bodyguards' assigned cars. They each had a blue and a red electric scooter with a color-changing function. These scooters were incredibly fast and could even fly. The color-changing function helped them blend in with the environment, effectively concealing them. Since Du Xing was injured, Zhao Shi took Lucan's car, while Du Xing, with a pale face, rode a bit slower. Zhao Shi didn't forget to message Anishu. I have something to do. I'm leaving now. Anishu didn't reply for a while, probably because he was having a blast. I'm wondering, who could be trying to kill me? Zhao Shi stroked his chin, thinking. It's not important, Lucan said. Isn't it important? You've offended many people, including President Xi. It's normal to encounter this kind of thing, isn't it? It's just that we handled it directly before. So today wasn't my first assassination attempt? Zhao Shi hadn't expected a situation to be so dangerous. But this was a special one. That person was very strong, and he was very good at hiding his murderous intent. I'm good at sensing these kinds of dark emotions, but I didn't even notice until he made his move. The electric scooter was moving at an alarming speed, and Zhao Shi, feeling a bit scared, hugged Lucan even tighter. Lucan's body stiffened. She had naturally heard that Zhao Shi was gay, and her expression became strange. Can you let go of your hand? Do you want to kill me too? Lucan asked curiously. Why do you ask? If I let go, won't I fly away? Lucan, That made sense. The man wearing a half-silver mask leaned back against the leather seat and lazily picked up a black ice crystal. The crystal slowly melted in his hand, the black acid slid through his fingers, but his smooth skin remained unscathed, as if it were new. Since the service didn't satisfy the customer, then we should pay more attention to after-sales service. Yes, Director. But it might be a little difficult. He's too fast. We can only kill him. Catching him alive won't work. If he's not alive, there's no way to identify the assassin's mastermind. The man said coldly. This month's performance bonus has been deducted. A gray sky, dark clouds shrouded the entire city. Cold raindrops splashed on the ground, creating a hazy mist. A man cloaked in a black cloak stalked through the rain, stumbling like a nocturnal bat, or like a black butterfly whose wings, wet by the rain, seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Red rainwater flowed from his body, pooling in the puddles on the ground, spreading and flowing into the pitch-black sewer. Beneath his black hood, half of his thin, pale face was revealed, his eyes like those of a lone, proud snow wolf on the high, cold mountain, lonely and indifferent. He looked up at the gray black sky and the empty streets around him. This was a dead city, rows of charred houses, empty except for him. He, a loser, had returned here like a lost dog. It rained heavily today, but not so heavily that day. The raging fires had consumed everything here. A chain reaction caused by the pipeline explosion? But why had they avoided the western suburbs cemetery? This cemetery seemed reserved for them. He walked past rows of gray-white tombstones, finally stopping before one. The black and white photograph showed a young girl in her prime, smiling sweetly. He placed a small white wildflower, picked from nowhere, on the left side of the tombstone, as if pinning a flower to a little girl's temples. In his right hand, clenched tightly, he held a silver butterfly hairpin. He could no longer stand and collapsed before the tombstone. He was dying. He opened his dimming eyes. Shall you? I haven't been able to avenge you yet. Will you blame me? He closed his eyes completely, and in his blurry vision, he seemed to see a figure walking towards him through the hazy rain. Alpine Villa District. So, spend the next 2 days healing your wounds and recuperating. In the light curtain before him, Shiruyan, with a noble and cool demeanor, took a sip from her teacup. Her background seemed to be a large conference room. Through the light curtain, she saw her secretary standing upright behind her, holding a folder. Then, through the reflection of the secretary's glasses, he saw a large group of people sitting at attention in the conference room. Then I've arranged 2 days of blind dates for next week. Prepare well, and don't be like last time. You're so rushed, you have no manners at all. She was stunned. Another blind date? I'm still young, isn't it necessary? I'm worried you might die one day, and it would be such a shame if you didn't leave a successor for the Zhao family. Xi's face was in disarray. Oh my god, is this really something a mother could say? Chapter 23. She was now in the basement of her home, which surprisingly housed a vast medical room, fully equipped with all kinds of medical equipment. Before her stood a massive white medical machine, adorned with a variety of light strips and transparent tubes. Lie down first for a full-body scan. The machine was large, but the space inside was barely wide enough for her to lie down. She felt as if she were lying in a coffin. Then, strange rays of light swept over her body. It felt like an eternity, and before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. The doctor finally opened the door and let her out. This doctor wasn't Fu Ling, the one who had examined her before. She had never met him, but she couldn't rule out the possibility that the original owner knew him. To avoid saying anything wrong, she said nothing more. She did what the doctor told her to do, acting as if she had been attacked and sick. Then the doctor handed her a brown glass vial, about 200 milliliters. This month's medicine. What medicine for this month? Although she didn't understand, she didn't ask any further questions. She pinched the cap off the glass vial and brought it to her lips. Before she could pour the liquid into her mouth, she smelled something like Chinese medicine. Help! Why is there such a thing as Chinese medicine in this interstellar world? It's the smell she hates the most. It makes her want to vomit. Can I not take this? Try something else. No, this medicine treats genetic diseases. The treatment isn't over yet, so you have to take it every month, otherwise all the medicine you took before will be useless. So, under the doctor's unquestioning gaze, she tilted her head back and drank the medicine. Then came a series of other tests, repeated over and over again, making her feel like an object under scrutiny. Finally, the doctor prescribed her a basket of medicine, which piled up like a mountain in front of her. The doctor went through a long list of precautions, including which medicines to take and when, and the effects of each. She nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, but once the doctor left, she realized she hadn't memorized a single thing. Because medical texts are quite obscure, she couldn't understand the words stacked together, so she tossed the medicine aside. She didn't feel any discomfort. Isn't it said that all medicines are poisonous? If she wasn't feeling any discomfort, why should she take medicine? Instead, the herbal medicine she had just taken was making her feel unwell. She went to the bathroom and looked at her pale face in the mirror. She washed her hands, then put her hand in her mouth, pressed her tongue, and began to induce vomiting. Finally, she spat out the medicine mixed with gastric juices. Her mouth felt sour, but she felt much better. She hadn't expected her first weekend to end like this. First, she was hunted, then she endured inhumane treatment. The medicine was truly too bitter. Just then, her brain vibrated. It was a Xing friend request. Request note: hello, blind date XXX, please approve. Zhao Shi's finger hovered over the yes, hesitant to lower it. She just pretended to be asleep. There was no other way. It looked like she had to use the same method as before to drive him away. Zhao Shi suddenly understood. Could it be that because she was a hidden S-level loser, they were forcing her into blind dates so they could produce offspring with S-level talent? Because the galaxy is in dire need of talent right now, right? But Zhao Shi didn't want to be forced into anything she didn't want to do, and she also felt it was irresponsible to her offspring. Such expectations would be a yoke for them. Why should someone's life be determined before they're even born? Zhao Shi glanced at the pile of medicine and thought of today's tedious, all-day examinations. She was trying to restore her S-class genes, perhaps? After all, only the strong had a purpose in this world. But alas, she wasn't. She never would be. The rain fell incessantly for days, from Friday to Monday. The black sky was tinged with mist. Holographic art was the first class of the semester. Zhao Shi had been very obedient and hadn't played games the day before. She really didn't want a repeat of what happened in directing theory. After washing and getting ready, Zhao Shi prepared to leave the dorm for class. Just as she was opening the dormitory door, a figure with disheveled hair, its dark eyes peeking out from between its strands, jumped out. It was unclear whether it was a human or a ghost. Zhao Shi was startled and instinctively punched it. Ouch! It's me! And Ishu pulled her hair back. Brother, I've been so worried about you that I've lost my appetite and can't sleep. And this is how you treat me? Zhao Shi crossed her arms. What could possibly happen to me? Oh, you know I was assassinated. And Ishu was about to say something, but paused, his jaw dropping. Oh my god! What did you say? You were assassinated? Isn't that what you were talking about? Then what are you worried about? Zhao Shi asked. And Ishu looked very interested. Hey, tell me, what exactly happened? How did you escape? It sounds very interesting. There's not much to say. It's all in the past. Zhao Shi took the book and pushed him away. I'm in a hurry and have class. Holographic art, right? I'm taking that class too. Under Zhao Shi's astonishment, and Ishu pulled out the same book as hers. As if understanding her confusion, he explained, as the most common form of entertainment in the interstellar world, holographic technology is no longer just used in games. To be more precise, holographic technology originally evolved from holographic movies. Holographic art is a course that both of our majors take. And Ishi winked. I actually moved into the school dormitory specifically to attend class with you. Just tell me a story on the way. No, about the accident. Zhao Shi, Why do I feel like you're quite happy? No. And Ishu clutched his chest. I swear to God, I'm so worried, especially about you. Are you okay? So tell me what happened that day. Because it was drizzling outside, Zhao Shi brought an umbrella. It was a small green parasol, barely big enough for one person, but an Ishu squeezed in. Then the two of them had breakfast and walked slowly to the classroom. And Ishu kept chattering along the way. Zhao Shi thoroughly enjoyed this peaceful and relaxed feeling, free from the urge to rush around. Of course, it would have been even better if there weren't a noisy green parrot nearby. As Zhao Shi and the others entered the classroom, they saw a massive machine in the center. It resembled an enlarged projector, but clearly more sophisticated, with light outlets densely packed throughout, resembling countless pairs of eyes. Since they were taking the holographic art course, they naturally needed a holographic projector. Compared to the holographic games currently on the market, these machines are older devices, as holographic games use chips and holographic chambers to transfer human consciousness into computer data. However, older holographic projection systems use the opposite approach, projecting digital information into reality through a series of light effects, supplemented by synchronized simulations of touch and smell to achieve a realistic effect. Because holographic chambers are much cheaper to use than holographic projection systems, and are more suitable for simulating large scenes, holographic projection systems have become relatively uncommon. The teacher first discussed some of the applications of this older holographic technology, such as disrupting enemies on the battlefield, and its later applications in entertainment games and even the film industry, whetting the students' appetites. Next, I'm going to show you how it can be used. So guess what I'm going to show you next? The students began to speculate. I'm guessing it'd be one of those popular celebrities, right? No, it's definitely going to be a Best Actor or Best Actress. I'm sure they'd be showcasing their most iconic film roles. Could it be the school principal? Or a distinguished professor? A famous alumnus? The teacher smiled mysteriously. Now, it's time to witness a miracle. The entire class exclaimed in surprise, some even ducking under their desks in fear. In the center, there was a Zerg creature 3 or 4 meters tall. It had a greenish-green carapace and blade-sharp wings that slowly unfolded, like a sword unsheathed, gleaming with a cold light. It had layered, black spherical eyes, and a rancid odor. Everyone was fascinated by it, knowing it was fake. After a brief moment of fear, several students bravely approached, even attempting to touch it. Jiaoxi, however, stared at the simulated Zerg creature, her breath suddenly catching. She gripped at Ishiu's shoulder, her fingers clasped together as she tried to get closer to witness the spectacle. It hurts. And Ishiu turned back in discontent. What are you doing? Jiaoxi glanced out the window. Suddenly, there was nothing but the pitter-patter of rain. No droplets scraping against leaves, no wind rustling against the windowpanes, no set of raindrops sinking into the earth. The rain these past few days seemed to have been too prolonged. Hurry! Get away from that Zerg! Jiaoxi suddenly called out. The Zerg's countless compound eyes responded by turning in her direction. Chapter 24. The teacher and classmates were startled by her voice, and the entire class focused on Jiaoxi. Don't worry, it's just a fake image. The teacher adjusted her glasses and smiled to smooth things over. It's very realistic, isn't it? You can even smell its rotting stench. The Zerg's dark compound eyes were open, a faint glow in them. Its mouth parts were slightly open, moving up and down, as if speaking something. But it's looking at me. Jiaoxi took a step back as if facing a formidable enemy, cold sweat dripping down her back. The teacher wore round-framed glasses and a gray-white long gown, reminiscent of the frail old-fashioned teachers. The teacher smiled and gestured for the student next to her to extend her hand. Then, the student's hand touched the Zerg and passed through its body. All images are like this. Because it's facing the camera, students in other directions will also feel like they're looking at themselves. And Ishiu immediately slapped his thigh and laughed. I didn't expect you to be afraid of these virtual Zerg. While they're certainly realistic, isn't your reaction a bit over the top? He seized the opportunity to mock Jiaoxi. Look, those Omegas aren't like you. Are you still an alpha? This is a green blade beetle. It's the most common Zerg, just like a soldier among humans. The teacher explained, this holographic projection is an older signal that can only simulate sight and smell. But the latest holographic projectors can simulate touch, making it impossible for ordinary people to distinguish between real and fake. Now, let's get back to the applications of holographic technology in film and television. The teacher then said something else, seemingly discussing professional knowledge, but Jiaoxi didn't hear a word. Okay, do you have any questions now? After answering all the students' questions, Dai Tongxin glanced in Jiaoxi's direction. Do you have any questions, Jiaoxi? Jiaoxi remained silent. Just as the teacher was about to move on to the next part, she suddenly looked up. Yes. The students were all waiting for her to ask, wanting to see what kind of questions this uneducated and uneducated playboy could come up with. Dai Tongxin smiled. You say, what if our entire classroom, or even the entire school, were simulated using advanced holographic projection, and we didn't have any advanced genetic evolutionists? We would all be ordinary people. Alphas and omegas with A-level pheromones, or higher, are also known as advanced genetic evolutionists. As everyone listened to her words, they suddenly felt a sense of trepidation, glancing around at the classroom layout. How can we detect and disrupt this situation? This question clearly had nothing to do with professional knowledge. It seemed like an attempt to undermine the teacher. And Ishiu watched the excitement with interest, propping his head up to his chest. A very unique perspective. Dai Tongxin nodded. However, with current technology, achieving full school coverage with holographic projection is difficult. Projections of this scale can only address the visual aspect, and require a coarse and fine division. Achieving full detail is impossible, and detection would be much easier. But if the scope is limited to a small area, such as a classroom, then full simulation of all 5 senses is possible. At this point, we can only start by looking for loopholes. Of course, this requires a deep understanding of the situation. So, if I were faced with this situation, I would use a more efficient method. The classmates asked expectantly, what method? Dai Tongxin smiled and said, leave the classroom. Ha ha. The classmates laughed. The classmates sitting by the door stood up and joked, How about I go outside and take a look? See if this classroom is fake? Wang Yu had been joking when there was a knock on the door. He reached for it. Wait. Dai Tongxin suddenly stopped him. Our class isn't short of people today. Maybe someone from another class is borrowing something? Wang Yu scratched his head. No one opened the door, and the knocking suddenly intensified, growing stronger and stronger until a series of loud bang 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 noises shook the walls and windows of the classroom, as if someone were kicking at the door. The window was a long, rectangular glass window near the ceiling. Who are you? Wang Yu stood on the table, ready to lean out and shout. It's just that the door wasn't opened. Why is the attitude so rude? He reached out and touched the windowsill, and a face suddenly appeared on the glass. Wang Yu pointed at the person with an annoyed look on his face. Hey, you are the one kicking the door? He dong-dong? Why you? When did you get so tall? Come down! Dai Tongxin suddenly shouted. The face was bloodless, and the white eyeballs suddenly rolled out of their sockets, their shrunken eyes no longer supporting the sockets. The figure was flung onto the windowsill like a piece of skin, clinging to the window. The dark, socketless eyes stared out at the classroom. Wang Yu screamed and fell off the table. The whole class erupted in screams. Oh my god! What happened to that person? Then, the figure on the windowsill twisted and swung like a tail. It was then revealed that He Dongdong's lower body was connected to a mass of white limbs. He Dongdong was flung down, and the white limbs squirmed toward the crack in the window. Dai Tongxin was quick-witted and moved forward, using the book in his hand to push the limbs out, along with the book, and quickly closed and locked the window. As soon as the window closed, the limbs outside began to wriggle and burst open, spraying a milky white gelatinous substance onto the window like latex paint. Quick! Lock the back windows too. Teacher Dai, what the hell is that? Have we been so comfortable for too long? Dai Tongxin muttered to himself. He turned to the student who asked the question and replied, It's a milkworm. Hearing this answer, Xiaoxi grunted. Fuck, I want to throw up. She used to drink a lot of this stuff. But ever since she found out it's made of insect eggs, she hasn't touched it at all. Some of the classmates weren't very happy either. However, because milkworm egg tea is considered the aristocracy of milk teas, half the students had never tried it. Those who hadn't had it, having seen it in its true form, would never drink it again. And Ishiu, on the other hand, looked relatively calm. Don't you feel disgusted? Xiaoxi asked. I already know what a milkworm looks like. There's nothing I can do. I'm a foodie, and I don't care what the milk is made of. As long as there's milk, it's fine. As the saying goes, whoever has milk is the mother. Is that how it's used? Xiaoxi analyzed. From the look of that person just now, it seems the eggs he drank probably grew from his intestines. And Ishiu glanced at his stomach. Oh my god! Don't scare me, I just drank them yesterday. Did anyone buy milk dropworm egg tea today? Dai Tongxin asked hurriedly. A classmate raised their hand weakly. Me? Instantly, everyone around that person scattered. Give it to me. Dai Tongxin took the milk tea and poured it into the thermos he had brought with him, then set the temperature to a maximum of 500 degrees to warm it. The eggs can't handle high temperatures. At that moment, outside, students could be heard screaming and running in the hallway. There weren't just milk dropworms out there. Judging by the sounds, there were also many other, more combat-savvy Zerg species. Everyone in the classroom was terrified, and some students huddled in fear, tears streaming down their faces. Dai Tongxin raised his hand and tapped his laptop. Don't panic, everyone. I've contacted the outside world. All signals here are blocked. Xiaoxi, did you know this just now? Xiaoxi didn't deny it. Besides, no one has come to rescue us for so long. So I suspect holographic projection technology is being used here. To those outside, everything looks normal. That's why you asked that question just now. Dai Tongxin suddenly felt guilty. In fact, he had really thought she was causing trouble. As a teacher, he was doing his best to answer every student's questions, adhering to the principle of teaching everyone. And now he felt that he didn't know every student well enough. Judging someone solely by rumors is inherently biased. Teacher, what should we do now? The monitor asked, her eyes trembling and her voice trembling as she struggled to stand. Xiaoxi recognized her as the girl he had met at the counselor's office. I think we should stay in the classroom. Our classroom is safe for now. Our school isn't far from the Star Alliance Military Academy. They should send someone to rescue us soon. Dai Tongxin reassured everyone gently, don't be afraid. We will be rescued. Really? But you just said. Maybe if they find out, we all become Zerg fertilizer. Some Omegas were already sobbing on their desks, or crying together. Others were tapping their laptops and repeatedly dialing outside, but the calls were always disconnected. The door was banging harder and harder. Under Dai Tongxin's command, everyone moved all the tables and chairs, heavy objects in the classroom, and the holographic projection machine to the door to prop it up. Xiaoxi frowned. Although the classroom door was a security door, she remembered having kicked it down with a single kick. Zerg were much stronger than humans, so it was only a matter of time before the door gave way. And Ishu, choose between staying here or going out to explore. Can you choose neither? And Ishu pretended to be tearful. I want to be saved quickly. If I have to choose, it's definitely staying here. If I go out now, I'd probably be killed. He suddenly sensed something was off about Xiaoxi's words. Don't you always call me and go? Why are you being so formal all of a sudden? Okay, then protect yourself. If you have the strength to spare. Never mind, just stay alive. Where are you going? Xiaoxi stepped on the wall, rolled sideways, and hooked her finger on the central air conditioning vent at the top. She roughly estimated the diameter. It was barely wide enough. Go out and explore the area, see what's going on, and find a signal. No, there are so many people here, how can you even go? And Ishu argued with Xiaoxi loudly for the first time. Who are you showing off your kindness to? We're the only two alphas here. Xiaoxi exerted force with his arms and leaped forward. It's time to do some of the rough work, the alpha's job. Chapter 25. The light in the vent was dim, and cold air rustled past her. Thankfully, Alpha's physique was relatively strong, so Xiaoxi could still withstand it. The central air conditioning connected all the classrooms on this floor. Xiaoxi first followed the hallway to the next classroom, carefully moving along it while crouching, her palms sweating. Judging from the noises she heard outside, the situation in the other classrooms was likely not much better. When she finally reached a vent and peered through the gap below, she breathed a sigh of relief. The classroom was empty, the desks and chairs neatly arranged, no sign of Zerg. Perhaps it was because no class was using it that day. Or perhaps, after all, the situation outside wasn't that bad after all? Xiaoxi looked up at the dark hallway ahead, her eyes gradually adjusting to the darkness. She went to the next classroom. The cold air behind her felt like someone breathing cold air against her neck. She suddenly turned back. The long corridor behind her was empty, with only the whirring of the air conditioner. She continued walking forward. There was a vent in front of her. She lowered her head and met eyes as dark as green beans. The eyes were sunken, deep within a milky white body. Its soft, plump, slightly wrinkled, milky white skin was covered with white scales, like frosting on bread. It hovered over the long table, its sides covered with many white, raised bubbles, which grew larger and larger. Then, suddenly, with a pop, it burst. The white pulp, accompanied by many white beads, exploded and splattered everywhere, covering the floor and walls. There wasn't just one milkworm here. It was packed full, large and fat. Their eyes were on their backs, as if countless pairs of eyes were staring back at her. Xiaoxi's scalp tingled, and she felt nauseous. Luckily, these Zerg have poor eyesight, so they wouldn't be able to detect her even if they were facing them head-on. Since arriving in this world, Xiaoxi, though lacking any lofty ambitions, had simply enjoyed playing games. But she had also, out of curiosity, researched a lot about Zerg. The milkworm isn't particularly powerful. It reproduces by releasing its eggs, which have a strange fragrance and a sweet, delicious taste, to attract other creatures. They then spray them to spread, parasitizing their host. When they reach a certain stage of development, they use their specialized mouthparts to rapidly drain the host's blood and fluids. It would be fascinating to blow up these soft bugs with a bomb, wouldn't it? Xiaoxi recalled passing by the school's chemistry lab during class, which was on this very floor. She was puzzled at the time, wondering why a communication university would have a chemistry lab. A quick search on StarNet revealed that the school had once been a comprehensive university, having changed its name due to the influence of certain shareholders, though it had retained some academic programs. She headed in that direction, memorizing the chemical formula for making trinitrotoluene, also known as TNT. The chemicals needed to make this explosive were actually quite common, and a chemistry lab would surely have them. She remembered seeing a news report in a previous life about someone who had made this explosive and accidentally killed themselves. She hadn't been able to find the recipe online since then, but she had memorized the steps while surfing the internet, never expecting them to come in handy someday. Arriving at the chemistry lab, Xiaoxi opened the vent and jumped down, her eyes quickly scanning the rows of glass cabinets. She quickly found all the necessary chemicals and prepared to try making a batch. She moved quickly, as time was of the essence. If she succeeded, She might be able to temporarily create a breach, allowing her to evacuate and call for reinforcements. But one chemical was still missing, and she searched the lab for a long time without finding it. Then she looked at a nearby wooden door, which led directly to the adjacent lab. Yes, the missing chemical must be in the adjacent lab. As long as the lab was empty and the door hadn't been opened, it wouldn't attract Zerg. So, Jiaoxi assumed the adjacent lab was safe. However, the moment she opened the door, she was met with the most devastating sight she had ever seen. Insect eggs were hatching in the petri dishes, bursting through the bodies of the mice and rapidly growing, reducing them to paper-thin skin. A swarm of flesh-colored butterflies, their bodies covered in blood vessels, flew toward the door, their blood vessels scattering like the roots of a banyan tree, drifting through the air. A black beetle, originally the size of a coin, suddenly grew to the size of a wash basin after quickly devouring a few rabbits. Its carapace split open in the middle, splitting into two semicircles like wings unfolding. Beneath the carapace, a black, hole-like mouth covered in fine, sharp teeth, took up 80% of its body. So this is a biological laboratory. What a mistake. Who knew the Zerg had escaped from here, so she had stumbled upon the source of the problem? Then why, then, had the Zerg originally used for student experiments, supposedly treated with drugs to reduce their danger or even render them completely inert, suddenly grown like this? In the center, a single green-bladed beetle stood tall, almost reaching the ceiling. It surveyed its surroundings, a guarding presence, clearly catalyzing and monitoring the growth of these Zerg. The green-bladed beetle resembled the holographic Zerg from earlier, but the difference was that its compound eyes were pure black, with unidentified black droplets lining its sides, like welling black tears. It looked familiar. The green-bladed beetle stared at her, its mouth parted, as if laughing, and then suddenly uttered 4 words. "Give me back my brain. Give me back my brain." Jiaoxi suddenly recalled the first day of her journey, when her brain was nearly eaten. It was an unknown, undocumented monster, and she later searched the star network, but could find no information about it. It wasn't a Zerg, it was the black monster from the other day. It was in the Zerg's brain. No, to be more precise, it had eaten the Zerg's brain and replaced it. Give it back? I'm not giving you anything back. My brain is mine. She raised her hand and threw the pressure cooker in front of her, simultaneously sending a tube of prepared glass reagent flying into the air. As for why there was a pressure cooker in the lab, I guess the chemistry teacher would occasionally use sodium chloride to stew meat or something when he had nothing better to do. Chapter 26. As Jiaoxi threw the explosives, he scrambled back to the vent above at the fastest speed he had ever seen. The next second, the explosive energy engulfed the entire space, creating a surging heat wave that blew open even the ventilation panels, scorching them. The air was thick with the smell of burning flesh. The bomb was powerful, but the green blade beetle, a Zerg warrior, only sustained minor damage to its carapace. Raising its head, the green blade beetle's legs ricocheted, and with a slash of its blade-like forelimbs, it sliced through the ventilation duct like tofu, then leaped forward. Give me back my brain. The Zerg uttered a human voice, a sound like a blade scraping against glass, unpleasant to the ear. It seemed to be generating sound through the resonance of some internal organ squeezing the air. Eager to obtain its prey, it desperately followed the passage, but its bulk got stuck in a gap in the wall. It made an irritated sound, like metal rubbing back and forth, piercingly sharp. Jiaoxi knew that even if she had escaped now, she didn't have much time left. The Zerg were too powerful, and would soon catch up. Even more unpredictable than the Zerg were those unknown black monsters. Was the events of the western suburbs about to repeat themselves? Jiaoxi raised her wrist, searching for a signal, but it was futile. The signal here was blocked, unable to reach anything. She crawled to the end of the corridor, into a computer room in the corner. The door was locked from the outside, and she couldn't open it from the inside, so she climbed through the window into the adjacent room. This was actually the monitoring room, with a series of display screens before her. Most of the screens were black. The cameras were damaged. Jiaoxi noticed that 3 of the screens with images were showing scenes outside the second teaching building. Lush green leaves and a large banyan tree stood outside the stairwell. Jiaoxi remembered how she had nearly tripped over its massive roots protruding from the ground the last time she was running late. Through the windows of the teaching building, she could see the teachers and students sitting peacefully in their classrooms, a scene of tranquility. Then she noticed a figure sitting by the window in a classroom on the 2nd floor, staring blankly at the sky. She looked remarkably familiar. How could she not look familiar? She saw it every day in the mirror. Wasn't that herself? This scene was from last Friday afternoon, simulated by a holographic projection. Would anyone outside notice anything unusual here? But it was class time, so no one else would normally be around. What if they waited until the 2 classes were over? Classes at Star Alliance Media University were all scheduled as 2 identical sessions, totaling 100 minutes. Their first session had only lasted 20 minutes, meaning they still had over an hour to endure. That long was plenty of time for the Zerg to digest their meal. And even if they noticed, what would happen? If anyone approached the teaching building at this moment, they would likely be instantly devoured by the Zerg. Ordinary people would just be there to deliver the food. Unless they were from the Star Alliance or a team specialized in dealing with these monsters. But if those outside didn't enter the teaching building, how could they possibly know what was going on? This was a dead end. So, the only solution now was for those inside to break through and pass on the message. Jiaoxi stared at the surveillance camera in front of her, but she needed a safe route right now. Only one of the cameras inside the teaching building was still functioning properly. Its screen was a black and white screen, flickering intermittently. The image resembled a cursed videotape from a horror movie. Through the blurry footage, she could see clusters of black things crawling throughout the corridor. They weren't clear, but their general shape confirmed they were Zerg. There was also something vaguely humanoid being dragged and torn apart by them, a sight that made her scalp tingle. Jiaoxi glanced at the nearby window, debating whether to jump out when a rustling sound came from the corner of the wall, and she tensed. There seemed to be something over there. The room was dark, lit only by a few black and white monitors. Jiaoxi didn't dare turn on the lights. She grabbed a large thermos from the side and cautiously approached. As she got closer, a dark shadow emerged from the corner, twitching. Against the whitish glow of the screen, it looked even more eerie, as if it were about to burst from the wall. Jiaoxi wondered, had she really watched something she shouldn't have? Help! She's so afraid of ghosts. So, the next second, she had already raised her thermos and swung it. Ah! The dark figure before her suddenly looked up and screamed, only to be interrupted by the thermos's impact. Jiaoxi withdrew her force the moment she saw it was a person, but inertia kept her grip. Fortunately, the force wasn't enough to kill him. The man covered his head and whimpered softly, looking up at Jiaoxi with a look of grievance. Jiaoxi's mouth twitched as he looked at the massive, muscular figure before him. Who are you? What are you doing here? Tears streamed down the man's face like yellow beans. My name is Chongwani, and I'm the surveillance administrator here. Jiaoxi put down the thermos. Does it hurt? Sorry, I mistook you for a Zerg. Those Zerg are so scary. Sob, sob, sob. I might die here today, and I don't want to die yet. Chongwani cried louder and louder, wiping his tears with the back of his hand, which was as big as a palm leaf fan. We be fine. I'm trying to contact the outside world. We can't defeat the Zerg, and in the eyes of others, nothing has happened here. Even if we're eaten to the bone, no one will know. He continued to sob, his sobs breaking. With that big iron fist of yours, one smack would blow a Zerg's head apart, right? Jiaoxi looked at himself. Compared to this man, he looked like a skinny chicken. The man before him was a strong bull. Brother, look at all those muscular bodies of yours. How can you cry like that? I'm an Omega. Why shouldn't I cry? You're an Omega? Jiaoxi looked shocked. Don't lie to me, honest man. You're saying I don't have an O smell, right? Do you know how much that hurts an Omega's heart? Zhongwani, looking utterly despairing, clutched his chest and sighed. Forget it. We're all going to die anyway, so dying with a pretty A like you is barely acceptable. We won't die. Jiaoxi looked him in the eye, speaking each word. She didn't know whether she was saying this to him or herself. Zhongwani was stunned, as if inexplicably burned by her gaze. Those deep brown eyes seemed to be ablaze with red flames. He blushed suddenly. Hasn't anyone ever told you not to look at an Omega like that? Oh, not with your eyes, but with your nostrils. Jiaoxi raised her chin as she spoke, looking very serious, as if she was really looking through her nose. Zhongwani chuckled. He felt a little relieved. Okay, I believe you. Jiaoxi noticed that his breathing and heartbeat were no longer as erratic as before, and his voice was no longer trembling. She had been telling him all this to help him calm down. She got down to business. I need a safe route out of the building so I can contact someone for help. She continued, do you have any replays from before the surveillance camera went down? I'm trying to analyze the current location of the Zerg outside the classroom. Also, can you tell me what happened before you noticed the malfunction? Were there any signs? Chongwani thought for a moment and said, it happened very suddenly. I was assigned to the surveillance room because I was very attentive, but I didn't notice anything unusual on the surveillance camera showing the building. because it was exactly the same as usual. The first Zerg appeared on the surveillance camera 9 minutes after class started. It was a milkworm. Chongwani's face darkened. It crawled out of classroom 403. At first glance, I thought it was someone with a sack wrapped around their lower body. And then I watched as their legs were completely devoured. As he spoke, tears began to well up in his eyes again. Then the camera broke? How did it break? I can't see clearly. Other than that, there's nothing unusual in the camera's range. And the school surveillance is designed so there are no blind spots. The surveillance must have malfunctioned suddenly, like a cyber attack, or perhaps Xiaoxi took over, or perhaps a swarm of insects, too fast to be seen by the naked eye, disrupted the surveillance. Zhongwanya's face paled. If that's the case, it's horrifying. I show you the previous footage right away. He walked over to the screen on the table and began to review the footage. It might not reveal anything. Actually, there's a backup camera in the wall. Xiaoxi, why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhongwani explained, it's confidential. After all, it's hidden, which violates privacy laws. I can't turn on this camera without notification from my superiors. This is an urgent matter. Turn it on now. The school won't blame you, and they might even give you a promotion and a raise, Xiaoxi said quickly. Zhongwani nodded and punched a long password into the screen. Xiaoxi stared at the replays. Then, one of the black screens lit up, displaying the current time. Soon, another screen lit up, and the perspective of another replay suddenly shifted. There are only 3 hidden cameras, in the hallway, in the bathroom corner, and at the entrance to stairway B. Zhongwani frowned. But this little information is incredibly limited. There are so many blind spots. Using this to plot a route to avoid the Zerg would be a gamble with your life. What else can we do? After reviewing the surveillance footage, Xiaoxi picked up a nearby A4 sheet and quickly drew a route map. There are 2 routes. We go separately. One leads through the sewers, and the other goes around the roof. Xiaoxi stroked his chin. I suggest you choose the rooftop. You might not be able to fit into the sewers due to your size. Zhongwani asked, puzzled. How did you calculate that? Based on the known information and the Zerg's visual characteristics, I figured it out. Can it be that way? Xiaoxi shrugged. I don't know. I just have a feeling it will work. There's no choice, then. I don't. Are you afraid to act alone? But taking the same route would put 2 people at great risk of being exposed. Zhongwani's eyes began to redden again, his voice trembling. I just stay here and wait for rescue. Or, wait for death. Xiaoxi had already reached the door, his hand on the doorknob. I just encountered a green-bladed beetle. It's likely following my scent. I've taken a detour, but there's a good chance I won't be able to shake it off. I estimate it'd be here in 2 minutes. You mean, if I stay here, I die in 2 minutes? Yes. Xiaoxi opened the door a crack. Through the gap, Chongwani seemed to see the dense swarm of insects outside. His body was shaking uncontrollably. It turned out that there was a difference between saying death and actually dying. He could easily say he was waiting for death, but he didn't dare to actually face it. If he failed to escape, he would be torn to pieces outside, right? Staying here, facing the Zerg in this confined space, would result in the same fate. Just as he took a difficult step forward, Xiaoxi suddenly glanced over. I noticed a utility room on the east side. That's where the cleaning staff keeps their supplies. It's safe there. Go to the right of the bata toilet, then squat down and go around the pillar on the left. Xiaoxi glanced upward. I'm going to take the rooftop route. After all, while she wasn't a misophobe, she didn't want to reek of feces. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly at how difficult it was. StarCraft was so dangerous. Thankfully, the holographic game had raised her sensory threshold. After all, in the game, she had been inside a monster and fought countless spiders. Compared to spiders, the Zerg were about as disgusting to her as spiders. Chongwani nodded tearfully. I'd be waiting for your good news, great hero. You must save us. Don't call me that. It's because there are so few alphas in this school. Aren't alphas just supposed to do these manual labor jobs? Heroes in TV novels always have happy endings. But that's ultimately a lie. Real heroes don't always have happy endings. She simply felt that if she didn't step forward, everyone else would have no chance, right? She also wanted to live for herself. Xiaoxi exited the door, and was confronted by the snake-like toxoplasma worms wrapped around the fence ahead. Their eyes are located on the bottom of their heads. At this moment, their heads were facing the corridor opposite, but their sight was actually focused on the stairs below. Xiaoxi swaggered past them, then ducked into the stairwell, and leaped directly from the railing, dropping 2 floors. With a flick of her arm, she landed on the ground, then leaped over the corridor railing, dangling from below. A giant flesh-colored butterfly hovered in the corridor beside her, resting on a colorful web that swayed with a gentle flutter of its wings. Its veins dangled in the air like strands of hair, dripping with blood. Xiaoxi cautiously advanced below, a drop of blood landing in the corner of her eye. It was still warm. Xiaoxi's breathing became irregular for a moment. The antennae on the butterfly's head suddenly swung toward her. But beneath the railing, all she could see was dense greenery, no human presence. Xiaoxi was almost discovered. As the antennae swung back, she leaped to the next floor, and leaped through the window into the classroom. Then she exited through the other window, and climbed up the water pipe. She stared at the classroom above. Only 2 spots remained before she could reach the top floor, and leave the building through a blind spot untouched by the Zerg. This classroom had already been overrun by the Zerg, leaving the ground in ruins. Only half a person could be found in the better maintained areas. Xiaoxi glanced away. This wasn't the first time I've seen this. I've seen it so many times along the way. You should be used to it. This world is just like this. It's different from my past life. She told herself, just like the sci-fi disaster movies she's seen before. How could there be immortality in the interstellar world? Xiaoxi tried to remain calm, lest the Zerg's keen senses might sense it. She crossed the classroom and entered the ventilation duct at the back. The vent was open, and inside was something, presumably a human body part. She took it out and threw it down. Then, she went through the pipe to the adjacent classroom. Outside the classroom, she found an empty corridor. Xiaoxi's final journey out of here was smooth sailing. There were no Zerg here, no people. She just needed to stay a little further inward, avoiding being spotted by the green blade beetle in the corridor below. Help! Someone, please help me! The girl's sobs were trembling with terror, her voice incoherent. Xiaoxi ignored them and turned on her laptop. She had more important things to do. She reached for the signal, then began to climb the wall toward the rooftop. For a second, she saw a flash of a signal. Yes, there's a signal up there. It seemed their shielding only covered this one building. She only had to climb to the rooftop too. Wang Tongtong's sobs faded as the green blade beetle lifted her up, grasping her neck. Black tears rolled from its black compound eyes, like falling ink, streaming toward her. She could only open her eyes wide in terror, unable to do anything. Suffocating, her vision blackened, and she finally struggled, feeling it was all in vain. It felt as if the world was slipping away from her. Let go of that girl, come to me. A voice came from nowhere, and Wang Tongtong fell to the ground. Air rushed into her throat like a flood of seawater, and she coughed violently. Looking up, a figure met her gaze. The figure stood against the wind, perched on the corridor railing, defiantly raising a middle finger at the green blade beetle. It looked familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. The familiar figure, and the sudden escape from death, suddenly made Wang Tongtong's eyes well up with tears, unable to stop. You said it. The green-bladed beetle suddenly turned its head. This time, its sound wasn't like metal rubbing against metal like before. It was the sound of human emotion and fluctuation, the exact same tone as normal human speech. Xiaoxi stared at it. How had it managed to do this in such a short time? Evolution couldn't be that fast, could it? If it truly had such a strong learning ability, then this would be a serious problem. She had never imagined that such a creature could possess such intelligence. The next moment, the green-bladed beetle's powerful legs flexed, and it flew toward Xiaoxi. It was so fast, almost instantaneous. Xiaoxi only had time to step back 2 steps to avoid it. The steel-like forelimbs passed close to her face, slicing off a few strands of her hair. Sister Zhao, she... Wang Tongtong stared at her in disbelief. At the freshman party, Xiaoxi had hit on her, but she not only lost her boyfriend, but was also rejected by Xiaoxi in person. Xiaoxi then declared that even if he were gay, he wouldn't like her. Rumors were flying everywhere, and she was the victim in those stories. But Wang Tongtong knew that many of the rumors were false. The only truth was that she disliked herself. But she hadn't expected that, on the verge of death, this playboy, everyone called the most despicable, would save her. Xiaoxi didn't even glance at her, simply saying, "Hurry up." The green blade beetle was incredibly fast. Xiaoxi could see it clearly, but her body couldn't keep up with her thoughts. She could even predict the green blade beetle's next move several steps ahead, but she was too slow. As a playboy who only cared about eating, drinking, and having fun, she only had alpha genes, but she didn't have the physical skills she should have. Xiaoxi was kicked down to the next floor by a green-bladed beetle. She stood up, holding onto the railing, clutching a discarded rebar she scavenged from the corner. The green-bladed beetle stalked toward her, black tears streaming from its eyes. This brain, rightfully mine, I've come to claim. It was laughing, its hideous mouthparts trembling and cracking. Xiaoxi could tell it was chuckling triumphantly. Xiaoxi's hands were shaking, and she wouldn't admit she was still a little scared. Of course not. This life was a gift, so she just treated it as a trip to another world. She had a lot of fun after all. For a moment, she wondered, should I regret standing up and showing off? Insects are pretty annoying, but that black monster is even more annoying. It's a little hard to accept dying at the hands of something like that. Of course, she also feared endless darkness after death. But no regrets. Xiaoxi remembered telling Chonwani, "We won't die." To rephrase it, "You won't die." Xiaoxi tore the flesh from her wrist and threw the computer onto the rooftop. The green blade beetle's eyes were fixed on her, not caring what she threw. The information programmed on the computer would be transmitted as soon as it received the signal. She held the rusty steel bar across her chest, like a swordsman's swordsmanship stance. She said coldly, "Come." Chapter 27. The wind blew through the banyan tree, carrying fallen leaves and roots through the air. The Second Religion Building, also known as the Kishing Building, was a square-shaped complex with a central courtyard and, in its very center, the great banyan tree. It had stood at the school for a century, witnessing neither war nor brutality even during the most rampant Zerg invasions. But today, after humanity's decisive victory over the Zerg and at the pinnacle of the galaxy's food chain, the crimson blood of its students had stained its green leaves red. Xiaoxi gripped the discarded rebar, her gaze passing over the green-bladed beetle and resting on the banyan tree for a moment. The intense pain made her vision begin to blur. The green-bladed beetle's dark eyes glared at her, its jaws cleaving as it said, "Human too weak." This battle was almost certain to be a foregone conclusion. The green-bladed beetle's speed completely surpassed that of an ordinary human. Xiaoxi's physical functions were only at the level of a normal alpha, making her no match for the Zerg. The steel bar stabbed the green blade beetle like chopsticks hitting a steel plate, making a crisp metallic sound, unable to even leave a single white mark. Cough cough. Xiaoxi was slammed against the hallway wall, coughing up blood clots. She glanced at it and wondered, could this be internal organs? Are the things in martial arts movies real? Can fighting actually cause internal organs to be ejected? The wretch's hoof kicked her in the abdomen, knocking her back. She felt almost breathless, her eyes watering, and she wanted to cry. But she thought crying in front of the Zerg was too embarrassing and uncool, so she forced herself to hold back the tears. The green blade beetle's forelimbs were sharp knives, capable of finishing her off with a single strike. Instead, it played with its prey like a cat catching a mouse, toying with it before devouring it. When its prey was tortured to the point of near death, unwilling to give up, yet unable to resist, it was the perfect time to savor its delicious meal. The green blade beetle inched closer, its dark compound eyes radiating a faint glow. Xiaoxi raised the steel bar in his hand and pressed it against his temple. "I will never die at your hands, nor will I become a walking corpse puppet like this Zerg. Do you think you can escape death?" The green blade beetle's mouth curled triumphantly, letting out an inhuman laugh, like the sound of saw teeth cutting through wood. But the next moment, its laughter ceased. It suddenly convulsed, its body flashing with electric sparks. At that moment, Xiaoxi tightened his grip on the steel bar and thrust it back into the green blade beetle's right dark compound eye. Just before contact, the bar slipped from his grasp. Otherwise, he'd get electrocuted. There was a puff, like the sound of piercing jelly. That was the Zerg's most vulnerable spot. The Zerg's outer shell was hard, but once the attack penetrated, its delicate structure would crumble. The green blade beetle's mouthparts opened wide, but no sound came out. This Zerg species lacked vocal cords. Only the vibrations of its forelimbs produced a sound like the whistling of swords. Xiaoxi seized the opportunity, immediately removing his shoes. Using the inertia of the dive and his own weight, he spiraled downward, slamming the sole of his shoe down through the top of the steel bars, exerting maximum force. He pierced the green blade beetle's head through. The green blade beetle twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Fearing it wasn't dead yet, she pummeled it a few more times. Then, panting, she straightened up and gave a thumbs up. "Well done." Zhongwani breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the Zerg fall to the ground, collapsing on the ground. "That's crazy. They actually came up with this plan. If there had been a single mistake, it would have been over. I'm surprised you understood my point and had the courage to stand up." Xiaoxi smiled weakly. He would definitely be no match for the green blade beetle head-on, so he could only wait for it to let its guard down and be at its most proud, then defeated with a surprise attack. Zhongwani looked at the figure before him, a school celebrity who had been famous since the beginning of the semester. He heard she had a terrible personality, a terrible temper, and nothing to show for herself except her looks. But he hadn't expected her to be this kind of person when he actually met her. He had to brag about their impressive collaboration against the Zerg just now on StarNet. "Mom, I've made it." He dropped the power adapter in his hand and burst into tears of joy. "This is the first time I've ever done something like this. I actually defeated the Zerg." Zhongwani was familiar with the school's electrical wiring. Xiaoxi had deliberately lured the green blade beetle to this location earlier. This corner was right next to the high-voltage transformer shaft. But this plan was improvised. Xiaoxi used brief hand gestures to communicate with Zhongwani, who was in the utility room, across a floor. She had originally given up hope. First, communication was difficult. Second, it took a lot of courage for an ordinary person to dare to attack the Zerg from behind. Just now, Xiaoxi had been thinking about writing a suicide note. Since time was short, she could just write a few words on the computer. But she found she had nothing to say, and didn't know to whom to write a suicide note. She seemed to have no one to worry about. So, facing death, she could accept it calmly. But of course, being alive would be best. "It's too early to be happy now." Xiaoxi gestured for him to look around. The green blade beetle they had just eliminated was just a drop in the bucket. Now, the entire second teaching building was dominated by Zerg. Because of the huge commotion here, the Zerg had already turned their attention this way. The flesh butterflies downstairs fluttered their wings, their antennae flying as they swarmed towards them. "Hurry up. Climb up this way, and you reach the top floor," Xiaoxi said to Zhongwani and Wang Tongtong. Wang Tongtong hadn't recovered yet, her face pale as paper. It all happened so suddenly. She found her legs were as weak as cotton, unable to even stand, and her body was shaking unconsciously. "We won. The Zerg are not invincible. Wang Tongtong, don't be afraid." Wang Tongtong nodded. The sound of her voice made her feel a little better, and she pushed herself to her feet. To avoid exposing their presence, the Zerg won't go up to the rooftop. Although I've sent a distress message, I'm not sure it got through. Once you're up there, contact the outside world immediately. Is your hand okay? Zhongwani saw Xiaoxi's bloody wrist, blood dripping down. No, it hurts. What an unconventional answer. Xiaoxi rolled his eyes. Aren't you leaving? Are you waiting to be fed to the Zerg? You're not coming with us? If you come with us, you won't be able to leave. The bloody scent of Xiaoxi attracted the surrounding Zerg, their dark eyes darting towards her in a frenzy that sent chills down one's spine. Zhongwani felt the creaking sound of their mouthparts grinding against each other. The sound alone was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Simultaneously, countless pairs of sinister eyes were already gazing greedily at this place. A blood-red tentacle suddenly extended from the floor below and wrapped around her. Xiaoxi pushed Zhongwani away, spun around, and pulled out the steel bar she had previously inserted into the green blade beetle's eye. With a flick of her arm, she pinned the tentacle to the ground. Zhongwani didn't dare to delay any longer and practically crawled in the opposite direction of Xiaoxi to reunite with Wang Tongtong. Xiaoxi glanced down at the dead green blade beetle and the steel bars stained with the black of its eyes. The black monster was gone. Had it perished along with the Zerg? Also, during her earlier fight with the green blade beetle, she had touched its hard, cold shell, and it had given her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She had definitely seen this familiar touch somewhere before. Unable to think of a solution, Xiaoxi had to put the matter aside for the moment. The more important thing now was escape. Because of the commotion and the alluring smell of blood, the Zerg on the nearby floors had all set their sights on Xiaoxi. She was once again experiencing those familiar game-like days of running around. Xiaoxi darted between corridors and floors, constantly dodging sudden attacks from all around. Having a massive swarm of people following behind her was an incredibly thrilling experience. But in reality, she was nowhere near the formidable physical fitness she experienced in the game. The continuous high-intensity exercise made her panting more and more intense. The heat radiating from her body, combined with the bloody odor, further attracted the Zerg. The Star Alliance, or some other covert organization, would be fine. It would be best if they arrived before she died of exhaustion. The classroom was pitch black. The lights were off, and the windows were covered with ink-soaked paper, like an airtight darkroom. Some Zerg were attracted to light, making them less noticeable. The cracks in the door and windows were patched with thread torn from coats. But when prey is scarce, the Zerg's sense of smell and temperature becomes extraordinarily acute. They won't miss any opportunity to replenish energy and reproduce. No matter how meticulous the defenses are, they can be breached. Everyone huddled in a corner, trembling. Quiet sobs and sniffles filled the air, and the atmosphere in the classroom was oppressive to the extreme. The noises outside pounded against the door again and again. The doorframe grew looser, the wall began to crumble, and flesh-colored tentacles began to push through the gradually opening crack. Screams followed from the classroom. Hush. Anishu nervously gestured for silence. It only attracted more. But nothing he said was effective now. The people were growing increasingly desperate, their cries uncontrollable. Their devastated emotions and chaotic breathing only accelerated the Zerg's awareness of their exact location. The door was blasted open even wider. Anishu and a few others, who could barely stand, held onto it, their backs against the massive holographic projector. Among them was Dai Tongxin, whose expression remained surprisingly calm. He was an expert in holographic projection, having studied the field for many years, and had been pondering the question Zhao Shi had raised earlier. With current technology, what could holographic projection really achieve? Dai Tongxin had already written his suicide note on the computer, waiting for the day his body was found. Or perhaps there wouldn't be one. So he began to consider whether to pull the computer out of its subcutaneous tissue and toss it in a corner, where it would have a better chance of being preserved intact. A hole was smashed in the wall next to the door, and then the window above also broke, revealing a head covered in cracks. Anishu looked up at the central air conditioning duct above, his eyes growing darker. No one had returned from there. The door was smashed open, and everyone began to panic and scramble towards the corner. Some tried to jump out the window, but if they could, they would have already. The walls outside were also covered with various Zergs, and upon hearing the noise, they began to climb in from the windows of other classrooms. I've done everything you said an alpha should do. Now Anishu was alone, holding onto the door, muttering to himself as he stared at the vent. Finally, the door was completely smashed open. Anishu was flung forward by the force of gravity, slamming into the screen in front of the podium before bouncing back to the ground. He had shattered the screen's electronic structure, and it flickered with a crackling electric light. He looked up helplessly at the 3 or 4 meter tall beetle before him, its narrow blade raised. How could a mere human being stand up against such a race? It was like a dream, a nightmare, bringing the tragedy of a bygone era, once heard of, into reality. The blade moved swiftly, like a flash of lightning, striking Anishu head-on. There was a bang, and Anishu thought it was the sound of his flesh being cut open, but he realized it wasn't right, and it didn't hurt at all. He opened his eyes, and with a bang, Anishu was blown away by the heat wave again. Someone lifted him from behind, saving him from a disastrous fall to the ground. In such a critical moment, everyone was worried, but he never expected someone to lend a hand, so grateful, even willing to sacrifice themselves. Wait, where did this bomb come from? Anishu, with his afro and a face covered in dust, turned around. Before he could see clearly, he heard a familiar voice. I saved your life. Think about how to thank me later. Anishu, retract the thought of offering himself. Zhao Shi, clutching a ball of white string in one hand, swung through the window and threw a black bag, hitting the Zerg swarming at the front door of the classroom, desperately trying to squeeze in. Everyone, run out the back door. The whole class was stunned, and then, they saw a huge swarm of Zerg behind Zhao Shi, rushing towards them like a flood. This? Should I say awesome? Wang Yu said in a daze. The whole class was stunned. There were more Zerg chasing her alone than guarding their entire class. This was truly incredible. Everyone ran out the back door, leaving the safe zone they had been clinging to for so long. Suddenly, a sense of unease and fear faded, perhaps a feeling of relief that they no longer had to wait for death in a confined environment. The Zerg swarming in from outside actually pounced directly on the Zerg that had previously squeezed into the class, quickly engaging in a fierce battle, with a tooth-grinding sound of gnashing and biting. They seized the opportunity to run. What is that? Anishu asked, curious as she ran. Zhao Shi was the last to leave the classroom. I saved it. The blood I vomited in the fight just now. Fight? With whom? Zerg? What else? Anishu was shocked again. Fuck, Master, she is awesome. Luckily I saved 2 small cans of TNT. Before leaving the classroom, Zhao Shi threw his contents at the Zerg horde. Boom! The air was filled with the aroma of barbecue, combined with the flavor of milk-dropped worms, reminiscent of roasted lamb and milk. However, Anishu never wanted to drink milk-dropped tea again. He decided to banish it from his noble diet. A large group of people fled the corridor. The entire teaching building was swarming with Zerg, and it seemed there were very few survivors. Zhao could only try to lead everyone to a path with fewer Zerg based on the location they had just passed, but he couldn't resist the increasing number of Zerg following the noise and smell. Here, a tightly closed classroom door suddenly opened a crack. "Everyone, come in." Zhao saw someone peeking out from behind the classroom door. It was Luo and I, their class counselor, whom he had met before. Everyone seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. "Teacher Luo, why are you opening the door? It's really dangerous." Yes. If the Zerg discover us, we'd be doomed." Many of the students in the class objected to opening the door. But Luo and I insisted. After all, the anti-insect air freshener they were using to protect them was brought by Teacher Luo. This air freshener, which confuses Zerg and masks human scent, was once a bestseller during the war with the Zerg, but its use has since declined. But Roni simply liked its smell, a hint of gardenia. And this air freshener also repels mosquitoes, so she always carries some with her. I hadn't expected such a small habit to save lives. One after another, students from Zhao class entered. "Quick! Close the door now," Roni's classmates shouted, watching the smell leak out. Through the window, they saw the Zerg outside had noticed and were approaching. They began to force the classroom door shut. "No one's in yet." Wang Yu hurried forward to stop them. "It's good enough that you're allowed in. How dare you boss us around?" "It's okay. We have time. Let's stop arguing," Roni reassured her classmates. An issue entered, and Zhao, having been observing the route and covering the rear, fell to the back. "Now everyone's here. Close the door," the others said impatiently. An issue held the door. "Zhao hasn't come in yet. Wait." "What?" "Then close the door. It's that scumbag playboy. Why don't you let her die outside? Be careful she get us into trouble." "What scumbag? Do you know someone well enough to say such nonsense? If you can't speak, then shut up," Wang Yu shouted at the people who were talking. The classmates nearby chimed in, Yeah, don't talk about things you don't understand." The few people who occupied the corner seat farthest from the door, by the window, folded their arms and glared coldly. "Huh? You're actually speaking for someone like that? Could it be that her family is rich, and she's bribed you poor bastards with all her money?" Another person said, "Hey, isn't her mother in the Zerg gene business? She's exploited her power to build such a large profit chain, and now she's causing such a big mess. How many people are going to die in our school today? Let's see if her business can survive." "Hey, stop it." An issue stepped forward, glaring at the men, with a fierce look in his eyes. "Don't let her kill all of us." "Ugh." The man's words were cut off in his throat as a dark, sharp sting pierced through his throat. It was a tidal wasp crawling in from the next classroom. This insect is half the size of a table, with a highly venomous stinger, and more than one. Its stingers can emanate from various parts of its body, and when it's full, it can look like a hedgehog. It seems the air freshener won't last long. Ronnie observed the sudden change, her face grim. Besides, it was all used up just now. The others immediately jumped away from the window. The stung man was dragged out of the window by the stinger, half of his body hanging there. The bloody stench quickly attracted more Zerg. In a matter of seconds, the windows were smashed one after another, and they began to crawl into the classroom. Everyone began to despair again. There's no safe place at all. We're doomed. After entering, Zhao quickly searched the classroom, using a screwdriver to remove 2 steel rods from the side of the desks, then handed one to an issue. "I've contacted the Star Alliance. They'd be here to rescue us soon. We should be able to hold on for 3 minutes, right? How can we fight them with just these broken rods?" This was the question shared by every student present. Dai Tongqin adjusted his glasses, looked around, and suddenly sighed. Has the comfortable life of these years dulled people's fighting spirit? How could ordinary people know the fierce storm outside those shelter corners? He took the screwdriver from Zhao. He looked gentle and refined, but he was surprisingly fast at removing the table legs. "Give me one too." Ronnie held out her hand. The gap between human strength and that of the Zerg is huge. But we still have wisdom. Zhao tightened her grip on the table stick. Raising her hand, the cracked tip of the stick pierced a tentacle that attacked her, thrusting it into the wall and crushing it fiercely. "Even if we have to die, we will die in battle, not as weaklings at the mercy of the aliens. Do you understand?" And Ishii was stunned. "Fuck. Why do you seem so domineering today?" The classmates looked at each other. Those words were like a spark, instantly igniting everyone's fighting spirit. "Well said. We must rise up and resist. We can't just sit there and wait for death." So, they began a guerrilla war against the Zerg, dodging in various shelters and launching occasional sneak attacks. Of course, they couldn't fight the Zerg head-on, but holding out against them for a minute might not be difficult. Those with slightly greater strength offered assistance to those nearby. Zhao Shi single-handedly faced the largest and most formidable flesh butterfly, relying on her agility to evade it, while simultaneously preventing it from plunging into the crowd behind. But she was already exhausted, her muscles aching to the bone. She felt like she hadn't exercised as much in her 2 lifetimes combined as she had today. She longed for sleep. She missed the carefree days of lying in bed, playing games, and drinking milk tea. In a moment of distraction, she was swept away by a flutter of wings, hitting the guardrail and nearly falling. Fortunately, a muscular arm caught her. The main thing was that she had truly exhausted her strength, and there was no way to replenish it at this moment. If she were playing games, she could take some potions to increase her mana or something. Thank you. Zhao Shi looked up, startled. You didn't leave? Zhong Wani blushed and scratched his head. I see if I can help. A head suddenly popped out from behind his sturdy body. It was Wang Tongtong. She smiled. And me. They pushed a cart out from the stairs, and Zhong Wani pressed a high-pressure water gun into Zhao Shi's hands. Inside the cart were high-voltage wires connected to the adjacent electrical room, as well as a miscellaneous collection of tools. Want to cause trouble? With pleasure. So, when the special operations team arrived, they saw that this area, the only sign of human activity, was filled with the smell of burning and even numerous Zerg corpses. They exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. Very few ordinary people could fight the Zerg, especially without training. Several mechs equipped with particle cannons opened fire on the Zerg mass, quickly wiping them out. In crowded areas, where large-scale weapons were inconvenient to use, the special forces used air skates, darting through the corridors in search of survivors while simultaneously engaging the Zerg with specially designed laser swords. The sight dazzled everyone, filled with envy. It's true that weapons are a blessing. Unarmed means you're just waiting to be slaughtered. Many of the rescued burst into tears, some even believing they were hallucinating and pinching themselves violently before finally believing it was real and weeping with joy. Anishu asked, "Are you from the Star Alliance? Why aren't you wearing Star Alliance uniforms?" But those men were so aloof they didn't say a word, like cold robots. Anishu followed one of them, who was squatting and examining the Zerg corpses at the scene. "Are you some secret group?" The man said coldly, "You better shut up. Say one more word to us, and you'd be more likely to go to jail." Anishu quickly covered her mouth and made a zipper-zipping motion. Zhao Shi, after a long day of hard work, finally had a moment to rest. Her body suddenly relaxed, her strength so intense that she could barely stand. She could only lazily lean against the railing, staring at the sky with boredom. She seemed to sense something in the sky. Looking up, she saw another starship. A hazy blue light, high level, with cloaking capabilities, granting it permission to remain in any airspace of Blue Dream Star. The people who came to clear the Zerg had disembarked from another starship, which was currently docked on the first floor of the second teaching building. Who was aboard that starship in the sky? Their commander? Ever since Zhao Shi appeared, Roni's gaze had frequently fallen on her. She was deeply interested in human behavior and psychology, and her research in this area naturally served her well in the media industry. She loved observing unexpected people and events. Roni had been a teacher for many years, and she believed her judgment of people was always correct. Following Zhao Shi's gaze, Roni also looked toward the sky. There was a starship of high administrative rank there, a starship so high that the entire Star Alliance could easily count on one hand. Based on the areas of responsibility of different factions, it's easy to guess who's above them. Roni recalled the shocking image she'd seen on StarNet before: 2 factions, incompatible as fire and water. Some are born at the pinnacle of genetic hierarchy, shining like stars. Some are entombed in mud and sand. A shameful past, plagued by rumors. But after that mud, scorched by fire and washed away by floods, will one day reveal the blazing gold within. Gold, born from supernova explosions. By then, it will shine brighter than even a star. The Zerg have been annihilated, and it's time for this nightmare to end. Zhao Shi looked at the sky outside the classroom. After days of continuous rain, it finally cleared up. The weather had changed so suddenly, as if she'd just fallen asleep and woke up in class. But many people in this building will never wake up again. She followed the special forces down the stairs, and, turning a corner, saw the corpse of a flesh butterfly. A familiar bloody hole etched itself into one of its antennae. The person in front of her carelessly kicked the corpse aside with their black boots. Zhao Shi followed, passing by the flesh butterfly. Something captivated her, and she stared at its wings for a few seconds. Suddenly, it struck her that the patterns on its wings resembled human mouths. The pattern closest to her even moved. It was speaking to her with human-like mouth shapes, saying, "Looking forward to seeing you next time." Jiaoxi blinked. Chapter 28. Jiaoxi suddenly realized she was being targeted by a strange creature whose existence the Star Alliance had long concealed. She was the sole survivor of the western suburbs explosion. But they had no intention of letting her go. It was at that moment, as she gazed at the spiraling black patterns on the flesh butterfly, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. Here was a deep, swirling sky, the kind she had seen in dreams. But instead of the white, withered branches that covered the entire world, there was only a gigantic black eye, gazing down at her from the sky. It was cold, distant, and filled with a powerful sense of oppression, evoking the mysterious black hole that devours space and distorts time, a curse left behind by a dead star. She stared at it from afar, unconsciously clenching her fists. "Hey, let's go get something nice later, shall we?" Anishu's voice, nearby, abruptly brought Jiaoxi back to reality. "It's so hard to escape death. We should cherish life even more." He stroked his chin, pondering the ultimate dilemma of what to eat for dinner. Jiaoxi grabbed his wrist and asked anxiously, "What happened to me just now?" "What happened?" Anishu looked up, puzzled. "Did I show any unusual behavior? Like, did you suddenly stop moving? Did your eyes become empty?" "Yes." Anishu glanced at her and nodded. "Well, I think you're acting quite strangely right now. You took the opportunity to touch my hand." Jiaoxi shook his hand off. "Come on." Anishu burst into laughter. "Really? Now that we're safely out of Kishing Building, are you still scared? That's not right. Who was so brave before?" Anishu chattered as usual. "You stunned me today." "No, you stunned me with your handsomeness. But there's nothing I can do. As an alpha, I still like omegas, even if you blah blah." She automatically filtered out what she considered nonsense, not really listening at all. She wiped the cold sweat from her palms. Was it just an illusion? But it suddenly seemed strange. She suddenly had a bad feeling. If that was true, humanity's enemy this time might be unprecedentedly powerful, a being even more terrifying than the Zerg. Jiaoxi nodded and said seriously, "You're right. Let's go to the most luxurious and expensive place on Blue Dream Star tonight, and order everything on the menu. We have a feast. At least, I want to die a full stomach before I die." She continued, "And after I'm done, I have to hurry up and play the game, aiming to max out and reach the top of the leaderboard. Otherwise, time won't be long. The world might be coming." "The world's end?" Anishu felt a little uneasy at what she said. "This incident is probably just an isolated incident. I just heard they said it was caused by improper storage of biological products in the laboratory. I completely agree with you about the feast. But, the most luxurious and expensive place. Isn't that the floating pavilion your family owns? I remember you didn't really like eating there." Jiaoxi realized that wasn't the place where she'd gone on a blind date before. She really didn't like it. It wasn't because the food was bad or anything, but because it was full of Shirian people, and she felt like she was being watched. "Then change it. You decide." "I decide, right? Hee, then let's do something exciting." Anishu rubbed his hands together, smirking. Jiaoxi slapped his forehead, careless. What kind of place could this guy choose? But the words were out, and there was no way to take them back. "Take it easy. Let's go somewhere legal and compliant, okay? I almost got killed in that toy factory last time. Don't worry, it's absolutely legal and compliant, healthy and safe." Anishu folded his arms and agreed. "Well, a little bit at best." Then, he immediately contacted all his friends on his laptop, saying they were planning a swimsuit party to celebrate their narrow escape, and to use the party to publicize their heroic feat of saving their classmate today. "Hey, Mr. M.O., you have a lot of resources in the entertainment industry. Why don't you get a few more popular Omega stars over here? Reporters and reporters. Can we hold a press conference?" Jiaoxi held his forehead, feeling helpless. At this moment, all the survivors were being led out of the Kishing building by those who called themselves the Special Operations Team. This place will be sealed off. No one is allowed to enter. Then a barrier rose, enveloping the entire Kishing building. This barrier wasn't transparent, but a grayish-white substance of unknown origin. This made it impossible to see inside from the outside, like a box enclosing the entire building, hiding the tragic scene within. It was estimated that only 2 or 3 out of 10 people in the entire building were alive. Aside from Jiaoxi and his entire class, everyone else had members who were missing. Whether it's closed or not, I don't dare go there again. It's like a nightmare. Yeah, I didn't expect to be alive. Many people burst into tears and called their families. Many others were injured, and the medical team arrived shortly after. They were all taken directly to the military hospital. The hospital was very close to the Star Alliance Military Academy. Jiaoxi stood inside the hospital building, looking out the window, and still seeing the majestic black walls. If the world really did end, they would be the first to rush forward, right? After all, when the sky falls, someone has to hold it up. Jiaoxi looked in that direction, her deep brown eyes reflecting the majestic building on one side, and the red of the setting sun on the other. Down below and across from the military hospital lay a bustling street, bustling with traffic, and a dazzling nightscape. She saw a child pestering an adult to buy a glow-in-the-dark balloon. It was transparent and floated in the sky, just like the floating cartoon balloons sold on the streets in Jiaoxi's past life. But interstellar balloons are still a little different. They can change shape at will, and inside them are points of light like fireflies. Looking at them through the night sky, it's like capturing a corner of the starry sky with a bubble. A couple walked hand in hand, the wind tangling their hair. A crowd gathered at the food stall downstairs across the street. Jiaoxi could smell its fragrance from afar. A loudspeaker hum on the side of a car shouted, 20 star coins per portion, delicious and affordable. It seems that even with the passage of time, similarities can still be found in past memories. Suddenly, it felt a bit regrettable if the world really did end. Jiaoxi. A voice came from behind, our captain wants to see you. Come here. Jiaoxi turned around. It was the Special Forces team clearing out the Zerg, standing in the corner and speaking to her with a cold expression. Even though she considered herself to have a good temper, she couldn't stand the commanding tone. I'm busy. I don't have time. She glanced at the man and then looked away, texting an issue on her laptop. Have you finished checking everything over there? If you are, let's go downstairs and get some snacks. The laptop had just been installed. The medicine was effective, and it healed quickly, but her wrist still felt a slight pain. The man hadn't expected her reaction like that. Do you know who our captain is? So many people want to see him, but they can't get a spot. Really? Jiaoxi leaned against the window, arms folded. Then does your captain know who I am? Lan Ming Star's coolest young master. How can just anybody see him? You? How dare you say that about our captain? Want to see me? How about having him come and ask me? Hey, this dandy persona is quite useful at times like this. He feels no pressure when confronting people. Jiaoxi thought. It's the temporary captain. A familiar voice rang out. Jiaoxi looked up. That voice. She remembered it. It was him. Sorry, I'm being inconsiderate. He stepped forward to Jiaoxi. Lin Tanyan wasn't wearing his military uniform today. He was dressed in a more casual, simple style. While he didn't have a formidable aura, he was still instantly noticeable and impossible to ignore. Including the entire floor of the hospital, after he appeared, everyone around him focused their attention on him. As expected, some people are born to dazzle. See you again, he said. What do you want from me? And yet, his actions are impeccable. If he shows any disrespect, she'd be the one to be criticized. Jiaoxi felt helpless. Can I have a word with you? At that moment, Jiaoxi's wrist vibrated. She saw it was an Ishiu, who said he was already downstairs. Jiaoxi replied that she had something to do and asked him to wait. Okay, let's go. The people in the corridor began to murmur. They had all seen the photo that had circulated on Starnet before, which had been trending for 3 days. In other words, these two people were not on good terms. Indeed, these two people, with such different actions and personalities, are they going to fight? Fight? No way. The outcome is a foregone conclusion. Who could possibly defeat a Super S-Class? Lin Tanyan isn't the type to start a fight. Did Jiaoxi do something wrong? That's quite possible. After all, she's not a good person. She hasn't even explained the incident in the western suburbs yet. Why hasn't she explained? The speaker was a student from the Communication University. The official news is crystal clear, but some people just don't read it. The patient discussing the matter over there heard. The explanation isn't clear. It's obviously fabricated to protect Jiaoxi. Oh, you're so good at making things up. I think you could try making one up. Wang Tongtong, her head bandaged, stepped out. When the official news wasn't out, they were clamoring for an explanation. Now that it's clear, they're calling it fake. Are you one of those trolls on Starnet? You're calling others bad, right? I think you're the bad one. Seeing he couldn't argue, the man stood up and walked towards her. Little girl, are you deliberately looking for trouble? You're so sharp-tongued. Didn't your family teach you that the mouth can cause disaster? At that moment, a tall figure emerged from the adjacent ward. The ground seemed to shake as he walked. The mouth can cause disaster. You know that, yet you still talk nonsense? Do I need to teach you again? Zhongwani still had one arm in a cast, but that didn't stop him from cracking the joints. The man immediately sat back in his chair. This is a hospital. No. No hitting. Hit? Who wants to hit? Loud noises are prohibited in hospitals. A nurse passed by. Please keep quiet, and don't disturb other patients. Zhongwani whispered, Oh, I wouldn't be that rude. Wang Tongtong covered her mouth and laughed. Hey, I'm really curious about what Sister Shi and that star child will talk about when they meet. Zhongwani thought for a moment. It can't be about life ideals, poetry, or songs, right? Even then, Zhao Shi and Lin Tanyan took the elevator all the way to the hospital's rooftop. Zhao Shi felt very strange the whole way up. He had said he'd borrow a step to talk, but this step was a bit too big. The hospital's rooftop was actually a small garden, lush green plants, and some unnamed flowers. They had transparent petals, and one pale blue petal swayed in the breeze. It looks like a blue elf jumping in the green bushes, and when you look closely, it looks like a nimble butterfly, with a few strands of light golden color emitting from the stamens. This is the blue dream flower, which blooms only on full moon nights. Lin Tanyan's elegant, youthful voice rang out from beside her. It seems we've arrived by chance today. Zhao Shi looked up at the sky. Sure enough, the two bright moons hung in the sky like round jade plates. Unlike last time, they were almost touching. The moons were dotted with stars, and the night view from this rooftop was absolutely stunning. Add to that the swaying flowers around them, and the phrase flowers in full bloom and full moon truly lived up to the saying. Lin Tanyan was admiring the flowers with her. Zhao Shi's mind froze. Could this be the right plot? Were they really that familiar? She wanted to pinch herself, to see if she was still dreaming. Zhao Shi stared at the flowers, lost in thought. I've never seen flowers like this anywhere else. Well, because they're specially cultivated, they require a special kind of soil. As Zhao Shi approached the flowers, she caught a whiff of the blue dream flower's fragrance, a strange, long-lasting scent that made her feel a little sleepy. Lin Tanyan pulled her from behind. Stay away. This flower is poisonous. Zhao Shi spun around, almost bumping into Lin Tanyan. Poisonous flowers planted in a hospital? Are people who use this flower poisonous? Lin Tanyan, blue dream flowers have a strong hallucinogenic effect. If a war breaks out and anesthetics are scarce, they could be used. Oh my god! What are you two doing on the top floor? And Ishiu's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Oh, are you doing something shameful behind my back? Zhao Shi realized how close she and Lin Tanyan were. So close, she could see his slightly fluttering eyelashes and the distant, fragmented stars in his eyes. Just talking about business. Zhao Shi turned around without changing her expression. Why are you here? I heard you two wanted to talk for a moment, so I checked the hospital surveillance and followed you. Didn't I buy some fried dumplings? I was afraid they'd go bad and rushed them over to you. And Ishiu held a paper box in one hand. Inside, 3 round white dumplings were skewered on bamboo sticks. He was genuinely puzzled. What are you two talking about? Oh yeah, what? Zhao Shi could smell the aroma of food wafting from an Ishiu. It seemed like the same one she smelled before. So good. She already been starving. She took the box from an Ishiu and casually asked Lin Tanyan, want to eat? Sure. Zhao Shi was already twirling the bamboo stick in one hand, about to put it to her mouth. She was startled, almost thinking she misheard. Then she put the stick down and handed the box over. I was just being polite. Why are you so rude? Thank you. The moment Lin Tanyan's fingers touched Zhao Shi, she nearly pulled her hand away, burned. She looked up suddenly, wondering how someone's body temperature could be so high. Especially for someone who looked so cold, Zhao Shi had assumed his body temperature would be as cool as his appearance, colder than normal. Zhao Shi suddenly noticed that Ishiu had another box in his hand, and before he could react, she snatched it away. Hey, this one's mine. Who told you to give yours to someone else? And Ishiu looked unhappy. And Bao, you're so kind. All I need to have Bao and go is a puff pastry dumpling, right? Zhao Shi nodded and smiled. Yes. And Ishiu started to cry. You don't love me, you love puff pastry dumpling, you philandering woman. Be good, go downstairs and buy some yourself. Zhao Shi took the puff pastry dumpling and began to nibble on it. It was surprisingly crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sprinkled with white icing, and had a warm texture. The inside was surprisingly tender, refreshing, and cool, a bit like vanilla ice cream. And Ishiu understood Zhao Shi's intention to ask him to leave, and could only tsk, saying unhappily, "Then I won't disturb you too." After he left, Zhao Shi's smile immediately vanished, and he stood opposite Lin Tanyan. "What's so important that you have to discuss it on the rooftop?" Lin Tanyan reconfirmed the mission on his computer. He had been ordered to eliminate the Dark Source, which was why he was the acting leader of the Special Operations team. This time, the Dark Source disappeared after coming into contact with Zhao Shi. As for the choice of the rooftop, it was naturally so that killing someone there would not affect anyone else. Chapter 29. The weather wasn't cold, but the gentle breeze under the moonlight, carrying the fragrance of flowers, sent a chill down one's spine. The moon is beautiful today. Lin Tanyan's gaze briefly swept across the night sky, but his gaze rested firmly on her. Zhao Shi had to admit that, as the school idol, he did have an impeccable appearance. But now he looked a little different from his previous polite and reserved demeanor. His eyes were as cold as ice. Is he giving up on his pretense? When does a person drop a long-held disguise? Perhaps when someone who knows a secret can never speak again. Zhao Shi smiled. "Did you invite me here specifically to enjoy the flowers and the moon? You're going to give me the wrong impression. You're doing this, but it's going to give people the wrong impression. We're both alphas. Isn't this a bad idea?" She leaned slightly toward the rooftop wall, her palms sweating, her muscles tense beneath the fabric of her clothes, like a trapped beast waiting for a chance to strike back, or struggling to survive. Zhao Shi didn't know why she reacted this way. What was she feeling guilty about? What was she worried about? Lin Tanyan moved incredibly quickly, already advancing to grasp her wrist. He stared at her intently, the cold stars in his eyes seemingly transforming into silver vortexes in an instant. "Zhao Shi, tell me, are you still you?" At this moment, the chill intensified, but Lin Tanyan's hand burned intensely. Zhao Shi already had a wrist injury, and the burning pain was unbearable. To save face, she gritted her teeth, not uttering a single extra syllable. But Lin Tanyan's question made Zhao Shi's heart skip a beat. She was indeed herself, but not the same person she had been in this world. Zhao Shi instinctively felt that this was a secret she had to keep, otherwise, she'd be considered a monster. After all, she read so many time travel novels, and she'd never seen a protagonist reveal their time travel identity. "Ah, you saw the rumors on Starnet too?" Zhao Shi suddenly curled her lips in a smile. "The one saying I'm incompetent, huh? I wonder which bored idiot spread those rumors. Originally, I didn't care at all. Since you've directly asked about such a serious matter concerning alpha dignity, and since you look pretty good to me, I can reluctantly accept it." Zhao Shi exerted force on her thighs, using the railing behind her as a fulcrum. With a swift roll, she broke free from Lin Tanyan. The burning pain was gone, and she felt much better. She rested one arm against Lin Tanyan's ear, forming a Waldong position, and leaned forward, saying, "Well, after all, I'm a jack of all trades. But let's make it clear, I can only be the one on top." The cold glint in Lin Tanyan's eyes quickly faded, a hint of something strange in the air, and he almost instantly returned to his previous polite and distant demeanor. He raised his gaze to her quietly. "Excuse me, I'm just carrying out an interrogation." "You misunderstood." "Oh, so you're holding hands with me during this mission? And why are you only interrogating me and not the others? And you've chosen a rooftop with such a beautiful view? You're a good choice of location." Zhao Shi's smile was provocative. "I know my charm is irresistible even to an alpha, so there's no need to make excuses like that." Lin Tanyan raised his eyes. Of course, he wouldn't tell Zhao Shi the real reason. Once he confirmed she had been infected by the Dark Source, he would pulverize her without hesitation. After all, anyone who came in contact with that stuff was no longer human, but a monster whose brain had been taken over by an alien species. The purge naturally had to ensure the safety of ordinary people. Lin Tanyan glanced at the computer. "I have something else to do, so I'd be leaving first. Please make way." "What? You can't accept being down there?" Zhao Shi stepped aside to make room for him, eager for him to leave. "Forget it, I won't argue with you. I can't accept being down there either. Since our preferences aren't compatible, there's no forcing it." "Thank you." Lin Tanyan nodded slightly, and made a few adjustments on the computer. Soon, a stealth starship slowly emerged, hovering in midair. A hoverboard appeared beneath his feet, and he flew directly onto the starship. Zhao Shi watched with envy. After Lin Tanyan left, her tense nerves finally relaxed. She no longer had the heart to admire the flowers, and got off the elevator. Zhao Shi dug her toes into the ground the entire way. Oh my god, she could actually be so dramatic today, delivering such risque lines. She was acting according to her impression of the original owner's dandy image. Should that be okay? She nodded. It definitely was okay. After all, it was because of her words that Lin Tanyan no longer doubted her. However, what Zhao Shi didn't know was that no matter how arrogant the original owner was, it was still far inferior to what she had done. After all, the original owner wouldn't dare say anything lewd to the son of a star. On the starship, the screen before Lin Tanyan's eyes was a figure in a wheelchair, sitting upright, like a towering mountain. Grandfather, Zhao Shi hasn't been infected. Well, how's the investigation into the base defector going? The voice was dignified and calm. She hasn't logged into the game in the past few days, so there's been no progress. Lin Shalon, well, from what you said, that unit had that level of strength from the outset. It's very likely that it was created by that person. However, finding the defector is one thing. The most important thing now is to find the path through which the dark source flows into the galaxy. Understood. The official business concluded, the grandfather and grandson hung up without further ado. Lin Tanyan lowered his eyes. This isn't the first time. It's rare for someone to come into close contact with the dark source and yet remain uninfected. Generally, only those with high-level psychic powers can resist it, and high-level psychic powers require sufficient genetic strength. But she doesn't even meet the basic requirement of genetic strength. Furthermore, according to the investigation, Zhao Shi's recent behavior has been somewhat unusual. Although it was against regulations, after a moment's thought, Lin Tanyan raised his wrist and sent a command. List Zhao Shi as a high-risk observation target. Through the starship's transparent foreground window, the entire blue dream star was visible. Lin Tanyan gazed at the distant horizon, unable to see beyond the horizon, the black hole beyond the galaxy, measured in light years. The dark source, born from the black hole, was radiating radiation at an extremely rapid rate. The 12 constellations danger zone, once a beautiful home, had suddenly transformed into a living hell. Unbeknownst to the people, the entire galaxy was already riddled with holes, undercurrents surging. The dark source created strange creatures, corrupted minds, and destroyed everything. He wondered how long this could be concealed. Is the Star Alliance's approach truly correct? Can eternal peace be achieved by keeping people in cages? Chapter 30. The elevator door had just opened a crack, and Zhao Shi was about to step out when she saw an Ishu's face thrust into the elevator, almost bumping into her in his haste. How are you feeling? And Ishu saw it was her, and he pressed her shoulders, turning her over and over. Are there any parts missing? We're just enjoying the moonlight. What could go wrong? Zhao Shi said with a casual air, but in reality, the cold sweat hadn't yet dissipated. Just now, Lin Tanyan's expression was completely different from his usual self. She still remembered that look, as if he were looking at someone dead. She never knew if he would suddenly attack her. You're kidding, idiot. He must be holding a grudge against you because of your last visit to the Star Alliance to intimidate him, and he's looking for a duel between alphas, right? Zhao Shi was speechless at the mention of this. She had clearly done nothing wrong that day, but it was this spirited young man in front of her who had ruined her reputation. Yeah, right. So who won? How did you decide the outcome? And Ishu pressed on excitedly. Zhao Shi chuckled and blurted out, Need I ask? I must have won. As they stepped out of the elevator, they were greeted by 2 rows of men in black standing neatly on either side of the hospital entrance. They were tall and imposing, looking quite intimidating, as if they were preparing to receive some important person. This was a military hospital, after all, so there were likely many military leaders here. Let's go around the side. Zhao Shi quickly tugged at an issue, moving closer to the door. As they stepped out, one of the men in black extended his arm to block Zhao Shi's path. His toned muscular form was visible through his tightly wrapped suit. Zhao Shi looked up. Question mark. Please. The man in black said to her respectfully. He pointed forward. A small spaceship was parked at the hospital entrance. Its dark silver hull and black windows made it look impenetrable, like a steel egg. Who are you? Your previous 2 bodyguards were incompetent. President Shi has replaced them. From now on, we will be responsible for your safety. Zhao Shi then remembered that Du Xing and Lucan had indeed been absent from the accident. She hadn't thought about it for a moment. Were they intercepted outside by the Zerg? Her heart skipped a beat, or was there something worse? Where are they now? I don't know. I understand. Zhao Shi lowered her eyelids. It seemed that she could only ask Shirian about this matter. And Ishi was about to follow Zhao Shi onto the spaceship when the bodyguards quickly reached out and stopped him. Please stop. What are you doing? I'm Mr. Shi's friend. We agreed to have an event tonight, and we're going together on the spaceship. Who do you think you are? How dare you stop me? She can't join your event. The man in black spoke calmly, his expression as stern as a movie robot. That's what President she meant. And Ishiu's anger faded when he heard it was Shiruyin's. That's it. We can't have this swimsuit party today. I can't attend. You go ahead. Zhao Shi waved him off and boarded the spaceship. And Ishiu immediately lost his spirits. If the main characters aren't here, what's the point? I just wanted to get rid of the bad luck for us. Forget it, go back to sleep. Zhao Shi boarded the spaceship, so he didn't see an Ishiu's sympathetic gaze from behind him. I wanted to say a few words to Sister Shi, but those people were so oppressive, I didn't dare approach. Wang Tongtong stood at the hospital entrance, watching the spaceship quickly shrink to a dot in the sky, and then that dot vanished. I haven't even thanked her properly yet. If it weren't for her today, I would have. Zhong Wani stepped forward hesitantly, a flattering smile on his face. Brethren, can you contact Sister Shi? We like to treat her to a meal and thank her properly. Oh, you treat her to a meal? And Ishiu glanced sideways, raised an eyebrow in surprise, and said, contacting her won't help. Zhong Wani and the others thought he meant Zhao Shi wouldn't bother with a meal. How could it be useless? Although we only spent a short time with her, I don't think she's as bad as the rumors say. She's actually quite nice. Wang Tongtong nodded. I think Sister Shi would agree too. Upon hearing their words, and Ishiu stroked his chin and muttered to himself, come to think of it, she's been a little different lately. She's been getting more and more aggressive. As her best friend, I'm actually starting to not understand her. He continued, it's not a question of whether she agrees or not, but I'm afraid it'd be hard to see her again in the future. Ah, what does that mean? Literally. And Ishiu sighed. He had heard about Shiruyin's character. As soon as Zhao Shi sat down on the spaceship, he immediately opened his laptop to check the star network. Sure enough, the events of Communication University today had topped the trending list, being forwarded like crazy, and many websites were paralyzed. Zhao Shi knew that with Interstellar's current technology, a mere regional network failure was impossible. There were countless backup super servers. This was a deliberate move by the Interstellar Alliance, because the impact of this incident was so immense. With the West Suburb incident, no one survived, so no one spoke out to explain the situation. However, with the Communication University incident, photos and videos circulated, revealing the tangible impact. Although the information was quickly deleted, even if it disappeared from the Interstellar network, the information already shared would not fade from people's memory. The next trending searches were for Shiruyin's name and the plummeting stock price of her company. This incident was caused by Zerg genetic products. Since the gene bank was controlled by Shiruyin, the supply channels for laboratory supplies, medical supplies, and even civilian supplies ultimately had to go through her, making her a target of public criticism. Zhao Shi's expression darkened as he looked at the various messages on the Interstellar network. They do anything to make money, killing so many people. This is terrifying. I just realized there are so many things in life that utilize Zerg genes. Everyone, stop using them. They're too dangerous. Shiruyin got her hands on the Zerg industry thanks to the former Supreme Chancellor of the Star Alliance, right? How does she control the Zerg gene pool? Does she deserve it? This should be a public resource shared by all. They've killed so many people. The culprit must pay. By the way, her daughter made a serious mistake before, but not only did she avoid jail, she went to college and bullied her classmates. No way. This is a family of social scum. Although information flows are being restricted, it's clear another faction is using this opportunity to target Shiruyin, ideally to bring her down. Yes, controlling such a vast wealth and profit chain, how could one not be envied? And now, judging by the Star Alliance's concealment of that mysterious black monster, it seems likely that this time, the blame will be borne like the previous incident in the western suburbs. Last time, it was Zhao Shi who took the blame. This time it's Shiruyin's turn. TSK. Zhao Shi put down her laptop in frustration. She was clearly the scapegoat for her entire family. The spaceship flew directly to the docking platform on her rooftop. As soon as she disembarked, the group of men in black immediately swarmed over, their posture on high alert, vigilantly guarding her position on all sides, especially the area facing the sky above. They crowded Zhao Shi into the elevator. Fortunately, they didn't all squeeze in after her. Even though the elevator was quite spacious, it couldn't accommodate 20 muscular men. But 3 men in black still followed her into the elevator, one behind her and one directly in front of her, forming a triangle formation that surrounded her. Zhao Shi felt incredibly overwhelmed. It seemed she wasn't the only one traumatized by the Communication University incident. Is she coming back today? Zhao Shi asked the black-clad bodyguard beside her. We don't know President Xi's schedule. The bodyguard remained clueless. So, for the first time, Zhao Shi took the initiative and called Shirian. After a long pause, the call finally connected. Zhao Shi realized she had accidentally switched to a video call, and then she saw the foggy scene before her. Shirian's crimson lips spoke lazily. It's rare you still think to call me. Through the ambiguous mist, she vaguely spotted two handsome, seemingly abstinent men beside her. Zhao Shi pressed two fingers against her temple. Her worries were for nothing. Am I interrupting you while you're working? Yes, I was going to call you when I was done. Zhao Shi bluntly asked. Where are Du Xing and Lu Can? Shirian lowered her head, looking at her nails indifferently. Open. What's the point of keeping useless people around? Then where did they go? How should I know? They don't have legs on my body. Zhao Shi tightened her fingers, about to ask something else, when her head suddenly ached. Blurred images flashed before her eyes, as if something similar had happened before. Someone left her. She questioned Shirian. Could this be the original owner's memory? You don't have to go to school anymore. Shirian's next words instantly brought Zhao Shi back to reality. She was stunned for a moment, somewhat incredulous. Why? Do I need to tell you the reason? Shirian's voice remained as noble and cold as ever. The tone she used when speaking to her truly didn't sound like that of a mother and daughter, but rather that of someone superior. Just do whatever I tell you to do. No need to explain. Zhao Shi had never had a mother in her previous life, so she didn't particularly care what kind of mother she met in this one. After all, that role had always been absent from her life. However, she did understand why the original owner and her mother hadn't gotten along. The secretary beside Shirian couldn't bear it any longer. Mr. Shi's point is, it's too dangerous these days, and it's safer to stay home. Shirian gave the secretary a threatening look, then said to Zhao Shi, do you remember what we talked about last time, about the blind date this weekend? I arranged for them to come home when the time comes, and you won't have to leave. Get married soon, find someone to take care of you, and I won't have to work so hard. I won't marry someone I don't like. If one isn't good enough, there are others, until you find someone you like. Zhao Shi looked up and said word by word, I refuse. This was the first time, since she traveled through time, that she had confronted Shirian with such a firm attitude. This wasn't just the original owner's wishes, it was her own. Even if she didn't want to fight, she couldn't accept such an arrangement. Shirian was a little surprised. Seeing that Zhao Shi had agreed to the blind date, and no longer opposed her like before, she had thought Zhao Shi would accept it this time. She smiled faintly. It's okay. The security system at home is on. You can't get out? You figure it out eventually. The phone clicked off, and the screen before her went dark and vanished. Zhao Shi stared at the suddenly empty space before her, and involuntarily recalled the history she had read on Starnet, about humanity's massive invasion by the Zerg. Back then, alphas and omegas existed only as mutated evolutionary genes, far fewer in number than they do today. Alphas who were disabled or otherwise unable to fight in battle, especially those with advanced genes, were, for the greater good of humanity, confined to specialized laboratories and bred with ordinary humans until their final moments. Is this her end? Zhao Shi shuddered. This day had arrived so quickly. After all, it was probably because they disliked her for not being S-rank. If it weren't for her exploitable S-rank recessive genes, she might have had no value at all. Life isn't easy. Although she hadn't yet found the meaning of her existence and had no vision for the future, Zhao Shi had always felt that as long as she had a stable place to live, as an ordinary person, she would be content to simply get by. She didn't have many grand ambitions. She was just an ordinary student with few strengths besides being good at gaming and solving problems. Under such circumstances, nestling under the shade of a tree, like a safflower, was the best option. But why? I felt a little unwilling. Zhao Shi lay in bed, dazed, under the fixed gazes of several burly men. Her sleep was restless after a long night. She opened her eyes, and through the dim light reflected from the window, she could see several pairs of dark eyes directed at her. She suddenly stood up and walked out of the room in her slippers, a black-clad bodyguard following closely behind her. She stopped abruptly, and the bodyguard, with excellent muscle control, stopped just 3 centimeters away from her. She turned around, her thumb twitching towards the bathroom behind her. I'm going to the bathroom. The bodyguard's expression was expressionless. I know. So, you want to follow me in and watch? Boss, she means you can't leave my side at all. Zhao Shi clenched her fist. Oh my god, I'm going crazy. Because someone was watching, she hadn't even changed her clothes or showered before going to bed, and now she had to follow him even to the bathroom, and the 3 urgent needs were simply unbearable. But if someone was watching, it would be too embarrassing. Besides, she subconsciously believed that there were differences between men and women. Being watched by a stranger while he was using the bathroom? Absolutely impossible. Let me confirm, you're a real person, not a robot, right? Zhao Shi suddenly asked, seemingly out of nowhere. The young bodyguard, seemingly in his early 20s, was taken aback by the question and answered truthfully no. But he quickly adjusted his expression, returning to his usual serious demeanor. Zhao Shi's lips curled slightly, her mind reassured. That's good. I'm more attracted to real people. Then she leaned forward, her eyes darting over his chest. Nice muscles. Okay, come in. The bodyguard's eyes widened in surprise. As soon as Zhao Shi entered the bathroom, he sat down on the sink, stretched out his long legs, and slammed the door shut. What's your name? The bodyguard answered truthfully, Guan Lian. Xiao Guan, no Xiao Lian. That's more intimate. Zhao Shi smiled. Xiao Lian, is this your first time? I don't understand what you mean. Zhao Shi gave a wicked smile and deliberately knocked a piece of ointment off the sink. Pick it up. You understand me, don't you? Guan Lian had received professional bodyguard training. He had fought his way through hundreds of people before being selected by Shi Rian. To be chosen by someone of such status as a professional bodyguard was the highest honor in their profession. Their daily classes included combat, facial expression management, daily etiquette, and various killing techniques. Facing various dangers, one naturally needed to understand how the enemy would create them. He considered himself a highly skilled professional. But the course hadn't taught him what to do in a situation like this. I don't understand. It's okay. Zhao Shi's tone was very flirtatious. Your expression and behavior tell me you like it. 2 alphas sharing a bathroom. What else can they do? Don't you think it's possible without some excitement? Guan Lian's pupils trembled. So the rumors on Starnet were true. I don't understand what excitement is, so I won't bother you anymore. He quickly opened the door and fled, thoughtfully closing it behind her. Zhao Shi's slightly raised lips relaxed after the door closed. She leaned against the mirror, looked up at the ceiling, and let out a long breath. This kind of life is simply not a human life. She looked around. The building's security system was activated, making it not only difficult to enter from the outside, but also impossible to escape from the inside. She was confined to this super luxurious villa, equipped with all the amenities she could ever want. Wasn't this her dream life? Electricity, internet, food, water, no school, sleep as long as you wanted, just living like a useless person. But once she actually lived like this, she felt like she was in prison. So many people watching over her every day was almost more uncomfortable than being in prison. Being stuck at home voluntarily and being stuck there passively felt completely different. After 2 days of lying dormant, Zhao Shi received a call from an issue at noon, saying they had sent her a big gift. A big gift? Zhao Shi didn't take it seriously. What big gift can you give me? A custom robot? Oh, so that's the kind of robot you want. I contact you right away. Although they're in very short supply right now, I know the manager well, so I prioritize getting it to you. No. Zhao Shi quickly refused. Don't send me that thing. But I can't imagine what you give me. Today isn't a holiday, is it? You find out once you open it. The package had been picked up by the family's robot, which had gone through a dedicated disinfection room on the first floor. It was now undergoing an additional inspection to see if there were any hazardous materials inside. After going through the layers of inspection, Zhao Shi waited on the first floor for about 10 minutes before the package was finally delivered to her. She had been so bored the past 2 days that she became incredibly interested in an unknown package. It felt light, as if it contained nothing. Could it be an Ishi's trick? Zhao Shi tore open the package with her bare hands and saw a red corner. She reached inside and felt something that looked like soft velvet. Is it clothing? It was bright red, too, which didn't quite fit her melancholy temperament. Thinking of this, Zhao Shi called an issue. She had to mock an issue's taste and this frivolous behavior. So, as she pulled the item out of the package, the call was connected. How is it? Did you see the package? What's inside? An issue's voice came from the other end. Zhao Shi stared at the 4 large golden characters in front of her, stunned for a moment. Red satin, neat golden calligraphy. It was actually a banner. The back of the banner was filled with signatures, most of them unfamiliar, but Zhao Shi also spotted a few familiar names. Dai Tongxin, Wang Yu, Chong Wanyi, Wang Tong Tong, Luo Nai Zhang Jiqing. There were even small messages in the corner. Thank you so much for what happened the other day. I apologize. I said bad things about you on StarNet before. Sister She, when can you come back to school? Just a quick note, I think you're pretty handsome. When are you coming back to class? It's such a shame that the school lost such a handsome guy. I have no hope for classes anymore. Sister She, please come back to school soon. We broke that circuit last time, and the school asked me to fix it, but I can't remember which wires were pulled. Come and help me. Why aren't you talking? A girl I met before gave this to me. She said it was a gift from a bunch of them. Wow, it must have been a very expensive gift to have them pool their money together to buy it. And Ishu thought for a moment. Not necessarily. Even if those commenters pooled their money, they probably wouldn't be able to come up with anything good. Hey, what is it? And Ishu was extremely curious. It's a banner. Banner? And Ishu snorted. They're so shabby. What good can this thing do? It's just a piece of rag. I think so too. It's just a piece of rag. Zhao Shi took the banner and read it over and over again. Why give such a thing? This way she'd be famous. After Zhao Shi finished the call, she immediately began to walk around the house with the banner. She had to find a place to hang it where it would be most visible. No, it would fade if she hung it outside. Xiaolon, do you have a good box to hold the banner? Zhao Shi asked the floating little blue robot. Searching, search completed. Please follow me. Zhao Shi followed the little blue robot, turning left and right until she was so disoriented that she didn't know where she was going. This was the first time she knew her home had such a complex layout. After all, she usually stayed on her own floor, and the first floor living room, and had never been anywhere else. Then she saw the wall before her drop into the ground, revealing an empty exhibition hall. The little blue robot bumped into something, then made a beep sound like someone entering a password. Then, after a slight tremor, the floor shook, and rows of display cases and cabinets rose from the ground. Inside, she saw racks of pitch-black guns, all sorts of weapons she had never seen or named, but clearly extremely lethal. Has she been taken directly to the armory? The little blue robot walked straight to the back of the armory, extending a green, leaf-like tentacle from its head. It opened a hidden drawer, revealing a silver box. According to my search, this box has the highest level of protection. So, you mean to take the weapons out and put the banner in? Yes, young master. According to the data, the probability of the banner remaining intact is as high as 99.78%. Zhao Shi stroked his chin and nodded. Yes, good idea. Chapter 31. Zhao Shi immediately did as she was told, pulling the box out of the hidden cabinet. The silver shell still shimmered. She placed her finger on the switch, and the black spot felt as cold as ice. Then she realized that the bodyguards, who had been so close to her, were no longer around. Zhao Shi, clutching the box, peeked outside and saw the bodyguard standing neatly at the door, showing no intention of following. The bodyguards' faces immediately changed when they saw this place. They had no idea that this seemingly ordinary wall, when lowered, was actually an armory. This place was always their employer's top-secret location, something they weren't supposed to know about, much less spy on. So, they could only stare blankly from outside. Zhao Shi looked down at the box in her arms, and suddenly realized that this was her perfect opportunity to escape. She looked around. This place was completely enclosed, so the only way out was through the main door. With a click, Zhao Shi opened the box and pulled out a strangely shaped gun, a type she had never seen before. The pure black body of the gun felt cold to the touch, and at its end was a translucent energy chamber, within which crystal-clear energy fluid flowed. Zhao Shi pointed the gun at them, and said coldly, "Get out of the way." "Boss," she said, "you can't leave the house." Their voices were the same as their bodies, motionless and calm. None of them moved. Shi Rian's skill in selecting people was truly remarkable. Zhao Shi turned the gun around and brought the weapon to his temple. "Will you let me go?" They exchanged bewildered glances, finally moving aside. Zhao Shi swaggered through them. She stared at the closed door in front of her. Was she running away from home? But there was no way. Even if she could never return, it didn't matter. She could never accept being caged like a canary. A strong gust of wind brushed past, and Zhao Shi dodged a split second. A flicker of surprise flashed in the eyes of the bodyguard, who had taken action. "Quick! Stop her!" the bodyguard shouted. To be frank, they still didn't believe she had the guts to fire a gun. She was simply trying to intimidate them, hoping to snatch the gun while she was off guard. Zhao Shi dodged too hastily, and her gun accidentally went off as she dodged. A flash of blue light erupted from the tip of the gun, passing by her eyes. Fortunately, it only brushed past the crowd before striking the ceiling. The gunshot was completely silent. The next moment, a hole appeared in the ceiling, and the material within it vanished without a single brick or tile falling. It had disintegrated into a pulverized mass, so small it was invisible to the naked eye. Following the hole, the ceiling began to crumble and collapse, one continuous piece at a time. A glimpse of the blue sky outside was revealed. Xiaoxi inhaled the warm fragrance of the wind and sunlight outside. As the wind caressed her side, she lifted her head and took a deep breath. Is this the smell of freedom? The bodyguards, looking at the gun in Xiaoxi's hand and the vanishing ceiling, suddenly had a grim look on their faces. The weapon's overwhelming destructive power made them afraid to move forward. Xiaoxi climbed onto a corner of the building and sped away. At the same time, she knew she had no escape route. Even her home had been demolished. She had no doubt what kind of torture Shirian would inflict upon learning of this. The mere thought was terrifying. The little blue robot next to her finally realized something was amiss. It seemed to have done something wrong. But access to the weapons vault was also open to the young master, so there should be no problem, right? If there was any blame to be placed, it wasn't its fault, it was the system's fault. Yes, that was it. So the little blue robot slowly made its way back to its wall-mounted nest to recharge. My dear, come wander the world with me. Xiaoxi grabbed the clever robot, tucked it into her arms, and ran off. It had truly done her a great service today. After running out, Xiaoxi immediately climbed onto the truck that delivered fresh fruits and vegetables to her home every day. The driver and helpers were just unloading the goods into the kitchen, so Xiaoxi got in and drove off. The bodyguards also had their own special car, a faster, more discreet black flying motorcycle. Soon, they were in hot pursuit from above. Xiaolon immediately searched for a safe escape route. According to calculations, your probability of successful escape is 13.6%. Currently, only one route has a probability greater than 10%. Turn on the navigation. Okay, starting. A suspended, translucent map appeared before her eyes, its correct route clearly marked in red. She couldn't help but feel grateful she brought the robot along. She followed the route, stomping on the accelerator. Why did the scene feel so familiar? It felt like I experienced it not long ago. She remembered the day an issue tricked her. She ended up at the Star Alliance Military Academy for no apparent reason, and she was so embarrassed she wanted to dig a hole in the ground. But fortunately, after that experience, her driving skills had improved dramatically. Now, no matter how dangerous or steep the road, she used the map and her own calculations to plan her route, often nearly leaving them behind. However, they drove cars that could fly, while hers could only run on the ground. One advantage was the air, and the smaller size of their vehicles made them much more maneuverable than hers. Also, the bodyguards began to formulate a strategy. We have more people. She won't be able to escape. We blockade her from multiple angles. This tactic was indeed difficult. Although Xiaoxi could predict the route ahead of time, she couldn't predict where they would block her. Adding to the fact that her vehicle was larger, and a larger target, changing routes at short notice was difficult. Xiaoxi immediately got out of the car, hopped onto a random motorcycle on the side of the road, transferred 1,000,000 yuan to the man using her computer, and sped off. What's this? The man whose bike was ridden away was initially stunned, then, looking at the extra figures on the computer, he couldn't believe it. Holy crap! I'm rich. The motorcycle she had bought on short notice could only run on the ground. The little blue robot she had embedded in the front compartment continued to display the route map at her legs. She sped along, just as her bodyguards descended to the ground to capture her. They descended from the sky, surrounding her from 8 directions. Seeing she was surrounded by people, and about to be caught in a trap, she didn't stop. With a powerful swing of her tail, she simultaneously destroyed the vehicle's solar panels, causing energy to swirl and sending a surge of heat. She used the exhaust recoil to bounce past the roof, just missing them. If I'm not mistaken, her car shouldn't be able to fly, right? One of the bodyguards was stunned. Another, fascinated, said, "Didn't they say young master she's driving is terrible? My god, if that's considered bad, then what's considered good?" The oldest and most serious of the bodyguards immediately said, "Now's not the time for that. Quick! Contact President Xi and request backup." The road looked more and more familiar to Xiaoxi as she drove. Soon, she saw that familiar sky, so out of place in the surroundings. The dark city walls stood majestically, imbued with a sense of distance and awe. Star Alliance Military Academy. Xiaoxi lowered her head, her voice escaping through her teeth. "Xiaolon, you're such a clever little bastard." The robot's 2 deep blue eyes danced. "Thank you, young master, for the compliment." Xiaoxi thought back to that day. If she did it again, she'd definitely be considered a troublemaker and arrested, right? She gripped the handlebars and immediately tried to turn, but when she turned, she saw a group of black-clad men charging towards her with ferocious faces. So terrifying. Look at them. Don't they look like demons dragging me to hell? Xiaolon poked half of her head out. According to analysis, they're going too fast, and their muscles can't withstand the strong wind, causing them to lose control of their faces. Stop! You must return with us today. Please forgive Mr. Shi's good intentions. Zhao Shi was practically going into PTSD from their voices. The thought of being constantly watched by muscular men in black, even waking up in the middle of the night to see a few pairs of wide-eyed eyes, and being watched while going to the bathroom or showering. She had truly had enough of this. And then, there were the blind dates, those horrible, endless blind dates. She was so pitiful, her prime years were about to be reduced to a pitiful sperm-sucking machine. Who could endure this? She suddenly realized there was another way to escape all this. That was jail. Yes, to avoid the most undignified and tragic death of exhaustion, she would rather be arrested for causing trouble. Zhao Shi's eyes immediately fell on the formidable gate. Looking up, she saw the dark gold characters above. Galaxy Federation Military University. It was strange today. There were so many people gathered at the gate, but even with so many people, the place remained very orderly. Zhao Shi drove straight for the front. Just as she was about to reach the gate, she jumped off her motorcycle and rushed into the military academy. Directly in front of them, a middle-aged man appeared unassuming, but with a pair of sharp, murderous eyes. Could this man be the school security guard? As Zhao Shi passed him, she was stopped, as expected. I'm sorry. I definitely cover your medical expenses later. Oh! The man raised an eyebrow. Only by causing a negative impact could she be sure of being arrested. Zhao Shi raised her fist and punched the man in the face at the door. Unexpectedly, the man's reaction was incredibly quick, and he dodged it. Zhao Shi looked back at the bodyguards pushing through the crowd to arrest her. Her scalp suddenly tingled, and she panicked, trying to get past him and into the military academy. If you want to get into the military academy, you have to get past me first. So Zhao Shi was forced to engage in a duel, unleashing every chaotic, dazzling trick she learned from games, her will to survive ignited. She stared resolutely at the academy gate. Charge through, and you be caught. Meanwhile, on the other side, the bodyguard's call to Shirian came through. Shirian, having heard their report, wasn't surprised that Zhao Shi had escaped. However, she hadn't expected Zhao Shi to even consider blowing up a building. It seemed as if his personality was leaning more and more towards the violent and radical side of an alpha. She was baffled. This wasn't right. Shirian believed that as long as she arranged everything properly and lived up to her role as a mother, that was enough. She could give her daughter adequate protection and the best of everything, including her future happiness. The world was about to fall apart, and it was a blessing to have someone to ride the storm with. Unlike her, the person who could support her and lean on her shoulder when she was tired was long gone. She could never tire again, could never stop. Is she out fooling around again? Shirian rubbed her brow. Oh, never mind. Just keep a close eye on her and ensure her safety. We can't get close right now. What do you mean? Boss she went to the Star Alliance Military Academy. Star Alliance Military Academy? Shirian was puzzled. The academy is having a special supplementary recruitment these past few days. But what is she doing there? It seems she's going to take the entrance exam. Shirian chuckled. No way, she wouldn't apply to a military academy. She can't handle that kind of hardship. Then came a slapping reply from the other end of the line. Boss she's already taking the exam. Shirian's face fell. That place wasn't her territory. If Zhao Shi managed to get into the academy, things would be difficult. A few of you should take the exam. There's a student versus student competition section, and there's no way she can beat you. Make sure she fails the exam and bring her back to me. Chapter 32. Everyone's eyes were fixed squarely on the entrance to the military academy. Beneath the black walls lay a dark red gate, its color solemn and awe-inspiring, as if stained with the blood of countless soldiers. Once inside the academy, one must be prepared to dedicate everything to humanity. This is the tenet of the Star Alliance. At that moment, beneath the majestic walls, two figures moved with lightning speed, exchanging blows in a remarkably short time. The surrounding crowd alternately gasped in surprise and cheered. Zhao Shi, panting heavily, punched the man in the side, the hard muscle instantly numbing her arm. She was already beginning to show signs of exhaustion, having only fought for a minute or two. She was indeed somewhat out of practice, but even if her stamina was limited, she wouldn't have weakened so quickly. The intensity of this fight was indeed a bit too high, exceeding her physical capacity. This is incredible. How could this school's security be so formidable? Zhao, she wondered inwardly. Didn't he say he sent me to the hospital? The security guard looked at her. Zhao, she was knocked back 3 steps by his blow, her body lurching, nearly losing her balance. At that moment, she happened to catch a glimpse of joy in the eyes of her bodyguards. They rushed towards her, ready to catch her from behind. Her scalp tingled. The thought of being taken home by dozens of black-clad men, staring at her constantly day and night, gave her an inexplicable shudder. Horrible, absolutely terrifying. Zhao, she struggled to control herself, looking at the security guard standing in the middle of the doorway. She quickly adjusted her breathing and posture, then turned and attacked him again. Oh! Wang Chengwei was also surprised. The candidate was already showing signs of weakness, but in a split second, her fighting spirit was rekindled. Wang Chengwei noticed that the candidate's fighting spirit had been instantly ignited after a glance at the crowd. Could there be a relative in the crowd whom she wanted to protect? Very good, young man. Zhao, she had no time to ponder why the security guard was acting like a teacher. She only knew that the happiness of her second half of life depended on this moment of effort. A few more extremely rapid moves exchanged. Zhao, she, lacking strength, could only compete with the man in speed. Her relatively flexible limbs barely managed to avoid being knocked down. Bang! There was a sound of bones colliding. Zhao Xi's side elbow was anticipated, and the security guard in front of her swung back with an elbow. The two collided, and she felt her joints dislocated. Typically, the reaction force after such a major collision would cause both parties to retreat and distance themselves. But at this moment, Zhao Xi went the other way, riding the force, willingly accepting injury herself to deliver her punch. Crack! Another sound of bones clashing rang out. Wang Chengwei, clutching his nose, took 2 steps back, a look of disbelief on his face. If he hadn't retreated quickly, his nose would have been broken. Similarly, if he hadn't retreated, the ribs of the candidate in front of him would have been broken. This candidate, even at the risk of serious injury, was determined to deliver this punch. This candidate, who had the audacity to threaten him, the examiner, upon arrival, was the only candidate so arrogant he had ever encountered. There was something different indeed. Wang Chengwei clutched his nose. Hiss, it still hurts. Seeing his success, Zhao Xi took advantage of the opportunity to rush through the military academy gates. He watched her quickly depart. So impatient? Then he nodded. Seems like a promising young talent eager to achieve great things and contribute to the interstellar world. The bodyguards were all stunned by this scene, and the leader immediately reported the situation to Shi Rian. How's it going? Did they stop her? Boss Shi didn't participate in the usual duel between candidates, but instead engaged in a brawl with the examiner. It seemed she passed the first exam directly. Shi Rian was silent on the other end of the line. Great, Zhao Xi, you're really kind. You should register immediately too. Make sure you find a way to stop her at school. One of the bodyguards approached Wang Chengwei. We want to register for the exam too. Go and register yourself, follow the procedures, and don't come to me. Wang Chengwei waved his hand, still preoccupied with the candidate he had just fought, and his attention to the next candidate wasn't as focused. But that person just now fought you directly, and she didn't even register. They were delighted. Does that mean her score is invalid and she's disqualified? Wang Chengwei narrowed his eyes. She didn't register? What's her name? The bodyguards looked at each other. Great. It looked like she could be disqualified immediately. Zhao Xi, they replied. Wang Chengwei tapped on the computer, showing them the screen, and asked, Are those the 2 words? The bodyguards nodded frantically. Yes, that's right. Wang Chengwei tapped on the computer. Alright, I've registered her name. Entering information into the Star Alliance identity system is very simple now. Just match the face and name. Bodyguard, ? Means you're disqualified, not registering her. Then please register us too. No. Wang Chengwei shook his finger. Why? I'm too lazy to do it. I do my own thing. The bodyguards glanced at the long queue of people behind them, and stood back helplessly. Even then, Wang Chengwei looked at Zhao Xi inside the military academy gates and muttered to himself, I know she's determined to join the army. I haven't seen that look in her eyes in years. So she's breaking up with her family to join the army? Zhao Xi. Wang Chengwei had naturally heard of this famous name. He thought the candidate looked familiar, as if he'd seen him on the news, but he hadn't expected him to be the most famous playboy in the galaxy. Interesting. Zhao Shi, who had been running around the academy for a while, looked back and saw that the bodyguards hadn't entered. She breathed a sigh of relief, relaxed, and swaggered through the academy. Then she glanced around, wondering why no one had come to arrest her. Just as she was feeling bewildered, a large shadow beside her suddenly moved. Zhao Shi looked up and saw it was a massive mecha, almost half the height of a building. Its massive head hung low, gazing down at her. When it wasn't moving, Zhao Shi had truly thought it was just a strange-looking building. She just couldn't tell if this was a mecha or if there were real people operating it. Unknown person, identifying. A red light flashed from the large mecha's head, and a rapid beeping sound echoed, as if it were scanning Zhao Shi with its light. Zhao Shi panicked. A mecha of this size could crush her into a pulp with one kick. She had forced her way in, and she had never expected the military academy to deal with outsiders this way, with dedicated mecha patrols. Is it too late to run now? Then the mecha raised its massive forearm, a row of black gun muzzles mounted on it, pointing it directly at her. Zhao Shi suddenly cried out inwardly, "Oh my god! This is a bad move." She ran back. Although going back would cost her her freedom, freedom is precious, but life is even more precious. If she died, she would lose everything. The mecha reacted much faster than she did, and a massive iron arm blocked her way. "Examinee, you're going the wrong way. Take the exam this way." "Take the exam? What exam?" Zhao Shi was bewildered. "I'm supposed to ensure every student arrives at the exam venue on time." The mecha made a mechanical sound, then with a sweep of its iron arm, it scooped Zhao Shi up and placed her in its crook. Next to that crook was the muzzle of the rocket and particle cannon. Zhao Shi was caught off guard when her finger touched the muzzle, and she could still feel the residual warmth. This thing. Couldn't it have just killed someone? The exams are about to begin. The escort service is the military academy's way of caring for candidates unfamiliar with the school. You seem a little excited. Zhao Shi had nowhere to lean on, so she could only hold on to the terrifying muzzle. She tried to control her shaking. Really? No. Candidate? She hadn't even registered. If she was discovered, would the cannon hit her directly? Are you overly moved? There's no need to be. The military academy is very friendly to freshmen. I didn't dare move. I really didn't dare move at all. Zhao Shi was led by the mecha to a large brown building. Once they reached their seat, the mecha lowered her. Then, a bell rang and an announcement came over. The exam has begun. Candidates may begin answering questions. The exam has begun. Candidates may begin answering questions. It seems I've missed the exam. How about I just not take it? Zhao Shi asked tentatively. Entering the exam room 10 minutes before the start is permitted. With that, the mecha grabbed Zhao Shi by the collar and, with its massive hands, lifted her into a third-floor window. To avoid delaying your exam. Nursing school robots, protecting the rights of every student. How could a single word possibly describe her feelings at that moment? Zhao Shi looked at the invigilator and the students answering questions in the classroom, and for a moment, she wondered if she hadn't woken up yet. What the hell was going on? How had she suddenly become a test taker? She'd clearly been here to break the law. Zhao Shi wanted to walk out the door, but out of the corner of her eye, she saw the tall robot looking at her lovingly from the window. Your seat is at the back. Please answer the questions on the screen on the table. Zhao Shi had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to the back seat and sit down. She began to think about the neatly lined up people she'd seen at the military academy gate. So, were they actually test takers? Then, that security guard she just punched. Wait, wasn't he an examiner or something? Zhao Shi facepalmed. What the hell was going on? She thought again though. If she really did go to the military academy, wouldn't Shirian have any control over her? Military academies are closed door, with everything under the command of the military district and the academy. So, could she avoid those annoying blind dates? After all, being a military academy student was incredibly busy, so how could she have time for blind dates? She thought that while this place might seem less free, it was actually far more comfortable than being under Shirian's control. As long as she wasn't allowed to mate, she could accept any outcome. Besides, studying was much better than being in jail. So She decided to give it her all. But she hadn't prepared for the military academy exams at all. Could she not even answer a single question? She wondered with a hint of guilt. She lowered her head and glanced at the question. If the image below shows several Zerg hiding locations, how would you effectively counterattack? Try to analyze the deployment and resource allocation of the different types of troops involved in the battle. There are the following types of troops. If you were to infiltrate the enemy base as an undercover agent. Her eyes lit up. So simple. Isn't this just the resource allocation and team deployment of different characters in the game? She knew this so well. In addition to Master Zerg Wars, she had also researched a lot online. She wasn't necessarily as diligent in her studies, but she always read game guides very carefully. There were also various battlefield histories that needed to be analyzed from her own perspective. She had also read a lot of interstellar history before, but she had simply treated those documentaries as science fiction, as she liked science fiction movies anyway. She answered these questions with ease, finishing them in just half an hour, and then she handed in her paper. The invigilator was stunned for a moment. Are you sure? Have you finished all the questions? I've done them, Zhao, she said casually. You have a full hour to hand in your paper, the invigilator said coldly. At the same time, he wondered where this attitude towards taking an exam came from. So Zhao, she sat back down and checked her paper again. There were no typos, it was well written, and she even drew various analytical diagrams, which were clear and concise. She nodded, very satisfied. Then she lay down and took a nap. There was another exam next, a mental strength assessment. The exam instructions stated that failing this test would result in immediate elimination. Zhao, she looked at the words mental strength and felt a sense of familiarity. She seemed to have heard of the term before. What exactly was this? Zhao, she guessed it was something like mental strength and energy. This classroom was strange, like a transparent glass room. Walking through it, it seemed as if you could see directly through the floor below. The layers of mirrored surfaces were dazzling. Zhao, she could see that it wasn't actually glass, much less transparent. The entire building seemed like a giant holographic projector. Now, the first step was for the examinees to successfully reach their respective examination rooms. Zhao, she held a number plate, 406, her examination room number. She needed to find her classroom and enter the examination room within 20 minutes. 20 minutes? Why so long? Was the extra time just for the examinees to use the restroom? Zhao, she walked without stopping, circling several times before zeroing in on the elevator in the center of the hall. However, after 2 quick attempts, she realized that the elevator was clearly running sideways, deliberately simulating an up and down path. Finally, she found a rusty elevator in a corner. It looked terrifying, and there seemed to be rust-red blood stains on the door. Zhao, she ran her finger over it. The touch was wrong. It was indeed fake. She simply pressed the elevator door open and stepped inside. She was on the 2nd floor. To go to the 4th floor, she should have pressed the up arrow, but she pressed the down arrow instead. Yes, this elevator was going in reverse to confuse people. The clue lay in the bloodstain. That bloodstain was a dye made from the blood of a Zerg called anti-beetles. This test tested not only observation skills, but also knowledge reserves. 3 minutes later, Zhao, she appeared in the examination room. The room was now empty. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in her ears. Congratulations, candidate Zhao Shi, for arriving first. Now, the exam officially begins. Chapter 33. Outside the window, leaves, scorched yellow by the scorching sun, rustled against the window. The window frame was intricately designed. A closer look at the 4 corners revealed springs that allow the windows to open and close instantly, a stark contrast to those found in ordinary classrooms. The exam room contained 10 neatly arranged holographic chambers. At the front stood a teacher holding a light screen, her finger swiping across it, seemingly reviewing the examinee's information. But Zhao, she was the only one in the room. Accompanied by the chime signaling the start of the exam, Zhao, she followed the instructions on the panel in the exam room and laid down in the holographic chamber. This holographic chamber was different from the one she used for gaming at home. While gaming chambers had a cool, esports-style exterior, this one resembled a crystal coffin, transparent and minimalist. After lying down, the hatch closed. Zhao, she waited for the exam to begin with her eyes closed. A black vortex appeared before her eyes, seemingly loading into the exam system. Then, the floor shook violently, and the system went offline. Zhao, she opened her eyes in confusion, and saw a familiar black, triangular pointed head peering at her through the hatch. Its iron blue blade slashed fiercely at her forehead. The blade struck the hatch, sending sparks flying, and making a sharp sound like nails scraping glass. The movement seemed to be slicing her into pieces. Her eyes twitched. It was a blue-bladed beetle. But why was it there? For a moment, Zhao, she felt as if she hadn't left the 2nd teaching building at Communication University that day. Or perhaps, this was the content of the exam she was facing. Just as she thought this, the holographic hatch in front of her began to crack under the attack of the blade. A familiar, Fishy smell seeped in through the cracks, bringing a chilling chill. So, should she move or not? Is this exam testing combat prowess or courage? The green blade pierced the hatch and headed straight for Zhao Shi's brow. Then it was deflected by a red light, the collision igniting a fiery glow. With a bang, the entire holographic chamber shattered. Are you stupid? Why aren't you ducking? The speaker was the teacher who had stood in front of the exam room. She was now covered in light armor, and wielded a weapon resembling an ancient sword, though the blade was formed from scorching lasers. Did the Jinwu Field's resources leak? She stared solemnly out the window. How could they make such a mistake? Zhao Shi saw her name, and Chiyue, written on the plaque on her chest. Teacherin, what's going on? And Chiyue was about to respond, but then she looked out the window, her face gloomy, as if water were about to drip. This is trouble. As she spoke, green branches appeared outside, extending like tentacles from under the window, each one bearing numerous flower buds. The buds were a strange, dark green. As one blossomed, a stamen, covered in mouthparts, emerged from within. Zhao Shi recognized it. It was a firefly flower insect, a symbiotic organism with mutated plants and insects. This creature was more terrifying than any insect she had encountered before. It spreads its eggs by spreading pollen in the air, because the tiny, almost invisible pollen contains its eggs. The eggs parasitize the pollen, and the flowers parasitize the adult insects. They are a mutually dependent community. And Chiyue raised her hand to protect Zhao Shi as she retreated. The animals used for training in the Jinwu arena are real species bred using data from the gene bank, and are used to train students. But the protection has always been excellent, so why did it leak out? There's only one reason. Zhao Shi nervously grasped in Chiyue's sleeve. Were the teachers and students there all given training materials? Yes. And Chiyue gritted her teeth. It's very likely something unexpected happened, and they're all dead. As teachers and students at the military academy, if they weren't dead, how could they allow such a threat to leak out and put others in harm's way? At this moment, the branches covered with flower buds outside surged in through the window like a tide. Run! And Chiyue shouted, shoving Zhao Shi aside. Leave the exam room immediately. I handle this. Zhao Shi retreated to the entrance and reached out to open it, but suddenly stopped. Why aren't you leaving? And Chiyue turned back, her face pale, panting. She was clearly struggling to deal with such a large firefly. As soon as her sword cut through its branches, new ones quickly sprouted. Go find another teacher for help. I be here. And Chiyue was cornered by the branches. Half of them were leaning towards her, while the other half, unable to feed one person, were spreading outward. I help. Zhao Shi didn't open the exam room door and leave. Otherwise, if the firefly pollen leaks outside, it'd be troublesome. And Chiyue was a little surprised. You actually know this creature? I've seen it in games. As Zhao Shi spoke, he raised his hand and cut a gash on his palm. Bright red blood flowed out. The bloody scent instantly excited the fireflies. The remaining branches, which had been preparing to fly elsewhere, immediately retracted and flew towards Zhao Shi. We both die this way. Aren't you afraid of death? And Chiyue looked at her, a strange light in her eyes. Zhao Shi tilted her head and looked at her. Teacherin, that's your idea, right? You want to lock them in this exam room, but you can't do it alone. You're just a candidate taking the exam. You don't have to do this. And Chiyue sighed, and handed Zhao Shi a short sword. Besides the laser blade, this is all I have left. Zhao Shi and Chiyue began to run across the classroom, struggling with the vines. They spun around them, their branches extending ever more to completely block their escape route, desperate to get their hands on the delicious treat. Just as the last branch had completely entered the examination room, the two of them exchanged glances and headed for the windows in opposite directions, quickly closing them. And Chiyue pressed a button on her computer, and a steel plate rose from the windowsill, completely sealing it. After completing these tasks, and Chiyue turned her head to look at Zhao Shi. At the critical moment, decisive action is crucial. But I no longer have a chance, and you still do. Zhao Shi watched her quietly, waiting for her next words. While I was fighting just now, one of the flowers had already bloomed, and the pollen filled my nostrils. And Chiyue swiped her computer screen, and saw a narrow square hole in the ground ahead. Actually, there's a hidden exit. It's very small, and if you're fast enough, you can escape before the firefly insects. Let's run. And Chiyue urged Zhao Shi to join her. Zhao Shi had already stood up and taken 2 steps forward. Hearing this, she turned back. You mean we? Yes, I did inhale some pollen, but for the school doctor, that's no problem, and Chiyue said. Xiaoxi lowered her eyes to glance at the nearby cave entrance. Okay, then, let's run. The vines behind them pursued the two of them. Xiaoxi jumped down the cave entrance first, followed closely by Anchiyue. Then, a puff sound was heard, the sound of something piercing through flesh. Anchiyue looked down at her chest. It was the dagger she had given Xiaoxi earlier. Blood oozed from her chest, but what gushed out of her mouth was countless blood-red pollen, completely replacing the blood above her neck. That blood also sprayed all over Xiaoxi's face. You said to act decisively? Because any organism invaded by this pollen would suffer nervous system damage within a minute, and Anchiyue would no longer be the same person. She would only try to get the pollen out. So now I can't leave either. Xiaoxi wiped her face, rubbing the sticky pollen from her fingertips. Xiaoxi pulled the hilt of the ancient colored sword from Anchiyue's arms. She remembered that pressing the top of the hilt would trigger a laser. Now, it was time for her to press the hilt, triggering the laser and commit suicide. Xiaoxi gripped the hilt in her hand. Now was her time to make a decision. She only had 1 minute. The ticking of a clock seemed to echo in her ears, reminding her that time was running out. Xiaoxi even began to feel a tingling sensation in her brain, as if tiny insects were crawling inside, tampering with her nerves. It was now difficult for her to control the movement of her neck. She tilted her head and glanced around, her gaze finally landing on Anchiyue's wrist. I found it. As the 60th beeping sound reached, Xiaoxi dropped the hilt of her sword and pressed her finger against the computer on Anchiyue's wrist. Exam over. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in her ears. Xiaoxi opened her eyes. No, to be precise, she had kept them open. However, her visual system had taken over, and she couldn't always see things in reality. So, her eyes were sore now. Her finger was pressing the exit button at the very corner of the holographic chamber. It was the same button as the one on Anchiyue's wrist, a blue circle with a silver edge. Originally, this spot should have been at her feet, but she had simply adjusted it in reality. It turns out the narrow passage they last experienced was perfectly suited to the cramped space of the holographic chamber. Congratulations, you passed the exam. Anchiyue's tone was calm, still holding the light screen without looking up. Compared to her personality during the exam, she was much more aloof. Only when she saw the score displayed on the screen did she raise her head and stare at Xiaoxi with scrutiny. Examinee, can you tell me how you passed the exam? So what's my score? Anchiyue's face grimaced. Full marks. Because it meant her questions weren't discriminating enough. There are 3 key scoring points. Right? That's right. Xiaoxi laid out his solution. First, you said the teachers and students at the military academy wouldn't let the threat leak out. This implies that the firefly insects must be kept in the exam room. Second, act decisively. Obviously, anyone who has come into contact with the pollen can't leave. Third, identify the flaws in the details. Anchiyue pondered. But not all of my words provide correct guidance. In fact, I might even give the opposite requirement after giving a hint. So, ultimately, this exam tests insight, right? The scoring points require slightly different tones. If I'm guessing correctly, the sounds for these 3 points are computer synthesized. And the synthesized standard sound is the key to triggering the conditions after entering the system. Also, the scene isn't detailed enough. Where? Not enough? The springs in the window gaps. I noticed that real windows have special spring structures. This is so that in the event of an emergency, threats can be immediately isolated inside or outside. But the windows in the exam lack some structure, and you actually used your computer to trigger the window closure. There's a logical flaw here. Xiaoxi continued, if your computer can control windows, then when you were finally controlled by the pollen, why didn't you just open all the windows and let the pollen out? Indeed, this needs improvement. Anchiyue nodded. But the point is, I don't think your script is well designed. The script is bad? Anchiyue's brows furrowed. If the Zerg appear right at the start, the test takers will easily realize they're taking a test, which will compromise the effectiveness of the test. For example, you could design a simpler test, allowing the test takers to pass it and then wake up. At this point, the test takers are filled with joy and are most relaxed. And if the test takers mistakenly believe the test is over, that's when the real test begins. A dream within a dream, huh? Dreamers occasionally realize they're dreaming, and if they wake up once, they begin to perceive subsequent dreams as reality. That's a good idea. She wrote a few words on the screen. I consider incorporating this process into the next test. I hope you keep the content confidential. No problem. In fact, the key to Xiaoxi's passing the test was that she knew from the outset that the scenes were fake. She could sense that, While the quality of the scenes was much higher than typical holographic games, they couldn't even match the realism of Kill the Black Hole. It seems the technology used by the Star Alliance military is barely catching up to some underground game developers. Kill the Black Hole could produce such a realistic game. How wealthy must the company be? Finally, Zhao Shi was admitted to the detection department of the Star Federation Military University with the highest overall score. As for why he chose the detection department, it was because the supplementary admissions were only for that major. The results were released the same day, so rushed that even dormitories were assigned. Zhao Shi was shocked. He had never seen anyone get in the same day after taking the exam. Then, as Zhao Shi entered the dormitory, someone greeted him with, "You got first place?" Zhao Shi nodded. "Your family must be very poor then?" Zhao Shi thought for a moment, and it seemed that her family was completely unrelated to the word poor. Then you don't have to worry about it anymore. The detection department provides generous subsidies. The man raised his head. Because the casualties among detectorists are the highest. Detectors sound like civilian positions, right? Zhao Shi asked tentatively. The vanguard is a more appropriate description. We reconnoiter first, and then the main force will move in once the danger is clear. Are you sure? Zhao Shi felt like she was here to seek refuge, not to die. Then do you know why they only admitted this major? I don't know. Of course, it's because all the students in the detection department who were doing their junior year internship at the military region failed. Are the detection department courses so difficult? Zhao Shi was a little worried, but then she thought she seemed to be able to memorize them. Do you think it's the students who failed the courses? No, it's the students who failed the people who failed. So, as you can see, we're short of people right now. It wasn't until Zhao Shi participated in the subsequent training that she learned that the school accepted everyone who lined up that day, as long as they were healthy and had no disabilities. Looking at her first place ranking, she fell into deep thought. Chapter 34. You don't even know what the detection department does? The man before her looked surprised. Which desolate planet did you come from? You haven't even figured out anything yet, and you still expect to hang around on Blue Dream Star? Zhao Shi was delayed a bit by settling the little blue robot. When she entered the dormitory, there were already 5 people inside. She was the last to arrive. 2 people sat on the bed, their heads bent over their laptops. The remaining 3 sat at the long table below the bed, chatting casually. As Zhao Shi entered, she overheard them discussing the detection department's recruitment. She asked, leading to the previous conversation. As she entered, the eyes of the 5 people in the dormitory all fell on her, all with a look of surprise. It wasn't because of her beauty, but because she had come to the Star Alliance Military Academy wearing clothes so torn they showed no respect for the dignity of the academy. Zhao Shi noticed their glances and felt a pang of displeasure. Her clothes had been torn by something while she was escaping, chased by bodyguards and scrambling through the alleys. Oh no! Would she be mistaken for a brawling delinquent again? Your family is very poor, right? Then the question was uttered, and someone next to her bumped her arm. Can you please stop bringing up such a big issue? Then her roommates noticed she didn't even have any luggage. Their pupils trembled even more. They were so poor. It was truly tragic. With such a miserable life, it was no wonder she got first place. After all, the mortality rate for the detection department was so high, and they couldn't recruit anyone this year, so they lowered the admissions threshold and offered a very generous subsidy. Rich people don't come to the detection department. Before Zhao Shi could say anything, several people, looking at her with sympathy, pulled her to a seat. Each of them gave her something to wear: a top, pants, gray long johns, and red underwear. Underwear? That? Forget it. Zhao Shi glanced at her roommate's campus ID card. In the upper left corner was written Li Ming. A very universal name. What's wrong? Is it too big for you? Li Ming scratched his head in confusion. Zhao Shi wanted to roll her eyes. Then she saw Li Ming glancing sideways at her private parts. Zhao Shi tilted her arm to block his gaze. Oh my god, what kind of strange species are these alphas? They actually want to see her crotch? Or maybe the omegas in her class were much more reserved and adorable. Li Ming's expression was clear. He got it. This was just low self-esteem. Zhao Shi understood his look and resisted the urge to flaunt her enormous size in front of him. She's civilized. She's civilized. Huh? The style of your clothes looks like an expensive brand, another roommate said. Really? I found this. I can't even recognize the brand. Zhao Shi hadn't even eaten breakfast. After escaping and a day of exams, she was starving and contentedly enjoying the food her roommates had provided for her, a poor student. Oh my god, This brand is top tier. If it's the real thing, even the most basic model would cost the price of a spaceship. Where did you find it? The roommate's eyes lit up. I want to pick it up too, Xiaoxi said casually, in the mountain villa area. There are so many wealthy people there. I love picking up trash there. High Mountain Villa District. Is this where that interstellar scoundrel young master lives? Ahem. Xiaoxi choked on the bread in her hand. Was this familiar moment about to begin again? She quickly shoved her campus card in her trouser pocket, hiding her name. The roommate next to her suddenly turned and looked at her. Xiaoxi's scalp tingled, and she lifted her hips, ready to run. After scamming so much food, would she be beaten to death? What's wrong? Are you having hemorrhoids? Wait, I gave you some hemorrhoid cream. No need, Don't be polite, I brought several tubes. The roommate looked away nonchalantly, and began to rummage through his suitcase. Xiaoxi glanced at his suitcase. A layer of hemorrhoid cream covered the entire space. Brother Juhua is amazing. Brother Juhua said, that dandy young master's name is Xiao Ba, right? Are you sure? Isn't it Xiaofan? It seems to be Xiaofan. The roommates nodded. Then, an hour-long, incessant barrage of insults against Xiaofan erupted in the dorm, and Xiaoxi joined in with a sense of humor. After all, it wasn't her they were cursing, right? The sun sank below the horizon, and the sky was bathed in a sea of red, misty clouds. The majestic, dark buildings, arranged in a striking sense of order, were awe-inspiring. In the distance, a flattened hilltop could be seen. Rumor had it that it held a vast field training ground. The Star Alliance Military Academy was even larger than Xiaoxi had previously imagined. At this moment, the freshmen were inside a 12-story white building. Robots, 2 or 3 stories tall, patrolled the perimeter, their chests occasionally flashing red lights, cameras or weapons of some kind. Xiaoxi had grown accustomed to seeing these large robots. They roamed the crowded areas of the military academy. She glanced at the long line ahead. All the new students from the detection department were now lined up in the medical building, awaiting inspection. The main purpose was to check for prohibited items. Xiaoxi was confident she had no prohibited items on her, as she had already had Xiaolon take the only possible prohibited item, a gun, and hide it. From her observations, Xiaolon could easily avoid the large robots patrolling the school using her intelligence system. That's right, if only the school could help her deal with this problem. Xiaoxi glanced down at her wrist. What are you shaking? Asked Juhua, who was standing in front of her. Xiaoxi tucked her wrist into her sleeve. Nothing, I'm just a little nervous. Li Ming poked his head out from behind to look at her. If it weren't for your serious expression, I have thought you were dancing to Wild Wolf Disco. Xiaoxi was shocked. How could such a thing even exist in this world? Isn't the Renaissance all the rage right now? Li Ming added, you better control yourself, or they think you're a troublemaker. Although I know you're not that kind of person, the disciplinary officers at the military academy might not think so. Xiaoxi pressed her wrist hard. I think so too. 20 minutes ago, after she hung up on Shiruyan, her computer began vibrating violently, doubling in intensity every minute. She had a feeling it would continue vibrating as long as she didn't answer the phone. But how could Xiaoxi dare to answer the phone? She could almost imagine Shiruyan's murderous gaze. Xiaoxi then realized that her computer had been specially modified, perhaps even equipped with positioning or even surveillance capabilities. Shiruyan, that woman, was terrifying, truly terrifying. At that moment, they saw the freshmen emerging from the inspection room, all of them dejected. What's wrong with you? Li Ming asked. Oh, stop talking, I'm heartbroken. Another freshman said, the school's inspection system is incredibly powerful. It can uncover even the most obscure things. All entertainment-related software and systems on the computer will be wiped out. No more games to play. Oh my god, this bleak life. Xiaoxi was shocked to hear that. The game system would be discovered too? Would Kill the Black Hole be discovered as well? But she no longer cared about evading inspection. She just wanted to quickly deal with this crazy computer on her wrist. This classmate, a man in a light gray uniform, standing tall and straight, stopped in front of Xiaoxi. A long ion gun lay behind him, and the armband with a regular hexagonal pattern on his shoulder told him that he was the military academy's disciplinary officer. This is a serious inspection. No wolf disco dancing. Chapter 35. The disciplinary officer's gaze fell coldly on her, the ion gun behind him flashing a dangerous light. Disciplinary officers are selected from the most outstanding military academy students each year, undergoing rigorous assessments of their strength and psychological qualities. They have the authority to use force against students who violate regulations, And in the event of a serious violation that crosses the red line, they can even execute the offender directly. At this moment, all eyes in the corridor were focused on her. But Zhao Shi would rather die than answer Shirian's call. She was shaking like a sieve, even struggling to control her speech. I said I have a disease called intermittent myoneural disorder, which causes irregular discharges and skeletal muscle compression, resulting in abnormal activity in the body. Do you believe me? Beside her, Li Ming was shocked at first, then looked extremely sympathetic. I only knew you were poor, but I didn't expect you to have such a strange disease. Brother Juhua beside her was also stunned. 6. That disease has such a long name. I only brought hemorrhoid cream. I can't help you with this. Li Ming, I actually forgot you had hemorrhoids. Oh my god, how could anyone be so miserable? I give you an extra pair of shorts. Ahem, long johns when we get back. Don't be offended. Zhao Shi, thank you. The three of them were talking back and forth, leaving the disciplinary officer bewildered. Are you serious? Absolutely. Absolutely. True. I take you upstairs to the clinic right away, the disciplinary officer said. No, I need an examination. The disciplinary officer nodded. Indeed, even with such an illness, he still went through the freshman admissions process. He's a disciplined person. Go ahead. I wait here. Zhao Shi felt like a century had passed, her brain almost shaking. Finally, it was her turn to enter the examination room. The disciplinary officer watched her back, wanting to give her 2 points for her good character as a rule-abiding student. So, he entered her student number according to her queue number. After entering her number, the system automatically retrieves student information. Looking at the personal information form that popped up on the screen in his hand, the disciplinary officer's face changed. It's her. It's actually her. He wanted to step forward to stop her, but it was too late. By then, the legendary most lawless playboy was already halfway into the examination room. He could only watch as she danced disco as she entered. Then, the examination room door slammed shut. The disciplinary officer paced back and forth outside the door, his hand resting on the ion gun behind him, as if this could ease his tension. Senior, what's wrong with you? Asked the student at the front of the line. Then, a second later, screams erupted from the examination room. What happened in there? The freshman outside stared nervously inside. Then, there was a series of banging noises, like the sound of something shattering. The noises and screams continued in unison, causing the students' expressions to change drastically, and they took a few steps back. A violent incident was taking place inside. The disciplinary officer stared at the special radiation-proof door before him. It wasn't something his ion gun could blast open. His face turned pale. It was over. He might not be able to keep his job anymore. Back to 2 minutes ago. At this moment, Zhao Shi finally waited for her turn and immediately entered the examination room, closing the door behind her. There were 2 teachers examining her, an Omega and a Beta. Teacher Beta turned to her and said, "Student, please take off your coat and lie down in the examination room." No need. An examination room, I just admit it. Zhao Shi reached out with a trembling hand. I have a problem with my computer. Please, help me fix it. Student, please don't mess around. Please follow the procedure. The Omega teacher, who was in charge of adjusting the machine and recording the results, said while chewing an apple. Zhao Shi's eyes narrowed, and she took a few steps forward, extending her hand directly to the Omega teacher. What? What do you want to do? The Omega teacher instinctively shrank to the side. Teacher Beta, standing nearby, had no time to react before Zhao Shi suddenly pulled out the fruit knife she had been using to peel an apple from the table. The Omega teacher suddenly screamed. Zhao Shi raised his hand and slashed the tip of the knife against his wrist. With one cut, then a gentle flick, the computer fell out, a thin, transparent plate, still stained with blood, a tiny metal dot humming and trembling. Zhao Shi's trembling stopped, and he felt a sense of relief. But then, the computer took the opportunity to whiz out of Zhao Shi's hands, like a streak of light, at incredible speed. Bang! 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 It rushed around the examination room, bumping into various large machines and equipment, its constant buzzing sound like a mocking mockery. Boom! A glass cabinet collapsed with a crash. Zhao Shi quickly rushed forward to steady it, but most of the contents still tumbled out, shattering all over the floor. Zhao Shi held his head in his hand. Damn, he gotten into trouble again. What the heck is that? Oh my god, That magnetic field is expensive. Stop it! Xiaoxi leaped up and tried to grab the computer. The two teachers joined in, but it was incredibly fast. The three of them were caught in a chaotic tangle of attacks, jumping back and forth. The examination room was a mess. With their combined efforts, not a single spot was left untouched. Oh right, use the electromagnetic jammer. Quick! Teacher Beta's expression was grim, as if she were being driven mad. Is there something like that in the examination room? Teacher Omega lifted her messy hair from the rubble. Is there a way to stop it by using a magnetic field that creates a magnetic field opposite to the optical vibration path of the computer? Xiaoxi asked. The two teachers were stunned for a moment, then their eyes lit up. How did you come up with that? They exchanged glances and nodded. This method should work. After some manipulation, the optical computer finally stopped. In the end, it was split in two by Teacher Omega's high heels. Removing that vibration component should be enough. There's no need. Sorry, I was in a hurry. Okay, I fix it for you. A few minutes later, a miniature optical computer was returned to Xiaoxi. Because the optical board was damaged, only the call function remained. Payment and internet functions were completely gone. I was truly broke now. Xiaoxi, woohoo! Forget it. At worst she'd just find a job as a game booster in an internet cafe to earn some money. By the way, classmate. Xiaoxi turned around. Teacher, is there anything else I can do for you? The losses incurred by the inspection room this time will be charged to your student account. If your family can't help you. The teacher's face was sympathetic. She knew that students in the detection department didn't come from well-off families. Presumably, this laptop with such a serious flaw was also picked up by her. So pitiful. You might need to work part-time to get through the next few years. Did you hit the teacher? Brother Jiwa asked. Some serious contraband? A hidden collection of ultra-high-definition videos that had been deleted? But you shouldn't hit the inspectors. Since Xiaoxi left, the inspection room on this floor has been suspended. The remaining freshmen, who haven't been inspected, will be moved to another floor for inspection. Everyone was extremely curious. Such a big commotion had occurred inside, but strangely, the instigator had not been taken away by the disciplinary officer. Too much talk brings tears. Xiaoxi sighed to the sky. After going through the contraband check procedure and checking everyone, they gathered for the freshman orientation session. After the introductions on the podium, Xiaoxi learned that the school would accept all applicants who met the basic requirements. However, there would be an elimination round in 3 months, and only those who passed the final assessment would remain. The pass rate for this exam was less than 5%. The Star Alliance Military Academy had a high entry barrier, and those in the detection department had to persist in rigorous training to remain. Even if they were short of talent, the academy would never accept anyone who was useless. Generally speaking, those who weren't selected would settle for another military academy. Xiaoxi was delighted. It turned out she wasn't officially enrolled yet. It seemed she only needed to fail the assessment to leave. The detection department was so dangerous, she still wanted to live a few more years. Xiaoxi, happily contemplating her bright future as a network administrator in an internet cafe, almost laughed out loud. Now, let's choose a representative from the freshmen to speak. I just call out a student number. Whoever calls it, please come up. 79,770. 79,770. Which student is it? Please come up. Xiaoxi figured she wouldn't be so unlucky to have her number called out casually. She glanced down at the student card in her trouser pocket. Damn, it was her. Xiaoxi looked up and saw the teacher on the podium staring directly at her. Is he really just calling it casually? Why does it feel like it was done on purpose? Xiaoxi gritted her teeth and trudged onto the stage. Then she noticed that this teacher bore a resemblance to the security guard at the entrance. Please share your thoughts. Xiaoxi's heart skipped a beat. So nervous. The crowd below was thick with people, and it seemed like there weren't just the freshmen there. She glanced down and didn't dare look back. Another glance would have her exasperated. My brain was shutting down. Everyone watched the freshman as she stepped up to the podium. The freshman had a striking face, almost indistinguishable from the real thing, but her tall, slender figure and powerful curves betrayed her as a true alpha. She had a cold, indifferent expression, as if no one present was worthy of her attention. The alpha said nothing, simply standing quietly on the podium, like a monarch looking down upon her humble subjects. In a cold, calm voice, he slowly uttered a few words. So many people. Chapter 36. The freshman below the podium stared wide-eyed. The entire room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. What did she mean? Too many people. Did she mean there should be fewer people? Is she planning to kill someone? Is she crazy? Li Ming lowered his voice and turned to his roommate. The roommates were collectively stunned. Wow. She's so brave. On the stage, Zhao Shi's palms, gripping the microphone, sweat formed on their faces. She knew she said the wrong thing. But that was all she could think of right now. She didn't know what else to say. She cautiously glanced at the teacher's expression, wondering if she could stop talking. She just wanted to get off the stage as quickly as possible. The more she looked at the teacher, the more familiar he looked. Zhao Shi's mind suddenly skipped a beat. This teacher was clearly the security guard she'd beaten at the gate earlier. Damn it, she actually hit the teacher. No wonder. No wonder they have to pick on her in this kind of setting. Zhao Shi looked at the teacher pitifully, self-righteously. Oh, I was wrong. Let me off the stage. Wang Chengwei glanced sideways, receiving the scorching, provocative gaze next to him. She seemed to be saying, so? I'm just that cool. Wang Chengwei was once a major in the Star Alliance army. After suffering a serious injury on the battlefield, he retired to teach at the military academy. Those who've experienced the brutality of life and death on the battlefield always carry a certain rage. In all his years as a teacher, he never encountered such a rebellious student who dared to challenge him in person. So, was that the previous fight the reason he was underestimated? Wang Chengwei, oh? Okay, let's have another fight. Then don't blame him for being unrestrained with his students this time. Zhao Shi was delighted. Oh, meant he wasn't denying it, and if he wasn't denying it, he agreed, so she cautiously offered a friendly smile of thanks. Wang Chengwei watched as the corners of the man's lips curled up in a disdainful sneer. He practically laughed with rage, raising his hand in a pre-battle challenge. Seeing him return the smile and extend his hand, Zhao Shi immediately tossed the microphone to him like a hot potato, then swiftly scurried off the podium, a terrifying place. Wang Chengwei stared at the microphone, suddenly back in his hands, stunned. Looking up at Zhao Shi's departing figure, he stroked his chin with a look of ambiguous thought. Huh, interesting. As Zhao Shi walked back, the people around her unconsciously made way for her, keeping a distance. Her former roommates were nowhere to be found. Zhao Shi searched for a long time before realizing they had moved to a different seat, a considerable distance away. Did the professor reassign their majors? Why were they moved so far away? Zhao Shi found it odd. I'm telling you, Zhao Shi was about to complain to them about how unlucky he was, but seeing their expressions as if they were facing a formidable enemy, he suddenly took a few steps back. What are you doing? Several of his roommates' faces immediately grew tense. You, don't come over here. Brother Juhua, sorry, based on Li Ming's analysis just now, we all suspect you have a mental illness like dual personality disorder, so we need to keep a safe distance from you. Don't say that. Aren't you afraid of angering her? Huh? What do you mean by my analysis? Don't you suspect the same thing? It's really a huge contrast from before. Zhao Shi was weeping, but she couldn't. You guys won't understand. There's a strange species among socially anxious people, those who can intermittently disguise themselves as socially anxious. So Zhao Shi was left alone, friendless again. They were all afraid she'd go crazy and start hacking people, after all the commotion she caused in the exam room. But she couldn't possibly explain the real reason. If her roommates knew she was the scoundrel they'd been railing against for an hour, she wouldn't even be able to sleep at night. And then, when Zhao Shi returned to her dorm, she realized she didn't have to worry about being hit by a club. Because she was the only one in the dorm. Everyone else had disappeared, including all their belongings. In the few minutes she was late, everything was empty. Since Zhao Shi hadn't brought any luggage, the dorm was empty except for the bed. Zhao Shi, not only had they left, but they even taken the long underwear she'd given her. Zhao Shi didn't feel much, and soon let it go. She'd been going through this for years, so a little while wouldn't hurt. She was used to it. Bored, she lay in bed, poking at the tiny screen of her laptop. It now had no function other than making calls and sending text messages. The Star Alliance Military Academy was a closed-door school, with students only allowed to leave once a month. The freshmen in the detection department were a bit special. To be precise, they were only quasi-freshmen, as they had to pass an elimination round 3 months later to become full freshmen. During these 3 months, they couldn't leave the academy, or they would be considered deserters and face criminal penalties. Classes officially began tomorrow, and the class schedule had been sent to each student's laptop via text message. Basic exploration, origins of the Galaxy Alliance, combat simulation, detection system basics, and practice. These classes sounded so boring that Xiaoxi yawned. Xiaoxi just wanted to stay for 3 months as quickly as possible, so she could go out and become a network administrator. Looking at her broken laptop, she felt incredibly depressed. 3 months without internet was like being in prison. It was practically killing her. Because she had no internet, Xiaoxi naturally had no idea her story had gone viral on the internal forums of the Star Alliance Military Academy. Of course, there were still threads discussing mechas, weapons, and combat techniques, but they were nowhere to be found on the front page today. The extracurricular activities of military academy students were relatively monotonous, and with the school's strict regulations on entertainment applications, the internet was the only amusement students could find. And within the academy, sending messages to external networks was easily monitored, so the cadets were quite restrained when it came to online activities, fearing punishment for saying something wrong. But this internal forum, Tomorrow's Star, was an exception. It said that this forum was created by a tech whiz who's currently enrolled. Except for students with verified student IDs, no one else can access the forum. Tomorrow's Star means the future star that illuminates the Galaxy Alliance. It not only reflects the aspirations of the military academy students to shine for the interstellar world, but also represents the Star Child Campus Fan Club. Thus, the entire first page of the thread was almost evenly divided between the two. Half was filled with Xiaoxi's slanderous articles. Half was a massive screen-licking scene featuring Lin Tanyan. What gun did Yenshin use today? A 3-minute quick breakdown of the principle of hyperparticle bullet firing. Hot. Do this every day, and in 3 years, you be the next Star Child. Hot. The only untold story about a Super S-Class Alpha, explosive. After the freshman, who witnessed Xiaoxi's bad behavior today, joined the forum, posts related to Xiao, she reached new heights of popularity, even threatening to overshadow those about Star Child. If we don't work hard today, the Zhao family's evil forces will crush the galaxy tomorrow. Kick Xiaoxi out of the military academy, and give us back a clean land. The forums raged all night, seething with indignation. The server was nearly overwhelmed, and if it failed, the forum's true address would be exposed. Someone who worked all night maintaining the forum adjusted his round-framed glasses, dark circles under his eyes. I'm sleepy. Meanwhile, one of the forum's protagonists was fast asleep. Xiaoxi, who hadn't gotten a good night's sleep in days, because he kept seeing a few pairs of bell-like eyes at the head of his bed, finally got a good night's sleep tonight. The next day, Xiaoxi opened her eyes with renewed energy. She was still singing a little tune and habitually turned on her laptop to refresh herself, but then she remembered she had no internet, no money, and a mountain of debt to the school. Xiaoxi began to wonder, if she didn't pay back the money after the 3-month deadline, would the school not let her go? I heard that becoming a full-time student in the detection department would give her a generous stipend, which should be enough to pay back the money. No. Isn't that trading her life for money? Asking Shiruyan for money? No. Wouldn't she be recaptured and watched by a bunch of thugs every night? It's so hard for me. Xiaoxi shook her head as she headed to the classroom for class, and then these 3 difficult months of imprisonment. But the moment she saw the classroom, Xiaoxi almost jumped for joy. Those rows of white capsule-shaped devices are holographic chambers. Surprisingly, over half of the courses are taught in a holographic format, conducting various measurements and analyses within a fully realistic simulation system. Content on the entire galaxy's politics and history is presented in the form of a holographic movie, directly immersing you in the first-person perspective. The afternoon combat simulation class was like playing a holographic game, finding the Zerg's weaknesses and defeating them. This combat simulation system is state-of-the-art, boasting an extremely high fidelity, capable of simulating the most realistic mental stress. Even though you're in the exploration department and don't usually have to engage in combat, there's a high chance that an explorer will be attacked during their exploration. I'm sure you've heard about the casualty rate for explorers, so don't take this class lightly. Because the simulation was so intense, many students couldn't hold on, frightened by the Zerg within and forced to withdraw. Their faces paled, and some even lay beside the holographic chamber, vomiting uncontrollably. Those who managed to hold on were soon forced to withdraw due to Zerg slayings. Those forced to withdraw were even more miserable. Having experienced the excruciating pain and terror of death, such as having their brains pierced, their hearts ripped out, or having their limbs bleed profusely, their eyes remained glazed over for a long time, their breath choking. Some even cried out that they wanted to drop out and quit. This level of difficulty is a bit high for beginners like you, but that's okay. With a month of diligent practice, you should be able to find its flaws. However, this student doesn't even dare to try. That's quite cowardly. The teacher's gaze fell on Zhao Shi, who happened to be standing next to the holographic chamber. Failure isn't scary. Defeat without a fight is the scariest. Because from the very beginning, you lost to yourself. Zhao Shi was puzzled. It was just a small boss, and after defeating it, the screen went black. I exited when no new monsters appeared. Did she install the program incorrectly? What do you mean? The students looked at each other, bewildered. Such wording. Did they think they were playing a game? The games reduced mental stress to 1,000th and pain perception to 1%, coupled with the system's adaptation to accommodate normal mental strength and reflexes, were all adapted. Could they possibly be the same thing? But then, the screen outside Xiaoxi's holographic pod showed a green light, meaning she passed. The students weren't surprised. This idiot must have been cheating, relying on his connections. Only the teacher, after checking the back-end data on her holographic pod, had a flicker of surprise in her eyes. After a day of classes, Xiaoxi found the school's curriculum quite interesting, even tempting her to leave. Then she shook her head again. No, her life was more important. Although this world was inherently dangerous and her survival was uncertain, she could only survive one day at a time. It was best to leave as soon as possible. When Xiaoxi returned to her dorm, she unexpectedly saw Li Ming and Juhua at the door. Xiaoxi noticed their awkward movements and evasive glances. Perhaps they knew her identity, which was why they were so eager to apply for a dorm change. But why did they come to her? Did you forget anything? Xiaoxi asked. I need your help with something. We heard that the abandoned mechanical building to the west was once a residential area for the old nobility, and there's a lot of treasure buried underground. And one of the school's higher-ups keeps a lot of stunningly beautiful omegas there. I don't think he'd care about the treasure, so we like to go quietly and see if we can get some. Do you want to come with us? Mainly we're afraid of being discovered by those annoyingly beautiful omegas, and we need someone to hold them off. Li Ming emphasized the words beautiful omegas. Treasure? Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. Brother Juhua, observing her expression, said, Are you still short of money? After investigating, they realized that this dandy young master was quite lustful, and finally came up with this idea. Unexpectedly, what she noticed was a treasure. Money doesn't matter. Xiaoxi smiled. It's mainly because I love helping my classmates solve their problems. Chapter 37. Xiaoxi followed the two men on a long, winding path. Just as she couldn't help but marvel at the sheer size and complexity of the Star Alliance Military Academy, they finally arrived in front of a seemingly unassuming teaching building. This is it, Li Ming bowed to them, and the three of them hid in a corner. Come, let's discuss our next move. Xiaoxi bumped into the wall and looked down to see a thick layer of dust on her clothes. It was obvious that no one had cleaned the place in a long time. This location was also quite remote. Unless someone was specifically heading in this direction, it was almost impossible for anyone to come here. She looked up at the building. The entire structure was rather old, and the architectural style was no longer popular today. Suddenly, the sky seemed to darken. The windows of the teaching building seemed to be covered with black paper, completely blocking out light and making it impossible to see what was inside. It looked a bit strange. How could a building like this be preserved inside a military academy? It's likely an old teaching building from years ago. Why are all the other buildings new or renovated, while this one remains unchanged? Is there really a treasure here? A beautiful omega? Xiaoxi rubbed her fingers together, gazing at the teaching building with a slightly impatient and intense gaze. She thought she'd better act more in line with her character. Don't lie to me. Li Ming waved his hands repeatedly, hurriedly saying, No, how dare I lie to you? Xiaoxi leaned in close to Li Ming, breathing cold air into his ear. Tell me, doesn't this place look a bit like a haunted house? The kind where murders often occur. Li Ming's pupils suddenly shrank, and his gaze shifted, looking back. Huh? How is that possible? They're probably deliberately trying to look a bit scary, so no one would suspect the boss is harboring a mistress. You seem to be shivering. Are you cold? Yeah, it seems a bit chilly today. Li Ming unconsciously took a step back. Let's get in quickly. This main door is broken, so let's go through the side door. I've already scouted the route. Okay. Xiaoxi nodded and did as he was told. Seeing her do as she was told, Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief. His back was already soaking wet. Beside him, Juhua remained silent, as if something was on his mind. The three of them cautiously entered the side door, trying not to make any noise. Once inside, They were faced with a dusty staircase. Looking up, the light was even dimmer, making it difficult to see anything. A narrow passage connected to the corridor ahead. Rows of green doors flanked the corridor, likely classrooms. Let's go find the treasure. Since you said this was once a wealthy man's residence, and a new teaching building has been built there, then the only possibility is that the remains of that wealthy nobleman are underground, right? Xiaoxi glanced at the ground, pondering. I just wonder if there's a way down, or should we find some tools to dig it ourselves? What do you think? She tilted her head and saw Li Ming looking around, as if searching for something. Yeah, right. You make sense. Li Ming looked away, nodding in agreement. Just then, there was a bang behind them, and the door slammed shut, as if blown back by a cold wind. Dust rose from the side of the door, and without the light from outside, the room suddenly became pitch dark. Li Ming immediately retraced his steps, and turned back to check the door. He fiddled with it a few times, making a sound like metal clashing against metal. Xiaoxi, stop it! It's too loud and might wake up the beautiful Omegas. Let's go and look for the treasure first. But what if we can't see anything now? Brother Juhua flicked the light switches at the door. They're all broken. Xiaoxi, this building has probably been in use for a long time, so there's no power. Ah! Li Ming suddenly screamed. What are you yelling about? Xiaoxi asked, her face looking even paler against the dim glow of the computer. Your light is terrifying. Li Ming finally realized it was Xiaoxi. Yeah, you can use the computer as a flashlight. So the three of them turned on their computer's lighting mode, emitting 3 bright white beams. It was this light that made their faces look a little creepy, and their usually subtle micro-expressions became especially noticeable. Let's find the tools first. Xiaoxi, holding her laptop, walked down the hallway to the first classroom closest to them. The door was closed. Xiaoxi turned the handle. It wasn't locked. She was about to open the door when Li Ming stopped her. How about we just not open the door here? But how can we find the tools if we don't open the door? Xiaoxi asked. Don't you want to look for treasure? She paused. That's a bit strange. What happened? There was clearly no wind just now. How did the side door we came in through get closed? Li Ming shuddered. Brother Juhua remained silent, his teeth clenched. Just then, something dropped behind them with a clang. Li Ming cried out in surprise, immediately hugging Juhua tightly. Xiaoxi picked it up. It's just a doorplate, room 104. It must have gotten loose after so long. She raised her hand and shone her laptop on it. Look, it's so strange. Why are there so many fingerprints on it? They looked down and saw 4 distinct fingerprints on the rusty iron doorplate, as if they had just been applied. Who had climbed to the top of the doorframe and had the audacity to touch the doorplate? Xiaoxi asked curiously. Li Ming followed her words, slowly looking up at the doorframe. The dim light wasn't enough to clearly illuminate it, but in the darkness, something black flashed by. Ah! Li Ming sat down on the ground. Then he suddenly stood up and quickly ran to the side door they had entered, banging on it fiercely and shouting, Didn't they say we just need to bring her here? Let us out! Open the door! Li Ming suddenly went crazy, kicking and pounding on the door. Open the door! Open the door! The iron door clanged loudly, making it very uncomfortable. So there's actually no treasure, right? And there's no beautiful Omega. Xiaoxi folded her arms, and looked coldly at Li Ming and the others. She had long seen that something was wrong with them. They had moved the dormitory because they didn't want to interact with her. This excuse was really poor. She came here with the mentality of better to kill the wrong person than let him go. What if there really was treasure? She had no grudge against them, and this was the Star Alliance Military Academy, so they wouldn't do anything too outrageous. After all, the school is full of surveillance cameras, isn't it? Also, what she said at the beginning was true. She was indeed willing to help her classmates solve their problems, even if it was just for the brief friendship they had when they first met. Li Ming was still trying to open the door, his face filled with anxiety and fear. Xiaoxi dropped the door plate on the ground. Actually, the fingerprints were there when I picked it up just now. Let me think about it. Someone was trying to scare me, right? Xiaoxi's voice was surprisingly calm. So who ordered you to do this? You guessed right. Brother Juhua remained calm, but his expression wasn't looking good. He sighed, glanced at Li Ming, then turned to Xiaoxi. But I'm sorry, we don't know who he is. He contacted us on the forum. He said that if we could get you here, we'd be eligible to switch majors. You know, the mortality rate in the detection department is so high. We're just ordinary people from a remote planet. We don't have exceptional genes or talents. Our greatest ambition is to return alive and bring honor to our family. We're different from you. A wealthy and well-connected young man, even one with a genetic defect, can get everything he wants without doing anything. Even joining the detection department was just a new experience in her life. Unlike them, who just to live a slightly more respectable life would work tirelessly, mobilizing their entire family just to buy a ticket to Blue Dream Star. Brother Jiwa continued, that person said this was once the residence of an old nobleman. But that old nobleman was a cruel man who loved toying with young and beautiful omegas. Hundreds of omegas were tragically killed by him. Sobbing could be heard every night in this mansion. One day, a fire suddenly broke out in the mansion. When the nobleman's body was discovered, it was surprisingly well preserved, not even a charred fuss. It didn't look like they died in a fire. He knelt in a humiliating and contorted position, his expression grim and terrified, just like the omega he toyed with to death. From then on, this place became a haunted house. It's said that no one who came here ever left alive. Later, a school was built here, hoping to use the powerful HE of the cadets to suppress the evil spirit. But it seems to have been useless. Even after it was converted into a teaching building, all sorts of strange things still happened here, and a few students also. Li Ming kicked the door for a while, but it didn't respond, and he finally stopped, exhausted. Can you stop talking? I was already scared to death. Brother Jiwa, I don't think your screams are as scary. Jiaoshi nodded. Agree. Did you know? The door lock disappeared. It disappeared from the moment it was closed. Can a door lock disappear again? Let me see. Jiaoshi increased the brightness of her computer and stepped forward to examine the door. She peered through the crack. But that wasn't outside. There was a wall behind the door. Holy crap! There are ghosts in the interstellar world? Not materialistic at all. Chapter 38. Li Ming and Jiwa also came over to take a look. When they saw the wall behind the door, they shouted in unison, Holy crap! What's going on? The three of them looked at each other, feeling a chill run down their spines. Have you read supernatural novels? There's a term called ghost wall, Li Ming said tremblingly. I've heard of it, but I guess it's all fake. Jiaoshi looked at his horrified expression, speechless. She hadn't expected interstellar people to read supernatural novels, and to be so timid. If it's fake, how do we explain what's happening? Li Ming's voice trembled. What should we do? We won't die here like those people in the rumor. Sometimes, people are scarier than ghosts. Jiaoshi said, as he walked forward, holding his laptop. He said to the two, since this path is blocked, let's find another one. Although she didn't usually dare watch horror movies, she was actually a staunch materialist. When she faced this kind of situation, she wasn't that scared. After all, there wasn't the eerie background music and people's screams of panic here. Horror movies are primarily about the music and the atmosphere. The three of them planned to look for a way out on the first floor. Jiaoshi realized that the teaching building had windows, and they might be able to escape through the classroom windows. Jiaoshi walked straight to the door of room 104, opened it with a swish, and walked in. Behind her, Brother Jiwa came in. Li Ming was a little scared, and stood at the door waiting for them. It was still pitch black inside. Under the dim light from the laptop, she could vaguely make out some tables, chairs, display cases, and other common items found in a teaching building. Jiaoshi turned, her arm bumping into Jiwa next to her. She said, Don't follow me. Let's each check one side. At this moment, Li Ming exclaimed, Young master there seems to be someone next to you. Nonsense. You're just standing outside watching. Aren't we just the two of us? I checked everything. There's no window on my side. Jiwa's voice came from the other end of the classroom. Jiaoshi nodded. Okay, I checked mine right away. Wait. Jiwa's voice came from the other side of the classroom, at least 10 meters away. So who was next to her? Jiaoshi slowly turned and raised her laptop. The faint light revealed the outline of a human figure. She held it closer, revealing a pale face. The white pupils filled the eye sockets, with only a hint of black in the middle. Further down, a cracked mouth curved upward in an odd arc, forming a perfect hook. War God with a crooked mouth? Why are you here? Jiaoshi reached out and pinched the man's arm. It felt slightly stiff and cold. It's a dummy. Jiaoshi pushed aside the dummy blocking the path, and walked to the wall opposite the door. She felt around, but there were no windows either. Strange. Where had all the windows I seen outside this building gone? Or were they fake? Young master That dummy seems to be following you. Jiaoshi turned around. The dummy was standing next to a wardrobe, not far from her. Its position hadn't changed much. She remembered pushing it a little, so it was normal for it to move slightly. Can you stop making such a fuss? You're scarier than a ghost. Really? Why don't you believe me? Li Ming was practically in tears. Zhao Shi took a few steps forward and, with a flying kick, knocked the dummy to the ground with a dull thud. It's quite heavy, this thing. Does it move? She kicked it twice more fiercely. Look, it doesn't move at all. Li Ming was stunned by Zhao Shi's actions. Zhao Shi walked right past him. Don't be stunned. Let's go check the other classrooms. After a thorough inspection, they found that only a few classroom doors were unlocked. The rest were locked. The unlocked classrooms didn't hold any useful clues, just miscellaneous items. So they prepared to go upstairs. Ah! What happened again? Zhao Shi and Juhua were almost immune to Li Ming's cries. The light flickered. Did you see it? Li Ming slipped between the two of them, trembling as he held Zhao Shi's arm. He stared at the ceiling in horror. Isn't there no electricity here? Why is the light flickering? I didn't see it. Zhao Shi and Juhua shook their heads. On hearing the sound, Li Ming realized he had the wrong person and quickly let go of his hand and squeezed closer to Juhua. Zhao Shi, I suggest we split up and each check one floor. Otherwise, the efficiency will be too low. Juhua nodded in agreement. Okay. I hope we can find some useful tools soon. The optical signal here isn't working. If we can find the right components, we can make a signal amplifier, so we can contact the people outside. Yes. Also, since this used to be a teaching building, there might be some unused chemicals. Zhao Shi continued, maybe we can make explosives and blow this building apart. Brother Juhua, Li Ming, you can choose between the second and third floors. I go to the fourth. Zhao Shi started up the stairs. Brother Juhua? You calling me? Brother Juhua, I don't want to be alone. Li Ming held Brother Juhua tightly, not letting go. Let's do this together. Brother Juhua, I have a name. The stairwell was empty, and a cold breeze seemed to blow through the hollow space between the handrails. Zhao Shi climbed the escalator, step by step. A thick layer of dust covered the steps, but not everywhere. There were traces of something scraping against them. His footsteps echoed on the steps, creating a very regular dong-dong-dong sound. I don't know if it's due to the structure of the space, but the echoes here seem so dense, as if many people were walking here. Zhao Shi suddenly paused. The echoes seemed to have it reacted, and it took a few more steps before stopping. Following the echo, she looked back. The long staircase seemed to merge with the corridor on the next floor, and in the pitch black, nothing could be seen. To reduce energy consumption, she dimmed the brightness of her computer, so that it could only illuminate a distance of less than half a meter around her. Then, at the next corner, Zhao Shi turned and bumped into something. A pair of white eyes met her gaze, so close, almost touching. Zhao Shi took a half step back and raised her computer, seeing the familiar check-mark mouth. It's the same one from before. Zhao Shi couldn't help but complain. The biology teacher who used to teach in this building had such unique tastes. The plastic mannequins they used were all this kind of thing. His artistic level needs to be improved. Zhao Shi kicked it again as she spoke, and it tumbled down a few steps. She turned to go upstairs, but what she didn't notice was that the mannequin had several identical shoe prints on it. She walked into the fourth-floor hallway. The layout of the fourth floor was almost identical to the first, but the classrooms here surprisingly had no doors. The dark doorways were completely visible, as if something would burst out from the darkness at any moment. Zhao Shi turned around suddenly, but saw nothing. Was it an illusion? She felt as if something was watching her. Had she been influenced by Li Ming? Why had she suddenly become so paranoid? Zhao Shi took a few more steps forward. For some reason, the feeling on this floor was completely different from the first. She suddenly felt as if she had made a wrong decision. Zhao Shi. Who's calling me? Zhao Shi looked around, but couldn't find the source of the voice. She suspected she was hallucinating. The voice seemed to be a woman's. This corridor felt strange. Clearly devoid of ventilation, it felt eerie and chilly. Zhao Shi clutched her heart, which had begun to beat erratically. What was happening to her? The corridor was pitch black, the dim light from the computer screen making visibility difficult. Ahead seemed like a bottomless vortex, something charging towards her. Zhao Shi took a few steps back, trying to find shelter in a classroom. She couldn't stay in the corridor any longer. She looked up and saw the classroom before her was empty except for a large mirror, quietly standing in the center. The mirror reflected a faint light, facing her directly, a blurry silhouette. Zhao Shi immediately retracted her half-raised foot. What a joke. According to horror movies, you should never enter a room with mirrors. But at a glance, every classroom had a mirror. This was insane. What the hell was this place? Zhao Shi. Where are you? I find you. Soon. The voice sounded familiar. Who could it be? But Zhao Shi didn't think too much. That thing seemed to be coming towards her. Without a choice, Zhao Shi turned and entered a classroom. Will I be seen? These classrooms had no doors. The cold air from outside seeped in, making her shiver uncontrollably. Zhao Shi practically scrambled to hide behind her only shelter. The mirror. You can't see me. You can't see me. You can't see me. After an unknown amount of time, cold sweat had already drenched her back. Zhao Shi poked her head out the door. Although it was pitch black and she couldn't see anything, the eerie chill seemed to have temporarily left. Just as she was about to relax, a gust of cold air blew from behind her. I see you. Zhao Shi instinctively looked up at the mirror, wanting to see what was behind her. But there was nothing in the mirror except her. In the pitch-black mirror, she saw her own blurry figure and a pair of eyes, red as blood. What's wrong with my eyes? Zhao Shi, for some unknown reason, approached the mirror, her movements coming to a sudden halt. Instantly, as if a sudden electric current had struck her heart, her head tilted, and she almost lost her balance, stumbling back a few steps. She collided with something behind her and tumbled to the ground. Zhao Shi staggered to her feet, only to see a plastic mannequin lying on the ground. She saw several familiar shoe prints on it. It was the one from the first floor. Zhao Shi sat on the ground, backing away repeatedly. Could there really be? Really? In this place? She looked up, her face pale. In the mirror, a disheveled head suddenly appeared above her shoulder. It was a young face, with a silver butterfly hairpin tucked into the side of its hair. Zhao Shi recognized it. It was the girl she had killed in the western suburbs bombing due to speeding. The head seemed to have grown from her shoulder, its neck twisted into a strange arc, and it moved its bloodless lips as it approached her. Zhao Shi. You owe me your life. How are you going to repay it? Why not pay it back with yourself? Shall die. Don't come over here. I was wrong. I don't want to die yet. I won't die. It's just another head. Let's be together forever. No. No. Zhao Shi burst into tears. In a room with a huge surveillance screen, the sound of someone slamming their head on the table echoed. Haha, these two country bumpkins from the savage planet are so stupid. Indeed, I'm dying of laughter. That idiot Zhao Shi is even funnier. She's so scared she's pissing herself. Isn't she so arrogant? Her bragging stories are all over the internet. TSK, so that's just her character. She should just get out of the military academy right away. I make a video of this and post it on tomorrow's stars to make everyone laugh. Haha. Now I'm definitely the most popular anti-Zhao Shi post. So cool, so cool. Look at her goofball look. Another person hesitated. Are you sure the disciplinary team won't find out about this? What if? Who am I? I, Mu Zifeng, am one of the best in the mechanical department. Controlling this building's special systems is a piece of cake. I can guarantee they can't contact the outside world, and I've also taken over all the nearby surveillance systems connected to the school network. By the time we get out of this building, they won't even know who did it, and no one will be able to trace us back. And if those three dare to report it to the school, they'd be punished for trespassing into a restricted area. That's good. Huh? Why are Zhao Shi's movements always the same? The man reached out and tapped the screen in front of him. What's wrong with the surveillance? Is it stuck? Mu Zifeng, cigarette in hand, leaned closer to the screen. Of course, he's probably scared out of his wits. He's too scared to move. Then the screen went black, and the lights in the room went out. What's going on? I checked the circuit. Mu Zifeng reached for the door, and just as he reached out, it was kicked open with a bang, and the power switch was turned on by another hand reaching in from outside. You're killing me. You scared me. A plastic head, with a crooked mouth poked its head in from outside. Mu Zifeng shook off his cigarette ash with an unhappy look, and it fell to the ground. Why are you here? Guard Zhao Shi, take more close-up photos of her doing stupid things. What did I tell you? Oh! The crooked-mouthed plastic head tossed its head to the ground, revealing a dazzling face beneath the hood. It was a pair of deep brown eyes that, at first glance, looked a bit like a faint red. The slightly tilted pupils and slightly upturned corners of the eyes conveyed a cold, distant feeling. The man tapped the broken glass lightly with his slender fingers, a faint smile at the corner of his lips, a hint of arrogant playfulness. How about you take the photos yourself? The sharpest part of the broken glass was now pressing against Mu Zifang's throat. Chapter 39. How is this possible? How did you do it? Mu Zifang couldn't believe his eyes. Zhao Shi on the surveillance camera was clearly still terrified, sitting on the ground, refusing to move. Mu Zifang then realized that the surveillance signal in Zhao Shi's room had been malfunctioning for a long time. But he controlled the entire building system. If Zhao Shi had strayed from his planned location, the system would have automatically corrected, and she shouldn't have been able to find her way here. So you stole my use pass. Mu Zifang saw the crooked-mouthed headgear Zhao Shi had discarded. Huh, that piece of shit couldn't even handle you. When did you realize there was someone behind the scenes? He was deeply discontented that his plan had been discovered by a brainless idiot like Zhao Shi. When I entered the room, Zhao Shi said calmly. The door closed automatically, which clearly meant it was controlled by an electronic system. She was a staunch materialist. She laughed again. I was worried my acting was too exaggerated and you wouldn't take my bait. I didn't expect I overestimate your intelligence. Knowing they were coming for her this time, Zhao Shi took advantage of the situation and separated from Li Ming to expedite their progress. After all, being alone made it easier for them to attack her. As she ascended the stairs, she noticed the dust on the handrail. On one side, the dust had worn away, marking the riser rope. The plastic figure with the crooked mouth was moved by that very thing. Although she had detected signs of human manipulation, she couldn't yet pinpoint the exact location of the person behind the scenes. She knew the person controlling the building systems was key. Otherwise, she still wouldn't be able to leave. So she had to act and find a way to get the controller. As soon as Zhao Shi entered the hallway, she guessed that the mirrors in the rooms weren't ordinary mirrors, but rather special display screens. By deliberately creating a terrifying atmosphere, they forced people into the rooms, allowing them to see the mirrors. The circuit board beneath the mirrors would sense the person's gaze and discharge electricity, paralyzing their nerves and making them mistakenly believe they were possessed, thus creating even greater panic. The discharge device was naturally connected to the classroom surveillance power supply system. Simply short-circuiting the circuit board would cause the signal to fail. Thankfully, with the crooked-mouthed plastic man who had been following her, she was able to feign an electric shock while unexpectedly knocking the man unconscious and seizing the pass. She guessed these people were just enjoying her joke. Otherwise, they would have noticed these anomalies long ago. What did you say? Are you calling me stupid? Mu Zifang was trembling with anger. It's good you know. Hey, don't get excited, or the glass might pierce your carotid artery. She was smiling a moment ago, then her tone turned cold. Hand over the controller. There were 3 people in the surveillance room, and Zhao Shi was convinced he was no match for them. This was the only solution. Don't even think about it. Mu Zifang gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare move too much. His voice escaped through his teeth. How dare you kill someone in school? Don't you know? I'm not in my right mind. Zhao Shi said, pressing the fragment down. Don't move. I give it to you. The man standing in front of the surveillance screen, who had always looked calm, spoke. His expression finally changed. He took something from his pocket and slowly walked forward. Let the hostage go first. No, you hand over the controller first. Then count 1, 2, 3 and we swap. Okay. 1, 2, 3. As soon as the words fell, the 2 men moved simultaneously. A thin, card-like object flew toward Zhao Shi, growing larger as it drew closer. She saw the name on it. Chongwanji. It was a campus card, not a controller at all. Following the card came a swift punch, aimed straight at her face. It was too late to change her stance. But fortunately, Zhao Shi hadn't intended to release her hostage from the beginning. On the count of 3, she took 2 steps back, clutching the hostage. Chongwanji's punch was so fast that she barely dodged it. The sharp wind from her ear stung her face. Zhao Shi could only push the hostage away and then kick him in the butt, using the recoil to create distance between them. Shigemanki caught the stumbling Mu Zifang. Mu Zifang's face was ashen, feeling deeply insulted. Zhao Shi, you actually did this to me. Mu Zifang now had a bright red bloodstain on his neck, a gray footprint on his butt, and the strange feeling from just 2 seconds before. He actually been touched by an alpha. Zhao Shi, you pervert. Mu Zifang cursed, you idiot. Misjudgment. So you're the one from the mechanical engineering department. Zhao Shi shook the paper-thin screen in her hand. Got it. TSK, I didn't expect you hide it in a place like that. The controller was in the hands of this seemingly unsteadier person. She had assumed the mechanical engineering department would be the more stable type. Zhao Shi immediately clicked on the screen, turned on all the corridor lights, and shut off the air conditioning system. She had just heard Li Ming's screams. His voice was nearly hoarse. "Hurry, get it back!" Mu Zifang shouted, "All of you come at me together." "Master, I'm not very good at fighting," said the man who had been cowering beside Xiaoxi. "I asked you to be my study companion, so you could do things for me. Just now, when I was being coerced, you just stood there and watched, you loser," Mu Zifang said as he slapped him. The man didn't dare resist, nodding and groveling in apology. "All right, I can do it alone," Chong Wanqi said, taking 3 or 2 steps forward, practically flying, to snatch the controller. Xiaoxi's pupil shrank. This man was truly fast. She only blocked a few of his blows before her arm went numb, and she retreated several steps. She knew she was no match for him. Although she knew how to respond, her brain speed wasn't as fast as her hardware. Her physical reaction speed was too slow. You think beating the teacher at the school gate is impressive? That's just because you're a freshman, and he didn't give it his all. Besides, Wang Chengwei was already injured, so he's only half crippled. "Zifang, you shouldn't talk about Teacher Wang like that." Chong Wanqi frowned. "Well, I just wanted to compliment you." Mu Zifang was amused by Xiaoxi's humiliation. Chong Wanqi is one of the top students in the mecha combat department. Taking care of a playboy like you who only cares about eating, drinking, and having fun is as easy as crushing a chicken. The full name of the Mecha Combat Department is Mecha Combat Department. This department focuses on various combat techniques and the operation of combat mechas. They are the main force on the battlefield. Xiaoxi knew she couldn't defeat him, so there was only one way. At that moment, she was struck by a kick from Chong Wanqi and fell several meters back, her back hitting the wall with a loud thud. In a flash, she slammed the light screen in her arms to the ground and crushed it with her foot. Even if it meant no one could escape, it was better than having the controller in someone else's hands and her at their mercy. Chong Wanqi watched, unable to intervene. Had she intentionally taken that kick? Mu Zifang was stunned when he saw the controller fall to the ground, shattered. He then burst into laughter. "Xiaoxi, you didn't think there was only one controller, did you?" Xiaoxi looked up. "What do you mean?" Mu Zifang's face was smug. "The reason I rushed to retrieve the controller is because it's extremely dangerous in the hands of people like you who don't understand control systems. And the controller you have is just a backup. I have the main unit." Mu Zifang shook his wrist. "On my laptop." "Isn't it just a laptop? You're talking like it's nothing." Xiaoxi also shook her laptop. "I forgot to tell you, I've been recording since a while ago. Every word you said is clearly recorded." She swept the laptop's floating camera over the 3 of them and smiled. "If this situation gets out, what level of punishment will you receive?" "You?" Mu Zifang was furious. Indeed, this couldn't be leaked, or he would be punished. And then, there was the shameful history of Xiaoxi kicking and groping him. If it got out, would he still be able to live as a human being? As a family of mecha repair technicians, their family had been in the business for generations. Wherever they went, the Mu family was fawned over. Aren't mecha repair technicians supposed to be superior? This Xiaoxi. She clearly had a distinct personality, but why? Why was she so famous, while he was ignored everywhere? It was like this at home, at school, everywhere. Why? Enough, he had enough. The video couldn't be shared, or else the distance between him and that person would grow even wider. Mu Zifang's forehead bulged with veins. "Xiaoxi, you forced me to do this. Go to hell." Mu Zifang pressed his laptop hard, and a floating screen popped up above it. He tapped it rapidly. "Mu Zifang, stop! We agreed not to hurt anyone," Chong Wanqi shouted, reaching out to stop him. But it was too late. Then he felt the floor of the building shake violently. Then a crack appeared in the ceiling, and a massive robotic arm, a tangle of wires, like blood vessels, emerged from the ceiling and slapped Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi dodged with a roll, watching as the robotic arm shattered a wall with a single blow. If that had struck a human, they would have been instantly shattered. Soon, another robotic arm emerged from the ceiling, like a deadly surest palm. The 2 robotic arms attacked from both sides, their massive palms practically blocking Xiaoxi's escape route. They clapped their hands together, as if to crush Xiaoxi to death. "Fuck you, you have no martial ethics." Xiaoxi couldn't help but swear. This kind of force was truly too much for her mortal body to withstand. She hadn't expected to die here today. There was a loud bang nearby, and Chong Wanqi had actually knocked one of the robotic arms aside. "Go!" Xiaoxi rolled through the gap and quickly made her way into the stairwell, avoiding the robotic arm's attack range. But it seemed she had overestimated it, because after being knocked aside, the robotic arm actually headed straight for Chong Wanqi. "Stupid thing, you've got the wrong target," Mu Zifang said as he entered a code on the screen, telling them to change their target. But they didn't change direction. At the same time, a third robotic arm appeared from the ceiling, spinning in midair, as if searching for a target. Then, it fixed its direction on him. "What's going on?" Mu Zifang panicked. He entered several codes on the screen to terminate system activity, but it didn't stop. Through the atrium, he saw red lasers appearing below. Any metal railings they touched were instantly sliced apart, sparks flying and melting into molten iron. Sharp spikes sprouted from the walls like a tide, spreading toward them. No. No. This isn't right. He stared in disbelief at the unfamiliar control system on the screen. Within the surface system lay a deeper, underlying control system, and within this system, he barely recognized the code. What was going on? Why were there so many murder tools in this teaching building? What was its predecessor? Mu Zifang collapsed to the ground in panic. He seemed to have gone too far. Chapter 40. Mu Zifang watched the massive robotic arm approaching him. He had just witnessed such powerful force. It would crush him in an instant. The dense code before him now was past like a bottomless abyss. His fingers froze in place, but it was too late. Bang! A loud crash erupted in front of him. Chong Wanqi suddenly pushed him away, and the two robotic arms chasing him collided with a resounding crash, their paths overlapping. "Hurry! Let's go!" The ground behind them erupted in layers of spikes like a surging wave. The three of them scrambled to their feet and ran. Mu Zifang's mind went blank as he watched the deathly traps unfold one after another. What kind of monster had he unleashed? The three of them dashed down the stairs. As they turned a corner, Mu Zifang, distracted, nearly collided with Zhao Shi. Fortunately, Chong Wanqi pulled him back in time. "Why are you running so fast?" "Unfortunately, this road is blocked." Zhao Shi stepped aside, only to see a huge, deep pit before him. Looking further, he saw that the bottom was filled with fiery red magma, churning with heat waves. That genius mecha master is quite impressive. He's willing to sacrifice his own life to kill me. Truly courageous. I admire you. Mu Zifang's face paled, speechless. Is there any solution? Yung Wanqi turned to Mu Zifang and asked, "Can you still control the system here?" Currently, they were surrounded by dangers, with almost no escape route. I try again. Mu Zifang's hand trembled as he tapped the screen, carefully examining the code whizzing by, attempting to make adjustments. However, his finger hovered in midair, unable to land. At that moment, a massive robotic arm blasted through the ceiling above and crashed down behind them, sending up a cloud of dust. Mu Zifang pressed his aching head, unable to believe the screen before him. He didn't recognize any of it. He didn't recognize any of it. He didn't dare move. If he did, it would likely lead to the same situation as before. He clearly wanted to stop, but instead, he blocked his own escape route. What the hell was all that? He stared at it for a moment longer, and his head began to swell, like a balloon inflated by a flood of knowledge. What's going on? Hurry! Shigemanki urged, his strength nearly failing. He single-handedly resisted the incoming bombardment of the robotic arms from above, only to be knocked back repeatedly, the ground cracking beneath his feet. At that moment, heat surged before him, and magma surged out of the ground, rushing towards them. What the hell? How could there be magma in this place? Come, this way! Zhao Shi stepped on the railing, and with a seemingly impulsive upward movement, he leaped to the upper floor. When she realized Mu Zifang had no way of controlling the system, she began to think of a way out. Then, she stumbled upon a thin, invisible rope running down the middle of the escalator. It was the same rope the plastic mannequin had used to quickly move between floors. Chong Wanqi, Mu Zifang, and the others reacted immediately and followed closely. Zhao Shi had jumped 2 floors in a row. Having already witnessed the lava, the lower floors were unsafe, so she had no choice but to head to the upper floors. As soon as she reached the top of the stairs, she heard a familiar scream. Ah! What the hell is this place? It was eerie just now, but at least my life wasn't in danger. Now the architecture has suddenly changed. It's scarier than a horror movie. This is seriously killing me. Li Ming and Juhua ran down the corridor, Li Ming still nagging and complaining as he fled. Behind them, red lasers were chasing them, leaving streaks of charred marks on the ground wherever they touched. Li Ming and Juhua rushed into the stairwell, and were both stunned when they saw Zhao Shi. You're not dead? Zhao Shi was also stunned. Aren't you two on the 2nd or 3rd floor? Why are you up there? They were stunned again. What are you talking about? Isn't this the first floor? Zhao Shi was stunned again. Well, she couldn't be stunned any longer, or something bad would happen. From this, it seems this place is very strange, Li Ming concluded. That's nonsense. Zhao Shi and Juhua said in unison. Behind Zhao Shi, Mu Zifang, Cheng Wanqi, and the others followed closely. Li Ming asked, so there are victims besides us? Victims? Yeah. Yes, victims. Zhao Shi smiled at Mu Zifang and his group, who were now in just as much of a state of disgrace as she was. Brother Juhua coughed and whispered something in Li Ming's ear. Li Ming seemed to suddenly understand something. Then he looked at the three of them with a new layer of wariness in their eyes. But time was running out, the situation was critical, and everyone was tied to the same boat, and that boat was now in jeopardy. They quickly exchanged their current information about the building. In other words, the downstairs is now filled with lava, and going downstairs is impossible. Furthermore, the floor could be replaced at any time, which is a very dangerous sign. Brother Juhua said, now, let me tell you about the situation on this floor. These red lasers will sweep in a certain pattern. If you can predict the pattern or move quickly enough, you can avoid them. From what I've observed, each round lasts 8 minutes, with a 30-second pause in between. Be careful, the next wave is coming soon. Before he could finish his words, a scorching line suddenly appeared, piercing through the crowd. Then, with a sweeping motion, the 6 people instantly scattered and leaped from the spot. Ah! Mu Zifang's servant was a step too slow, and saw the red line sweep past him, severing the tip of his right toe. The smell of scorched flesh emanated, and 2 irregular, round lumps of charcoal lay on the ground. Those were his toes. Li Ming's face paled at the sight, and he nearly fainted from fright. Hold on, so you can get out. Shigemanki calmly said to the servant, who gritted his teeth and nodded. Jump! Here they go again! The red lines, unstoppable, covered the entire floor, dancing up and down, left and right, like the shadows of a stage. The back and forth movement had an eerie rhythm. The 6 people rose and fell, bouncing like waves. Zhao Shi, if I'm not mistaken. Chrysanthemum brother, that should be right. Mu Zifang's face turned grim. Damn system. They're making me do this kind of dance. Li Ming, isn't this the hottest square dance on Starnet lately? The coolest Interstellar style? Several people chorused. After 8 minutes of intense square dancing, everyone was sweating and panting. Mu Zifang, you have a 30-second break. Find a way. If we keep doing this, we die of exhaustion. Chrysanthemum brother, and the next dance may not be the one we know. Given how perverted this system is, it's likely to get more difficult as we go along. Zhao Shi, I say, are you overthinking it? Just then, the entire floor began to tilt. 10 degrees, 20 degrees, 30 degrees, 40 degrees. The tiles on the floor were incredibly smooth, leaving no place for support. The walls and railings were covered in poisonous spikes. Fuck. It turns out it won't even give us a chance to survive. Li Ming cursed. They slid down the corridor like a slide, but what awaited them at the end was a vast net woven from lasers. It was about to capture them all. The 6 of them moved in unison, lying flat on the ground like 6 turtles, hoping to increase their friction with the ground. However, it was all in vain. Just as they were about to collide with the laser net and be cut into regular pieces, a sudden ding sound rang out in their ears. The sound was like the sound of an elevator arriving. The 6 of them turned their heads and saw an elevator door appear out of thin air in the wall next to them. The door slowly opened, and a young man stepped out with steady steps. Before him hovered a transparent, disc-shaped light screen on which the underlying code flashed rapidly. His slender fingers danced across the screen like butterflies, and with a loud boom, a snow-white wall rose from the ground at the end of the corridor. 6 people collided with it, bang after bang, letting out a series of wailing cries. But they were lucky they could still scream. At least they weren't turned into pieces of meat. The 6 people climbed to their feet, holding onto the wall. They could still feel the residual heat from the laser net behind it, and they quickly stood further away. When they saw that the man had actually taken the elevator up, they were speechless. What a stunt. But they were unsure whether he was friend or foe, and for a moment, they dared not approach. Only Mu Zifang took a few steps forward. Cousin, long time no see. Mu Zifang sneered at the young man. When did you follow in? The young man adjusted his round-framed glasses. About 5 minutes, 33 seconds, and 6.5 milliseconds earlier than you. Chapter 41. If you want to research the mechanical systems here, you shouldn't involve innocent people. Unknown systems are fraught with danger. A qualified mechanic shouldn't put his companions in danger due to his own mistakes. The young man before him had very pale skin, as if he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. His slightly curly hair was a bit messy, with a strand of split hair falling across his forehead. His eyes were slightly dark, as if he hadn't slept in days. Do you think everyone else is a research lunatic like you? I'm just here for fun. Mu Zifang crossed his arms, speaking nonchalantly. He then turned to Zhao Shi and the others and said, by the way, let me introduce you to my cousin, Mu Ziyang, a very elusive S-class mecha repairman. Mu Zifang's tone was not without a hint of teasing. His tone shifted again. It's just a shame, he's just an ordinary beta. After all, this is an alpha-dominated world, and betas have their limits when it comes to achieving great things. Thinking of his gender, Mu Zifang was delighted. He had one area where he was definitely superior to Mu Ziyang. Nice to meet you. Mu Ziyang didn't seem to care much about what Mu Zifang said. He nodded to everyone and immediately returned to fiddling with the circular light screen suspended in his palm, oblivious to the others. Zhao Shi noticed that the light screen resembled the Bagua diagram, with dense silver symbols floating around it. It looked somewhat different from the equipment Mu Zifang was using. It seemed like he had made it himself. Li Ming was surprised by the name. It's the Mu God. I never thought I'd get the chance to meet him in person. Is he that powerful? Zhao Shi asked. Li Ming nodded. Of course. He's a truly gifted mechanic. At such a young age, he's independently designed over 10 high-end mechas. You know, such a massive project usually requires a team of hundreds of people working together for years. No, they're just substandard, scrap pieces. Mu Ziyang said flatly. TSK. Mu Zifang rolled his eyes. He then glanced at Zhao Shi's expression. Seeing that she wasn't as enthusiastic about Mu Ziyang as the others, he felt a little more at ease. Zhao Shi didn't want to operate a mecha. She only wanted to be a network administrator, so naturally, she had no interest in a mechanic. There's an elevator in this building. Can we use it to get out? She asked Mu Ziyang. The elevator appeared after I unlocked the system's checkpoints. It has a limited number of uses. Just after Mu Ziyang stepped out of the elevator, the doors slammed shut, disappearing into the wall. He continued, to achieve your goals here, you must first complete certain prerequisites. In other words, you must pass the system's preset tests. There was another person, who had just come out with Mu Ziyang. He's someone I rescued along the way. The tall, thin young man, trembling timidly behind Mu Ziyang, extended a hand in greeting. Hello. His eyes were evasive, not daring to look in Zhao Shi's direction. Ma Yu? Zhao Shi remembered that this person was the crooked-mouthed plastic man she had knocked unconscious earlier. I can only activate this laser-blocking wall after you pass a round of tests. Mu Ziyang spoke almost without blinking, staring at the screen. I'm trying to decipher its underlying logic. How long will it take to crack it? I'm not sure. Mu Ziyang continued, but I can confirm that in 7.387 seconds, everyone must leave this place. Everyone panicked at his words. Leave? Where to? 7 seconds later? When did you start counting? Mu Ziyang looked up and said calmly, from the moment I said that number. At that moment, without warning, the seemingly calm ground suddenly shook. The next moment, several sturdy robotic arms burst forth from the ground, dancing like giant snakes bent on devouring humans. Li Ming exclaimed, Oh my god! What the hell is this? The entire corridor shattered, and several people plummeted downwards, caught in the rubble. Mu Zifang, is your cousin always this slow in everything he does? Zhao Shi was at a loss for words. TSK, you get used to it. Several people fell directly to the next floor. Zhao Shi adjusted his stance in time, using the wall for support to avoid a nasty fall. The others also tried their best to maintain their balance, minimizing the impact. The servant, who had previously injured his toe, looked distraught. He practically fell to the ground, hunched over in pain, unable to get up for a long time. Li Ming, who was standing nearby, hesitated for a moment before helping him up. As for Mu Ziyang, the beta, he wasn't as strong as the others and seemed even more frail. Fortunately, he had the stronger Chong Wanqi. Mu Ziyang was practically carried along by Chong Wanqi's elbow. Another fierce barrage of poisonous stingers and pendulums erupted, leaving several people breathless as they ran. Then they engaged in guerrilla warfare against a group of flying combat robots, and then braved a sea of fire and swords. Mu Ziyang, using the system's real-time calculations, predicted the correct location for everyone to move to, and also identified many false traps, but the situation remained difficult and dangerous. This isn't a solution. When will it end? Sooner or later, we'd be exhausted. Brother Jiwa panted. Yes, the difficulty is gradually increasing. At first, I could complete the requirements alone, find the next step, and gain temporary safety. But now, I can't do it on my own. So, it wants to exhaust us to death in here? The few people had a rare moment to catch their breath and immediately gathered to discuss countermeasures. Mu Xiuyang's face grew paler and paler, and his fingers, which had been tapping the screen, began to tremble and cramp, and he frowned in pain. I'm cracking the underlying system, but I'm quickly led to another path. I'm always just a hair's breadth away from catching up, but always a step behind. It feels like someone's playing chess with me, behind the scenes. And that person, I have to admit, is far superior to me. Above you? Shigemanki's face darkened, and he exchanged a glance with Makiko. Above S rank. What does that even mean? Calling it a system? Don't you think it's a bit too intelligent? Li Ming shuddered. Don't you think someone's manipulating this? After all, there's been murders here before. You've heard that rumor, haven't you? Mu Xiuyang explained. This wasn't an old house. It was just student gossip. I'm sure every school has had similar rumors. There's only been one building here, and it remains as it was. The Star Alliance Military Academy has existed for hundreds of years. No one would build a mansion there. There was a peculiar look in his eyes. This was once the exclusive laboratory building of a talented mechanic. But then, that person disappeared. Since the beginning of Star Alliance history. It disappeared from history, and the reason is unknown. Mu Zifang looked incredulous. Nonsense! How could I not have heard of this? Have you gone crazy repairing mechas? Did you just imagine this? No. I deduced it from a mechanic's book. Since it's S rank, you might not be able to access it for the time being. Mu Zifang, Today, it seems like I'm going to play chess with it. The stakes are our lives. Mu Xiuyang, while still looking rather shaky, had a noticeably more serious look, for he bore the responsibility of saving everyone. Can you please stop acting like a chunibu? Playing chess? TSK. Mu Xiuyang sighed. You don't understand. I hate your pretentious attitude. Mu Zifang suddenly roared. Calm down. Zhao Shi's ears ached from his chatter. I advise you to learn more from your brother. How can you possibly repair a mecha with such impetuousness? Try fixing yourself first. What else can we do now? Brother Jiwa asked. Yes. Wait for rescue. Before I came in, I set an automatic distress signal. If I can't get out within an hour, it will be sent. Mu Xiuyang continued, however, if I can't unlock this building, rescuers generally won't be able to either. They can simply shut off the power supply, but the power source for this building is 100 meters underground. The power must either be cut off from the inside or dug out, and the external digging is estimated to take another hour. So that means there's no hope? Zhao Shi asked. Yes, everyone can prepare their last words. Mu Xiuyang said slowly, but don't worry, I exhaust my mental resources calculating until the very last moment. Are you not afraid of death? To die alongside such a magnificent building of mechanisms, where I fought it to the very last moment, is the best possible outcome for a mechanic. But we don't want to die. Li Ming was on the verge of tears. Oh, I also found this. It might be the key to solving the puzzle. Mu Xiuyang suddenly pulled something out of nowhere, and everyone's eyes, which had been dimming, suddenly brightened again as they gathered around it to examine it. It was a blue, teardrop-shaped object with a black display screen on its surface. I suspect any item here won't be useless, and since I can't connect it to the previous levels, it's very likely the key to finally breaking through. But unfortunately, I haven't figured out how to use it yet. Well, I think we should stop focusing on it. Zhao Shi suddenly asked. Why? Because this is her housekeeping robot. Zhao Shi had hidden it before, but for some reason it appeared here, seemingly out of power. Because it doesn't look very smart. Zhao Shi couldn't possibly tell them that she had brought a prohibited item into the school. As soon as Zhao Shi finished speaking, 2 red dots flashed on the teardrop-shaped object. At that moment, something seemed to make a humming sound. Did you see that? Mu Xiuyang held it up like a treasure. It just responded. He looked at it over and over for a long time, but it didn't respond anymore. Mu Xiuyang was extremely disappointed. Just then, several codes on the screen in Mu Xiuyang's hand flickered, and he looked delighted. I think the automatic decoding and debugging path I used just now hit the right one. I know the way out. Hurry, follow me. The small robots with laser tracking systems around them sprang to life. Knowing their break time was up, they immediately jumped up and ran. The killing robots behind them suddenly expanded in size, their speed soaring as they pursued them. This is truly fatal. The group rushed upwards. Strangely, no matter how much damage the floors sustained, the building's outer shell remained like an impenetrable wall, untouched, denying them even the slightest chance of escape. Could they simply be manipulated by the system like this? After a long chase, they finally reached a large black door. This seemed to be the highest floor. Is this the exit? Li Ming asked with almost his last glimmer of hope. If he got another negative answer, he might not be able to hold on. At this moment, everyone collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. The surrounding killer robots were searching for them, predicting they would be found in 20 seconds. And in the distance, 10 giant mechanical arms had already noticed them and were twisting towards them. Yes. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Mu Xiuyang finally uttered the affirmative answer. But what? Mu Zifang grabbed his shoulders. It's already this late. Can you please speak quickly? The code translates to mean that this gate requires one person to remain behind. What do you mean? Everyone's expression changed. Does it mean that one person must die? Brother Jiwa asked. Yes. This gate is the twin yin and yang gate. The protein mass and hemoglobin amount required to reverse the yin and yang is exactly the amount required for an adult. Everyone looked at each other, stunned. Who would make the sacrifice? Who would want to die? Sacrificing one life to save the other sounds like a noble act, but when it happens to someone else, isn't it cruel to that person? Bang! The robotic arm slammed down, creating a large crater in front of the door. The clumsy servant closest to the ground was nearly crushed into the black door. His fingers gripped the doorframe, his knuckles white, and his balance was already extremely difficult. The group of killer robots had also arrived, their red beams aimed at everyone. Mu Zifang reached out. The servant's expression was initially filled with gratitude, but then, as if realizing something, his eyes suddenly filled with fear. Don't worry, I give your family plenty of money, enough for them to spend for several lifetimes. You can rest easy now. With that, Mu Zifang pried his hands loose from the doorframe and shoved him hard in the chest. Ah! Then the man cried out in pain, his hair yanked by Zhao Shi. There was nothing he could do. There was nowhere else to hold onto. Zhao Shi pushed the man, paralyzed by fear and on the brink of death, to the nearby Jiwa. Go on. Ah! Fuck! The voice belonged to Mu Zifang, who had been knocked down by Zhao Shi's desperate kick. Zhao Shi! What's wrong with you? Ask yourself, is this any different from murder? What kind of bullshit are you talking about? It's not like I won't pay his family compensation. You've done a lot of this, haven't you? Just give his family more money than they could ever earn in their lifetime, and they'd be incredibly grateful, right? Mu Zifang stood up. Now you're pretending to be a good person. If we all die here, will you be satisfied? Or do you want to take his place? Heh. Zhao Shi turned and coldly stared at the black door before him. It was like a dark vortex. The longer you looked at it, the more it drew you in. Playing infinite level breaking, huh? Sorry, I don't want to play anymore. At this moment, 3 robotic arms simultaneously slammed down on them, lasers blazing around them. Fuck. Zhao Shi, even if I die and become a ghost, I find a way to beat you. Mu Zifang exclaimed angrily. Now! Zhong Wanqi, grab that robotic arm. Zhong Wanqi, for some unknown reason, did as she was told. Zhao Shi, taking the little blue robot she snatched from Mu Xiuyang's arms, slammed it into the arm's pile of wires. Zzz. Sparks flew. The little blue robot opened its green bean-shaped eyes and blinked. Charging? Zhao Shi. What the hell are you doing, you lunatic? You're about to die, and you're still playing around. Mu Zifang felt like he was going to die of rage. Everyone had reached their limit. The lasers blocked all their escape routes. They were stuck in a twisted position, and any movement would mean they'd be chopped into strips. Robot arms attacked Zhong Wanqi from front and back. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging in his arms, and blood trickled down his arms. I'm going to use my ultimate move. What? Everyone was stunned. This special skill is called. With that, the little blue robot flew in front of Zhao Shi, its rear end facing her. It shook twice, and a pure black gun emerged from its back compartment, landing in Zhao Shi's palm. A familiar chilling sensation greeted her touch. A mysterious, crystalline energy fluid swirled within the translucent energy compartment at its tail. Last time, a single accidental discharge of energy had caused a large section of the ceiling in her home to vanish. This time, she squeezed the trigger. Italian bombardment. For a second, the entire crowd froze. Looking up, they saw the starry sky. Half the building gone. Chapter 42. The moment half the building was blown away, the control system there also ceased function due to structural damage. The deadly red laser beams vanished instantly, and the murderous machines, deprived of their commands, plummeted to the ground, leaving a trail of debris everywhere. With the disappearance of half the building wall, the long-lost sky finally appeared. The night sky was clear, stars twinkling, and wispy clouds lingered around the moon, two bright moons facing each other at opposite ends of the night sky. So, above the Star Alliance Military Academy, always a place of study and battle, there was such a view. Everyone stared at the starry sky above for a long moment, stunned, and it took a while for them to recover. We're saved? After confirming that the building's mechanisms were truly immobile, they finally let down their guard and slumped to the ground, sighing with relief at having survived. After recovering from the shock, I never thought this would be the key to breaking the impasse. But I didn't anticipate its use in this way. Mu Xiaoyang gazed at the destroyed half of the building and muttered to himself, thinking outside the box, finding a way to turn things around in adversity. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Li Ming, what kind of gun is this? Holy crap, it's incredibly powerful. Brother Juhua scratched his head. I'm actually more curious. What is an Italian cannon? Mu Xiaoyang was taking notes on the screen when his usually calm eyes suddenly flickered. He looked up at Zhao Shi, as if meeting a rare soulmate. Zhao Shi, how did you figure out how to use it? That's a long story. Their barrage of questions was giving Zhao Shi a headache. No rush, we talk later. No, buddy, you really have to expose my secrets, don't you? Zhao Shi was practically paralyzed with exhaustion. This long, agonizing escape was truly exhausting. She clutched the cold, strange gun in her hand. Surrounded by disabled killer robots and steel knife machines, she stepped over them, seeking an open area to rest. Mu Zifang, seeing her coming in his direction, leaped up in panic. Ignoring the swelling on his thigh from the mauling of the massive robotic arm, he retreated a dozen steps and hid in the corner of the wall. Gritting in pain, he watched Zhao Shi with half an eye. Zhao Shi then leaned against the armrest, panting, seemingly unconcerned about using the gun for personal revenge. But Mu Zifang still wasn't completely reassured and kept his distance from her. Why are you hiding? Are you afraid I come after you? Zhao Shi gave him a sidelong glance. Ha, what a joke. Mu Zifang opened his mouth to retort, but then remembered the destructive weapon Zhao Shi held in her hand, and quickly bit back his words. That thing, a single blow from it would likely reduce a person to ash. No, not even a trace would remain. Looking at the empty space in the teaching building now, not even a speck of debris or dust had fallen. At this moment, Mu Zifang's study partner, whom Zhao Shi had just rescued, staggered to his feet, feeling grateful but unsure how to express it. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, he pulled a crumpled cigarette case from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Shi. She, would you like to have one less cigarette? With his other hand, he flicked open a lighter and began to light her cigarette, his movements incredibly skillful, as if he did this all the time. Thank you, I don't smoke. Huh? What did you mean? Thank you? Did he hear correctly? The most notorious playboy in the galaxy would thank him? But then again, her earlier act of saving him seemed even more inexplicable. Why? Seeing his face crumble with faith, Zhao Shi finally realized that as a model student, she had always been respectful to her teachers and friends. So polite that she had almost forgotten her persona. You heard wrong. I said, I don't smoke rubbish cigarettes. Take it away. The study partner nodded deftly upon hearing this, and retreated respectfully. That's the right smell. Mu Zifang's eyebrows twitched in anger, but he didn't dare to shout. He could only curse softly. How dare you call my cigarettes rubbish? You don't know how to appreciate them, you young master. The servant thought Mu Zifang was angry that he hadn't offered him a cigarette, so he hurried over. Get out of here. How dare you give her cigarettes she doesn't want? Mu Zifang was furious, desperate for a place to vent his anger. You're such a jerk. I fire you tomorrow. The servant boy uttered in panic, I was wrong, master, I was wrong. Please don't fire me. At this moment, Li Ming pounded his palms, as if suddenly remembering something. He looked at Mu Zifang and said, You were the one who contacted me on the forum earlier, weren't you? You were the one who told us to lure Zhao Shi here. Didn't you say we just wanted to talk in a secluded place, nothing dangerous? But today, we almost lost our lives. He paused. Ahem, What about that plan of helping us change majors? Li Ming rubbed his hands. We've worked so hard. Will you be able to fulfill that promise? You're still bringing this up at this hour? Brother Juhua, standing nearby, looked disappointed. You've made such a big fuss, I'm afraid you'd be punished. You might even lose your student status. At the mention of punishment, they all panicked. They all immediately rose from the ground, not even taking a breath. As they moved, several of their wounds tore open, bleeding. A series of hissing sounds echoed. But now, they had to find a way out. Mu Qiuyang, when did you say you sent that distress signal? Actually, there's a signal blockage here, so the message can't get through at all. Mu Qiuyang said, I said that just to give everyone a little hope. That's good. If the distress signal hadn't been sent, given this remote location, it wouldn't have been discovered so quickly. Let's run. Zhao Shi was also worried about her contraband being discovered. Besides, she destroyed half the building, making her the most guilty of all the people here. Run? Where are you running to? A voice came from above. Though emotionless, it couldn't help but evoke the term condescending. A familiar voice. Zhao Shi looked up. Amid the starry night sky, a long line of 7 or 8 men suddenly appeared on the shattered rooftop. Their dark gray uniforms were impeccably fitted, and their movements were synchronized, as precise as robots. These men gazed down, each holding the rifle that could decide their fate. These people formed an arc on either side, with a single figure at the head. The figure stood in a corner of the dilapidated building, the cold wind blowing the hem of his black clothes, making him resemble a dark bamboo in the chill. Those pale amber eyes remained calm, almost defiant. Lin Tanyan. The name popped into Zhao Shi's mind. Why does this guy always act so impressive when he appears? Should I say, he's worthy of being called the most impressive person in the StarCraft. So, the situation now is that they've all been arrested by the disciplinary team, each with an electronic shackle, like they're arresting a criminal. Zhao Shi stared at the shackles, feeling annoyed. This is the second time. She's clearly committed no crime, so why is she always the one being arrested? And it seems this time they've touched upon the secrets of the Star Alliance Military Academy. They've been taken to a completely sealed, pitch-black building that looked solemn at first glance. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. On the table lay a blue, teardrop-shaped robot and a pitch-black, strangely shaped gun. No one's coming out to explain. Whose are these? Zhao Shi looked at the two items, panic flaring. She knew they'd definitely figure out they were hers, so she might as well admit it now. But why all this fuss? Over a dozen disciplinary officials sat in a long row around the table, creating an oppressive atmosphere. She didn't dare speak. Lin Tanyan, it's okay if you don't say anything. These two items aren't ordinary commercial goods. Excluding anyone with a poor motive, it can only be one of you two. His gaze swept over Zhao Shi and Mu Zifang. To clear himself of suspicion, Mu Zifang immediately shouted, "It must be Zhao Shi." He immediately crossed his arms, and looked at Zhao Shi triumphantly. It was a blessing he reacted quickly, throwing the blame on her first. Whoever it was, it didn't matter. Yes, it's mine. Right, it must be hers. With her character, how could I not know? Mu Zifang's eyes widened mid-sentence. Is it really yours? You? Bringing a weapon of this level to school? Are you trying to assassinate me? Zhao Shi, People shouldn't be so narcissistic. Mu Zifang took Zhao Shi's head as a positive response. Look at her. She openly expressed her desire to kill me. You must send someone to protect me. No, you should expel her from the Star Alliance Military Academy. Such a violent individual should be sent straight to prison. Lin Tanyan didn't react much to Mu Zifang's words, simply saying in a formal tone, I'm aware of the situation. He raised his hand and gestured, and another disciplinary officer quickly appeared. He approached Zhao Shi and said, Please follow me over here. Is that the end? It must be mainly about questioning Mu Zifang. After all, he was the instigator of this incident, and he really had nothing to do with it. Zhao Shi stood up, gave Mu Zifang a look that said I take care of you, and sauntered off. She was then ushered into a lounge. Can't you leave now? Yes, there are still procedures to go through. Okay. Zhao Shi figured that since the others hadn't finished their review yet, she could only wait. The military academy's procedures were truly cumbersome. Zhao Shi entered the lounge, and after the man left and closed the door, she simply lay down on the sofa next to her. But the sofa was hard and uncomfortable, so she sat up again. Finding nothing to do, and since her laptop couldn't access the internet, she grew bored after a while, and stood up to walk around the room. After leaving the building, The disciplinary team gave them some wound healing spray. After using it, they were no longer in pain. How could they have healed so quickly? Zhao Shi's mind suddenly flashed back to the dazzling interstellar dance they all done together in that building. Since she had nothing else to do, she decided to try a little dance to see how her legs had healed. So she began to dance, singing in her mind. The vast interstellar space is my love. Just like the full moon beside the Milky Way. After dancing for the entire song, no one showed up. This was incredibly inefficient. Then she realized that this lounge was right next to the interrogation room, separated by a layer of glass, allowing Zhao Shi to clearly see what was going on inside. Could this be the single-glazed interrogation room you see in TV dramas? This meant she could observe the people inside freely, while they couldn't see what she was doing? How amazing! Inside the interrogation room, Lin Tanyan sat at the main seat. Mu Zifang, Mu Xiuyang, Cheng Wanqi, and Li Ming remained. It seemed these key figures were the ones left to be interrogated. Lin Tanyan flicked on a nearby screen while speaking. The disciplinary officers beside him were rapidly taking notes, occasionally exchanging a few words with him. Pearl-white fingers danced like butterflies, and pale pink lips moved up and down. Eyelashes, like tiny feather fans, cast a shadow across light amber eyes. He usually looked quite distant, but when he was working diligently, he finally seemed less so. As expected of Interstellar Jack Su, you're indeed quite good-looking, but why is he an alpha? Because Lin Tanyan's seat was directly across from the lounge. Zhao Shi could only see the side of others, so she could only stare at him. Zhao Shi then examined him from head to toe. In a previous life, he would have been a nationally famous star, right? No, to be honest, most celebrities don't have his aura. That sometimes awe-inspiring aura. Then, she saw Lin Tanyan pick up the nearby cup and drink from it. He tilted his head back, his slender, jade-white neck more prominent. His lips touched the rim of the cup, and his throat rolled, causing Zhao Shi to swallow. Zhao Shi then remembered that she hadn't had a single sip of water since entering this school. She suddenly felt unbearably thirsty, and a little irritated. The disciplinary inspection team service was poor. They hadn't even provided them with water. She raised her hand, making a gun-raising gesture, aiming at the cup in Lin Tanyan's hand. PIU. At that moment, Lin Tanyan paused, as if blinking in surprise at her firing, and his gaze shifted towards her for a moment. Zhao Shi panicked for a moment. Could it be an illusion? This was one-way glass. He couldn't possibly see her. For some reason, Zhao Shi felt the air conditioning in the room getting hotter and hotter. And then, somewhere below her waist, she felt incredibly hot, and it was squeezing her pants, making her feel uncomfortable. Could that area expand and contract with heat and cold? Zhao Shi was a little worried. No, could it be swollen? Had she sustained some unknown injury in that building just now? She pinched it, and found it was indeed quite swollen. Oh no! This thing is said to be the lifeblood of an alpha. If something were to happen to it, wouldn't she be in trouble? How about taking the medicine the disciplinary inspection team just gave me and spraying it? Zhao Shi glanced at the single-pane window in front of her. Although she felt a little embarrassed looking at so many people, they couldn't see her anyway. The situation was urgent, so Zhao Shi prepared herself mentally and began to unbuckle her belt and take off her pants. Then, the door slammed open. Zhao Shi hurriedly put on her pants. What are you doing? Don't you know how to knock? The disciplinary inspector's face was ashen, yet with a strange flush. Please respect yourself. What are you talking about? Zhao Shi was confused. Then she turned around and saw that the interrogation room next door was suddenly empty. Is the interrogation over? If it's over, I'm leaving, Zhao Shi said as she walked out of the lounge. She was met with a strange look from Li Ming, as if hesitant to speak. Noticing a hint of embarrassment on her face, Mu Xiuyang adjusted his glasses and walked away. Mu Zifang, who was walking nearby, suddenly gave her a thumbs up with an ambiguous smile. You dare to provoke Lin Tanyan? You're truly impressive. Zhao Shi ignored his inexplicable words. Li Ming, have you finished the interrogation? What's the result? This. Li Ming glanced at the others, then at Zhao Shi. Actually, they didn't even get to interrogate us. Zhao Shi was bewildered. Then what were you doing all this time? No, that was just a holding room. The rooms next to it were the interrogation rooms, and you were the first one assigned to one. They were about to assign us when they saw you. Behaving strangely, so all the disciplinary officers were watching you. Well, Senior Lin told us not to move, and we didn't dare. Zhao Shi's expression began to falter. Could you see? Me? Don't you know this glass is double-sided? Zhao Shi's heart skipped a beat. So when I did that, did you all see it? Yes. From the moment you entered, you saw it all. It was clear and distinct. Zhao Shi, Zhao Shi looked down at the ground, his expression nonchalant. The others glanced at each other, all agreeing that she was worthy of such an act. The most dissolute playboy in the galaxy truly lived up to his reputation. Zhao Shi, I'm looking for a hole in the ground I can dig into, preferably one that can bury me 1,000 meters underground. Chapter 43. Zhao Shi felt as if her entire life had darkened. Oh my god! What had she just done? Was Doraemon there? Was there a time travel machine? She wanted to go back and strangle herself to death, and the person she had just been facing was Lin Tanyan. This was essentially dancing passionately in front of him, then judging him in front of him, making all sorts of little moves, then touching his dick, and then starting to take off his pants. Zhao Shi facepalmed. This was fucked up. This was fucked up. He must think she was a pervert now. I have to explain. I have to prove my innocence. Zhao Shi said firmly. Where's Lin Tanyan? Li Ming shook his head. I don't know. He seemed to have something urgent to do, so he suddenly left. What could be so urgent? Zhao Shi must have angered him. Mu Zifang smirked gleefully. He's probably trying to figure out how to kill you. Mu Zifang thought they were in the disciplinary team now, so he wasn't afraid of Zhao Shi attacking him. If she dared to hit someone, that would be even worse. It would be an even greater offense. So he started to talk furiously. Do you think it'd be as easy this time as it was outside the military academy? As the captain of the disciplinary team, he has the power to deal with students who break the rules, and the Lin family has a lot of influence in the military. Oh no. You're screwed. Student, please watch your words. A voice said sternly from the side. The disciplinary officers, who had heard Mu Zifang's words, all looked over, stood at attention, and said, slandering the disciplinary officers is an even greater offense. Mu Zifang immediately lost his temper, and dared not say another word. Seeing him frustrated, Zhao Shi raised the corners of his lips, spread his hands towards him and shrugged. Mu Zifang didn't dare speak again, only clenching his fists and glaring at Zhao Shi. After this incident, Zhao Shi looked down and found that the area was no longer as swollen as before, though it still felt a little warm. Zhao Shi called out to the nearest disciplinary officer. Seeing her, the officer took a step back and asked warily, What are you doing? Can you turn the air conditioning down a bit? Down? The officer glanced at the temperature controller and said, Sorry, it's already at the lowest setting. With that, he quickly grabbed the documents and left, seemingly unwilling to speak to Zhao Shi. Well, a pervert with violent tendencies, a split personality, and an exhibitionist fetish, who even dared to molest the disciplinary team captain right in front of him. I can't afford to offend him. I really can't. Can we leave now? No. Now please cooperate with us. At this moment, 3 disciplinary officers approached them. They deliberately turned to the other side of the corridor, farther away from Zhao Shi. They huddled together, their feet stepping on each other. One of them couldn't help but let out a painful wail with a stern face. Even when he cried out, his expression was stern, looking incredibly strange. Zhao Shi, am I some kind of monster? Everyone, please state your account of what happened in the interrogation room. We will assess the situation based on the scene. Please state the truth. So, they were all separated into different interrogation rooms, and Zhao Shi returned to the lounge he had been in. Zhao Shi screamed inwardly, Shift. So this is the interrogation room. Where's your captain? Zhao Shi asked the person sitting across from him. Zhao Shi couldn't help but think, Lin Tanyan is such a busy man. He has to go to school, join the rescue team, and now he's on the military academy's disciplinary team, seemingly constantly on the move. Do people really have so much endless energy? Why are you sitting so far away? Zhao Shi looked up and saw that the disciplinary officer who was interrogating her had taken a seat in the opposite corner, huddled on a small portable stool. Zhao Shi stood up as she spoke. The officer's expression froze. You don't come over here. Just sit there. He was utterly depressed. Why had he been so unlucky to be drawn to interrogate Zhao Shi? He was furious when she asked about the captain. This was the first time in a long time that he had seen someone so bold and provoking the captain in such a perverted way. He thought, who cares? She'd done something like this, and there were bound to be people who would find a way to deal with her. Now, please answer my questions truthfully. When did you go to that building? What was your motive? What was your method? According to the information the man had asked, Zhao Shi answered without reservation. Since her contraband had already been found, it didn't matter. She described the incident in as much detail as possible, adding many exaggerated words, exaggerating the crimes of the instigator, Mu Zifeng, and elaborating on her own tragic life-or-death experience after being deceived. Okay, investigation completed. The punishment will be announced in the assembly room later. After everyone had answered, they returned to the assembly room, awaiting the results. 10 minutes later, a curse erupted from the detention room. The voice continued, "Why did she blow up a building and only get 15 days? And I have to stay for 3 months? Unfair. That's unfair." The voice was Mu Zifeng. "Only 3 months? Oh, I thought you at least be expelled for a crime as close to murder as this one." Xiao Shi folded his arms and shook his head, sitting in his chair. Mu Zifeng snorted coldly, "Expulsion? How can Star Alliance train military academy students at such great expense to be expelled so easily? Otherwise, their training would be in vain. I object to your decision." He slammed the table and shouted to the disciplinary officers, "Xiao Shi has repeatedly expressed her intention to kill me and assaulted me multiple times, causing both physical and psychological attacks. Her punishment should be increased. Do you object to my decision?" At that moment, a familiar, slender figure walked through the doorway. It was Lin Tanyan, who had disappeared. Mu Zifeng turned around and saw it was him. His expression instantly deflated. No. The position of Speaker of the Supreme Star Alliance had been vacant for years, and Lin Tanyan was currently the most popular candidate. Mu Zifeng dared not offend anyone but him. Mu Zifeng thought to himself, the Zhao family is already on the decline. It's pitiful that Xiao Shi, this idiot and playboy, still has her moments of arrogance now, and who knows how she end up. But why didn't Lin Tanyan take this opportunity to deal with her? Then Lin Tanyan arranged for them to be taken to separate confinement rooms for reflection. Mu Zifeng, Zhong Wanqi, Li Ming, Mu Xiuyang. Room C301, C403, and C507. Zhao Shi. Room A901. When Mu Zifeng heard the announcement of Zhao Shi's confinement cell, his eyes suddenly lit up. This was clearly different from theirs. Could it be some special confinement cell? Perhaps one with torture? The thought instantly comforted him. He knew that Xiao Shi, having provoked Lin Tanyan so much, would not let her off easily. As he was being escorted away, Mu Zifeng couldn't help but smile. Zhao Shi saw this and thought to herself, so happy in confinement? Is this guy crazy? Zhao Shi then made her way to the confinement cell. As they passed each other, he lowered his head, lost in thought, and didn't even spare her a glance, as if everything that had happened before had been a hallucination. Zhao Shi probably knew he would react this way. How could he put it? He was arrogant, and nothing held a place in his heart. This indifferent disregard perfectly suited his character. Someone like Lin Tanyan, born to be at the top, shines brightly like a star, needing no extra effort to shine. What kind of thing, what kind of person, is worthy of his gaze? That person couldn't be her after all. They were born to be different. After coming out, Brother Juhua and Li Ming exchanged glances, glancing in Zhao Shi's direction. "Let's just say a few words and then come back, okay?" they said to the disciplinary officer next to them. "Yes, hurry up." So they tiptoed towards Zhao Shi, pushing and shoving each other, each trying to get to the front. Ever since they learned the true identity of this great Buddha, they all been in a bad mood, including the rest of the dormitory. Because on that first day, every one of them had badmouthed Zhao Shi right to her face. What's even more bizarre is that Zhao Shi actually joined them in cursing him. This isn't something a normal person would do. Add to that her subsequent bizarre behavior, and it's true to what Star Online said, this playboy is capable of anything. Furthermore, her actions today were even worse than Star Online's description. Even worse. Walking with her is like dancing on a toilet lid. The slightest mistake could lead to death. As the saying goes, it's better to offend a gentleman than a villain, and perverts are absolutely unacceptable. Don't you want to talk? Are you going to say it or not? The disciplinary officer nearby asked. Xiao Shi turned around at the sound. You looking for me? We want to apologize. The two of them suddenly bowed solemnly to Xiao Shi. At the time, we thought it was just a common prank, no real harm, so... Oh! Xiao Shi raised an eyebrow. Then, if you do me a favor, we be even. Really? The two were delighted at first, then wondered, how could she let them off so easily? What favor? I hope it's within our capabilities. They asked cautiously. It's super easy, just a little effort. Xiao Shi smiled. Before entering the detention room, Mu Zifeng's laptop suddenly vibrated wildly. He opened it, and saw a series of messages from various people, accompanied by a series of screenshots from the internet. And those screenshots were all unsightly photos of him. Mu Zifang's veins throbbed as he clicked on a search. Only then did he see that all the pictures of him, utterly terrified, his face contorted, and fleeing for his life, had been posted on forums and Starnet. Within minutes of posting them, they had already been wildly mocked and reposted tens of thousands of times. Mu Zifang had long dreamed of fame. He had always imagined himself as a reckless figure, but he had never imagined it would be this. A furious roar erupted from the confinement room. Zhao. He could never have imagined that, while fleeing from the machines, Zhao Shi would still have the energy to take a picture of him. Truly a complete pervert. No loud noises. Haha, Zhao Shi, so you're on the forums too? I've saved up a lot of fodder for arguments. I'm going to blast you to death. He was about to open his laptop for a fight. Then, he realized the internet connection had suddenly gone. What's going on? Mu Zifang poked at the laptop vigorously. I'm going to curse her to death. The detention room has a jammer. They need to disconnect the internet. Otherwise, do you think we're locking you up in there to have fun? 3 months without internet access, Mu Zifang felt like the world was falling apart. This meant he would have to let his ugly photos circulate online for another 3 months. Ah! Chapter 44. Zhao Shi followed them for a while before realizing that the solitary confinement cell he was in was not in the same building as the others. It was located in a more secluded area, the entire building clad in pitch black with a matte metal finish. It looked very like a prison. It was one of those high-end prisons, as solid as a solid iron plate, impossible to escape from even with all your might. Zhao Shi, you're discriminating, aren't you? Zhao Shi's face fell. No one else is in this building, and I'm the only one here. Excuse me, what will you do with my housekeeping robot? Where is it now? Does the solitary confinement cell have a TV? Is there a private bathroom? Is there 24/7 hot water? Are there snacks? How many meals a day? The disciplinary officers escorting Zhao Shi were not as easy to talk to as the others. They had stern faces, and no matter what Zhao Shi said, they remained motionless, not uttering a single word. This put even more pressure on Zhao Shi. She was nervous to begin with, trying to find conversation, but the silence of these people made her worry about the next 2 weeks of confinement. Was Lin Tanyan really going to take revenge? Zhao Shi suddenly felt a little panicked. The pitch-black confinement building lay before her. The heavy iron-like door opened, and the gears churned with a rumbling sound. Slowly walking through the pitch-black gate felt like entering a deep, man-eating mountain. Once inside, the lights automatically came on. Then, a bright and spacious corridor was revealed, the floor as translucent as white jade. The interior was simple and elegant, not overly formal, and surprisingly different from the exterior. They took the elevator to the 9th floor and entered the innermost room. Captain, they've brought him here. The disciplinary officer escorting Zhao Shi walked him to the door, and then stepped away. Captain? Which captain? Zhao Shi looked up and saw a familiar figure standing up from the sofa. Zhao Shi was startled. Why are you here? This is my office. One of them. Of course I can be here. Zhao Shi 6. We're all students, some come to school, some to work. But come to think of it, Lin Tanyan holds several positions, and has made military achievements, seemingly holding a military rank. He's certainly different from the average student. Shouldn't I be in solitary confinement? Zhao Shi asked doubtfully. You be confined here. Here. With you. Zhao Shi gave him a puzzled look, then hugged herself and took a step back. Tell me, what do you want? Lin Tanyan, however, took 2 steps forward, leaning in close. His amber eyes were so close, she could even see tiny stars, and her own blurry shadow reflected in them. Zhao Shi blinked and sighed inwardly. He was pretty sure. If he were an Omega throwing himself at her, she might have been reluctant. But he was an Alpha, and Zhao Shi was very self-aware. So, when 2 Alphas were at this less than safe distance, it was time for a fight. Just as Zhao Shi tensed her muscles, ready to engage Lin Tanyan, he raised his hand and gently brushed her left shoulder. The sensation was like the gentle scratch of a kitten's paw. Zhao Shi, ? There's Ash. Lin Tanyan said in a terrified tone. Zhao Shi, I don't believe you. Lin Tanyan withdrew his hand. He might not have the energy to pay attention to her anytime soon, and this building was the safest option. As a high-risk target for observation, who had come into contact with the dark source, Zhao Shi's recent movements had been monitored. However, when they were heading to the old laboratory building, the special operations team unexpectedly lost them. This made them suspicious. They had to confirm once more whether Zhao Shi had been infected. Don't go to the old lab building anymore. Of course, I almost died in there, Zhao Shi said as she passed Lin Tanin and slumped onto the sofa in front. Finally, I can rest for a while. My arms and legs have been through so much abuse, they're really sore. Okay, I arranged for the school doctor to see you later. Zhao Shi was a little surprised. Lin Tanin was so kind. Well, that's not necessary. I just need to rest. She changed the subject. Well, if you can arrange for a masseur to come, I'd be happy to. It's a psychiatrist. Zhao Shi, Still thinking about that, right? Right? Zhao Shi stood up abruptly. She had to explain everything. She walked over to Lin Tanyan and stared into his eyes seriously. Lin Tan. Captain Lin. I think I need to explain. Just now in the interrogation room, I was. Shit, what's wrong with you? Lin Tanyan's pupils suddenly constricted. He clutched his chest tightly, his white knuckles turning blue. He looked up, his gaze unfocused, past Zhao Shi, towards an unknown destination. His expression was as if he had seen something incredible. Lin Tanyan was always composed, his emotions barely visible. What did he see? Zhao Shi followed his gaze, but he was facing a clear, white wall. She saw nothing. Then his eyes closed. He collapsed. Hey, what's wrong with you? Zhao Shi quickly caught him, and Lin Tanyan fell headfirst into her arms. Zhao Shi held her forehead. No way. A sudden, Super S-level illness? Who would believe that? Are you trying to scam me? I don't buy that. She quickly shook him. Is he really dizzy? Or dead? Zhao Shi was completely bewildered. Hey, if you don't get up, I'm going to beat you up. She clenched her fist and waved it in front of him. I count to 3. If you don't get up, I'm going to smash this sandbag-sized fist into your face. She blew on it. 3, 2, 1. Zhao Shi raised her fist and thrust it forward. The strong wind whipped his hair around his forehead. Just as it was about to reach his face, Zhao Shi abruptly withdrew her fist. No reaction? She lowered her head and thought for a moment. Now there was only one solution. Lin Tanyan. In 3 seconds, if you don't wake up, I, a notorious perverted playboy, will defile this delicate flower of yours. 3, 2, 1. After Zhao Shi finished counting, she leaned in close to Lin Tanyan, pretending to kiss him. What are you doing? An inspector, noticing the captain's silence for a while, wanted to inquire about the next steps, only to be met with this. I explained, I absolutely didn't mean to kiss him. Zhao Shi hurriedly let go of Lin Tanyan. He just fainted. Then, all the inspectors outside rushed in, and the room was suddenly filled with a group of tall, burly alphas, looking incredibly oppressive. What's wrong with the captain? What did you do to him? Zhao Shi, you're courting death. I swear, I didn't do anything. Does he have a congenital heart disease? Instantly, the muzzle of a dark blue gun was pressed against her forehead, sending a chill through her, sending a shiver down her spine. Zhao Shi stopped moving. She had never been this close to death before. No, there had been several times, but those times there was still a chance of escape. Now, she had no means of retaliation. At this moment, she was at the mercy of others. She didn't like this feeling. The gunman said, "Ha, you're kidding. With Super S-class genetic strength, how could such a disease exist? You must have tampered with it." As soon as these words were spoken, the dark muzzles of their guns rose, all pointed at Zhao Shi. Their expressions were solemn, as if they were about to attack her and blast her to pieces. Zhao Shi raised her eyes, her expression suddenly cold. Then what makes you think a genetically defective pseudo S-class like me can do anything to him? Don't jump to conclusions without any evidence. She swept her gaze over the men, not a trace of fear, but even a hint of menace. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences of your misjudgment. Besides the captain, you're the only one here. Who else could it be but you? One of the disciplinary officers asked. You must have a weapon on you. Oh, a body search, huh? Zhao Shi suddenly grinned, spreading her arms and strutting forward. Who's going to do this? The men exchanged glances, but no one dared to step forward. Oh, right. If you keep focusing on me, your captain might never wake up. Zhao Shi's gaze flicked to Lin Tanyan, who was lying on the sofa. The men's expressions immediately changed upon hearing this. They started making calls and calling for help. Soon, a doctor arrived and took Lin Tanyan away. But Zhao Shi's door was still surrounded by a siege. Several disciplinary officers looked as if they were ready to tear her apart. Zhao Shi slumped down on the sofa, crossed her legs, and ignored their stares. Are you still not leaving? Okay, then, please do as you please. If the captain hadn't told me to, I'd really kick you out. This is his office. The disciplinary officer, seeing Zhao Shi's arrogance, felt a pang of rage. Why? You want to come sit here too? Come on, I'm very generous. Zhao Shi patted the empty seat next to the sofa. It's just that he got into trouble after you arrived. If anything happens to him, you're done. From now on, someone will be watching you around the clock. You can't clear your suspicion until he wakes up. Oh, anything else? If not, then goodbye. I won't see you off. I'm under house arrest now, and I can't talk to anyone. The men left angrily, and the door slammed shut. Seeing the door closed and locked, Zhao Shi slowly sat up. Her back was soaked. What a cauldron that's fallen from the sky. Lin Tanyan, you better wake up. Chapter 45. Zhao Shi propped her head up, one hand resting on the sofa, her head tilted, like a dead dog. She was utterly depressed. This Lin Tanyan must have some hidden illness, and she had the bad luck to run into it. If anything happened to him, even if the Lin family knew the cause of his illness and didn't hold it against her, there was no guarantee that those who were trying to curry favor with her wouldn't attack her. Although the Zhao family was not weak, and the original owner's father was the former Supreme Counselor of the Star Alliance, he was still former after all. As the saying goes, death is like the extinguishing of a candle, and the tea party gets cold when a person leaves. And she really didn't want to go back to Shirian. Her life was nothing like a human life, more like a canary in prison. Zhao Shi sighed. She wasn't demanding, and had a good sense of self-awareness. She knew she wasn't someone who could accomplish anything great. I just wanted to be a carefree little network administrator, playing games every day and just getting by, but why do things always come knocking on my door? She collapsed limply, her body sliding downward, almost sliding to the ground. Zhao Shi's lifeless eyes flickered, and suddenly caught sight of the white wall across from her. Wait a minute, if she remembered correctly, didn't Lin Tanyan glance at that wall before he fainted? And his expression was very strange. Zhao Shi examined the wall carefully. Indeed, there was nothing there. She suddenly jerked her legs and sat up abruptly. Could there be something here that ordinary people couldn't see, but Super S levels could? Could it be a ghost? Had a ghost attacked Lin Tanyan? Zhao Shi immediately huddled against the sofa, curled up in a ball, her own fear breaking into a cold sweat. If a ghost could kill Lin Tanyan, wouldn't it be easy for her to do the same? Zhao Shi looked left and right, up and down, even under the sofa. Then, turning her head to survey the office from 360 degrees, she caught sight of her reflection in the filing cabinet's glass. She saw a slender older woman, her exposed muscles not overly muscular, but perfectly proportioned, curled up in a corner of the sofa. She had a sharp, striking face, eyes with a hint of white, giving them a cold, almost sickly look. The older woman looked up at her, hugging her long legs and trembling. Suddenly, I felt so stupid. Why? Zhao Shi sat up straight and averted her eyes. Could ghosts really exist in the interstellar space? After sitting there bored for a while longer, she dozed off, then woke up again. Her energy returned so quickly that she couldn't fall asleep. I don't know if it's an illusion, but during this time away from home, she seemed to be feeling a little better. The days of confinement were incredibly boring. Zhao Shi memorized the skill descriptions and team combinations from the games she played before, and then went on to memorize the textbook's basic detection and detection system fundamentals and practice issued by school. Then, she realized she had nothing to do. After all, she couldn't access the internet. Zhao Shi felt a little regretful. Why hadn't she read a couple more books while preparing? If only there were games to play, ugh. It had been ages since she logged in to kill the black hole. Ever since the last incident at school, she hadn't been quiet in real life. Zhao Shi remembered that she just met a good friend in the game, and they agreed to team up and play together. Although Hung Xingwuyan is a bit arrogant and aloof, he's also quite generous. He gave her millions right off the bat. He's a genuinely honest person. Most importantly, he's a skilled gamer. I heard he was a skilled player who could single-handedly take on multiple opponents even as a rookie. Based on my understanding of the game, the difficulty of the killing black hole dungeons will definitely increase. Without a strong teammate, it's going to be really hard to beat them. Zhao Shi thought, she hasn't logged into the game in so long. Is that guy going to find new teammates? No. I finally found a generous sponsor. Ahem, teammates who won't give me a rip-off. Thinking of this, she felt an inexplicable urge to try out Kill the Black Hole. She knew her optical computer was too limited to play games, and it couldn't even connect to the internet, so she hadn't had any hope in the first place. What is this? Then, her vision went dark, and a familiar sense of consciousness was crushed. She was completely shocked. No way. No way. She blinked, and when she opened her eyes again, she saw a transparent glass hatch surrounded by curved metallic walls. She pushed open the hatch and sat up, reaching out to examine her fingers, which were noticeably larger and less human-like in structure. The joints of the cyborg were connected by black armor-like material. Her long, lustrous, white hair, like lush grass, stretched to her sides like silk. This was the cyborg she had previously deposited at the black hole base. Holy crap! Kill the black hole? Could this game be installed on a basic optical board? And could it be operated this way? And her optical computer had no internet connection, so how on earth did it manage to do that? As expected of the interstellar age, technological advancements are rapid. She jumped out of the capsule with a swift flip. She hadn't expected to play games while confined. In her excitement, she couldn't help but shout, "Ha ha! I'm back! Watch me slaughter everyone, kicking the masters of major guilds, punching the planet's most powerful boss, and reaching the pinnacle of my life." After all, there was no one else in the cyborg center except the robot administrator. "Pa, pa, pa!" A cyborg with long blonde hair and an exotic appearance clapped his hands and said, "Well said, well said." Xiaoxi's expression immediately darkened, and she asked warily, "Who are you?" Then she looked around and realized this wasn't the place where she stored her cyborgs before. The previous place had been bright and quiet, decorated in a simple white, high-tech style. Rows of cyborgs were neatly arranged, and numerous robots were patrolling. It looked very formal. But this place was dark and gloomy, with a lack of light, as if it were underground. Xiaoxi looked around. A cramped stone room held only this one capsule, and a crowd of people gathered around it, each waiting to enter. Is the black hole base so awful? They took all that black money from me, and they secretly moved me to a lower-level center? The blonde cyborg laughed out loud, and the people around him glanced at each other and joined in. Ha ha! Funny, so funny! They were laughing heartily, some even bursting out in laughter, gasping for breath. The air was filled with a sense of elation, but Xiaoxi didn't understand it at all. The blonde, having laughed enough, looked up. "It seems you're truly a rookie. You don't know much about Kill the Black Hole." "What do you mean?" Xiaoxi looked around and noticed that while the people around her were laughing, they were all staring at her like prey. They didn't seem to be queuing up to use the capsule at all. "If I'm not mistaken, your black coin balance shouldn't be very high. Only enough to store your body in the biomass center for a few days." Xiaoxi thought about it. Indeed, she remembered that the storage fee there was very high, 8,000 black coins per hour, and her black coins only lasted for 5 days. She had originally planned to log in within 5 days, but then a lot of things happened, and it had already exceeded the 5-day limit. This game is really too hard. What happens if I don't have enough black coins? As Xiaoxi asked this, she clicked on her balance. When she saw the red 0, she vaguely guessed the result. The blonde cybernetic figure smiled. Of course, they'd be thrown out of the cybernetic center. The black hole base doesn't keep useless people. So, Xiaoxi's expression grew colder. "Did you pick me up?" "Oh, don't be so harsh." "Hello, Xi." He unfolded a golden metal fan, fanned it, and said, "I'm the vice president of the Antimatter Guild. Jean Zifei. My honors." "Sperm wasting?" Xiaoxi couldn't help but laugh. What a name, what a name. The man's accent was also strange, especially against the backdrop of interstellar space. But as far as Xiaoxi knew, this era's Renaissance and classical styles were the upper-class trends. Recalling that their family's former, supposedly the most expensive floating hotel, also had a slightly classical style. That's right, this interstellar person's pretense of being ancient always seems a bit out of place. Jean Zifei couldn't help but smile even more broadly when Xiaoxi praised his name. "It seems you're a real expert." "I understand. I understand too much. It's just impotence." Xiaoxi also smiled happily. Jean Zifei's face suddenly turned very ugly. Okay, to be precise, the cyborg didn't show any facial changes, but the shift in his eyes and demeanor was very noticeable. Xiaoxi could tell that this person's eyes said he wanted to strangle her. Hee hee. I hope you can understand what's right. Jean Zifei said, "Normally, a cyborg as advanced as yours should have been torn to pieces long ago, divided up among the brothers." Xiaoxi didn't even bother to ask why he hadn't. She just walked away, ready to find a way out of this shabby place. But the people surrounded her tightly, blocking her path. Please make way. It's okay, let her see. Jean Zifei gestured. The men stepped aside, and Zhao Shi searched but couldn't find the door. The room looked like a randomly dug pit from the ground. Finally, she saw a glimmer of light in a corner of the ceiling. She leaped up, taking 3 or 2 steps at a time. Then her foot slipped, and she nearly fell. She saw a terrifying sight. The land was covered in a dense swarm of insects, like a black tide. It practically engulfed the ground, leaving no place to stand. So were they forced underground? Where is this? Xuanyu Star. Also known as Xianwen Star, it's the most dangerous planet among the Xian-named planets. Jean Zifei's tone dragged on. This is Zerd Paradise. So what's your reason for keeping me here? Zhao Shi jumped down, landing steadily on the ground. Of course, we think you're useful. Join the Antimatter Guild. That's your only choice. What if I refuse? You won't refuse. First, our guild is rich. Very rich. If we achieve our goals, we can earn far more than we earn from the game. Zhao Shi swallowed. She was truly tempted. Alas, she already had teammates, and they were generous too. She was definitely not one to go back on their word. Just as Zhao Shi was about to say no, she heard Jean Zifei continue second. Why don't you look at your chest? Zhao Shi's heart trembled, and she hurriedly lowered her head. She knew that in this game, recognizing the pearl was the most important thing. It was as important as life. Her recognition pearl was intact. But a faint hint of something black, like a spider's leg, peeked out from the edge of the bead. She reached out to pull it. Hey! Don't move, it exploded. Jean Zifei made a stopping gesture with his fan. Zhao Shi, what a jerk. She should have known that being picked up wouldn't end well. Ha ha. When Zhao Shi looked up again, her expression had completely changed. I was just kidding. President Jean, nice to meet you. She turned and took Jean Zifei's hand, shaking it with both hands. How could I refuse? Our guild has such a strong foundation, and such a promising future. I'm so in love with it. Very good. Then let's see what you're capable of. How do you want to see? Zhao Shi smiled. How about a good beating? See if my fists are strong enough? Look, there's a raging insect swarm outside, and we're trapped here, unable to leave. Jean Zifei waved his fan. There's a kind of insect beast with the ability to conceal its presence. We don't know what it looks like, but it's naturally good at hiding. We just know its body fluids can help conceal us, and we need them to leave. Jean Zifei smiled. So go out and bring it back. Outside is a raging insect swarm. If they go out, they'd be eaten clean. That's why they're hiding underground. Zhao Shi smiled. Oh my god, Jean Zifei added, as if he knew she was cursing inwardly. Don't even think about leaving the game until you complete the mission. You know, right? You need a pod to leave. If we delay too long, it'd be bad if the main body starves to death. He smiled confidently, as if he had completely devoured Shi. Zhao Shi only learned later that this game normally requires a player to enter the capsule chamber to successfully exit. But for some reason, she was special. After the forced exit from the first game, she could play the game while doing other things. For example, right now, she was shouting to the disciplinary team at the door, saying she was starving and asking for food. Your captain might have a hidden illness. I was the only one there when it happened. If the doctor needs to ask me anything, who would answer if I'm starving? Give me more meat. I'm still growing, and I get hungry quickly. The members of the disciplinary inspection team, grudgingly and bitterly, were forced to bring her food. Zhao Shi took a look. Although it was a boxed lunch, there were 3 full boxes. 6 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, fish, beef, lamb, and a meat she had never seen before, plus a bowl of black chicken soup. Wow, the disciplinary inspection team's food was truly excellent. Zhao Shi decided to feign agreement for now. She was outmatched, and now a bomb had been planted. A brave man wouldn't be defeated. She would wait for an opportunity to reunite with Hengxing Wuyan, and then they could join forces. If it was Hengxing Wuyan, with his precise control over that mysterious light, defusing the bomb would be a piece of cake for her. Let me think. Are you thinking about Hengxing Wuyan right now? Don't look so surprised. You two newbies, the news of you slaughtering the 16-legged Spider Queen has already spread throughout the base. Jean Zifei's smile grew increasingly irritating. But you probably didn't know? Hengxing Wuyan is dead. Huh? If you're going to lie, at least make it sound decent. Don't believe me? You can check the leaderboards for yourself. Zhao Shi did as she was told and clicked on the leaderboards. but she didn't see Hung Xingwuyan's name anywhere. She scrolled down for a long time before finding his name at the very bottom. At the very bottom was the list of players who had recently died today. Hung Xingwuyan's name was grayed out. Zhao Shi? This can't be true, right? Did he quit the game? Did he even delete his account? Didn't we agree to be each other's angels? Chapter 46. Seeing Zhao Shi's shocked expression, Jin Zifei expressed satisfaction. So, just work honestly for any matter, and you definitely get some benefits. Dead? Zhao Shi suddenly looked up and smiled. So he's such a loser? He's not even worthy of being my teammate. She sat down on the cabin. Working for antimatter isn't a problem, but I need to know exactly what the benefits are. Jin Zifei and the antimatter executives had initially worried that Zhao Shi wouldn't be easy to control. Unexpectedly, unlike Hung Xingwuyan, she was a thoroughly vulgar person. Those who prioritize profit above all else are the easiest to manipulate. Any problem that can be solved with money isn't a big deal. Complete the mission assigned by the organization, and you receive double the black coins and higher-end mecha parts. Money, beauty, everything. Jin Zifei said, Mao is, of course, real life. Delivered directly to your door, that's easy. Then I'm so excited. Can I get an advance on the beauty-o? Zhao Shi rubbed her hands, her eyes sparkling. Of course not. Finish this job first. Jin Zifei mentally added another comment about her. Lustful. Easier to control. So what? No, what is our mission this time? Zhao Shi asked. Of course, it's to kill the Insect King. A boss of this caliber is worth so much black coins. One opening would be enough to sustain him for 10 years. Zhao Shi paused, then asked, Do you know how Rampant and Silence died? Don't get me wrong, I just want to see how we can avoid his demise. Jin Zifei waved his metal fan. Originally, this is classified information and shouldn't be disclosed easily. His expression shifted. But after all, you're a member of our guild now? Hung Xingwuyan is so arrogant that he dared to explore the Zerg nest alone. Deep within the nest lies the Zerg King. The entire Xuanyu star is teeming with Zerg species, but this planet has only one Zerg King, who serves all Zerg. The Zerg King can mobilize the entire planet's Zerg. What a terrifying power! Jin Zifei smirked. The outcome is obvious. Hung Xingwuyan fails the challenge and dies. It's gone. I guess it was torn to pieces and eaten by the insect swarm, leaving nothing behind. Really? Zhao Shi lowered his head, unable to see her expression. Then how can we be sure we can defeat the Insect King? And not suffer the same fate as him? That's not your concern. Jin Zifei closed his fan. The guild will make its own arrangements. So now it's your turn. Do you have a way to bring back the Qin insect fluid? The rest of the guild looked over at her, with a certain eagerness. As soon as she said no, they rushed over and dismantled her body. Bring it back? Zhao Shi looked as if she had heard something unbelievable. She suddenly laughed. Aren't there swarms of swarmas here? Do you still need me to lead them? The people around her gasped at her words. Jin Zifei was so startled that he almost dropped his fan. He spoke through his teeth. What did you say? Swarmas are scouts among the Zerg. They have a wide range, and are difficult for the enemy to detect. It possesses a highly concealable ability, able to conceal its scent and form, making it difficult to see with the naked eye. It can even camouflage the shape of nearby objects, such as a stone, a lump of mud, or even a person. Instantly, the people around them froze, their eyes darting to see if there were any strange figures nearby. Jin Zifei lowered his voice to a whisper. Are you telling the truth? Xia's story was far-fetched, but they had to treat it with caution. After all, the air-hiding insects were known to be exceptionally cryptic. I'm not talented. In real life, I'm an expert in Zerg research. Zhao Shi comforted him, but there's no need to be so cautious. We've been here for so long, haven't we? In this weather, the Zerg are active in large numbers, forming a swarm, and this is when the aircloak Zerg, which are usually responsible for reconnaissance, rest. Zhao Shi explained, they're anaerobic. The oxygen in the space is low. When the oxygen concentration drops below a certain level, they wake up. Jin Zifei murmured, that means they're about to wake up. The organisms they each use are biological products, and also require oxygen to maintain activity. Once awake, the surging Zerg outside will receive their information and discover their location. Jin Zifei couldn't help but glance at Shigao. He hadn't expected her, despite appearing so greedy and unreliable, to be a Zerg expert. No wonder the higher-ups paid special attention to her. It seemed she truly had something special. Jin Zifei. So, there's only one solution now. Zhao Shi nodded helplessly. Ah, that's right. Jean Zifei glanced at everyone around him, and pointed at the ground with his fan. Then we have to dig a hole underground to avoid this area. But we haven't tried this method until now precisely because we can't be sure there's a worm nest underground. If we're unlucky and encounter a worm nest, we all die. The others said, this method is too risky. That's truly short-sighted. Jiaoshi said in a rather literary manner. I don't care if there are Zerg below. I can't go up there and fight so many Zerg alone. Jean Zifei frowned, thinking over it all, feeling extremely conflicted. Jiaoshi emphasized, if we delay any longer, the Qin bug will soon wake up. Dare to fight, there's still hope. Sitting there and waiting for death will surely lead to certain death. Alright. Dig underground. Jean Zifei glanced at Jiaoshi. Judging by her wording, which matched his own, and her use of the 4-character phrase core fire and perfection, it turned out she was a close friend. If not her, who else should they listen to? Since the vice president had given the order, everyone had no choice but to obey. They began digging downwards with all their might. After a while, they encountered something hard, like iron. What is this? Here. Who has a body with a flamethrower? Melt it open. That's too slow and consumes too much oxygen. I just cut it open. A man stretched out his arm, and a sharp, bluish-colored blade emerged from behind it. Jiaoshi glanced at it, and felt it looked familiar. It looked like the blade of a green-bladed beetle. The man thrust the long blade into the iron block. This bottom is hollow. Then he made a few more cuts, carving out a passage wide enough for one person to pass through. Please, she. Jean Zifei, standing beside her, raised his fan. Jiaoshi knew she was there to lead the way in the experiment. If there was any danger, she would be left behind, giving the others time to escape. She jumped down without hesitation. 2 seconds later. Oh my! Jiaoshi couldn't help but exclaim. What's going on? What's the situation down there? Jean Zifei craned his neck. It's safe for now, Jiaoshi replied. Then what are you surprised about? Jean Zifei jumped down shortly after, his expression changing. They were actually in a subway car. The gray frosted floor, the white interior, the transparent windows, the wide corridors, the long escalators, the neatly organized facilities, the food carts, and so on, looked like an underground city. On this Zerg-infested planet, there were actually traces of human civilization. This was simply bizarre. After everyone got out, Jean Zifei arranged them into groups to explore the area. As Jiaoshi exited the subway door, she was hit on the head, hissing in pain. Mechanids are much taller than ordinary people. This door was clearly not designed for them, let alone for the Zerg. She chose to enter the subway control room to see if there was a route to a deeper level. She had just gotten a rough idea of where the Zerg nest was located, having learned from a few people along the way. Since Hung Xing Wuyin had revealed his location in the Zerg nest, she was definitely going to reunite with him. That's right, Jiaoshi didn't believe Hung Xing Wuyin would die. Given his obsession with killing monsters, the chances of him quitting the game were slim. And knowing him well, he wouldn't do anything without confidence. Although they hadn't known each other long, they had a close relationship, so she didn't think she misjudged him. Besides, if he didn't want his whereabouts known, it wouldn't be possible for others to know. You're making this up, aren't you? A voice suddenly came from behind. Jiaoshi turned, and was met with a pair of cold blue eyes, like 2 points of deep-sea ice. Silver-gray hair, cold white skin, and a thin, black armor like thread running from his jaw down his chest. This person's mecha was unusually attractive. Jiaoshi knew that attractive mechas often signified great strength in this game. I don't understand what you're talking about. The Qin insect, adept at swimming, hides in water. The person in front of him said, from the Zerg 1000 pedigree. It wouldn't appear in a waterless earthen cave. Chapter 47. Jiaoshi's body instantly tensed, entering combat readiness. She turned around with a smile on her face. Oh, I didn't expect there was such a cultured person here. She had assumed no other player would research such obscure Zerg lore as diligently as she did. What's the situation here? As if by chance, Jean Zifei had also entered the control room at that very moment. Seeing no one speak, Jean Zifei seemed a little surprised. What's wrong? Jiaoshi chuckled dryly. I found out. We're on the second floor below, and there's another floor below. Although she was facing Jean Zifei, her peripheral vision was focused on the man who had seen through her lie. The man simply glanced at Jean Zifei with a cold expression and nodded as a greeting. He wandered around the control room, as if on patrol, and then left without a word. It was as if he had never said that before. What a strange person. Zhao Shi secretly memorized the ID on his chest identification bead. Silver Butterfly. How could it be such a name? Zhao Shi had thought he was called something like Cold Face or Blue Eyes. Jin Zifei glanced at the game communication interface, his hand swiping across the screen in the air. He suddenly laughed out loud. Zhao Shi couldn't see his interface, and thought to himself, it's probably not a good thing. Jin Zifei licked his lips. Let's go, business is coming. Business? Zhao Shi was puzzled. As soon as Jin Zifei finished speaking, he instantly shot out of the control room, like a streak of golden light. Zhao Shi, exerting his strength, followed closely behind. They were moving very fast. Jin Zifei stopped in front of a car near the elevator, the door of which was tightly closed. Let me see, is the little mouse here? Jin Zifei opened his fan, and the iron fan suddenly grew larger. With a wave of his hand, he split the carriage door, smashing through it with a clash of sharp weapons. A scream echoed from within. The man's leg was severed, and a thick green fluid oozed from the wound. The man's expression was painful, and he wailed. Zhao Shi recognized it. The man's body resembled the shell of a Zerg species, the patterns were almost identical, and there was that familiar smell. She had encountered this species before during the insect outbreak at Communication University. Wait, so his body was made by the Zerg, so that's the setup. They hunt strange Zerg species, and use them to genetically modify humans, turning them into more powerful weapons to fight against the bizarre species that threaten human survival. This explains the origin of their bodies. Not bad, not bad. The setting is very detailed. Zhao Shi raised her hand and looked down at her arm. It was much wider than a normal human skin, but she couldn't tell what kind of Zerg it was. Don't kill me. The man howled and retreated. Killing people will result in a deduction of black coins. You know that, right? Jin Zifei smiled. I know. As he spoke, his hand continued to move, rapidly waving his fan. After several flashes of golden light, the ground was covered with neatly arranged fragments of the machine. With a wave of his hand, he collected them all. 2.5 million black coins. TSK, how stingy. He then emptied the man's account of all the black coins. Only a dimming white bead remained on the ground. Jin Zifei gently moved his foot and kicked it directly into the gap between the subway and the platform. If I don't destroy the bead myself, it doesn't count as murder. Zhao Shi was a little shocked. So, she had witnessed a violent robbery? No wonder, no wonder. Those black coins the Antimatter Guild promised to double were actually obtained in this way. Just throw the bead here? Zhao Shi asked. Wouldn't that mean this person couldn't exit the game? Then she thought again. Since she could exit without a mecha bay, others should be able to too. It would just be a little more troublesome. But this kind of equipment robbery is truly unethical. If it wasn't thrown here, would you dare pick it up? Jin Zifei smiled. That's true. Ever since Zhao Shi's experience with the player named Musei, she knew that things like bead were best avoided. Guild President Jin is truly amazing. He caught this rat in no time. A nearby person said, his hand pressed against the ground. Ripples of transparent light emanated from his palm. There are quite a few rats on this floor. My detection capabilities can't penetrate the building. I've marked every location they've been in for the past minute. Now everyone is focused on rounding them up. What do you mean by rats? Zhao Shi couldn't help but ask. Jin Zifei laughed heartily. Ha ha. Of course, it's these retail investors who don't have the backing of a major guild. Retail investors are always the leaks waiting to be harvested. In this game, retail investors specifically refer to players who act independently without guild affiliation. Zhao Shi understood. So, many people had already been hiding on this floor. Indeed, the insect swarm outside was surging, making it impossible to escape. And now, the Antimatter Guild was acting like bandits, stealing resources and hunting down everyone here. Screams and cries of pain echoed everywhere. Looking around, those hiding were being found one after another by the Antimatter Guild. They were like scattered sand, facing better equipped hunters, and this coordinated encirclement and hunting, unable to resist. Report? Do you want to keep this person? No, kill him. Jin Zifei waved his hand, laughing recklessly. Do you want to keep this person? It took the four of us working together to suppress him. Oh. Then, keeping this person might be of some use to the guild. Jin Zifei stepped up to the man, raised his hand, and paused in front of the consciousness bead on his chest. Then, a black, spider-like creature leaped into the gap between the man's consciousness bead and his body and disappeared. Zhao Shi's scalp tingled. She glanced down at her chest, so she too had been touched by this thing. What did you put there? The man felt an itchy itch in his chest, a sensation like ants crawling. The others around him let him go, and he suddenly became furious. He leaped up, 3 glimmering claws emerging from his fists, and struck Jean Zifei's chest. What? Jean Zifei laughed. Something to keep you obedient. Jean Zifei was unhurried, simply snapping his fingers. Then the man froze, suddenly falling to the ground and convulsing violently, as if having a seizure. Isn't hunting fun? Jean Zifei tilted his head and asked Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi's face was expressionless, seemingly indifferent, and her hands, hidden behind her back, were clenched into fists. This dark guild truly has no moral compass. She didn't think this was how the game was supposed to be played. The environment was so deplorable, and the game company wasn't doing anything about it. Then a message flashed on Zhao Shi's game interface. She tilted her head and, at Jean Zifei's prompt, clicked on it. This was a map of this floor. See those red dots? These are some of the more troublesome retail investors. He glanced at the message. Wow, not bad. They even injured one of our people. But I imagine they shouldn't be a problem for you. Jean Zifei waved his fan and smiled generously. As your first hunt, the guild agrees. All your spoils will be yours. So she? Please. Chapter 48. Jean Zifei meant that she should kill someone. Zhao Shi clenched her fists behind her back. Just play the game. Isn't it good for everyone to work together to kill monsters? It's not like the monsters won't spawn. Why do you have to do something so tasteless, this game company too? Why don't they have a feature to ban players from fighting each other? Zhao Shi wanted to find the feedback interface. She wanted to make suggestions. She wanted to complain. Why haven't you done anything yet? Jean Zifei half smiled. If you're late, someone else will get the prey. I have to remind you, we at Antimatter don't keep useless people without any achievements. Jean Zifei's gaze flickered to her chest, making a fist, and then releasing his fingers. Bang! Zhao Shi's eyes jumped. A chill ran down her chest. She could almost feel the bomb beating like her heart. How could that be? She gave him a determined smile. I'd be delighted. But I just leave them one last bit of joy before their death. After saying this, Zhao Shi opened the map and followed the nearest red dot. The red dot kept moving very fast. Zhao Shi zeroed in on one of them, and saw that the person was moving further and further away, entering an abandoned corridor in the subway station. This is great, Zhao Shi thought. She looked around. There were no other members of the Antimatter Guild around. Perhaps she could negotiate with this person and hide it from the guild, so that both she and the other person could survive. After turning a corner, Zhao Shi saw the person squatting at the corner of the tracks, holding his head, trembling. For a moment, Zhao Shi felt a surge of sympathy for these people. They were being hunted down just for playing a game. Was it the fault of individual investors? It was all because of these big guilds. After all, she was a retail investor, forced into the guild as a victim. She would never embarrass her fellow guild members. Zhao Shi smiled, trying to appear friendly as she slowly approached. The man heard her voice and trembled as he slowly turned. She waved and greeted him. Hello. Then a flash of cold light shot straight into her chest at incredible speed, accompanied by the man's sinister smile as he turned back. Go to hell. The strong wind whipped her silver hair up, and Zhao Shi's eyes were filled with astonishment. It was so fast, at such close range, the tip of the knife pierced her palm. And piercing pain spread, and a transparent, reddish tissue fluid oozed from her palm, dripping down her arm. Zhao Shi was terrified, staring at the man in front of her in disbelief. How could someone kill someone without a word? It was only because she raised her hand in greeting that the tip of the knife would have pierced her consciousness bead. You misunderstood, Zhao Shi explained hastily. I'm here to negotiate with you. I'm a victim of antimatter control. I was once a retail investor like you. Hiss. The man in front of her looked at her, glanced up and down, and gasped. What a perfect machine! The man ignored her words, staring at her machine with his eyes gleaming green. Then, Zhao Shi saw 3 more people closing in on her. They were moving at breakneck speed, charging towards her in a pincer attack. Zhao Shi glanced at the map and realized that the red dots, which were clearly not there, had suddenly appeared there. These 4 people were clearly the prey the guild had marked earlier. What's going on? Can they teleport? Curious? I let you know before you die. One of them explained, some of us have the ability to interfere with detection. Another said, haha. You're allowed to hunt retail investors? Let's kill a fat dragon today too. Retail investors often refer to large guilds as dragon heads. The 3 of them had already joined forces to attack Zhao Shi. even with the three of them on the attack, and the individuals marked in red as the guild's most troublesome targets. Zhao, she felt completely overwhelmed. She blocked one man's attack, slid sideways to avoid the attacks of the other two, and after gaining some distance, she quickly said, "I'm a retail investor too. I was forced by antimatter. We should unite to overthrow these tyrannical guilds, right? I want the head and the main torso. This plan was my idea. You're too greedy. One person wants so much, is that enough? First, I want the arm. Mine's not very flexible anymore. No! That's not fair." The others were already arguing over how to divide the spoils, and no one was listening. Whoever contributed the most should choose first. One of them glared at Zhao Shi and smiled wickedly. Whoever punctures the identification bead first gets to decide the distribution. How about that? Although destroying the identification bead will result in a black coin deduction, what's the point of that? Opponents of similar strength didn't dare hold back. They attacked with all possible force, striving to defeat their opponent quickly. Otherwise, they would be the ones to die. Zhao Shi, what should I say? All crows are black. At that moment, the four men all had wolf-like glares, surrounding her like a fat sheep. Zhao Shi decided not to hold back and engage them. As soon as she unleashed her might, her physique and combat awareness were too formidable, and her speed was insane. Instantly, the men were overwhelmed, and two of them, caught off guard, nearly had their consciousness bead shattered by her punch. Why are you still conserving your strength? If you don't use your spiritual form, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat her. One of them shouted. The men exchanged glances. They had originally intended to save their strength for the later slaying of the Insect King, but now this prey wasn't a bad deal. Several flashes of light flashed before them. A long sword appeared out of thin air, and guns gleaming with a pale white light were aimed at Zhao Shi. Another man, standing directly on a suspended steel plate, gazed down at her from above, his body surrounded by a dense mass of rebar pulled from the wall. Zhao Shi was stunned at the sight. No, are you guys blatantly cheating? Wait. Hengxing Huiyan seems to have special skills too. Last time we fought, she used a whip made from tendons extracted from monsters. And now, with her bare hands, she's hitting with her head? Zhao Shi found it strange. Why do these people have skills, and she doesn't? What's wrong? And now, Zhao Shi felt there was only one way, run. She's trying to run. Quick! Block her escape route. The person said to observe, she was transmitting a live feed. Jin Zifei opened the system, and looked at the footage. He sat on a throne, swaying and fanning himself. He seemed to be communicating with someone. President, she doesn't even have a spirit form. She's probably not even A rank. There's no point in keeping her. He shook his head. TSK, she actually escaped. How embarrassing. Should we just wipe her out? There's no point in leaving such a powerful machine to a worthless person without even a spirit form. Wait a little longer. A voice came from the other end, but it had a slight electronic tint, clearly processed. What are you waiting for, President? What exactly do you like about her? An expert in Zerg research? Oh, so you believe her? The voice said, anyone who can travel with rampant and silence should not be underestimated. What do you mean? Does that mean she tricked me? Jin Zifei was a little angry, his expression contorted. So what? It's not easy for someone without a spirit form to survive here. TSK, President, do you need me to live stream you? Oh, it would be terrible if the machine was damaged. Northwest direction cleared. At this moment, a silver gray-haired figure returned with a team behind him. Indai, you're more useful. Jin Zifei closed his fan and sat up. 32 kills, the current record. Indai said nothing more, lifting the person she was carrying and throwing him in front of Jin Zifei. This person's spirit is for detection, which is exactly what we need right now. Excellent. Well done. Jin Zifei lifted the man's chin with his fan. Right now, we're short of people with detection capabilities. Find more of them so we can jointly analyze the location of the Zerg nest and choose a safe path to avoid large numbers of Zerg. With so few people, if someone doesn't tell the truth, we won't be able to judge. A tiny black electronic spider crawled along the fan, crawling towards the man. At this moment, the man, his hands bound, knelt on the ground. He suddenly looked up and said abruptly, "You've done too many evil things. You deserve this today." What did you say? India's face darkened. Quick! Get out of the way. He's going to self-destruct his spirit. Consciousness is the most attractive nutrient for them. Then, let's die together. Indai quickly raised her hand, instantly erecting an ice shield to protect everyone behind her. Jean Zifei's fan expanded, surrounding him. The powerful impact shattered the ice shield, cracking Jean Zifei's fan and sending everyone flying. Because of the damage to their spirits, Enai and Jean Zifei's faces were extremely grim. Holding their heads, they struggled to support their bodies. The others couldn't even get up for a long time. Thankfully, the man's mental power level wasn't too high, so they managed to hold it off. If a higher level spirit had self-destructed, the entire subway floor would have been toppled. But at this moment, the ground continued to tremble, cracking layer upon layer. Enai and Jean Zifei suddenly remembered what the man had said. Oh no! With a loud bang, the ground shattered into pieces, and a large mass of wriggling white matter pushed against the ground and rose up. Over there, Zhao Shi was still being beaten and desperately trying to escape. As she ran, she kept thinking, how can I acquire skills? Skills. Give me some awesome skills. She screamed in her mind. Seemingly feeling something, she stretched out her hand and made a Spider-Man web-shooting gesture with her right hand, but still nothing happened. Hurry! I'm almost catching up to her. One of them shouted excitedly. The wall was just ahead. The road had come to an end. There's nowhere to escape. Ugh! The man's smile froze as he stared at the white, wriggling mass on his neck. It was covered in dense spikes, swelling and entangling itself as it absorbed tissue fluid. The man's body visibly collapsed. Then, as if it had discovered something precious, the spikes let out a trembling scream as they plunged directly into the man's consciousness bead on his chest. The man let out a shriek of agony, a cry that felt like it pierced his soul, utterly terrifying. It wants to eat my consciousness. The others' faces paled horribly. Several fled, but all routes were blocked. They wielded swords and cannons, temporarily repelling it, but the tentacles were nearly endless. It's over. The series of miserable screams from behind made Zhao Shi's scalp tingle. Underground, soft, white cones, like giant bamboo shoots, pounded through the ground with a series of bang, bang, bang noises, approaching and growing denser. Zhao Shi looked back. The fleeing individuals had all fallen silent. She saw their bodies, thrust against the ceiling, gradually shrunken. One person was even stabbed in the middle of their tailbone. Zhao Shi sighed, oh, this so tragic. Zhao Shi recognized this creature. Its name. Baijio. Its enormous size, resembling an inverted tree with countless roots, usually guards large insect nests, absorbing the surrounding vitality and providing nutrients for the nest. Sighting it meant the nest was not far away. Hung Xing Wuyan, will you be there? At this moment, the path ahead was completely blocked. Zhao Shi turned, instinctively raising her hand to block, but a white root pierced through her arm and stabbed into her stomach. The moment the thing entered her body, she felt her strength rapidly draining away, and Zhao Shi half knelt on the ground. The thing was still deepening, trying to move up through the body to the position of the consciousness bead, but as if it was stuck, the root suddenly stopped moving. At this moment, the white root suddenly deflated at a visible speed. Zhao Shi felt a slight swelling and heat in her wrist, as if something was about to grow out of it. Suddenly, there was a puff sound. Zhao Shi looked at it before her, deeply moved. Wow, is this her skill? The spider silk she just released? It's just that its charging time is a little long. This feeling like a fart that I've been holding back for so long. Finally released. At the same time, Jean Zifei and the others fled, dodging and fighting, trying to find a less densely packed area. Then, looking up, they saw a clearing ahead, free of fluttering tentacles. But there seemed to be something even more terrifying. The rising dust and white debris obscured their view, and just as they hesitated whether to move forward, a figure emerged from the tangle of debris, red eyes, and silver hair flowing at their sides. She wielded a sword as white as bone. Around her, broken tentacles lay scattered on the ground. That sword resembled both bone and strangely shaped white thorns, giving her a chilling, goosebump-inducing feeling. When Jean Zifei saw who it was, he was stunned. Didn't she know how to release a spirit form? Did she learn this on the spot? The president's voice on the other end of the line was steady, yet slightly trembling, his emotions surging and straining, barely contained. Be sure to control her. She will be a powerful helper for us. Chapter 49. Zhao Shi held her summoned creature in her hand. This was a skill unique to her. It was like a part of her, moving completely at her will. She wanted it to be a sword, and it was. She thought it looked so beautiful, white, cool, and familiar. Then, the others saw she contemplating the hideous, bone-like sword in her hand with a strange smile. She slowly raised her head, and even her eyes seemed to become as ferocious and terrifying as her unknown spirit. Jean Zifei unconsciously took a half step back. Now, he dared not underestimate her anymore. How could someone who could unleash a spirit in such a short time be called human? This was a monster. Then he thought again. She had been infected with the black worker spider that their guild used to control retail investors. They relied on this to attract many players who were initially stubborn. Initially, these people were reluctant to serve the guild. However, under the lure of material gains and the natural inertia of human nature after long-term obedience and control, they gradually lost their ability to reason for themselves and willingly serve the guild, no longer harboring any intention of resistance. Jean Zifei glanced at the nearby silver butterfly. He clapped his fan. Oh, she wouldn't be any different. Those white tentacles continued to emerge from the ground, seeking to absorb these people as nutrients for the hive. Jean Zifei's expression changed when he heard the command from the communication line. Are you sure? Okay. His expression became serious for once. We've received the order from above. Now that we've discovered the location of the white trouble tree that powers the hive, we must eliminate it. This will weaken the Insect King's strength, allowing us to launch a general attack once all preparations are complete. The white twist tree, though called a tree, is actually a species of insect. It is a vast energy storage body formed by countless white twist insects intertwined, devouring and merging with each other. It grows underground, is enormous, and its branches are highly regenerative, flexible, and covered with paralyzing barbs, making it extremely formidable. The members' faces suddenly turned grim. President Jean, isn't this mission too difficult? Everyone was still being chased by its tentacles, and now they were suddenly told to confront it head-on. Isn't that just unbelievable? This mission will be divided based on contribution, and the reward for black coins will be tripled. Their eyes lit up. President, that's brilliant. So we're going to the next floor now. I know the elevator over there goes straight down. Zhao Shi reunited with them. But the elevator shaft is damaged, be careful. Is your spirit form a sword? Jean Zifei couldn't help but ask. This thing looked rather strange. It seemed to be plant-based, but there wasn't anything plant-like about it. It barely resembled white thorns. It also seemed to be an item-based thing, resembling a sword made of some kind of bone, exuding a chilling, unsettling aura. A spirit form? Zhao Shi had heard of this term. It was something only some people with A and S level genes possessed. It usually couldn't materialize, appearing as a translucent, intangible form. Many people's spirit forms were only visible to themselves, and they were used for support in combat. Zhao Shi glanced at the object she felt tangibly in her hand. It was clearly not a spiritual being in the conventional sense. She simply assumed that the game summons just happened to use the term spiritual being. Yes, it's a sword, Zhao Shi said casually. She herself had no idea what it was. It had suddenly sprouted from her wrist, and its shape could be manipulated. Jean Zifei's expression was clear. It was indeed a sword. It really suited her. Spiritual beings, like people, were a bit cheap. He was still pissed that he had been fooled by She's fabricated lies. He thought, for all his cleverness, he'd been fooled. He secretly resolved to get back at them sooner or later. For now, the stronger ones took a shortcut, jumping down the elevator shaft, while the others searched for the stairs. Tentacles also squirmed in the elevator shaft. After Silver Butterfly briefly condensed ice to contain them, Zhao Shi and Jean Zifei unleashed their skills to whittle them away. As Zhao Shi whittled away at the branches, she could even feel her summons trembling with excitement, absorbing the life force of the tentacles, strengthening themselves. With a flicker of her mind, Zhao Shi told them to be more restrained, to avoid being discovered. They could also recharge themselves with Zerg. She felt that her summons were somewhat different from others, and to avoid trouble, she decided to keep them hidden. Reaching the next level, the ground had completely vanished. The faint outline of the subway station could be seen, but the iron structures were completely corroded and shattered, leaving them in a state of disrepair. White covered the entire ground, a crisscross of surging tentacles. As soon as they stepped on it, the tentacles began to surge, nearly sending them careening into a heap. Zhao Shi thrust his white thorn sword, let's call it that for now, downward, gripping the hilt to steady himself. The tentacles shrieked in pain as their spikes rubbed against each other, moving aside to give Zhao Shi some space to stand. Move quickly. If the Insect King learns our purpose, he quickly alert the nearby Zerg, and that will be even more troublesome. Jean Zifei said, we don't have much time. The three of them scurried through the surging sea of white tentacles, heading towards the center of the underground. The tentacles grew denser and thicker the further they went. In the end, even Zhao Shi had to strike repeatedly with his thorn sword to sever a single tentacle. In the center, The tentacles intertwined into something like a giant white steamer. The spikes on their tentacles rubbed and vibrated, making a rustling sound that sounded like a mixture of talking and laughing, a rather eerie sound. The ground here cracked and sunk into the mud. The large white steamer was only a corner exposed, the bulk still buried deeper below. It formed a spiral structure, like a surging white sea. This energy storage center was immense, extending deep underground, like a white, bottomless abyss. Jean Zifei paused. If they continued forward, would they be courting death? With this thought, he unfolded his fan, turned around, and prepared to retreat. He didn't even bother to notify the other two. But then, white tentacles suddenly erupted from all around, erecting a massive, curved wall over 10 meters high, blocking all three of them from retreat and forcing them forward. It was as if they had been waiting for them to enter the cage. Jean Zifei recalled an ancient poem, catching a turtle in a jar. He began to regret accepting this mission, but then he thought, who would dare refuse the guild president's arrangement? No one else can even get to this location. Jean Zifei glanced at the message. They can't even handle those tentacles on the periphery. What a bunch of losers. We're the only ones left here. Zhao Shi and Yin Dai nodded. Unlike Jean Zifei's frustration, Zhao Shi was somewhat excited. That's good. This way we can get the most black coins. Jean Zifei smiled, but in reality, he was laughing at her ignorance. Think about whether you can get out alive. I've requested assistance from the guild president. It takes some time for the reinforcements to arrive. Let's just pray we can make it through this. Zhao Shi was puzzled by this. What did it mean? Someone else was trying to snatch the black coins from her? This wouldn't do. Chapter 50. This place was enormous. Thick branches twisted and intertwined in giant spirals, growing wildly underground, converging into a white abyss. It was the kind with a lid. In a few brief breaths of hesitation, the three of them were completely enveloped, leaving no room for escape. The branches of the white thorn tree were also Zerg. Judging from this situation, it seemed as if an infinite number of Zerg had gathered in this place. It's just that they were forced to grow together, forming a giant conjoined twin. The three of them looked at each other in bewilderment. So how can we kill something this big? Can we kill it all? Jean Zifei's face darkened. We seem more like we're the ones being killed. He had already cursed the president in his heart many times. The president, who never showed up and always spoke to him in a false voice. The president never did anything without confidence, and he always planned everything carefully. But this time, it was almost a task that was 100% impossible. Jean Zifei checked the system, but his distress signal hadn't returned. Jean Zifei had originally thought he'd done so much for him that he was considered a confidant, but he hadn't expected him to be pushed directly into the fire pit just to kill such a thing. But the Baijioshu didn't give them a chance to think. Its tentacles, like a wave, attacked them, rolling in a wave-like pattern, shaking them into the abyss like sifting chaff. It wants to drag us directly down to the bottom to be eaten by the older tentacles. The tentacles down there are older, and the further down they are, the stronger they are. Zhao Shi clung to one of the tentacles tightly. To prevent herself from being thrown off, she clamped her thighs tightly around it, lying flat on top of it. This move was truly, utterly ungraceful, but there was nothing else to do. To avoid being pushed off, Jean Zifei and Yin Dai, faces visibly embarrassed, followed Shi's instructions. What good does it do to know? Is there any way? Jean Zifei's face paled. He groaned, wanting to vomit but unable to. Because cyborgs lack stomachs, they rely on specialized energy systems, similar to mechas, for their energy. The three of them were being tossed wildly, up and down, left and right, forward and backward. Zhao Shi felt like he was in a rocking car, and couldn't help but recall the nursery rhyme, Dad's dad is called Grandpa, Dad's mom is called Grandma. Oh my god, what time is it, and you're singing? Jean Zifei's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Ah, is there? Yes, Yin Dai, who had been silent, replied. Finally, Baijioshu seemed impatient, perhaps irritated by Zhao Shi's inexplicable song, but it suddenly went berserk. From the bottom of the tangled, bottomless pit, several incredibly thick tentacles shot out and lashed out at them, attempting to whip them away. Here they come! Watch out! The three of them dove back and forth among the dancing tentacles, using one for leverage to leap onto another. The thicker tentacles proved too difficult to chop, so they could only dodge, occasionally shaving off a few of the thinner ones. Keeping dodging like this isn't a solution. Eventually, your energy will run out, said Yin Dai. The three of them were now resting on the same tentacle, looking from a distance like three tiny four-legged insects. Perhaps there's a way. Zhao Shi suddenly said, from what I understand, Individual Zerg have brains and control centers, but their brain capacity isn't very large, as the Zerg King primarily commands. The brain is almost the most important and vulnerable part of any animal. The easiest, perhaps even the only way to kill it, is to destroy its brain. That way, it naturally won't be able to receive commands from the Zerg King, nor control its tentacles. Anyone can guess that. Jean Zifei said unhappily. The problem is, Zerg individuals aren't inherently intelligent. Despite their large size, their brains are likely the size of sesame seeds and mung beans. Where can we find one? I figure it out. Zergs usually protect their most important parts closely, so it might be. Zhao Shi saw the skeptical looks from the two people beside her. You don't believe me? She said slowly. I told you I'm an expert in Zerg studies. Jean Zifei, hee. Yin Dai, eh. At that moment, a sharp stinging pain suddenly spread throughout their bodies, like being gnawed by ants. The three of them reflexively jumped up to see that the tentacles they had been clinging to had sprouted sharp barbs, each covered in tiny nicks, grinding like a mouth. Now the three of them had nowhere to stand. If they touched anything, the thorns and bites would bite them fiercely. Finally, they're smarter now, Zhao Shi commented. The moment they leaped to avoid it, the tentacles nearby seized the opportunity and yanked them down, sending the three of them plummeting downwards by inertia. The three of them were pulled apart by a thread, and Zhao Shi was pulled into the intertwined wall of tentacles nearby. Immediately, the tentacles let out excited cries, entangling her and dragging her deeper into the wall. Zhao Shi struggled, but found no way to free herself. The tentacles in this area were too thick and numerous, exceeding her body's resistance. At this moment, it was like being stuck in a quagmire. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. Elsewhere, Jean Zifei and Yin Dai were also being dragged into the tentacle wall. They manipulated their spirits to attack them, but after severing some, new ones would quickly appear, endlessly. Spiritual bodies couldn't sustain themselves for long, and now, their mental strength was rapidly depleting. Zhao Shi's entire body disappeared from view. At first, a humanoid shape could be seen rising from the tentacle wall. The tentacles continued to cover and tighten, but soon, even the humanoid shape disappeared, completely merging into the tentacle wall. Zhao Shi was wrapped tightly, motionless, as if dead. The tentacles began to gnaw excitedly at her body. Soon, they noticed the shimmering white consciousness bead. This thing was the most delicious. The thickest tentacle nearby pushed aside the others, claiming the privilege of feasting. A pitch-black, barbed spike sprouted from its tip, then raised its head and plunged down fiercely. Found it. Sure enough, it's tiny. No wonder it's not very smart. The white, thorn-like branch compressed itself into a tiny mass, relying on precise control to evade all surrounding tentacles and penetrate deep into the earth. Below was nothing but a single green bean. It looks like something you like to eat. No one else is here, so go ahead and eat it. Excited with permission, it formed a tiny mouth on the branch and gobbled the bean in one gulp. At this point, the tentacle had already touched Zhao Shi's consciousness bead, but then it suddenly stiffened for a moment, then drooped limply. Simultaneously, the entire white abyss began to collapse. You want to eat my consciousness bead, I want to eat your brain. Alas, you're a step too slow. From the moment she stepped into this place, Zhao Shi had already been controlling her summons to dive underground. Suddenly, Zhao Shi's mind swelled, and fragmented images flashed before her eyes. Yang, stick with your classmates at school and listen carefully. If you get bullied, remember to tell mom when you get home. This was the back of a mother watching her child go to school for the first time. This crappy company, overtime all day long. We should just put a bed next to everyone's desk so they can be at the office all day. Haha, when you're working overtime, the company is your home. When you're a minute late, you think the company is your home. I want to get into the Star Alliance Military Academy. Protecting our galaxy, our home, has been my dream since I was a child. At the end of the clip, without exception, these people suddenly sprouted white tentacles. Then, their limbs began to transform, and their human skin was stretched open by the tentacles. The mother who had dropped her child off turned and saw a terrifying white monster in the glass window. The office worker, finally getting off work, walked out the company's glass door, and was frightened to tears by his own reflection in the glass. Students at school watched their teacher transform into a monster before their eyes. And so much more. Zhao Shi suddenly felt a headache and quickly severed contact with Bai Jingji. Come back after you've digested it yourself. Bai Jingji whimpered and slumped in frustration. What are these images? Are they the memories of those eaten by the Baijiu tree? So, were all these people killed by the parasite? But that doesn't make sense. Baijiu's tentacles don't parasitize humans. They're connected to the massive central core, absorbing energy from the outside and feeding it to the core, which then distributes a small portion of that energy back to them. To parasitize, the tentacles would have to detach from the core and use the human body as their sole habitat. This doesn't conform to Baijiu's survival patterns. So why is this happening? 64,000 light-years away, on Lanming Star. A man straightened his white cuffs, donning a meticulously tailored suit. On the desk before him lay a large, neatly arranged pile of documents. He picked up one. I knew she could. A voice came from the other end of the line. President, this person's style is too treacherous. Forgive me for using such an unconventional word, but she definitely strikes me as that. I'm afraid she's not easy to control. Why keep this unstable factor around? It would be a shame to abandon such a powerful force. She's the only one I've found so far whose talent rivals that of that person. Now that that person is in trouble, can we have a new star child? A star. One completely under my control. The man brewed a pot of tea, pouring it, scraping the foam, and setting it in the air with expert technique. He didn't drink it himself, as if he were brewing it for someone else. Witching, it's almost ready. You could enter the game and finish it. I want that thing. Chapter 51. The three of them scrambled out of the pile of tentacles, limp and muddy. We are saved. Jean Zifei felt a wave of fear. He had almost been killed. His fan was chipped in several pieces. He was exhausted, and his head was aching. After looking around, he realized there was no one else besides the three of them. In other words, it wasn't the help sent by the president who saved them. Why did it die so suddenly? Why? After regaining some strength, Jean Zifei asked curiously. Need I tell you? I did it. She pushed aside the tentacles pressing down on him, and limped over, seemingly too weak to walk. Zhao Shi began to vividly recount how she was dragged deeper by those tentacles, the perilous battle she endured, and finally, how she accidentally stumbled into the White Trouble Tree's central control zone. After another fierce battle, she finally found her opportunity, and slashed through its brain with a single blow. My sword is all tangled up, and it's temporarily unusable. In reality, Zhao Shi had retracted the white thorn because she didn't want to see those chaotic memories. She asked Jean Zifei expectantly, will the guild offer compensation? How many black coins can they give me? Jean Zifei remained expressionless upon hearing her words, but inwardly, he was incredibly shocked. This new player, surprisingly, could be this powerful. After this operation, we settle the accounts. Don't worry, the guild won't mistreat capable people. When she asked about the black coins, Jean Zifei breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily she was greedy, so they were in control. The three of them reunited with the others on the subway. Even outside the Baijiu tree, they had endured a fierce battle. The ground was littered with broken limbs and bodies, or bodies whose consciousness beads had shattered, leaving only hollow bodies. No one paid any attention to the dead, their remains collected into backpacks like trophies, like the Zerg corpses. At this moment, Jean Zifei received a message. He glanced at it, and announced to everyone, preparations are almost complete. The only remaining delay is the installation of jammers at 2 locations. One of the locations is difficult to access due to numerous nearby Zerg nests. The other location was hit by a Zerg swarm during the installation process. That was a guild we were collaborating with, called Xingqihui. They've been completely wiped out. Zhao Shi clicked on the leaderboard and scrolled down. Sure enough, he saw the names of players, with the ID suffix Xingqihui all grayed out. So what is this jammer? Zhao Shi asked. Jean Zifei explained, the Zerg King controls the Zerg with a special wave. To kill the Zerg King would be to become an enemy of the entire Zerg. So we must outsmart them. We've hired experts to develop a jammer. It needs to be activated simultaneously in 8 locations to disrupt the propagation of the Zerg King's control wave, thus cutting off its connection with the Zerg. But this device has significant limitations. The jamming time is limited, and the location must be confined to a specific location. And if the jammer in just one location malfunctions, it won't work. Zhao Shi, I understand. So now we need to install the jammer. She knew that after she captured the Baijiu tree, the Antimatter Guild truly considered her one of their own and openly discussed the jammer issue with her. That's right. Jean Zifei said, everyone else will now guard the other 6 jammer locations to prevent the nearby Zerg from approaching. The remaining 2 locations will be ours. We split into 2 groups, one to the northeast corner and one to the west. Zhao Shi was assigned to the northeast corner location where the Prosperity Association Guild had been destroyed, along with Jean Zifei. I'm requesting a transfer to the west corner. Zhao, she didn't want to be with Jean Zifei. It wouldn't be convenient for her to search for clues. Jean Zifei, why? Zhao Shi, my spirit has the ability to sense Zerg movements within a small area. Perhaps I can find a way to avoid Zerg nests and minimize encounters. Okay. Jean Zifei nodded, and he and her moved to the west corner, moving Yidai to the northeast corner. Zhao Shi, After making the arrangements, they quickly set off. After nearly a day's journey, they finally reached the western point. They cautiously entered an underground tunnel, initially believing it to be a Zerg hole, and proceeded with extreme caution. But when they reached the back, they discovered it was actually a man-made tunnel. A long staircase led down, and below it, a vast underground shopping mall. It was remarkably well preserved, though covered in a thick layer of dust. There didn't seem to be any signs of Zerg infestation here. In fact, lights flickered in some places in the corridor, indicating the power system hadn't been completely damaged. There were over 50 of them, divided into 6 groups to conduct a preliminary exploration of the area. Your name is Shi, right? A man wearing large sunglasses approached, arms folded. I'm the leader of this group. President Jean said we're adding a new member. Is that you? Yes. Well, you were a retail investor before? Nice machine. I'm curious. What material is your machine made of? As he spoke, the man began to touch it. They had been eyeing her machine for a long time, but had never had the chance to divide the spoils. The man's eyes scanned her chest intently. People like this, controlled by a ticking time bomb, rarely dared to cause trouble, and were always exceptionally docile. It was unthinkable that she wouldn't dare either. Ah! The next second, the man howled in pain. Looking up, he saw that she had twisted his wrist directly off. I'm curious too. Zhao Shi weighed his iron-like palm in her hand, then tossed it to the ground. This piece of scrap metal is actually still usable. You dare. The man's face was filled with disbelief. A team member actually dared to attack the team leader directly? You violated the guild's rules. You're done. I report your actions immediately. Expect your punishment. Zhao Shi dodged and instantly knocked him to the ground, a white thorn blade pressed against his consciousness bead. The man was completely unaware of what was happening, and then he felt a chill emanating from his consciousness bead. Now, who's the team leader? You. You're the team leader. You're the team leader, he said hurriedly, his voice trembling with fear. Nice sunglasses. Lend me a few. These sunglasses were a size larger than normal, custom made for the cyborg's body type. She glanced in the nearby window. Not bad, huh? By the way, what was our group's name? Insert? What the hell? It's so awful, so discordant. This is going to be a viral sensation on some website. The name's changed. It's just Sunset Red Girls Group. Zhao Shi made up a random comment. The others' faces turned grim. This is too tacky. What? Anyone disagree? No one dared to speak. Very good, then get started. Zhao Shi assigned tasks to the others, then began to wander around the underground mall. It had been ages since she'd been to a mall, so she took a leisurely stroll, wandering through any attractively decorated shops she saw, exploring and exploring. She looked up. The height of the shop doors was clearly designed for ordinary humans. This large mall must have been bustling in the past. Zhao Shi wondered, since this game was set on a planet inhabited entirely by Zerg, why would they need to repair so many human-made structures? Isn't that redundant? Just then, someone hurried over. Report to the team leader. Zerg corpses were found in the hallway. Could there be a Zerg nest on the next floor? Should we notify everyone to avoid it? Take me there. Zhao Shi looked at the Zerg corpses without changing her expression. I can't rule it out. Let me investigate first. What she didn't say was that these Zergs were so out of place in this place, and their placement was a bit strange, like they formed some kind of unique symbol. What? Does anyone still use English in StarCraft? Chapter 52. Zhao Shi crouched down slowly with an inquiring gaze. Dozens of motionless Zerg lay on the ground. They resembled black discs, slightly smaller than wash basins, their backs covered in dense black bristles. What kind of formation was this? She leaned in closer, even making out the slightly undulating tympanic membranes on their backs. Wait, why were they moving? Zhao Shi leaned back immediately. With a puff, the black wash basin slammed directly into her face. It sucked so hard it nearly sucked her eyeballs out. She dug her fingers between the body and its suction cups, prying them down little by little, tickling them as she did so. When it loosened for a moment, she yanked it down quickly, dropping it to the ground. This vacuum cleaner is really powerful. Who mentioned a corpse? Xiaoxi's face grimaced. No one would feel comfortable nearly kissing a bug. Then she saw the people panicking, screaming in terror, each with a black basin on their head. Help! It's sucking my brain! Help me! I don't want to die. Ugh! Ugh! You're truly a hero. Xiaoxi gave a thumbs up. You dare to open your mouth even when it's sucking you. A tokay insect. A scavenger that cleans out the insect nest. Its attack power isn't strong, but its insulting power is immense. Xiaoxi struggled to remove the black basin from the people, revealing that their bodies had been completely peeled off. The person who had opened their mouth to speak was in even worse shape, their mouth twisted crooked by the suction. Oh my god, this is so horrible. I can't breathe. They all slumped to the ground, their faces pale, as if they had lost all hope in life. One person hunched over. I'm afraid I'd be haunted by kissing from now on. Ugh. Ugh. The slugs scurried away, their movements reminiscent of cockroaches, disappearing into the pitch-black corridor on the next floor. Xiaoxi looked in their direction, pondered for a moment, and then her eyes lit up. Everyone, I may have made a significant discovery, she said solemnly. After gathering, Xiaoxi told Jean Zifei her findings. So, you're saying we should go straight down the corridor, toward the southeast gate? Yes. Xiaoxi nodded. The tokay bug is just a Zerg scavenger. It has strong vitality, but low attack power, making it harmless to humans. It builds tunnels near its nest to facilitate garbage collection. Other Zerg disdain to enter these tunnels, and only Zerg of its kind can enter. The nests around here are densely populated, and it would be very difficult to penetrate to a specific point to install a jammer. Instead of groping for a safe path ourselves, it's better to choose a safe passage built by the Zerg themselves. Jean Zifei immediately contacted the guild leader for confirmation, and quickly received his affirmative response. The guild leader seemed very busy with his work, rarely paying attention to guild affairs, let alone responding so quickly. This must be because the long-planned event was about to come to fruition, and he had been keeping a close eye on the developments here. Jean Zifei asked, How do you know so much? Are you truly an expert in Zerg studies? Nothing special, I just love to learn. Xiaoxi smiled. Jean Zifei clapped his fan. Yes. He drew inferences. So the tokay insect tunnel also leads to the nest? Then, after we complete the jammer installation mission, we don't even need to find a new route. We can just follow the tunnel directly. That's right. Xiaoxi nodded. Jean Zifei sighed. If we had known about this route earlier, we wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble, wasting almost a month. Just locating the nest took over half a month, and cleaning up. Cough. He seemed to have choked on his saliva. Clean up what? Xiaoxi asked. It took a long time to clean up. The jammers were installed for azimuth detection, and we've been hiding from the Zerg the whole time. They're so united. If they're discovered, the Zerg will probably deploy their entire army. We've been so tense for so long. It's exhausting. The Toko's tunnel is hard to find. You only come across it when you can. Xiaoxi comforted him. Thank you for your hard work. Our efforts will eventually pay off. She wasn't particularly tired. She'd only been in the game a few days. She just didn't expect these people to spend so much time in the game just to defeat a single boss. That makes sense. Jean Zifei spread out his fan. Let's go! Xiaoxi glanced at it. The few nicks his fan had made earlier had healed somewhat, but not much, and the color was a little dimmer than before. His blue bar probably hadn't fully recovered yet. They all lined up in a row, hunched over, and squeezed into the extremely narrow alleyway, so narrow that only one person could pass through. In other words, once inside, if they wanted to exit without everyone's unanimous agreement, it would be impossible. But because time was running out, they had no choice but to obey. Xiaoxi assured them, I already know the exact route. We just need to keep heading west, and we reach that point soon. An hour had already passed. The terrain here was extremely complex, a tangled web of twists and turns. The alleys emanated a strange stench, like the smell of excrement, and many people looked grim. How long will it take? Jean Zifei asked grimly. Probably 10 minutes, Xiaoxi said. That's what you just said. Jean Zifei pulled someone aside. Your spirit body also has detection capabilities. Tell me, which way should we go? The man looked at the identical corridors in all directions. The terrain was as complex as an interwoven web, and there were extremely dense heat sources flickering around. These were insect nests. In other words, one wrong move, and they'd be doomed. I can't figure it out, the man said palely. His mental strength couldn't sustain such a large amount of detection and calculation. Waste. Jean Zifei cursed, kicked him away, and pulled another person over. What about you? Can you calculate it? I can, but the probability of taking the right path is only 20 to 30%. Say it again? Jean Zifei's eyes were dangerous. The man trembled. President Jean, there are so many insect nests here. It won't be easy. Useless thing, you can die. The fact that he couldn't complete the task on time was frustrating. He saw that this person was also a retail investor who had been recruited, as if to intimidate someone. He immediately pressed a red button on the system. Then, behind the man's consciousness bead, a black thread flashed red. Everyone around them immediately retreated. The narrow corridor caused a large number of people to fall. Then, with a bang, the man's chest exploded, sending out a small shockwave. The bomb's microcontrol capabilities were extremely powerful, minimizing the blast radius. The man's chest was empty, except for his consciousness bead. Jean Zifei glanced at Zhao Shi. Sure enough, those pieces of junk are no match for you. Isn't that right? Yes, so you have no choice but to trust me. Zhao Shi glanced back, her eyes unchanged, as if she couldn't tell he was threatening her. The corridor built by the Toko insects was indeed a shortcut, but there must have been a reason why the guild hadn't considered it when they first laid out their plan. And now they were willing to temporarily use it simply because someone above them was anxious. Victory is so close, just one step away. Who can resist? As for the reason for not adopting it, as the daily garbage collector, the Toko worm self-built corridor must pass through every burrow, taking care of every Zerg. Otherwise, how can it be considered a competent cleaner? Other Zergs wouldn't normally venture into Toko worm's corridor. After all, who wants to crawl into a trash can? But if a dog suddenly jumped out of that trash can and bit you, and you discovered there were a whole bunch of other dogs inside, ready to bite you, wouldn't you want to do something? So just follow the side of the corridor to the side. Did you hear any noise? Someone suddenly asked in a low voice. Did you hear anything? You heard wrong. Wait, there was indeed something. The rustling sound quickly turned into a rumbling roar. Run! A swarm of dark green insects surged in, instantly filling the corridor. They grumbled and uttered sharp, piercing sounds. They were green blade beetles, the most common soldiers among the Zerg. Equipped with incredibly sharp steel blades, they sliced through people like melons. Zhao Shi recalled the few she had seen at school, how she had been hunted down miserably. Looking at the terrifying scale of the sea of people before her, she felt nothing. It seemed her threshold had been raised by playing the game so much. Why? Didn't you say it was safe? Jean Zifei was on the verge of collapse. It was safe, but why did you detonate the bomb? Don't you know that Zerg have acute hearing? Zhao Shi righteously rebuked him, quietly collecting the white thorns she had released from the ground, still dangling bits of Zerg shells. She manipulated the white thorns to clean herself off in the dirt before putting them away. The others stared at Jean Zifei with grimace and a hint of anger. You've exposed our whereabouts. If he weren't the vice president, they would have torn his body apart long ago. Shut up. Don't you want to live? Jean Zifei was furious. When did these scumbags have the guts to accuse him? It was a fierce battle. They fought and fled through the narrow corridor, and they had to assign people to protect the jammer they carried, a half-man-high object resembling a gas tank. The Zergs rushed forward, biting everything they saw, as if enraged by something, and went into a frenzy. Zhao Shi unleashed a wave of white shadows, slashing at the green blade beetle in front of her, which had been internally injured by her blows. After it fell to the ground, she gracefully sheathed her sword. There was another Zerg nearby, battered and nearly crumbling, but still holding on. Zhao Shi said, "Go take it." She called the person next to her. "This is your crippled one, your trophy. If I take it, you won't get any points for it." The person, unable to understand why, hesitated to go, primarily fearing a scam. Points? It's mainly because I like auspicious numbers. Here you go. The person half-heartedly obeyed. Later, he checked the leaderboards on the system and discovered that Shia's points were quite regular, always in patterns like 1010100. It seemed she really wanted to be number one. Chapter 53. The surrounding wormholes were detonated one after another. They were so desperate to escape that they had no time to install jammers. Jean Zifei simply couldn't understand why things had turned out this way, but it seemed to make sense. Wormholes are where various Zerg species gather, their homes. The wormholes are distributed in a network-like structure around the hive, becoming denser the closer they get. Everything went haywire from the moment he blew up the man's consciousness bead. It just so happened that they had entered the tunnel and couldn't leave. If they did, not only would all their efforts be wasted, but they would also run into a nearby wormhole. And if they were attacked or engaged in a fight, the noise would inevitably attract nearby Zerg species, leading to endless fighting. So, from the beginning, he shouldn't have been so impulsive as to threaten she with the detonation of his consciousness bead. Was he really wrong? But an explosion of that magnitude shouldn't have caused such a massive reaction from the Zerg. What went wrong? After battling the endless onslaught of Zerg, everyone was exhausted, even to the point of forgetting their mission completely in their sheer frenzy. Many harbored resentment towards the perpetrator of this incident, mentally cursing Jean Zifei 1,000 times. After losing a third of their men in the constant detours, the remaining group finally escaped the relentless pursuit of the Zerg and found temporary shelter in a branch of the network tunnels. Some slumped and some collapsed. "Where's the jammer?" Jean Zifei asked, glancing around. A few people lifted their eyelids and slowly glanced at him, remaining silent. "Speak." No one said a word, knowing that speaking at this moment would make them a target. "You speak." Jean Zifei pointed at one of them. "I remember you were one of the people assigned to guard the jammer." The man's face was grim, his voice trembling. "Maybe I lost it." "Lost it?" Jean Zifei had grabbed him by the throat the next moment. "Why didn't you lose yourself?" "It's an emergency. I even saved my own life." "Ugh." Because the sound-producing mechanism in his throat was strangled, the man's voice was muffled, unable to come out, only a whimpering, struggling sound. "I assigned 5 people to guard the jammer." "Where are the other 4? Jean Zifei said, loosening his grip slightly. The man pointed frantically at a man in the corner, his head bowed low. "He's the only one left." "The other 3? Are all dead?" "Great, that's great." Jean Zifei's face contorted. Jean Zifei simply couldn't imagine the consequences of this mission failing. Everything was in place, except for this one flaw. He couldn't bear the consequences. He was furious. "You useless creatures, damn you." He wanted to kill them immediately. Just as he was about to press the detonator, he hesitated. It wasn't because he was afraid of killing anyone, but because he was afraid of attracting the Zerg's attention. But if he just let it go, what would his prestige be? Nearly half the people here were retail investors, and seeing his sudden anger, many of them looked at him with a change of heart. "Wait, you can kill them anytime. There's no need to rush." Zhao Shi emphasized the word at any time and continued, "Although they made mistakes, they are still useful. Now is the time to use them." The men lowered their eyes at Shi's words, wondering what they were thinking. Jean Zifei lowered his hand, feeling a little pleased. Shi's words had barely saved his face. "Do you have a plan?" "I go retrieve the jammer. You can continue exploring. This location is correct. I reunite with you once I find it." "Okay." Jean Zifei agreed. He didn't really trust Shi, but there was no other way. Among the remaining men, except for him and Shi, none had the ability to escape the swarm unscathed. And he couldn't let this group of men go unscathed while he took the risk alone. "Don't forget the double black coins I've earned," Zhao Shi emphasized. Jean Zifei, "Triple it. I asked the guild for it." "That's nice." Zhao Shi beamed, then turned and leaped into the dark corridor behind. Jean Zifei, watching her determined figure, began to believe she could really pull it off. He wasn't worried she'd escape. After all, she was carrying a time bomb, and his life depended on it. He regained his confidence. "Get up, let's go!" The rest of the group followed him, continuing deeper into the corridor. "Can we kill people at any time?" Someone in the corner muttered to himself. And at that moment, the flammable gunpowder seeds had already been planted. Off to the other side, Zhao Shi skillfully turned a few corners and unearthed something that looked like a gas canister from the mud behind a pile of Zerg corpses. Well, she hid the jammer. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had a chance to escape the team. Zhao Shi leaned against it, looking down at the consciousness bead on her chest. A faint black wire could be seen beneath it. The dense network of wires connected a component, half the size of a fingernail, flowing with a weak current. It was a highly precision-controlled microbomb, with a controlled range, just enough to shatter her consciousness bead without damaging any nearby aircraft. "I'm counting on you." Zhao Shi manipulated the white thorn into a thread as thin as a hair, and inserted it into the side of her consciousness bead. Zhao Shi was utterly nervous. When it made contact with the black wire, she held her breath both in real life and in the game. A second later, no response. Great. Zhao Shi then manipulated her white wire, replacing the black wires bit by bit. Gradually, it was about to replace the black component. This was the most critical moment. This component was the core of the circuit, and must have a highly sensitive ability to sense abnormalities. If it sensed any abnormalities, it would likely detonate immediately. Jiaoxi knew she was taking a gamble. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. The white wire hung there, less than a millimeter away from the component. If it were any closer. Who is it? Jiaoxi stood up suddenly. Found it. Silver Butterfly appeared from the corner of the corridor, its cold blue eyes glancing at her inquiringly before calmly looking away. The jammer in the northeast corner has been deployed. I've been sent to assist you, he said. Great. I just recovered our jammer from the Zerg after a fierce battle, and need your help. Help me carry this to the western point. Jiaoxi glanced at the system message. Guild President Jean has already found the exact location. Let's hurry over there. Really? Yin Dai showed Jiaoxi her interface. But, how did I get his distress message? Is that so? Jiaoxi was astonished. Then why don't we hurry and rescue him? Yin Dai gave her an ambiguous look. Yes. But she didn't say much. The two of them were extremely powerful. If they encountered a Zerg swarm, they could usually circumvent it by sound. If they couldn't avoid it, the number wouldn't be too large, so they easily dispatched them and continue on their way. Without those in the way, their efficiency was terrifyingly high. As soon as they reached the marked point, they heard a loud bang, followed by two more bangs. Crazy! You're all crazy! Jean Zifei roared with laughter. Want to fight me? Let's see who's faster, you or me. The fan in Jean Zifei's hand was badly damaged. He swayed precariously against the cave wall, dark yellow tissue dripping down his body. His body was shattered, and he looked utterly miserable. Quick! Kill him now, or he'd detonate the consciousness pearl, and we'd be in trouble. People were surrounding him, attacking him. Some were secretly trying to pull out the wire themselves, but just as they pulled a tiny end, bang! It exploded into a shower of flying limbs and sparks. Ha! I told you not to move. If you do, it'd explode on its own without me having to do anything. Jean Zifei laughed like a madman. Jiaoxi glanced down and felt a chill in his chest. Hey, you two are here too. Are you here to kill me too? Jean Zifei looked up. You two are retail investors too, and retail investors want to kill me. And there are some traitorous, useless members too, stupid and useless. Jiaoxi could see that he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. No, we're here to save you. You have such powerful abilities. How can you be so willing to be inferior to others? Yin Dai, are you going to be Antimatter's lackey forever? They've done so many terrible things. Are you going to go along with them? Don't you feel guilty? These people questioned them loudly. The members who had been controlled by the black worker spider finally woke up at this moment, realizing their tragic fate, controlled by others. A momentary displeasure from the controller could wipe them out. Today, they're going to fight to the death. Antimatter, the benefits are so good, what else are you dissatisfied with? I urge you to abandon darkness and join the light. Jiaoxi turned to look at the people beside him. Isn't that right, Yin Dai? Yin Dai said nothing, simply staring at them expressionlessly, like a cold puppet. The ground trembled, and everyone's faces suddenly changed. Had the series of explosions just now triggered new Zerg activity? A fierce gray gust of wind blew through the hall, a scene of violent art. In an instant, the gray shone through dozens of people. As the wind stopped, those people fell apart like puppets without their strings, falling to the ground. Parts, various tissue fluids, and shattered consciousness beads scattered across the ground. Jiaoxi blinked, and saw a silver-gray gun standing before him. To the side of the gun was a cyborg covered in hard silver-gray armor. His cyborg form could be described as wild and ferocious. His body structure was constructed using the carapace of the combat-type Zerg, and he was a size larger than any of them, looking enormous and terrifying. Wuching. Jean Zifei muttered, looking at the newcomer. Wuching's voice was heavy and cold. It's a shame to be in this state. I got bit by ants today, it really is ugly. Jean Zifei gritted his teeth and stood up. He instantly killed dozens of people, leaving the others trembling in fear, not daring to breathe. Jiaoxi knew that there were two main types of skills in the game. One was item-based, like she and Jean Zifei, who could create their own creations and use them in battle. The other was natural, like Silver Butterfly and Wuching before him. Silver Butterfly seemed to have the ability to control water, turning it into ice for combat. And Wuching controlled metal. There were many people with similar skills, but their abilities varied, and their methods and habits varied, leading to a myriad of variations in combat styles. A single glance revealed this Wuching to be powerful. Jiaoxi, the Zerg may be approaching. The series of explosions just now must have shaken the nearby Zerg nests. Butching didn't even glance at her. He snatched the jammer from India's shoulder, leaving only one word: let's go. Under Butching's forceful suppression, the subsequent operation went smoothly. With Jean Zifei's explanation, she realized that the shockwave caused by the previous explosion was caused by Butching's metal barrier on his way in, blocking the transmission of the shockwave, and thus avoiding the attention of the nearby Zerg. Jean Zifei embedded the jammer into the ground. With this, the jammers in the 8 directions were installed. Bo Chung, I just came from the hive, and am now heading back the same way. Jean Zifei's face grimaced. He knew Bo Chung meant that the hive should have been open long ago, but his actions had delayed progress. At this moment, most of the troops were still stationed near the various jammers, preventing the nearby Zerg from approaching. As long as the jammers remained intact, the Zerg king could not command the Zerg. It was like a general without an army, helpless to die. The remaining troops and those with higher combat power gathered at the center of the hive. This was the very center of the spider web, interconnected in all directions. A heavy door stood before them. Its grayish-white exterior looked like plaster, but upon closer inspection, the irregular bumps and grooves looked like a layer of congealed secretion smeared over the original door. Xiaoxi looked up at the door, which resembled the structure of a laboratory door in a movie. Suddenly, a rapid beeping sound echoed from both Jean Zifei and Bo Cheng's bodies. They checked their systems, and their expressions changed simultaneously. The jammer to the west exploded. You were in charge over there just now. What happened? Bo Cheng's eyes were so cold that Jean Zifei froze under his gaze. I don't know. I installed it exactly as instructed. So are we going to retreat now? From this close, the Zerg king will surely sense our approach. The Zerg army will be upon us soon. Run! Our lives are at stake. Someone suggested, but no one dared to leave until Bo Chung said something. They all knew he could kill faster than the Zerg. Bo Chung hesitated for a moment before saying, it should know we've developed the jammer. If we miss this opportunity, it won't be so easy again. Before the army arrives. Capture it! He shouted, his spear thundering as it blasted open the diamond-shaped gate. Capture the insect king alive! The men following Bo Chung shouted, their momentum soaring. The others saw that Bo Chung had already made this move, and there was no turning back. They had to capture the insect king as quickly as possible to have a chance of survival. Capture the insect king alive! Capture the insect king alive! Didn't they say to kill the insect king? Why did it suddenly become capture alive? Xiaoxi was puzzled. Kill? If it were just killing, would it take all this trouble? Jean Zifei waved his tattered fan, somewhat proudly. You don't know, the insect king can control the swarm because of a special central organ. What do you think? If we could separate this organ and use it ourselves, wouldn't that mean we could have an army as vast and boundless as the Zerg? He looked excited. The Zerg have an exuberant vitality and a tremendous reproductive capacity. They can be killed and used endlessly. They're simply born for war. Xiaoxi was shocked by his statement. It was actually possible, but humanity had finally defeated the Zerg, suffering countless casualties. Against this backdrop, was it appropriate to use the Zerg to form an army? Then, were the people controlling such an army considered humans or insects? Even in a game, there should be moral ethics. Can that organ still be used after it's been separated? Xiaoxi asked. Haha, of course. Otherwise, what's the point of it? Jean Zifei unfurled his fan and eagerly walked inside. Hey, Xiaoxi was about to ask more questions, but Jean Zifei brushed him away with a hand. Get out of my way. Xiaoxi spread his hands and slowly walked in, admiring the wonderful expressions on the people's faces. When Jean Zifei saw the emptiness inside, cleaner than his own face, he was petrified. An empty room, an empty stone bed. The hive was completely empty. No Zerg, no people, not even a Zerg king. How strange. How could a hive be empty? Oh, no Zerg? Xiaoxi looked utterly shocked, so overly surprised it almost seemed fake. The next moment, Butching had teleported in front of Xiaoxi, his lightning-fast spear slashing towards her. It's you? You're creating chaos. Stalling for time. Jean Zifei finally realized. She had been causing chaos almost everywhere he went lately. The choice of Tuaku's worm tunnel, his detonation of the blackwork beads, the retail investor riots, the malfunctioning jammers. Wasn't she involved in any of this? Every coincidence was too good to be true, and that must be the inevitable outcome. Xiaoxi smiled. Only realizing now, too late. Meanwhile, above ground, the spaceship docked. This place, At a higher altitude than elsewhere, was a vast expanse of flat land. Here, free from the chaotic chaos and fighting, it was so quiet that one could hear the gentle rustling of the air. Here was nothing, a vast, white world, with only a single figure standing there. His pale emerald eyes, cast by the radiance of the stars in the sky, shone a faint golden hue. Rampant without words held something wrapped in transparent, blue-gray zerg wings in his arms. The wings were large and long, trailing on the ground, their translucence shimmering with silvery light, unexpectedly beautiful. He looked up at the distant blue sky, like a painting beneath a starry sky. A faint, arcing silver halo appeared in one corner of the sky, seemingly the corner of a spaceship. Here they come. He lowered his head, his voice soft, almost gentle, as if addressing someone. An urgent voice, a synthesized, cold, mechanical voice, echoed through the guilds and gained communication. Do everything in your power to stop Rampant and Speechless. Chapter 54. The silver-gray spear tip descended from the sky, bringing with it a fierce gust of wind and overwhelming force, sweeping down with a thud, its speed blinding. Time was tight, and Zhao Shi only had time to hold her sword in front of her to take the blow. Her white thorns were instantly deformed by the blow. As the spear impacted her, her body emitted a heavy, muffled bang, and she groaned in pain, as if she had been hit by a truck. The powerful impact sent dust flying all around her, sending Zhao Shi back 10 meters. The ground beneath her feet collapsed, sinking into a crater. Zhao Shi staggered to her feet, twisting her dislocated skeleton back into place, gnashing her teeth in pain. Is there any justice in this world? She was filled with righteous indignation and sorrow. I worked so diligently to complete the guild's mission, why? Why am I being falsely accused like this? You say I'm deliberately delaying progress. But you have no evidence, and such an allegation is unconvincing. Not only were members of the Antimatter Guild present, but also members of other cooperating guilds. Shall she turn to them, everyone judge? We've put in so much effort, and now we haven't even seen the shadow of the Insect King. This guild president Platinum. Ah, I get it. She looked as if she had suddenly realized something. It was your own decision that made the mistake, so you're dragging me, a temporary worker, into taking the blame. All of our efforts were in vain. So many people have died or been injured in this operation, and yet you need to give us an explanation. Zhao Shi pointed her finger directly at Bo Chung. Isn't that right, everyone? To get others to join your side, you must first have common interests. The people around her all agreed with her words, indeed. Antimatter Guild, you must give an explanation today. Several members of our guild have died this time. And that Prosperity Guild that unfortunately ran into the Zerg tide, all of them perished, and more than a dozen of our guild's bodies were severely damaged. You orchestrated this plan, and now we haven't even seen the Zerg King. Are you kidding me? Yes, yes. How will the compensation be calculated? Someone directly asked the most concerning question. Bo Chung replied coldly, sowing discord. Jean Zifei smiled. I have a way to make her tell the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, she shuddered, then shook violently as if struck by electricity. Unable to support herself, she half knelt on the ground. Jean Zifei, tell me, who's your accomplice? Where is that person? Zhao Shi gritted his teeth. Jean Zifei, you're despicable. You're forcing a confession. You won't tell me, huh? Then I increased the punishment. Jean Zifei looked down at the person on the ground, watching her being tortured. For some reason, he felt a strange thrill. The genius the president prized so highly was no more than this in his hands. He had been besieged by those rebellious retail investors before, and the resentment he felt from being bitten by a swarm of ants, like a poisonous sore, still simmered within him. He was desperate for a place to vent his anger, and coincidentally, Butching S suspicion of she gave him the perfect opportunity to vent. Ugh! She let out a painful sound, but she suppressed it in her throat, and he couldn't help but let out a beast-like groan. Her body trembled even more violently, her hands gripping the ground as they crushed cracks. The other antimatter members, who had been infected with the black worker spiders, all had grimaced expressions, turning their heads away, afraid to look. Each one feared the same fate would befall them. What did antimatter pay them? They were always playthings, ready to be abused and abandoned at any moment. Zhao Shi lowered her eyes, but the corners of her lips, hidden in the shadows, curled slightly. Very good, keep wasting time on her. Hung Xing Wuyin should be almost there. In fact, Zhao Shi had noticed the Zerg symbol the moment she entered the subway station, and she had vaguely suspected it might be Hung Xing Wuyin. However, his joining the Zerg faction had made her doubtful, and at this point, she wasn't sure whether to cooperate with Hung Xing Wuyin. The path Hung Yin had chosen was clearly very risky, requiring death to advance it. It seemed likely that he would single-handedly fight against all the players. But she also didn't trust the Antimatter Guild. It looked like a rather villainous group. As a seasoned gamer, she wanted to choose the most logical and correct branch quest to achieve a perfect completion. So, while working for Antimatter, she transmitted their location to Hung Yin in the form of binary points. Interstellar also uses a binary encryption method similar to Morse code. Players cannot communicate through the system after going offline, but she believed he should be able to see her points. To prove her worth to Antimatter, she eliminated Bai Jioshu, who had proactively revealed his location, thus allowing her access to more core missions. Afterward, Jiaoshi was fluttered in the face by a tokay insect. She sniffed the scent from its cavity, which was clean on the outside and free of impurities inside. This indicated that the insect king was not in its reproductive phase, and there were no eggs within the nest. The metabolism was incredibly low, quite strange. Or perhaps the insect king wasn't in the nest, or perhaps it wasn't a traditional insect king. So, there might be something else going on with this planet. And the meaning of tokay insect, if broken down, told her tow away the insect king. She wanted to know the truth hidden beneath this planet, so she decided to do as Hung Yin had said, and completely defect from the guild. At that moment, members of the other guilds were looking in Jiaoshi's direction, sighing how pitiful. They were whispering, "This Antimatter Guild is too dark." Yes, they openly abuse their members. You can't be so careless as to join such a heartless guild. Though their voices were hushed, they still reached Bo Chung and Jean Zifei's ears. Jean Zifei's face turned grim. Damn it, they actually said that. Then we... At this moment, an urgent voice message popped up in everyone's in-game chat. Use all your strength to stop Rampant and Speechless. Everyone's breath hitched, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. Did you receive that too? The sender of the message was Nothingness, the leader of the Antimatter Guild. Jean Zifei's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Rampant and Speechless? Did I hear that right? Isn't he dead? Bo Chang's face was mostly obscured by his hideous visor, his expression unrecognizable. He spoke coldly, "It should be true. As expected, he won't die so easily." The message was followed by a real-time 3D map, and the marked location was surprisingly right where they were. Everyone panicked, looking around. He's right here? Is he disguised as someone? Bo Chung expanded his system interface and, with a flick of his finger, shifted the perspective, showing everyone. No! It's directly above us, at the spacecraft landing bay. Let's go! Bo Chung lowered his head, his gray, inorganic eyes scanning his chest. A wound so deep that the discolored bone beneath was visible grazed the side of his recognition bead, a mere 0.3 millimeters away. This time, I want to see him die with my own eyes. What about her? What should we do with her? Jean Zifei raised his hand and waved his fingers, making a kill gesture. Like this? The president's intention is to keep her. Bo Chang's gaze swept over Jiaoshi. To deal with rampant silence, the more people the better. Each Zerg species has a designated nest where they live. As long as they find the right path, they can navigate the entire nest unimpeded, and they'd be back on the surface in no time. Not facing the Zerg tide, not enduring a fierce battle, it's so easy, it's actually quite unusual. Only then did they realize that this had been the case all along. The Zerg's attack on them was because they had touched their nest. It was a natural physiological reaction, not a purposeful action. In other words, the Zerg King had been letting them act freely, never commanding the swarm at all. Or, the Zerg King couldn't control the swarm, as they moved at such a rapid pace, only a few kept pace with the ground, while the majority lagged slightly behind. Before them lay a vast expanse of white. The ship's landing bay, built on slightly elevated ground, was vast and boundless, offering an incredibly wide view. A silver halo drew closer, the ship nearing dock. Hung Yin seemed to be holding something in his arms. It resembled a pair of transparent, iridescent wings, breathtakingly beautiful. He was actually still alive. What was in his arms? Bo Chung and Jean Zifei exchanged glances. They should have noticed something was amiss. All signs indicated the Zerg had no king. Someone had already taken their king. They had been careless. From the moment Hung Yin died, he was no longer considered a threat. And because the other players were allies, they assumed no one could hinder their plans, ignoring even the slightest inconsistency out of their own arrogance. I give you a chance to redeem yourself. Come with us and kill him. Jean Zifei said, after we succeed, we take the black worker spider and set you free. If you fail, you be the one to die. Jiaoshi nodded, understood. The four strongest forces on the field formed an arc, surrounding Hung Shing Wuyin. The members of the various guilds behind them followed closely. Almost all the elites from the major guilds participating in the Xian U-Star Bug King hunting operation were present. And retail investors simply didn't dare to join in such a grand spectacle. Those who did would either die or be captured by antimatter. This time, Hung Shing Wuyin truly faced off against all the players present alone. As he watched them approach, he maintained his impassive demeanor, his pale blue eyes as still as an ancient well, looking at them all as if they were air. The spaceship is over there. Land immediately, and make sure he doesn't get on. Also, he might have the Zerg King. We must get it. The player shouted. Brother. I'm scared. A child's voice, sounding weak, echoed. Though the voice wasn't loud, it caught everyone's attention because it was so abrupt. In this 12-star chain region, teeming with black hole radiation, monsters, Zerg, and other bizarre creatures, a child's voice? The transparent Zerg wings slid halfway down, revealing a young face. Her round eyes blinked, a few glistening tears clinging to her lashes. Her face was still wet with tears, and her eyes were red and slightly swollen, evidently having been crying for a long time. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Hung Shing Wuyin lowered his gaze to comfort her. We be leaving here soon. That's the Zerg King? You must be kidding. Jean Zifei looked at the girl and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. The four of them stopped at the same time, confused as to what was happening. Ian Dai sneered. Don't tell me the Insect King is a little girl of only a few years old. He always kept his emotions to himself and rarely expressed his opinions. But this time, he was clearly angry. That's right, it's her. The cold, mechanical voice of the Nothingness Guild leader echoed in their ears. Grab her. Bo Chung didn't react much. Whatever the guild leader said was true, he simply followed his orders. He struck out with his gray spear, and the ground around him began to tremble. He was activating the metal beneath the ground, attempting to form a large cage to block Hung Shing Wuyin's escape route. Jean Zifei raised his hand, hurling his fan like a flash of golden light, slicing through the consciousness bead on Hung Shing Wuyin's chest. It was then that he noticed that Hung Shing Wuyin's consciousness bead was clearly shattered. There were obvious cracks on it. Why? Why is he still alive even with his consciousness bead broken? He looked as if he had seen a ghost. How is that possible? Bo Chung and Ian Dai's faces flashed with surprise. Such a thing was unheard of. If the consciousness bead shattered, the consciousness would leak out, losing the protection of the base and being infected by the airborne evil from the black hole radiation, which would then be wiped out by the system. A shattered consciousness bead meant death. Zhao Shi didn't react much. She simply thought Hung Shing Wuyin had unlocked his health cheat. Nothingness hadn't entered the game. He was outside, watching the live broadcast. So that's how it is. To conceal his whereabouts and take her away, he even destroyed his consciousness bead. The four of them attacked, their ears whistling with a cold wind. Sand swept into the wind, making it heavy and carrying the sound of the little girl's soft sobs. At that moment, a strange white plant rose from the ground like a sharp sword, moving as fast as a shadow. Its appearance was perfectly timed, just enough to push back the four attackers. Zhao Shi yanked one of its branches, and it instantly transformed into a sword in her hand. With one hand, she slashed at the three men, while with the other, she wrapped the thorns around Hung Shing Wuyin and the little girl. She stepped on the thorns on the ground to gain momentum, and leaped. The white thorns seemed to give her some momentum, helping her soar into the air. She led Hung Shing Wuyin and the others to quickly distance themselves from the three men. She raised the white thorns in her palm to the sky, gazing at the spaceship that hadn't landed for a long time. Wait, I take you aboard. Nothingness, what a shame. A rising star that should have been so bright has fallen. Understood, President. Jean Zifei detonated the black spider on Shi without hesitation, a look of satisfaction on his face, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. But the expected explosion didn't sound. Jean Zifei paused, then prodded the detonation button on his system again, but still no response. Broken? Why? Zhao Shi shrugged. Surprise? Hiss. Outside the game, everyone clapped their hands on the agarwood armrests, staring at the screen with inquiring eyes. The new technology they had been developing for years, combining biology and electronics, was impossible for anyone to crack. And yet, this happened right before his eyes. Shi, you really gave me so many surprises. Just now, I pretended to be in pain, but I used all my acting skills. Zhao Shi, after meticulously exploring the component with the white thorns, understood its molecular structure and then used them to create an identical external structure. Then, molecule by molecule, it was replaced, the component unable to detect any foreign object touching it, and thus unable to trigger the self-destruct sequence. Seeing you were enjoying it, it wasn't all in vain. Jean Zifei froze in place. He couldn't figure it out, truly couldn't. How on earth did she do it? I take you aboard. Zhao Shi was about to move. Wait. Hung Xingwuyan suddenly said. Nothingness watched the live broadcast, and gently blew on the teacup in his hand. But unfortunately, Hung Xingwuyan, I'm the winner again this time. You can predict everything in the game, but you can't predict the hearts of people outside the game. The spaceship had already deployed its landing struts, and was slowly descending. Then, it exploded. A single blooming silver flower remained in the sky, and white smoke enveloped the remaining body of the spaceship, which fell like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 55. Zhao Shi's gaze fell on the little girl in Hung Xingwuyan's arms. She wasn't a cyborg, but an ordinary human, about 7 or 8 years old. This was the only life form Zhao Shi had ever seen in this game that appeared in human form. She wasn't a player, but an NPC, Zhao Shi concluded. It looked like this must be the hidden mission Hung Xingwuyan had accepted, to rescue the human girl trapped on the insect planet. Seeing Zhao Shi staring at her, the little girl shrank back, looking a little afraid of her. She tucked herself into the translucent zerg wings, revealing only a pair of dark eyes, as she cautiously looked at Zhao Shi. The spaceship is destroyed. What should we do? Zhao Shi asked. Does this mean the mission has failed? Hung Xingwuyan glanced at the wreckage of the spaceship. It had been transferred from Goza, the planet closest to the black hole base. Its sudden crash could only mean one thing. Goza had been occupied by the forces of the Rebel Alliance. He had a backup plan. Before self-destructing his consciousness bead, he dispatched a starship directly under the Star Alliance. However, the distance was too great, and even after the space jump, it would still take some time to arrive. Hung Xingwuyan, we need to hold out for another hour. Zhao Shi glanced at the people surrounding them. They were all top players in the game, and Hung Xingwuyan was clearly seriously injured. She hadn't seen him fight all day. In other words, she was the only one fighting now. Asking her to challenge so many people in a group? What a joke. Don't you think this mission is a little too difficult? The little girl said nothing, biting her lip. Tears welled up in her eyes, dripping like beads from a broken string. It fell on the back of Zhao Shi's hand, still tinged with warmth. This NPC's tears are still quite hot. Zhao Shi thought. When the men attacked, she instinctively stepped in front of them. There was no other way. One was crippled, the other was weak. If she didn't go, who would? A blanket of ice cones descended from all directions, sharp as knives. Jean Zifei waved his fan, and lunged at Zhao Shi, laughing. You're dead this time. Hung Xingwuyan, leave it to me. Bo Cheng's gray eyes gleamed coldly. Bo Cheng's spears were swift. He linked his fingers together, condensing metal elements from the ground. 3 identical spears instantly appeared and charged at Hung Xingwuyan. Zhao Shi was outnumbered, fighting 1 against 2. The battle was incredibly difficult. She didn't think she could hold out for more than an hour. Hung Xingwuyan, on his side, didn't use any skills or attack, simply dodging. Holding a fragile human in his arms put him at a disadvantage in every way. But he was still incredibly fast, even faster than Bo Cheng's spear. He dodged through the dazzling array of gunfire, untouched by a single blow. Zhao Shi had witnessed Bo Cheng's speed before. It was truly terrifying, yet Hung Xingwuyan was still faster than him. Is all you can do about it? Bo Cheng was furious, then remembered Hung Xingwuyan's shattered consciousness bead. So you can't use your spirit form? Then you're truly doomed this time. At that moment, the dense icicles in the air suddenly shattered, forming an arc-shaped area. The temperature plummeted, and Zhao Shi suddenly felt his movement slow, as if frozen. This was Silver Butterfly's special ability. They're colluding with the Zerg. Kill them! She and Hung Xingwuyan have defected to the Zerg. We can't let them go. The others followed suit with a dazzling array of abilities, along with heavy weapons, guns, and stray bullets. This game is so fun! Zhao Shi cursed inwardly. The game planners were inhumane. Not only did they create 2-player factions to compete, but the personnel distribution on both sides was so unbalanced. What kind of game is this? Hung Xingwuyan took advantage of an opening and threw something at Zhao Shi. She reached out and caught it, realizing it was the little girl. Take her away. He turned around, as if about to unleash his ultimate move. Zhao Shi grabbed his shoulder. Aren't you supposed to be unable to use your spirit form? Hey, I'm not good at raising children. Abandoning my teammates isn't my style. Zhao Shi slapped her hand on the ground, and several thick white thorns sprang up from the ground. They quickly gathered together, forming a cage around the three of them. The attacks from outside rained down on the cage. Bang! 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 Each blow felt like a direct blow to her head. Her face was horrified, and she suddenly felt a splitting headache. Not just the game, but her real self as well. The pain was so intense that she didn't want to eat. She threw down her chopsticks and collapsed on the sofa. This crappy game is so harmful. She found a stone block for the little girl to sit on. Be good here. Your sister and brother will protect you. The little girl nodded obediently. She noticed her face was pale beyond recognition. She was very thin, and seemed to be malnourished. Although her face resembled a little girl, her body was dry and light, not at all like a 7 or 8-year-old. Instead, it held the dead air of an elderly person. She didn't know why she felt this way, but it felt like something had robbed her of her life force. The attacks outside intensified, and Xi's headache nearly overwhelmed her. Hengqing Wuyan immediately supported her as she staggered. Actually, you don't have to do this for me. What's the relationship between us? Why are you saying all this? Protecting teammates with low health is basic team-building tactics, isn't it? Hengqing Wuyan lowered his eyes, a long unseen ripple of emotion in him. He had always been indifferent. Since birth, he had been walking a predetermined path, lifeless and dull. Genetic superiority is both a gift and a shackle. The title of genius, besides being a source of expectation, is also a responsibility. He was born to live for others, always standing before them. This was the first time someone stood before him, risking their life for him. Finally, Xi's white thorns were blasted open. She immediately manipulated new thorns to fill the gap, but was immediately stopped by Jin Zifei, Bo Chung, and the others. Hurry! The insect king is right there! Someone shouted. She used her remaining white thorns to restrain the two strongest men, leaving her with no more to stop the others. Her headache was so severe that she felt she would faint at any moment. Brother, am I going to die? The little girl looked up, wanting to cry, but her tears had dried up in the endless torture, and no more could flow. The first to charge was Silver Butterfly, wielding a blue glowing ice blade. He looked down at the little girl stunned. Through her, he saw the shadow of another person. He still remembered a familiar voice that used to follow him, calling him brother. Silver Butterfly, act now. Jin Zifei's voice echoed. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook, as if something was about to burst forth. Bo Chung, she's summoning Zerg, Silver Butterfly. Kill her immediately. Take the Zerg bones, they're in her. Silver Butterfly suddenly sneered. She's clearly just an ordinary human child. You want me to kill? I can't. What are you talking about? Jin Zifei suspected he had misheard. I command you, act now. Not only did Silver Butterfly not attack, but she manipulated her ice cones to block out those who came forward to attack the little girl. I can detonate your consciousness bead immediately, and you be dead. Silver Butterfly remained motionless. Remove your ice immediately. Jin Zifei didn't detonate his consciousness bead. They were short on combat power, and besides, Silver Butterfly's ice was unusual. It would take time for them to break it. The next moment, Indai lost his balance. He gripped an ice pick, hunched over, and convulsed. Are you going to retreat or not? Jin Zifei intensified the punishment, causing India's limbs to twist, but he remained silent and didn't remove the ice. The ground cracked, and a massive, gray-brown, fleshy creature crawled out from underneath. It chewed a large hole in the ground, then burrowed back into the ground. The insect king has escaped. Jin Zifei stepped forward, crushing the curled-up Indai inch by inch into the ground with one kick, gnashing his teeth. Useless piece of shit. None of you can be relied upon in a critical moment. Bo Chung clenched his gun, staring at the cracks in the ground. Chase! At this moment, inside the ridgeworm's belly. So we're inside the Zerg's belly now? Shi pressed his head, aching with pain, and rubbed it vigorously, but it seemed to be useless. This pain felt like a deeper pain. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to faint from all this tossing and turning. It felt like the giant worm was dragging them back and forth underground. What's wrong with her? She suddenly noticed the little girl's pale face and closed eyes. She was emaciated, her life force fading at a rapid rate. I feel like she... You're right. Hengqing Wuyan lifted a little of the Zerg wings wrapped around the girl, revealing a small, almost fleshless body beneath. Her life force has been sucked away. Sucked away? Then she noticed that where a cervical vertebra should have been at the back of the girl's neck, it had become a white, black spotted strip, embedded deep within her neck bone, rising and falling like breathing. like a parasite living in her bones and blood. We must remove the worm bone immediately, or she will die, Hung Xinghuiyan said, but I don't have the right tools right now. I do. Zhao Shi immediately took action, manipulating a thin white thorn, thinning it so that one side was like a sharp knife edge. She carefully inserted the thorn into the gap between the worm bone and the girl's flesh. The worm bone immediately trembled and began to burrow deeper. No longer concerned with gentleness, Zhao Shi immediately tightened the thorn, tightly wrapping the worm bone around it, and then began to engage it in a tug of war. They're catching up, Hung Xinghuiyan said. As soon as he finished speaking, a puff sound came from above. A spear pierced the darkness. Zhao Shi looked up and saw the split yellow earth and a narrow, dark Milky Way above. Hung Xinghuiyan stood up, his expression cold. Zhao Shi guessed what he was going to do. If you use your spirit form now you die, right? Zhao Shi asked him. Hung Xinghuiyan remained silent, a gesture of tacit agreement. In the 12-star chain area, the air was filled with countless sinister auras that could pollute the mind. The shattered consciousness bead had left him without the protection of his base. If he used his spirit form again at this point, his consciousness would be completely exposed to the dark source. Even if he was a super S rank, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be infected. The terminal was directly connected to the brain through the cervical vertebrae, and those infected would have their consciousness wiped out by the terminal. There's another way, Zhao Shi suddenly said. She lifted the insect bone she had just separated. It was struggling, trying to break free. Many small, wiggling tentacles sprouted from the sides of the bone, still stained with bits of flesh and blood. The green skeletal line in the center opened and closed, as if breathing. Then, it suddenly stopped struggling. As if understanding her intention, the 8 black dots surrounding the skeletal line shifted, moving closer to her. It seemed impatient. Stop! The consequences of using the insect bone. It was too late. Zhao Shi shoved the object into her mouth like candy. Chapter 56. If she had a choice, Zhao Shi wouldn't have chosen this method. She had always been terrified of all kinds of insects, especially those with many legs. This insect bone, with its dense, swirling tentacles, looked very much like legs. A massive silver spear streaked through the air, and the next second, it slammed into her chest. Zhao Shi was sent flying backward, flung directly into the mountain wall by the powerful impact. The insect bone is on her. Quick! Butching S's voice was a little panicked, and a strange expression flickered beneath his ferocious visor. Butching was always so calm and composed that he was almost inhuman. Even when Hung Xinghuiyan nearly pierced his consciousness beads, he hadn't shown such an expression. Tissue fluid oozed from the corners of Zhao Shi's lips, and her sternum caved in, some of the black armor falling off. She felt a strong tightness in her chest, as if a huge rock was pressing down on her, and every inch of her bones felt like they were about to break. If they wanted to take the insect bone, they would have to knock her head off and pry open her mouth. Zhao Shi gritted her teeth and tried to stand up. Come on, you guys. She was halfway through her sentence, when her vision suddenly went black, and she fell backward uncontrollably. For a moment, she could hear nothing, see nothing, as if she had fallen into a silent abyss. Sinking. Sinking. Duo, can you really see a transparent butterfly? Really, Mom? I reached out and showed Mom a pale pink butterfly on my fingertips. Mom, look, right here. It's a spirit form. She's only 6 years old, and has already awakened her spirit form. Duo could very well be S rank. Mom covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes, as she spoke to Dad. Mommy, don't cry, Mommy, don't cry. I panicked and wiped Mom's tears with the back of my hand. Duo, those are tears of joy. Mom had tears in her eyes, but she was smiling. Dad picked me up. If Duo is truly S rank, Star Alliance has a special policy. Once you turn 12 and pass the level test at the testing center, you be accepted by Star Alliance and sent to Blue Dream Star for specialized training. I didn't quite understand what Dad was saying. What is Net Basketball Dream Star? It's Blue Dream Star, a dreamy planet. Dad asked. Duo, have you ever noticed the screensaver on Dad's computer? Yes, it's a beautiful ball, green and shiny, with what seems to be a lot of things on it. That's Dream Star. It's the center of the entire galaxy, the supreme capital planet. It has the most complete security and welfare system, and the most advanced technology. If you go there, you live a life of carefree living. Mom said, the land there isn't yellow. It grows flowers, those beautiful things you see on TV, growing on branches. The nobles there live in houses surrounded by mountains and rivers, covered in green, like gardens. Wow! I want to live in a house like a garden too. I love flowers so much. Our planet is all dry, yellow soil, where not even a blade of grass can grow. But I don't want to leave Mom and Dad. I suddenly felt a little scared, afraid that Mom and Dad would abandon me and send me alone to a planet so far away, even if there were beautiful flowers there. Does Duo want to be a princess? Mom pinched my face. I'm a princess, aren't you always saying I'm your little princess? Dad looked at me seriously and said, but that's the place every princess goes to. Only by going there can you become a real princess. Will I have endless lollipops and beautiful dresses? I asked. Mom said, of course. And you have your own prince. I don't want a prince, I want Mom and Dad. Will you come with me? If you don't, I won't go either. Once Duo has studied on Fantasy Planet and becomes a real princess, she can bring Mom and Dad over. Dad looked at me with twinkling eyes. Then our whole family can live on Fantasy Planet. Okay. Then I work hard to get to Fantasy Planet. To become a real princess. I was so confident. I've been working hard, following Mom and Dad's instructions. I often let the butterfly out and play with it. It loves to perch on my shoulder, gently flapping its wings. But I can't see it in the mirror. Mom and Dad say butterflies don't have real shadows, only I can see them. Unless one day I become the most powerful princess on all of Phantasy Star, then everyone will see it. There seemed to be a crashing sound in Mom and Dad's room, and I was a little scared. They seemed to be talking about something. What should we do? We don't have enough money. The boat tickets are too expensive. They've been hiked up to over 2 million star coins. Even if we sold our house, we still couldn't afford a ticket. We need to think of a way. At least get Duo out. The black hole's radiation has reached Chang'e Star and is getting closer and closer. I heard that half the people on that planet are either dead or turned into monsters. Didn't the Star Alliance say they were going to help everyone migrate en masse? Why? Why is this happening? En masse migration, en masse migration. But the number of spaceships is limited. There has to be a certain order of arrival, right? Who goes first and who goes last? But who said it should be based on the highest bid? Can't the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled go first? No. I'm going to call them and complain. This approach is flawed. The elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled? Don't you know that when resources are limited, the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled are the first to be abandoned? I can't get through on the phone. No, I asked my friends on Blue Dream if they have any news on tickets. I can't get through. Why can't I get through at all? Damn it, Star Alliance. Are they deliberately cutting off the communication signal? Another possibility, our planet's higher-ups. Sell the car. And all the stuff in the house, the furniture. It should be possible. The door suddenly opened, startling me, and I flopped to the ground. Duo? Did you hear anything? Mom's eyes were red as she pulled me to my feet, seeming a little nervous. Yeah, are you and Dad rehearsing your lines? Black holes, radiation monsters, aren't those things only in science fiction? The giant insects we learned about in history were long ago wiped out by human heroes. Besides, what's so scary about insects? I could easily crush them, though they're a little hard to wipe off when they stick to my shoes. Yes, we're rehearsing our lines. Mom nodded repeatedly. Dad and I are going to be on a TV show, so we need to prepare. Oh! Then take me with you when you go on the show. I want to see your performance. Of course, Duo. Mom turned and wiped her eyes. The house was gradually emptied, leaving only the little bed where I slept. Mom and Dad, why are you selling the furniture? Where are you going to sleep at night? Because Dream Planet is going to take you there early to be a princess. Mom and Dad will be coming with us. We live there from now on, and when we buy better furniture, we won't need any of this anymore. But when Mom and Dad sent me aboard the spaceship, I was the only one with a ticket. Didn't you say you go with me? My eyes suddenly sore, and I remembered their conversation a few days ago. Could that be real? Were there really monsters? No. I want to be with you. Are there monsters? Come with me. I clung to my mother tightly. Let's go together. Let's go together. There are no monsters. Those are all fake. Look at all the people around now. How could there be any monsters? The spaceship docking station was packed, a sea of people, all hurriedly dragging their suitcases. There were so many people, and I felt a little safer. Mom and Dad never lie to you, right? We have some things to take care of, and we come find you when we're done. Stay at Aunt Lee's for a few days, and we pick you up soon. I wiped away my tears and nodded. Then you better hurry. I tried to walk slower, deliberately looking at Mom and Dad, but the people behind me were in a hurry and kept pushing me forward. When we reached the cabin door, the ticket inspector suddenly stopped me. Wait, there's something wrong with this ticket. I felt a little relieved. Could I wait to go with my parents? There's something wrong? How could that be? My parents suddenly shouted. That seat is already taken. You must have bought a fake ticket. Impossible. The name was clearly entered into the online system. It can't be a fake. I know. My mother opened her phone and showed it to the uncle. The price has tripled again. You must have sold it to someone else at the last minute, right? I don't know about that. If there's a system glitch, we refund you. Don't block the way. If you don't get on, someone else will. The people behind me started shoving, pushing me aside. They were pushing so hard, I could barely breathe. Duo. My parents were calling me. I'm here. Here. I waved my arms vigorously, but I couldn't move them. There were so many people, and I was knocked down. It hurt so much. They were running so fast, it felt like my bones were breaking. Tears streamed down my face. Someone seemed to lift me up, and I was pushed forward again with the crowd. I couldn't stop. I looked up and down, but I couldn't find my parents. Finally, I was squeezed into a gap under the stairs of the spaceship. I thought, I hide here for a while, wait until the crowd is thinned out, then go out and look for my parents. They'd definitely be waiting for me there. I waited and waited, feeling exhausted and sleepy. I dozed off for a while, but was awakened by some strange noises, like the chirping of insects. It's raining now, a grayish-gray, heavy rain. It's hitting the monsters outside, making them scream like insects flapping their wings. There are so many of them. I feel like there are as many people as there were just now. I rubbed my eyes. This can't be real. I must be having a nightmare. It must be because I snuck an extra lollipop yesterday and forgot to brush my teeth. Is the dream fairy punishing me? I sleep a little longer. When I wake up, I be back to reality. She's S-rank, just a little young, but she should be able to withstand the Insect King's bone. The soil on this remote, broken planet is awful, the people are rubbish, and there won't be another suitable one. I lay on a stone bed. Someone next to me, wearing a thick coat, poked and prodded me with something. I felt nothing. But the back of my neck hurt. It was swollen and the pain was getting worse and worse, like insects gnawing at me. I couldn't feel anything else, just that one spot. It hurt so badly. Later, I saw things my eyes weren't meant to see. I was terrified. One moment I was a bug swimming in the water, the next a bug flying in the sky. Now, I was a bug living in a little girl's spine. It wasn't a bug, it was a ghost that would bite me and suck my blood every day. Today, I felt like crying, like I cried after not seeing my parents for a long time. My little pink butterfly disappeared. It was eaten by a ghost while protecting me. And then, I suddenly felt that these strange people in big clothes were even scarier than ghosts. Every day I only see them, Mom, Dad, classmates, teachers, uncles, and aunts. I never see them again. Are they like this, lying on their stone beds every day? Are there strange people around them too? The strange people are always hidden under their coats. I can't see what they look like, and I don't know if they are human. Maybe they are ghosts that look like humans. I am so sad, my tears soaking into the cracks in the stone day and night. No one sees me, they see ghosts through me, the ghost at the back of my neck. Perhaps that is their kind. The strong raise their swords against the weak, taking everything from them, leaving them alone. The weak strangle the even weaker, squeezing the air out of their throats, and then feasting on their flesh and blood. Is weakness the original sin? People are not human. This world is bizarre and ridiculous. If it were her, what would she do? In that instant, she seemed to see her parents, agonizingly transformed into Zurg before her. One by one, her family and friends died or became despicable monsters. Those in hazmat suits ignored the screams of pain. And then, there were those monstrous humans, clad in weapons fashioned from Zurg bodies, slaughtering their own people for power while loudly shouting for justice. What would she do? She looked up, her rose-red eyes splitting, reflecting countless, shrunken images. These were the compound eyes of the Zurg. Even her outside game form had turned from dark brown to a dark red. Kill them. As the words rose and fell, the earth shook, the mountains collapsed, the entire planet trembled, and the clouds above were stained with a black shadow from the ground. The Zurg swarm emerged from the earth like a black tide. From the distant horizon, The Earth-colored planet could be seen rapidly being shrouded in black, transforming into a completely black world. That was the army that finally had the king. Chapter 57. The ground and the mountain resonated, suddenly trembling violently. Rocks and soil fell, and everyone swayed with the earth, unable to stand still. What happened? Jean Zifei clenched his fan tightly, as he was shaken, and bumped against the nearby cliff. His spirit had long since dimmed. The prolonged battle had taken its toll on his spirit. He was sustained solely by his determination to seize the insect bone and achieve ultimate victory. He hurriedly climbed to his feet, holding onto the cliff face. He leaned over to the narrow, deep chasm below, which had been opened by Bo Chung's spear. Insect bone? You found it, didn't you? Jean Zifei heard Bo Cheng's voice from below. His eyes lit up, and he suddenly regained some energy. He unfurled his fan and leaped towards the chasm. Seeing them both descend, the others rushed to follow, fearing they miss out on a share of the spoils if they arrived too late. After all, down there lay not only the insect king, but also 2 rising stars, whose bodies were worth astronomical sums. Upon descending, Jean Zifei saw Witching manipulating a massive spear, slashing at the figure in the cliff face with a fierce, determined look, as if he intended to pulverize her. Where's the insect bone? Is it with her? Jean Zifei was shocked. Then why are you using so much force? What if you break the insect bone? Then his next words caught in his throat, and he died. 6 massive insect limbs emerged from the ground, firmly restraining the massive spear condensed by Witching. Then, with a single sweep, they launched Witching into the air, slamming him into the ground, creating a deep pit. The dark, hard insect limbs climbed higher and higher, thicker and thicker, like a small mountain. The terrifying mouth parts resembled a dark, intertwined cavern. Sizzle. Sizzle. The grinding sound of the mouth parts was like nails scraping against glass, extremely piercing and terrifying. This massive body and limbs were only a part of it. It was slowly rising, and who knew how much more was buried beneath the earth? Even more terrifying was that there were more than one such insect swarm. The ground trembled continuously, emitting a resounding groan. The earth cracked, and new insect limbs continuously emerged from the ground, tearing at the surface like the eggs that had imprisoned them for so long. They crawled out one after another, heading towards a new world. What's going on? Why are they suddenly? Tell me, am I seeing things? I've never seen Zerg this big since I started playing. Isn't this dungeon a bit too difficult? Other players had originally wanted to come down to share a piece of the action, but this sudden change was terrifying, and they quickly retreated. The ground was shaking violently. So, was it because of these Zerg? However, the situation on the ground was no easier, in fact, even worse. Zergs of all kinds seeped out of the ground like a black tide, covering the entire landscape in black. And yet, even the sky wasn't immune. Buzz buzz buzz. White clouds were shrouded in black fog. Above, fluttering Zergs circled. They looked a bit like mosquitoes, but each one was the size of a car. Their flapping wings were like extremely thin iron plates. A single contact would likely result in severed heads. The blood-sucking needles dangling from their heads were thick and long, their walls streaked with blood. They looked terrifying. Oh my god, what the hell is going on? People looked at each other in bewilderment. Could it be that the Insect King summoned them? But isn't the Insect King in a weakened state? How could it possibly still? They clearly remembered the Insect King Witching had described as a frail little girl, the kind they could easily crush to death. She was clearly extremely weak, and there was no way she had the mental strength to control so many Zerg. Or, was there more than one Zerg King on this planet? Was there another, even more powerful one hiding in the shadows? Then they witnessed a jaw-dropping scene. The massive black heads that protruded from the ground lowered one after another. The fluttering Zergs in the air hovered in midair, the sound of their wings becoming much quieter. They seemed to be bowing their heads as if greeting their new king. As they headed, a familiar figure stood atop the back of a massive Zerg that was slowly rising and peeking over the horizon. She stood at the highest point, her long, silvery white, satin-like hair flowing like a waterfall in the wind. Her appearance remained unchanged, but her aura had undergone an inexplicable shift, becoming far more eerie. Her rose-red eyes shone with a strange hue. A discerning eye could discern. Those were clearly insect-like pupils. It's she! What? What's going on with her? Bo Chung and Jean Zifei crawled out of the crack in the ground, dusty and grimy. Bo Chung spoke solemnly, "We must unite and defeat her as quickly as possible. Otherwise, we will all die here." Bo Chung glanced at Jean Zifei, then turned and drew his gun. We can't keep the insect bones. If we have a chance, we must destroy them immediately, or we miss our chance. So, we either die or we destroy the insect bones. In other words, this mission is doomed to failure, no matter what. Jean Zifei felt a pool of blood in his chest, feeling suffocated by the frustration. After all this work, it was all for nothing, and there was a very real possibility that he might even lose his life. Who could have imagined that the biggest variable would be her? No. He should have known it earlier. He should have known from the beginning. She's unusual ways of doing things, seemingly without rules, could lead to her achieving her goals through sheer mishaps. She appeared to be well-behaved and obedient, but in reality, she was full of rebellious impudence. Such a person was definitely not easy to control. If it were him, he would do his utmost to eliminate such a person as soon as possible to prevent future trouble. But the president had different ideas from his. Nothingness seemed to have far greater ambitions. But if you try to control someone like that, you can't guarantee you won't end up getting retaliated against. Jean Zifei's body trembled slightly, and he tightened his grip on the fan. Where's the insect bone? Bo Chung, in her mouth. Jean Zifei, can you even spit it in there? Okay, it's certainly something she could do. They all united, launching various attacks, raining down fire on She, striving to defeat her as quickly as possible. But they soon realized they were wrong. The limited energy they had left should be used to escape. They should find a way immediately. Leaving this insect planet was the only way to survive. The Zerg don't have much of their own thoughts. They're insects, after all, merely less intelligent creatures with more powerful bodies. The only one possessing high intelligence, the one that commands the entire Zerg, is the Zerg King. It can be said that the Zerg King's brain, as a living being, is the mind of the entire Zerg swarm. Without the King, the swarm is a loose sand. The quality of the Zerg King largely determines the strength of the swarm. She's control over the Zerg was incredibly precise. The Zerg moved in unison, as if they could predict her next move. The highly defensive Zerg blocked all her large attacks. The highly maneuverable flying Zerg parried all their sneak attacks, and returned them one by one. Faced with the attacks of the stronger Butching and others, she chose to engage close combat Zerg of similar size, engaging them one-on-one, countering their moves, and even mimicking their techniques. For example, facing Butching's simultaneous lob of multiple skydropping spears, the Zerg simply ripped off two of its own legs, broke them into pieces, and hurled them back at him. Butching, faced with Jean Zifei's fan and various technological hidden weapons, the steel-winged mosquito fighting him employed similar tactics, even retracting its wings in sync with his fan, almost identically. He unleashed a rain of microbombs, which were swatted back by the steel wing with a single swirl of its wings. They suddenly realized she was toying with them. She didn't even need to mobilize other Zerg to outnumber them. She treated them like a game, watching them struggle in her grasp, using them as toys for her amusement. Originally, they had thought their defeat was simply due to the Zerg's overwhelming numbers. For they possessed organisms genetically modified by the Zerg, many of which were stronger than the Zerg, and they also possessed intelligence. But now it seemed otherwise. With a Zerg swarm possessing a fully formed Zerg King, they had no chance of defeating him. After realizing this, all the players began their escape. She's eerie insect eyes swiveled, and her voice, deep and resonant with the fluttering of insect wings, sounded like the rustling of insect wings. Huh? Where could you run to? She raised her hand slightly, and all the Zerg leaned over to her, clamoring for her. Every Zerg here was her eye, her vision encompassing every corner of the globe. With a single thought, she could instantly obtain anything, anywhere on the planet, even the tiniest grain of sand. No one could hide. Their positions were like a three-dimensional spherical web, marked by clear points. She only needed to think. No matter where she went, everything was under her control. Suddenly, a voice asked her, "Do you like this powerful feeling of controlling everything?" She heard herself answer, "A mere Zerg, isn't it everything? Is there more? What's wrong with this Xiao Shi?" Standing on the desk, holding the captain's pen in her mouth. What's she doing? Seems to be dancing? Several members of the disciplinary inspection team entered. The person next to her shook his head. I don't know. She might be having an attack. I heard she's not mentally stable. We should get the school doctor to check her out. Chapter 58. You said you want more? If you want, you have to plunder. What do you mean? She looked up, and as the voice appeared, she saw a giant black eye in the sky, staring down at her. Within it was an endless, deep black vortex. It had a powerful gravitational pull, capable of engulfing everything around it, and it seemed poised to draw her in at any moment. It looked familiar, As if I've seen it somewhere before. Take away life, seize vitality, and you will become stronger, the voice said. So kill them all. Isn't it because you want to kill that you want this power? She recalled the rage within her. Yes, she did want to kill. She wanted to kill all those who had put her in danger, all those who had preyed on her weaker compatriots, all the injustices in the world, all that was unfair. I understand. Her thoughts instantly drifted thousands of miles away. Quite fast. But unfortunately, no one can outrun brainwaves. The fleeing ant's goal was a massive, hexagonal black platform suspended in midair. She seemed to know its function. Teleportation? They needed to leave. What should we do? The boss hasn't been eliminated, and the teleportation platform doesn't have sufficient permissions to allow for mass teleportation. What else can we do? Of course, the guild that suffered the most losses in this operation should go first. We only have less than 30% of our members left, and we can't afford any fewer. According to what you're saying, the people from the Prosperous World Association should go first. They're all dead? You? Jean Zifei, stop arguing. Hurry up. First come first served. Line up. Some people had already entered the teleportation point. The transfer took only 10 seconds, but the line was long. Those further back had to wait for dozens of minutes, even hours. Clearly, they didn't have that much time left. Giant black mosquitoes swirled in the sky, and ferocious-looking butterflies with dazzling, poisonous wings, the countless fluttering insect swarms, as if on command, suddenly crashed towards the teleportation platform. Their numbers, so dense they filled the entire sky, were like a black storm in the air, sweeping in swiftly. Get out of the way. I go first. Why? I was here first. The people saw the insect swarm suddenly attack, becoming frantic and violent, completely different from before. They panicked. Everyone wanted to survive. No one wanted to die on this terrifying and disgusting insect planet. Get out of here, you piece of crap. One man, taking advantage of the moment, slashed through the consciousness bead of the person inside the teleportation point with a single blow, then stepped inside. But before the 10-second countdown was over, several others rushed forward and attacked him. No one could wait until the teleportation array was fully charged. In those few minutes, no one was transported away. Instead, the ground outside the teleportation point was littered with fragments of the machine and dimmed consciousness beads. The roars and struggles of the people were endless. Even before the Zerg arrived, they had begun their own preemptive self-destruction. It was a familiar scene. These little bugs always loved to fight and kill each other. She smiled. They truly deserved to die. She stretched out her hand, her slender fingers tightening. In perfect sync with her movements, countless Zergs in the sky, like arrows, charged towards the teleportation platform. And all around, those rushing to their deaths, those hiding in the shadows, afraid to come out, trying to escape. But her eyes were everywhere. No, they couldn't be human. She couldn't see their faces clearly. Each one had multiple, distorted shadows, their faces distorted, twisted monsters. But she could clearly see their positions, all their weaknesses, knowing exactly where to strike for the quickest and most effective kill. So she should. She hesitated, for some reason, feeling as if she had forgotten something. What after she killed these people? What would she do? It seemed as if after that. So what was she doing here, and... She squinted her eyes, and pounded her head. Who was she? What was her name? She. Wake up! A voice rang in her ear. She felt two heat sources beside her, and was surprised to find two people nearby. Why had she killed those people, and spared these two? One of the small heat sources was so weak it was almost fading. Zhao, she felt a sharp pain in her mind, and a small figure appeared before her. Duo, you must go to Dream Planet and live happily. I will become a powerful princess on Dream Planet, living in a house with a garden, with Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad will come find you, and we will be together as a family. But Mom and Dad, it hurts so much. There's a ghost. A ghost in my bones, sucking my blood every day. Duo. Hiss. Her head ached so much that she held it down. Her mind suddenly felt so foggy, like a swirling black vortex, that she couldn't even muster the energy to think. If you can, get Duo to the port of call as soon as possible. The radiation here is too intense. The air is filled with mutant substances and toxins released by the Zerg. She won't last much longer. The creature before her was a strange shape, a twisted monster, a mass of twisted, glued together insects. His voice sounded strangely distorted in her ears. What did you say? Her chest was rumbling, and the sound was completely different from her original form. its frequency so altered that it required careful deciphering. Hengxing Wuyan, you're transforming into an insect. You need to get rid of the insect bones as soon as possible, otherwise. The sound sounded like a mosquito's buzzing in Zhao Shi's ears. She tilted her head, unable to understand. As if remembering something, she said, Duo Duo? Where is Duo Duo? The monster before her heard her and moved the small creature, which was covered by something in its hand, a little forward. Here. Sister. Can you please wake up? The little monster's voice was so soft and faint, almost blown away by the wind and sand, but she still heard it. She couldn't forget that voice, nor could she forget everything Duo Duo had endured. After all, she had seen through the insect bones. Her entire life. She saw the little girl who should have grown up in a happy family, but instead saw a life so broken, so absurd, and so miserable. She wasn't supposed to be like this. And this insect bone was now corroding her human mind. If it was just about killing, then what was the difference between her and those who hunted their weaker brethren for power? She wasn't out to kill. She was out to protect people. She had to protect that tiny body. She had to protect her, and leave the insect planet. Come up. Quickly. She summoned the least ugly flying Zerg nearby. It had a pair of long, colorful, transparent wings, somewhat similar to the ones on Duoduo's body. Are you awake? Hengxing Wuyan was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected her to recover so quickly. No, she remembered. Her name was Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi used the long-winged insect to lead them all the way to the spaceship's landing port. She had been suppressing the urge to control the Zerg to tear them apart. The strange, intense throbbing felt like a cat's claw scratching at her heart, excruciating. She clenched her fists, trying to control her murderous urges. Her heart itched, making her fidget with anxiety, and she nearly fell off the insect's back. Hengxing Wuyan hurriedly grabbed her, still not recovered. Zhao Shi's insect-colored eyes glared at him coldly, and she shook him off. Don't touch me. At the same time, the long-winged insect's wings split apart, like a sharp poisonous blade, hovering directly over Hengxing Wuyan's chest. The blade trembled, almost stabbing. Hengxing Wuyan simply looked at her calmly, not moving a muscle. She clenched her fists, controlling herself to slowly retract the poisonous blade. Cough. 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 Duo Duo curled up into a ball, coughing as the wind and sand rushed in. Her face was as pale as gold paper, and her lips were cracked and pale, unremarkable. The long-winged insect spread two wings and circled around her, shielding her from the wind. They finally arrived at the spaceship docking station. It was crowded, waiting for the starship Hengxing Wuyan had mentioned. A terrifying Zerg swarm erupted at the teleportation platform. The Zerg were slightly fewer here, their only hope of survival. Then, they saw she leap from the insect's back, their souls trembling. It's she! Why is she here if she's not at the teleportation platform? All those important people are at the teleportation platform. Why would she come to us? Run! The people fled in panic, like wild beasts chasing something running. As they ran, Zhao Shi felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. A thought struck him, and Zerg swarm surged towards them from all directions. Those people fought desperately. The more they struggled, the happier they were. Zhao Shi raised his hand, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. However, her other hand grasped the wrist of the raised hand. Enough is enough. Zhao Shi pinched her own neck with her backhand. This thing really grows. It took root in her mouth, but not satisfied, it continued to crawl deeper. Then, a truly dramatic scene unfolded. Half the Zerg desperately pounced on the players, their black maws gaping as if to devour them, while the other half leaped out and bit directly at the Zerg, a tangle of battles ensuing. But the players were still having a rough time. They struggled to survive the Zerg melee, fleeing while praying for victory for their protectors. The massive Zerg war caused the mountains to rumble. More Zergs from the underground continued to crawl out, fighting each other. A black tornado-like storm raged above the surface. As luck would have it, a sandstorm struck again at this moment. This planet's natural environment is not ideal, with very little vegetation. The wind blew up, and yellow sand filled the sky. Zhao Shi ordered all the beautifully winged Zerg to come over, forming a protective circle around them that reflected a dazzling array of colors, partially blocking the wind and sand. Duoduo's condition was deteriorating. She had already been eroded by the Zerg bones for 2 years, and her vitality was extremely weak. Perhaps the Zerg bones spared her life out of fear that they would be without a host. She should never have used the Zerg bones again, but just now, in a critical moment, she summoned the Ridge Worm, an action that caused the Zerg bones to devour her last remaining vitality. This was why she was able to extract the Zerg bones so easily. A dying host is like a depleted battery. It is destined to be abandoned by it. In reality, Dwidwa's fate had already been sealed from that moment on, but what if? What if a miracle happened? There's a medical team on the starship, right? They'd definitely be able to save Duo. There's a miracle. Sister. Brother told me a story about you fighting giant spiders together. You're so amazing. I want to be as amazing as you. I want to protect this planet and drive all the giant bugs out. You can do it, Duo. You're very talented. You become a formidable female warrior. No, a female warrior. You drive away all the bugs and protect your home. Really? The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, her eyes drifting away. Duo misses mommy and daddy. I miss going home so much. I want to eat strawberry lollipops. At that moment, a flash of blue light appeared in the sky. Xiaoxi's hands were almost trembling as she pulled out the lollipop she snatched from the underground mall. It's perfect. It's strawberry flavored. Don't fall asleep yet, it'll be here soon. It was actually watermelon flavored, but that didn't matter anymore. Duo licked it through the plastic wrapper. So sweet. The sky lit up with the halo of a spaceship, a blue halo, the reflected light shimmering with other colors, like a bubble of colorful dreams. She reached out to the bubble, a faint smile on her lips. The people from Dreamstar are here to pick me up. I know Mom and Dad are waiting there. Mom and Dad, you're here. Her vision blurred as she looked at Xiaoxi and Hung Xingweyan, a little girl's expression a playful expression. She reached out and pulled them together, her dry fingers no longer strong enough to move. We always be together. They both held her hand, leaning in close, shielding her from the final dust storm. Okay. Xiaoxi and Hung Xingweyan spoke softly, their clear voices carried by the wind and sand. We will always be together. She closed her eyes, her small body as light as a dry branch. In the end, she never got to wait for that beautiful blue planet, like a fairy tale dream. Chapter 59. Yellow sand blanketed the entire world, and swarms of insects danced wildly above and below, battling frantically. Many players hadn't managed to make it onto the teleportation platform, and some hadn't participated in the Hunting the Insect King operation. They sought shelter, huddled in the crevices of the rocks. They hid beneath the corpses of large Zerg, or even in nests filled with excrement and shed insect shells. The nests were empty of Zerg, all the Zerg had emptied out. Looking out, the planet was truly desolate and rife with bloodshed. Only two figures remained, surrounded by the chaotic swarms of Zerg. They stood silently in the windy sand, their silver-white and jet-black hair fluttering in the wind, occasionally tingling. They bowed their heads in silence. The small tombstone was soon half buried by the blowing sand. Xiaoxi reached out, brushed away the sand, and wrote the words Dreamstar's fugitive princess. Duo on the steel with her fingers. Before she finished the last stroke, her grip on the steel suddenly tightened, her body swaying. She forced herself to steady herself and finished the last stroke. Stand back, she said to Hung Xingweyan. As soon as she finished her words, white thorns suddenly sprouted from her palm. She raised her hand and pressed her spirit form directly into his mouth. His. It hurt so much, it made her want to cry. Xiaoxi felt the insect bone beating like a heart. She manipulated the white thorns to quickly strangle it, imitating the way she had helped Duo remove the insect bone. However, things were not that simple. Dwidwa's body was lifeless, and it had never cared. But now, it was attached to her fertile soil and refused to leave. Its tentacles spread and grew rapidly, crawling along her throat to her pharynx. When it discovered her intention, it extended its tentacles even more vigorously and crawled deeper. Xiaoxi was about to vomit. If this body didn't have a stomach, she'd probably have vomited it out. Is this the consequence of eating too much? It's truly horrific. As the saying goes, diseases come from the mouth, disasters come from the mouth. That saying is absolutely true. Hung Xingweyan's eyes twitched at the sight. Xia's black scales trembled and rippled. She half knelt on the sand, one hand supporting the yellow sand beneath, one clutching her chest, the other hand gripping her chest, the white thorns in her other palm moving vigorously. It was hard to imagine the kind of battle going on inside her body. All the Zergs went wild, fighting, rolling in place, dancing in the air, or biting at their wings or legs, making shrill cries. All sorts of chaotic and confusing behavior, like a collective frenzy. The mountain trembled, and the Zergs flew and smashed everywhere, accidentally creating a deep pit, revealing the players hiding inside. The players were terrified. What's going on? Those who didn't dare participate simply wanted to hide, refusing to fight monsters or earn points. After witnessing the fierce battles between the masters, they simply didn't dare to participate. They had to spend their money anyway. This game is too hard. I want to go home. I want to quit. Another player burst into tears. I can't quit. You have to go back to base and enter the mech bay to quit. It's so ruthless. I'm not going to die of fear in here. If I'd known it was so terrifying, who would have dared to play? The players desperately fled, searching for their next hiding place. This dungeon was pure hell for them. The last planet prefixed with Xian is this difficult. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the Earth and Heaven dungeons will be. Furthermore, no one has yet earned enough points to open the Earth and Heaven dungeons, and no one even knows what's inside. Kill the black hole in game chat room, this is terrible. Did you know about the joint operation between the major guilds on Xuanyu Star? I heard they're going to defeat the Insect King. With so many experts going, there's no doubt it's going to be a success. You didn't know? This operation was a complete disaster. Everyone's gone. Almost half of us are dead, and the other half haven't even emerged from Xuanyu Star yet. Someone immediately replied, "Are you kidding me about interstellar space?" He's serious. My friend just returned from Xuanyu Star. He was lucky, and he came back with half his body missing. Half his body missing? You call that lucky? Is that a typo? That's right. Because the Zerg King wasn't dead yet, we couldn't activate mass teleportation. Then the Zerg swarms came out in full force to kill. The battle on the teleportation platform was terrifying. Oh right, the Zerg King is a player. Question mark. Question mark. A series of question marks followed the public screen. Who is it? Which player? Who is it? Who is it? Will the game still have the option to choose a boss faction? You may have heard of her. She's the new player who threatened on her first day in the game to destroy the entire gold list and top the leaderboard. I haven't heard of her. I know that person. Her ID is she. She was kicked out of the newbie base on her first day. What a ruthless person. So arrogant? Can someone like that really not be killed? The bosses in the big guilds won't give her a hard time. Just a humble comment. It seems like the bosses have been dealt with by her. Destroy the entire gold list and top the leaderboard? This person is ridiculously arrogant. She thinks kill the black hole is hers? Yeah, she thought being at the top was that good. Shit. I think I'm blind. Do you want to check the leaderboard? I think I'm seeing things. Question mark. Question mark, question mark. Number 1 in the leaderboard. She. Meanwhile, Zhao Shi was still engaged in a grueling seesaw battle. Zhao Shi had long since severed her connection with her real body, focusing her full attention on battling it in the game. Otherwise, she didn't know what even more disastrous action she might have taken. It was so painful that, for a moment, she wanted to throw in the towel, cancel her account, and start over. If it weren't for the fact that she had never lost in all her games, and the pride of a champion, she would have given up long ago. The greedy insect bone was still trying to move closer to the consciousness bead. As if drawn by some delicious delicacy, it was so excited that it couldn't wait to grow there. Just as one of its small tentacles touched it, it felt as if it had been burned, causing it to curl up. Zhao Shi quickly seized this opportunity, and quickly ended the fight, uprooting it, and slamming it to the ground. Not giving it a chance to breathe, she immediately stomped on it, and crushed it hard. The sound of bones breaking was resounding under her feet, a crisp crunch. Zhao Shi breathed a long sigh of relief. Ah, relieved. The mission failed, Guild Master. We suffered heavy losses. A large part of the reason is she. She wasn't part of the plan at all. You're blaming me for not eliminating her from the start. I wouldn't dare. Heh. This she doesn't act like the Alliance, so she might not be an enemy. From what I know, she's only known Hengxing Wuyan for 2 weeks. Try to find out her true identity. If that doesn't work in the game, then start with her true identity. As long as a person exists, they must have weaknesses. I believe there's a chance we can work together. A meticulously tailored black cuff wrapped around a white wrist, and the fingers moved lightly, twirling the empty teacup in their hands. But if she doesn't know what's good for her, then... Crack! The teacup in his hand suddenly shattered, shattering into pieces, then dissolving into white powder in his hand, spilling onto the ground. I understand. Hearing the suppressed ejection on the other end of the line, nothingness softened his tone. Don't be discouraged. This failure wasn't entirely without reward. I've roughly guessed Rampant Silence's identity. Should I say, unexpected, or expected? Condensing his consciousness into form, and maintaining the bonded fragments within the consciousness bead, such meticulous, almost perverse control, Few people in the entire galaxy could achieve it, or rather, only that one person. Insect bones, you know, even an entire Zerg race wouldn't be a big deal. Nothingness picked up a new blue and white porcelain cup and spun it in his palm, accelerating faster and faster, like a blooming cyan flower, tossing it high into the air. After we seize supreme control of Kill Black Hole, all the players here. The number of players has been steadily increasing. This scope may eventually expand to game enthusiasts throughout the entire galaxy. The cyan cup fell steadily back into his palm. His slender fingers tapped the rim twice before returning it to the agarwood table with a crisp sound. And they will all become our weapons against the Galactic Federation. The earth shook. Zhao Shi and Hung Xing Wuyin steadied themselves and sighed. It wasn't over yet. The Zerg bones had been removed, and the Zerg had lost their king once again. The mad Zerg were no longer mad, but without a commanding brain, without a core, they would revert to their primitive instincts. They would hunt and bring back any food they could to the hive, hoarding it for the future Zerg king. They would kill any alien species within their range. The starship was currently anchored at the highest point of the opposite mountain range. Because of the low temperature, the Zerg hadn't reached that part, making it the only possible place to settle. Before them lay a vast, pitch-black sea of Zerg. They gnawed their mandibles, making a teeth-grinding sound. Because of their sheer number, the sound was both unpleasant and deafening, a death-threatening urgency that was excruciating to the ears. Is this the starship you redeemed? Can't you just let it get closer? Then we can jump on board. Humans can't set foot here. The starship is controlled by robots. It can't consider complex situations. It only chooses the safest way to dock and pick up passengers. Looking at the almost endless sea of black insects before him, Zhao Shi felt dizzy. This? Should I wait until we are on the ship before removing the insect bones? That way, we can have the long-winged insects carry us over. Before, I was chased by insects, then by players, and now I'm being chased by insects again. Life is so difficult, Zhao Shi glanced at the insect bones she had crushed on the ground, stroking her chin in thought. Should I eat them back? Hengxing Wuyan looked at her in silence for 2 seconds, then suddenly rolled his eyes. Generally speaking, he wouldn't do something that seemed out of character. He just couldn't help it. Zhao Shi glanced down and nearly orgasmed. She looked up. I was just kidding, did you believe it? Hung Xing Wuyin, it's hard to say. Your consciousness bead has been broken for so long, can it still be alive? Zhao Shi saw the inside of the consciousness bead glowing with a faint silver light, as if silver threads were sewing the cracks together. Curious, she reached out to touch it. Hung Xing Wuyin slapped her hand away. Don't move. I really die if you touch me. No, then no. She withdrew her hand awkwardly. Wasn't he just cheating? Was he afraid the system would detect it and ban him? Come closer. Before Hung Xing Wuyin finished his words, he leaned against her. What? Zhao Shi wanted to push him away. Two big guys doing this in broad daylight. Isn't that good? Even if you're going to die, you can't just starve and eat, right? Write off all previous debts, plus 10 million black coins, and send me back to base. Hengxing Wuyin said, I can't maintain this body any longer. His mental energy was overexhausted, and he needed to conserve what little energy he had left to maintain the form of the consciousness bead. 10 million black coins? 10 million black coins. What's the exchange rate between black coins and star coins? Zhao Shi's eyes lit up. Could that cover the money she owed the school for the damaged equipment? Okay, sponsor. Satisfactory service guaranteed. Zhao Shi immediately lifted him up by the waist and placed his hand around her neck. Come on, hold tight. Hung Xing Wuyin, ? Yin Yin, why are you so shy? This is the 10 million yuan you deserve. Zhao Shi took his hand back and held it tight. You spent money, so show some strength. Watch me cross the sea of insects to bring you home. Chapter 60. Hold on tight, or I can't guarantee you won't fall. Before them lay a surging sea of black insects, their roars and cries fighting each other, the fluttering of their wings and limbs a tooth-wrenching sound. Xi's expression suddenly grew serious, her rosy eyes reflecting the surging blackness. Hengxing Wuyin lowered his eyes and obeyed, hugging her neck tightly. Zhao Shi was a little surprised. She felt the slight tightening of her neck, and the warmth of his body as he pressed against her. Mechanics don't breathe, and she didn't know how their bodies worked. But she always had the illusion that she was so close to him. She could even feel his breath, his hair gently brushing against her side, a floating itch. Zhao Shi's heart began to whine again. She had never been so intimate with the opposite sex in her life. It was a shame this was a game, a fake one. And this guy was a fiery alpha. Don't be fooled by his meek and obedient appearance now. She remembered every detail of how he'd beaten someone up before. Yes, he was an alpha of her own sex. TSK, boring. The massive Zerg stomped its foot, and the entire ground shook. The swarm of Zerg watching from above also noticed them, their eyes glowing with greedy green light. The moment she removed the Zerg bone, she was no longer the Zerg queen. She no longer had a telepathic connection with them. These Zerg no longer felt submission to her as a Zerg queen. Instead, they only wanted to use her as a food reserve. As the surrounding Zerg attacked her, she leaped, unexpectedly leaping from the high ground, plummeting directly into the Zerg swarm. Just as she was about to fall into the black swarm below, a white thorn rose from the ground and supported her feet. The white thorns bent like springs, giving her a powerful recoil. She leaped upward, and at her next landing point, another white thorn immediately provided a foothold, this one higher up. Like a staircase, she continued to climb. Ziz is easy. The massive Zerg flying nearby attacked her. She dodged quickly, but there were too many of them. One species fired a barrage of poisonous stingers, which rained down upon her with a flap of its wings. She didn't have that many white thorns to propel her, nor could she keep them endlessly carrying her to the summit. After such a long period of exertion, she was already mentally exhausted, especially from controlling so many Zergs simultaneously. She hadn't expected this game to be this powerful. It felt like she was playing thousands of accounts simultaneously. When she was the Zerg king, it felt like a dream in which she held the power over the life and death of an entire race. In the dream, she felt like herself, yet not herself. This feeling was simply novel. This is why, despite its rigged, tedious nature, she still wants to play it. There's no way around it. Kill the Black Hole is just more fun than other games. It's just that her memory is a little hazy. She seems to have forgotten certain things. She can't quite recall whether she heard a strange voice. It seems there, yet it seems not. If so, who was it? But she doesn't have time to dwell on it now. She saved those doubts for later, when she has time to revisit the game. The key right now is to get away from this frenzied Zerg planet. She dodged the barrage of poisonous stingers coming her way, then swung a white thorn at the head of the nearest Zerg, which was about to launch a stinger. You're the one. The stinger vibrated its tail, emitting a resounding buzzing sound. She felt a slight numbness in her arm. She yanked, the white thorns tightening, and she used the momentum of several surrounding Zergs attacking her to kick. The wings of the steel-winged insect gleamed with a cold, dark gleam. She swerved to the side, pulling a Zerg out of the way. With her other hand, she flung Hung Xing Wuyin away, giving him another kick to regain momentum. Hung Xing Wuyin forced himself to gather his strength, adjusting his stance slightly in midair to avoid a crushing fall on the Zerg's back. At least this position wasn't too disastrous. Hung Xing Wuyin held his forehead, looking at the fresh footprint on his thigh. He recalled the heroic rescue scene he imagined before. He really imagined it too much. Did he not understand she well enough? How could he have such fantasies? Then, in a flash, he wanted to strangle his earlier, slightly distracted self. She dropped from the sky and sat on his waist, forcing him to groan. Then she jumped on top of him. From above, they could hear the deafening clatter of ping-pong-pong, the occasional whistling sound of insects, and the constant chirping of insects. Jinju. Ahem, Yin, what's wrong with you? Why are you panting? Jiaoshi seemed to hear something discordant. He turned around and looked for a moment, then leaned over to ask his teammate. I suspect. You're trying to murder me. Hung Xing Wuyin's voice sounded as if he were about to die. No, Yin, I protect you. Get off me. His voice was icy cold. Aw, sorry. I was thinking you'd be lower so I could protect you, and make you less vulnerable to Zerg attacks. Hung Xing Wuyin, Since joining this game, he hadn't been hurt by a Zerg. Every time he was hurt, it was by a human. A cold breeze blew past them, and they could feel the temperature dropping as their altitude steadily rose. She lifted Hung Xing Wuyin up and tucked him into her arms. Hold on. Then, she flicked the reins in her hand and shouted, Go! Like a rocket, they soared into the sky. Hung Xing Wuyin looked up and saw 8 large flying Zerg ahead, reluctantly but with great effort, flapping their wings and soaring forward. She has spirit form. Those strange white strips, like ropes, wrapped around their heads and forelimbs, acting as reins for a horse. These ropes intertwined to form a controllable structure. She flicked his hand, and the reins snapped against the Zergs. They shrieked in discontent and flapped their wings vigorously. The surrounding scenery quickly shifted backwards, and they were almost at the top of the mountain. This is truly a talent. Heng Xinghuiyan thought to himself. Many players hiding in the crevices of the mountain heard the commotion and peeked out to see what was happening. Then, when they saw the scene outside, their jaws dropped. What a stunt! You can do this. This is truly eye-opening. Why don't we give it a try? See if we can ride the Zerg back to base. You're probably dying, aren't you? There are so many Zerg out there. Would you dare show your face? I wouldn't dare. Then what the hell are you talking about? Here, Zhao Shi and Heng Xinghuiyan finally boarded the starship. The long-awaited starship. Heng Xinghuiyan's face was grim, as if his condition was much worse than before. Zhao Shi saw this and wanted to ask, but didn't dare. She probably knew what was going on. He expertly sat in the driver's seat and activated the control system, though his movements were a little slow, as if his control of the machine wasn't smooth enough. Zhao Shi looked down and saw that the silver thread in his chest bead was indeed dimmer than before. Tell me how to operate this, and I do it, Zhao Shi said. Have you ever piloted a starship before? No. Starships aren't easy to pilot. I'm afraid if you keep driving you die. It'd be terrible. I finally have a friend like you. What would I do if you died? I'd be so heartbroken. Zhao Shi looked at him with a heartbroken expression. Where would I get my 10 million? Don't worry, I'm a fast learner. Okay. Heng Xinghuiyan quickly explained how to pilot a starship to her, though he didn't expect her to memorize it after just one try. After that, Zhao Shi took the hovering rudder from his hand. Her fingers flashed a few times, and then with a flick of her wrist, 3 seconds later, the starship was moving. Heng Xinghuiyan's eyes flashed with admiration. Not bad. He stood up, confidently vacated his seat, and settled into the passenger seat next to him. A seatbelt automatically appeared behind the seat and buckled in. The next second, his back slumped against the seat back, and the next, he pitched forward. If the seatbelt hadn't been fastened quickly, he would have been thrown out. What are you doing? Zhao Shi was even more frantic, gripping the control panel with both hands. Due to the starship's immense speed and inertia, his entire body was parallel to the ground, his hair flowing in a streamlined pattern. Hey! How do you slow down this? Use the deceleration wheel. Where's the deceleration wheel? On the left. What? On the right? Why is it faster? The wind outside was so loud, the starship thrashed around in the mountain, then soared into the sky. She couldn't hear Heng Xinghuiyan's words. After a few minutes of trial and error, Zhao Shi finally figured out how to operate the starship. She piloted the starship smoothly, then glanced sideways at Heng Xinghuiyan with a smug look. I told you I'm a fast learner. What's wrong with you? Zhao Shi saw his face grow even uglier, his pale blue eyes completely devoid of luster, a rare sight. I feel like vomiting. Heng Xinghuiyan leaned back in his chair, a look of despair on his face. Oh, that's good. Zhao Shi nodded happily. Fortunately, he wasn't dead yet. Heng Xinghuiyan, What's good about it? What's good about it? He was angry, but he still had to maintain his composure. Because his upbringing had forbidden him from swearing, if he was truly angry, he'd just keep quiet. He'd just act cool. After all, when he acted cool, others couldn't tell what he was doing and wouldn't dare to upset him again. I want to discuss something with you. Heng Xinghuiyan closed his eyes. Hey Yin Yin? Zhao Shi glanced at him, only to see him motionless. She panicked. What's wrong with you, Yin Yin? Don't die. She tried to pry open his eyelids to see if he was truly dead. Heng Xinghuiyan was forced to open his eyes, and said lightly, whatever you want. You should be able to hold on for a while, right? Yeah. He just wanted to be quiet for a while, figuring she wouldn't do anything too extreme. After all, the worst that could happen was this. Zhao Shi laughed heartily. I discovered this starship has an attack system, and I have a brilliant idea. Heng Xinghuiyan's brow twitched. Why did he have such a bad feeling?